Flawless victory.
It is part of the natural physics of water and other fluids to always find their level and remain flat. If disturbed in any way, motion ensues until the flat level is resumed. If dammed up, then released, the nature of all liquids is to quickly flood outwards, taking the easiest course towards finding its new level. If the Earth is an extended flat plane, then this fundamental physical property of fluids finding and remaining level is consistent with experience and common sense. If, however, the Earth is a giant sphere, tilted on its vertical axis, spinning through never-ending space, then it follows that truly flat, consistently level surfaces do not exist here. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. That is, rivers are flowing in all directions over the Earth's surface. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. If the Earth were a globe, rolling and dashing through space at the rate of 100 miles in 5 seconds of time, the waters of seas and oceans could not, by any known law, be kept on its surface. Whenever experiments have been tried on the surface of standing water, the surface has always been found to be level. To drop the theory which supposes a curved surface to standing water is to acknowledge the facts. If the Earth were a globe, the surface of all standing water would be convex. This is an experimental proof that the Earth is not a globe. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Rivers do not flow uphill. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, others down. Light things rise up. Heavy things fall down. Simply a natural property of weight and density. That is very different from gravity. Gravity is a hypothetical magnetic-like force possessed by large masses, which Isaac Newton needed to help explain the heliocentric theory of the universe. Now, even if gravity did exist, why would it cause both planets to orbit the sun and people to stick to the Earth? Gravity should either cause people to float in suspended circular orbits around the Earth, or it should cause the Earth to be pulled and crashed into the sun. What sort of magic is gravity that it can glue people's feet to the ball Earth? Gravitation is only a subterfuge employed by Newton in his attempt to prove that the Earth revolves around the sun. The quicker it is relegated to the tomb of all the Capulets, the better will it be for all classes of society.
Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow no rules on the spinning bar. It makes us sick. Gravity, it's a con trick. It's magic.
I confess that I cannot imagine how any human being in his proper senses can believe that the sun is stationary when, with his own eyes, he sees it revolving around the heavens, nor how he can believe that the earth on which he stands is whirling with the speed of lightning around the sun when he feels not the slightest motion. We've been taught that the moon has no light of its own, but is merely a reflector of the sun's light, that some masons from NASA actually walked on the moon, that some other masons from NASA sent rovers to Mars, that satellites and space stations are incessantly spinning in suspended animation above the Earth. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. We have been taught that a mysterious force called gravity, a magical magnetism responsible for keeping everything from falling or flying off the spinning ball Earth, is just strong enough to hold people, oceans, and the atmosphere tightly to the surface, but just weak enough to allow bugs, birds, and planes to take off with ease. We've been taught that the ball Earth spins at a constant velocity, perfectly dragging the atmosphere along so we cannot feel the slightest bit of motion, wind, or air resistance. They say we cannot feel any of this motion because the magical Velcro of gravity pulls the atmosphere precisely along, and we cannot measure any of this motion because the stars are so incredibly far away. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. A sphere where people on the other side live with their feet above their heads, where rain, snow, and hail fall upwards, where trees and crops grow upside down, and the sky is lower than the ground. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. 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 By a cosmic fairy tale.
Opening scene, humankind panics from a dying planet. Try to understand it. They say thunderbirds fly to preserve our skies, and geoengineers lie. They deserve to die. They deserve to die.
The air that you breathe, indigo breeze, throw a flare and light it. Spread the ashes all around you. You're holding the key, know what you believe. Don't inhale all the cold air. Let it drift around your body.
How could life not be real? Running over the rolling hills, rolling around in lush green fields. It's just a reminder that every day the sun rises. And now I knew Mama Kaba. Look into her blue iris. There she is, Delilah, seductive yet so silent. With whispers of inspiration from the valley of the faceless. A gift for all human races. Surface to air, air to ground, across firmament. Wherever my love is allowed. Stand up to command, hate to stand down. Not much left in the sandblast now. I'm just a man, learning not to trust the lies that I'm just beginning to understand. I feel betrayed and I don't know what to say. It all changed when the sky turned gray.
Air that you breathe, indigo breeze, throw a flare and light it. Spread the ashes all around you. You're holding the key, know what you believe. Don't inhale all the cold air. Let it drift around your body.
Orders brackish from unpaid Mad Max taxes. Jet planes make multiple passes. Suffering from thunderstorm asthma, chest grabbing. This is madness, follow the white rabbit. Down the hole, can barely hear the sound of my soul. It's so cold, where did the sun go? Standing up Mount Fuji, cannabis. Can you see me through the crazy chemtrail graffiti?
Some argue the earth is flat. It's a scientific fact. The fake news debates to distract me while we hold our throats, cough and choke. Chemical smoke, we still think chemtrails is a hoax. The human race reduced to cockroaches. They run from Lord Vader as he approaches. They poison our air, land, and oceans with submicronal global aerosols. I told
The
you.
air that you breathe, indigo breeze, throw a flare and light it. Spread the ashes all around you. You're holding the key, know what you believe.
semiconductors, weapons of mass respiratory destruction. Sky captain snuffing out the masses through stereolithographics. The atmospheric enabler, biometric vapors cut through your lung tissue like razors. Sharp lightsabers cut through wafers of a deeply satanic nature. It's the will of Lord Vader. Deactivated T-cell receptors, deprivation of clean oxygen is a weapon. Question: how can you live if you can't breathe? And where will you go if they ever succeed? Technology nano, crops can't grow from extreme drought to sandstorms and vast snow. Surface acoustic spray, chemical aggregate saturates every God-given breath we take. I didn't before, but now I can see the evil they put in the air we breathe.
The air that you breathe, indigo breeze, throw a flare and light it. Spread the ashes all around you. You're holding a key, know what you believe. Don't inhale all the cold air. Let it drift around the sky. Rise up high and fly. Let it drift around the sky. Rise up high and fly. Let all Christ go on. Rise up high and fly. Let it drift around the sky. Rise up high and fly. Let all Christ go on.
It's rock, yeah. It's rock, yeah. It's rock, yeah.
We the best music, music.
It's rock, yeah.
Another one.
DJ Khaled.
You gotta make your mind up. I gotta ask you, bro, just how'd you find us? I got flat earth on my mind, is that a crime, yeah? Don't wanna go back to days when it was a globe. The curve is my priority, and I'll put that over everything. And the globe ain't shit, and there ain't no space. Waiting on gravity, validate. Half gas pressure, and less contained. They say gravity, but you can't bend space or time. Sometimes it's sunny, but sometimes it don't shine. The globe don't exist, it's only in your mind. Someone let go of the space globe. Let it go, oh, that glow, oh, let it go, oh, that glow, let it go, oh, that glow, oh, let it go, that glow.
I let it go if you say that there's curves in that shit better show. Don't try to play like I'm slow, cause I've been running the block and I know there's no glow. Ask for proof when I give you some low. And I'm proud of myself cause I used to be glow. Now I just hustle and grind it, flat smack into all of my muscles or so. Asking me, say it's a ball. He ain't got no proof at all. Keep asking, why did it fall? Don't try me, it's gonna end up in a brawl. Branda's clocks like a dog. See too far less is some fog. Ask for curvature measurements. Making go claims without no evidence. Globe's too big, can't see curve. Hopped in a plane, but you still ain't high up. Red Bull jump, no curve, can't see none. Parallel rays with some shadows in the stick up. Thinking measure shit, no hiccups. You know what's some bull that they whipped up? This is flat as little baby, it's CB, I ain't got no choice but to tell ya.
They say gravity, but you can't bend space or time. Sometimes it's sunny, but sometimes it don't shine. The globe don't exist, it's only in your mind. Someone let go of the space globe. Let it go, oh, that glow, oh, let it go, oh, that glow, let it go, oh, that glow, oh, let it go.
Yo. Drace.
Anabolic beat.
Trying something new this time.
I've got you right in my claws. I have written the laws to thunderous applause. Come, little Gelfling, sketches are good, Gelfling. I've got you. Don't put your skin, just the energy within. So come with me and see the crystal. Let's begin.
He's got you under your skin. Do you have the mark yet? It's about to begin. He's got you, take it all on the chin, giving up on your kin while you're serving the kingpin. He's got you, his little secret king, nice, worshipping, believing the whole thing. He's got you living in sin, got you walking around with a dope-yet grin.
We got you. The globe has been. Don't believe me, wrap your hat up in tin. I'm your Huckleberry Finn. It's about to begin the unraveling of your programming. We got you. The lies are built in. FE, the linchpin. The lie wearing thin. No curve or a spin. The globe cannot win. Belongs in the bin.
I've got you right in my claws. I have written the laws to thunderous applause. Come, little Gelfling, sketches are good, Gelfling. I've got you. Don't put your skin, just the energy within. So come with me and see the crystal. Let's begin.
He's got you under your skin. Do you have the mark yet? It's about to begin. He's got you, take it all on the chin, giving up on your kin while you're serving the kingpin. He's got you, his little secret king, nice, worshipping, believing the whole thing. He's got you living in sin, got you walking around with a dope-yet grin.
We got you. The globe has been. Don't believe me, wrap your hat up in tin. I'm your Huckleberry Finn. It's about to begin the unraveling of your programming. We got you. The lies are built in. FE, the linchpin. The lie wearing thin. No curve or a spin. The globe cannot win. Belongs in the bin.
He's got you under your skin. Do you have the mark yet? It's about to begin. He's got you, take it all on the chin, giving up on your kin while you're serving the kingpin. He's got you, his little secret king, nice, worshipping, believing the whole thing. He's got you living in sin, got you walking around with a dope-yet grin.
We got you. The globe has been. Don't believe me, wrap your hat up in tin. I'm your Huckleberry Finn. It's about to begin the unraveling of your programming. We got you. The lies are built in. FE, the linchpin. The lie wearing thin. No curve or a spin. The globe cannot win. Belongs in the bin.
indoctrination blinded us all. From the very first day that we went to school, they put a globe in your face and that thing looked cool. The teacher explained how it all worked. Of course it sounded so berserk, but who was I to question it? Because I was just a tiny kid. It sounded crazy as could be, but teacher would never lie to me. She was real nice, she didn't know. She too was taught to believe in that globe. I don't blame her, it wasn't her fault. She was only repeating what she'd been taught. I went through life believing that lie. That spinning ball was now in my mind.
Hello, Spike. How are you?
Hey, bonjour.
Bonjour. It's Francais. I'm Portuguese. In Portuguese is bom dia, bom dia.
That word's almost my entire vocabulary, French, but I've got about another 5 that I can remember. Fuck, man. There's no point in just listening to music, man. You get doing some talking. We had some shit hot conversation earlier, but these little motherfuckers, man, that Guaco, he was bullshitting from the minute he got here. I listened to that dude for 6 hours. I was going to cog this him like 3 times. But
yeah, I was just feeling the void, feeling the void. Feeling the void.
Oh, I can't wait to get the recording there because I'm getting a laptop later on today, so I'm going to get all the sound bites and I'm going to make a video, man, because it's going to be shit hot, man.
Awesome.
Brilliant. So is there any, I take it there's no newcomers in the building, no?
More at the night.
I was calling that guy Guaco Howard earlier on, and I kept calling him Howard before I spoke to him, and nobody corrected me, and then I realised Howard was in the room. It's like, fuck. I'm going to have to go back on the live stream as well and see who tried to mod me. I don't know who it was, I never caught the mic lighting up. They're like, oh, you need to let the guy speak. I'm like, the man's been dancing in around in circles for the past 4 hours. He's needing to answer a yes or no fucking question with a yes or no. And he just would not fucking do it.
You know, I was thinking, so we see the sun, but can we see those wandering stars, planets, passing in front of the sun? I don't see it.
I'm sure I've read something or heard something saying that they do pass in front of the sun. I'm sure I've seen it. Yeah, you just see a little black dot going in front of the sun. Just those bullshit animations.
Yeah.
Nonsense. What, I take it, you flat earther yourself, or you on the fence? What's the deal?
No, I'm a flat earther. I started 2016, 2017. That was the moment I wake up.
I'm in my 8th year just now, man.
Oh my, yeah. Just a second. And you know, oops. Okay. How's this? And you know, 2011, 2012, some guys from Brazil were doing measurements and observations and etc. And they found no curvature. Isn't that amazing?
They found curvature, did you say?
No, they don't. They didn't found any curvature.
Over how
so
far?
they saw like for example 69 miles on Peru, Lake Titicaca. You know, it's a big lake. In 69 miles with a telescope 1.5 meters from the sea level, water level. They found no curvature, and yeah. So,
what was the globe's predicted curve rate? How many miles of curve?
Oh, I have to put on the Earth calculator.
I mean, I'm really not good with maths. I need calculators just to do like fucking. I mean, at school I hated maths. It caused me stress.
Yeah, me too.
Like dyslexia for numbers. I've always loved words and I like poetry and making music and dancing and that kind of shit. But when it comes to numbers, my brain's a different side, I think. When I went to college, the tutor, the sound production tutor, he told me to do a learning test and just answer all these mad questions. And it said I was a kinesthetic and a visual learner. So if I see something and I'm told, right, that's correct, and then I've got a neural pathway created in my mind because I've seen something, I've been shown something, I've done it correctly, that's how my brain learns. If a tutor stands up in the classroom and stands for 10 minutes explaining how to use Photoshop, after he finishes, I don't know half of the shit that he said. I can't focus on 10 minutes of teaching. I need to be to the point, precise, bang, instantly. Hope you understood me there, man, because I know your Scottish is hard for some people.
Yeah, no, I did understand you. Thanks.
Where are you from, though? Where are you from?
Portugal, next to Spain.
Cool, man,
Yeah.
cool.
Oh, I wish one day I can go to Scotland.
Aye. Fucking cold most of the time. It's summertime now, but it's still pissing down with rain, and last night it was freezing. But it's still quite chilly just now. We had a burst of really, really hot, humid for about a week and a half, 2 weeks, and then past 2 days, rain, cloud, cold.
So, what time of the year is more hot there?
But we're just beginning summer now.
Oh, okay. So the sun is.
If the clouds and the humidity, or if the sky completely cleared just now, it would be fucking cooking, man. Honestly, it would be boiling, because when the sun hits bare skin, you feel if an hour in that bare skin, if you manage to get 1 hour, it would burn you, man. So they probably fill in the sky full of shit so we don't get the sun and we don't see the stars and we don't see things happening in the sky. So exactly. They cover the sky up with shit, man. Especially the halos. I mean, imagine like in London city centre, a big fucking halo. Jesus Christ. That'd be like a slap in the face for someone. I've never seen one. I've seen a moon halo, but I've never seen a solar one.
You know, those guys from Brazil, they did contract surveyors from INCRA. It's a federal government institute.
Right.
Yeah. They do a lot of geodesic and surveyors, topographic.
Yeah.
And, so, this is one. INCRA is one of the top 10 in the world. So they know what they are doing. So they did a long distance measurement between two buildings, and they measured, the distance from the tops and the downs of these two buildings, and they found no curvature because at the top between those two buildings should be more distance than at the bottom. So
how far was it?
Let me see the distance. I think it was 1877. Let me confirm. Yeah. Okay. So here now. So here. So that was okay. So 1877.64 miles.
What?
And between these two buildings, they found if the Earth was a ball, it should be tilted, from each other. So no curve found. And these two buildings were next to the beach, So they did according to sea level. So
Oh, you got a picture of it there, and
I have some data. Yes. So,
one sec.
Have this. Okay, so have even the instruments they use it. So the equipment and let me see.
What is this, a laser test or a long range camera?
Geodesic. They use
Geodesic, did you say?
Yeah, these equipments are expensive.
Yeah, I know, but it doesn't really measure much distance, does it?
Yeah, you can see there.
I thought it's just in increments, like they assume the globe, but they do it in fucking, I can't remember the distance, man. Fuck. I don't see because I don't like maths, it doesn't interest me. So I just, rather than try to practice it or anything, I'd just prefer to learn other shit that I enjoy. You'll learn and you'll retain more information if that information is something you enjoy.
Yeah. I see the expected obstruction, but I don't. If you use the Earth calculator, it gives you more. I don't know what formula they use in this.
What, the TikTok video?
Oh, I have the video.
What, the one in the live stream just now? You talking?
Sorry, I was posting in the music boot commands.
I was thinking fucking.
Oh my god! Oh, that's Shashadi's post Suez Canal. Thanks.
Yeah, I've got a good one of that as well, man. Is it the whole thing?
The Suez Canal, that's a time lapse. You don't see any curvature.
Is it from the start to the finish?
Yeah, it's flat. It doesn't have a.
No, I'm saying the video. See the GIF. I take it it's not the whole Suez Canal, because I've got a copy of it with better music, and it's from the start to the finish. It's like 3-4 minutes long.
Oh, I think there's one video at the hashtag curvature. I think.
Well, this is a good one. I'll get a link for this, bro.
So this, sorry, I was posting it in the other room. So this. Oops.
That's a what?
So this was.
See this one I'm going to post, man. This is
2012. But you see there, expect obstruction. But if you use the Earth calculator, it gives you more. So I don't know what formula they use, but anyway. But all data they present all data, equipment, coordinates, location. There's a lot more on the video.
Have you got the link for the video?
Yes.
I take it these are screenshots from the video, yeah?
Yeah, I have it. And there's more. They did with lasers. And
bro, add it to the bot. Just put Brazil obs or Brazil observation or something. I don't know if you know how to add. Just the exclamation mark link, and then call it as short and sweet as you can make it, and then you can, or everybody can call on the link anytime.
Okay.
Just put exclamation mark link add, or exclamation mark link space add space the name of it, and then space and then the link for the channel.
Okay.
You can do the same with memes, bro. You can get memes. You add a meme to your. Like, you want to get a band meme. Like, I've got a William Wallace one, if I ban somebody, not that I use it, fucking, I've barely used it. But, no. Somebody say my name. Did someone say my name? Did I hear speak?
No. Okay, I have this link. This is. But anyway, they call it convex because the continents are above the the ocean, the sea. But anyway, they found the flat Earth, and next to between New Zealand and Antarctica, they released an high altitude balloon, and they saw another landmass beyond. But it's maybe it's inside, but the shape it doesn't. It's just an illustration. They are doing more research, so that picture doesn't mean nothing. But that used landmass maybe is okay. So inside here, and maybe it's what Admiral Richard E. Byrd was talking about, that used landmass. No human has been there.
See, what that looks like to me is like that. Within the video is valid information, but see that thumbnail? That's designed to put people off the fucking video in my mind. Because that looks stupid as fuck. That'll make people think. See, the conspiracy theory type people, like, or who think flat earthers are imbeciles, they'll see that shit and think, those fucking crazy flat earthers. But people who look into the fucking long range observations and the geometry and shit like that, they won't really care about that, man. They'll go to the information. But I guarantee you that thumbnail will put loads of people off it, like fucking loads.
Yeah, every day in Brazil, more people are waking up to flat Earth.
I heard that, man, that they've got like a high percentage, so many million claim that they're flat.
Yeah,
is it not? There's a Spanish football team called Flat Earth.
Oh yeah, I did post that.
And did they tell the truth about Flat Earth, or are they just pushing controlled opposition bullshit?
No, the president is a flat earther, but some of those players are flat earthers, but some that went go there to play, they are there to play just, but
of course.
It's amazing because this guy, who is the president, he even plays. So they are not control opposition. They.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Have you been to the ground before? Have you been to the football ground?
To that team, flat earth team. No, I didn't went there, but who knows? Maybe one day.
So if it's a reasonable football ground, surely they must have some like flyers or billboards. Shit.
Yeah, they have.
Yeah. So they are like giving some truth on.
Yeah, and they meet with other flat earths from Spain, and share information.
Yeah.
I have that. Let me see if I found. It's a second division football player. Football, but not American football, soccer. So.
Right.
But here in Europe, everybody says, instead of soccer, they say football.
Football.
Yeah. So let me find. Okay, Flat Earth FC. So I have the president. So this is the president. This is the logo, their logo. And this is the team, but maybe it's now changed. I have some text. Oops. Yeah, they have a Facebook page there.
Yeah. I don't use Facebook anymore, man. Yeah, they just keep putting me in
By the way,
jail.
it's not the second division; it's third division of Spanish league.
But so how do they get sort of like? How do people like view them? Like, do people talk shit about them, or
You know, these guys went to the street and talked to other people's. There was someone that did an interview. No, it was a girl, but she was not a flat earth. But anyway, what matters is they met with people and the people then thinking about it.
but I mean, but in general, do the population of Spain think they're just a fucking bunch of retard flat earthers, like the usual media portrayal? Is that what's like?
You know, the Spanish and the Portuguese. One time ago, a long time ago, 500 years ago, they had a lot of ships, you know, to sail, and you know, when the hunt for Templars did start on France, and then too many Portugal did receive a lot of Templar knights, and Spain, and so they had a lot of knowledge. And that's why at that time they construct a lot of ships, and they have the knowledge to, you know, to go.
I'm talking about the media, bro. Like,
oh, the media. Yeah, you're talking the media
like
in Spanish.
Portugal and Spain's media will be controlled by Reuters or the Associated General Press, was it? And so they're the Rothschilds, fucking.
Yeah, exactly. I don't see, and I never see one interview that the main televisions from Portugal, you know, talking about flat Earth, because they are controlled. But anyway, maybe I was invited to do an interview to a radio station, but they are streaming at the internet, and they talk a lot of things. They are two guys, and they do some comedic way, like Jay Leno. No, they are just a radio station, but they like to talk a lot of what's going on the, a lot of conspiracies and a lot of things. So, but it's far away from the location I am, and but maybe I go there. They already did one interview. I don't know, a show talking about flat Earth, but they want to know more. I hear my voice on your background. Oh yeah. So you have the speakers on there. Was fake. Yeah. But I know there was a lady that in some radio station, she is connected to the science, on Portugal. So this lady was talking about sadly flat Earth, and they are trying to do some platform to invite normal people, that even without science background and scientific background, and she sadly talk about flat Earth, trying to do this platform like a fact checkers thing, and then I went to search to see that interview on that radio station on the internet to know her name. So I did found her email, and I did send her an email. I was available to talk about Flat Earth and etc. But this was 1 or 2 years ago, and until this moment, I didn't receive any answer. Isn't that amazing? So they talk, but when comes the time, they don't want to talk.
Especially don't want to talk about the lack of curvature, lack of motion that
Exactly.
dude earlier. He kept saying the sun and the sun does this and blah 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 and the stars do that and you need to give me an answer. Like, mate, I've said this is 5 times I've said this now. We don't know, you don't know, you just believe, nobody can verify. And he's like, well, that's all I want to know. 5 or 6 times he brought up this fucking bullshit, and every time I fucking told him, man, I'm like, I've already told you, bro, we don't know, we're not going to give you a story. Can we move on to lack of curvature or lack of motion? And he kept saying, no, you're not getting out of it by the lack of curvature. I'm like, what? It's a fucking flat earth server, and we're getting out of it because you've got no proof for fucking curvature. Fuck off, man. Fucking insanity, man. Wait to hear the video I get the fucking recording last night, man. It'll be hilarious.
When they don't have proof, they just make up, a fairy tale story.
But it was actually once you hear the shit the sound bites that I'm gonna get, man, I'm gonna put that same. Do you know who Benny Hill is?
Benny Hill from UK. Yes. Yeah, exactly.
Hey man, I'm gonna add some kind of sound effects and shit. Hey man, I'm gonna because it was fucking ludicrous, man. And the multiple bits where he contradicted himself. I'm gonna jump back and forward, and I'm gonna fucking get it all fucking synced. It'll be perfect, man. And then fucking people are trying to mod me. I'm trying to nail his feet to the floor about what he's just fucking said. And kids are going, oh, let him get a chance, man. He's trying to talk. You're just speaking over him. I'm like, because he's fucking bullshitting. Fucking Jesus Christ. But I don't know if you heard that. I just cut my screen off. But I'm saying everybody was thinking I was angry, man. I'm like, I'm not angry. I'm Scottish.
Long live Scotland.
People think I'm angry. See, since I took the profile picture of that angry-looking child, I've been called angry at least 5-6 times a day. And lobby and VC check or like wherever, anywhere I've been speaking, people see that and automatically get an emotional fucking problem. And they think they take emotion from emotionless words on a fucking screen. Just because there's a baby giving them a bad look. I'm going to fucking...
That baby is asking, when someone says, people at the bottom of the globe, how they stand there. So it's like, oh, but gravity, and that baby is looking that look. Gravity? What gravity?
What gravity? No, I like it. It's kind of a trick question, but I say it as a joke. I always like to say, especially see if it's someone being cocky and they come in thinking they're the man and they know everything and we're dumb and they say, gravity, like they want a round of applause. And I just instantly hit them with, what kind of gravity? They're like, what? The only gravity? I'm like, no, Newtonian or Einsteinian. They're like, what? I'm like, well, does mass attract mass or does space-time bend? Or both? Like,
yeah. Then they show you. They talk about this experiment in the vacuum chamber. But if there was that mass attracting mass, why these two objects don't attract each other? So they were, at that time they don't have anything.
Why does the fucking moon not get fucking sucked to the earth and the earth gets sucked to the sun? The sun's supposed to be 99.8% of the entire the entire solar system.
And Matthew learns like a few weeks ago, someone was talking about the crepuscular rays, and that he said, "Oh, that's because of perspective." I mean, if those you know, if those crepuscular rays are diverging, how that because according to the perspective, instead of diverging, they should converging. So I mean, this math you learn it's just a joke.
No, I was arguing back and forward in a Simon Dan video about, I don't know, maybe a year ago or some shit, when I was involved fucking winding up Fight the Flat Earth and fucking just all these characters, man. And I fucking, fuck was I going to tell you there, man? Right, this guy, he said that if you get a toilet roll tube, kind of like the inside the cardboard cylinder inside, like toilet roll or kitchen roll, and if you look through it at crepuscular rays, they are actually parallel. That's what he fucking said, man. I was like, what?
Yeah.
Fucking crazy, man.
It's the cognitive dissonance.
Oh man. I was about fighting in a shop with two guys yesterday, the manager and the guy from behind the counter. I flat smacked the guy from behind the counter about a year ago, and this was the next time I was in. When I went in yesterday, his manager was in the bit down the stairs, fuck knows what he was doing, condescending prick, bro. Listen to this. He came up the stair and there was a symbol for Metatron on one of his, like a tobacco tin or some shit like that, and I asked him if he knew what it was. And he's like, well, no, I'm like, he heard the Metatron's cube. And he's like, oh, and he bullshitted, and he said, oh, right, oh, yeah, I remember now, yeah. And I mean, like, if you believe all that shit, like the heliocentric model and space, and he's like, you're not a flat earther, are you? And I'm like, you're a flat earther, bro. And he's like, no, I'm not. He was pure angry, like he almost stamped his feet on the ground. He was that fucking inflamed. And then fucking I happened with, can you have gas pressure with a container? And he kept avoiding it. And I'm like, basis of second law of thermodynamics violation, bro. I was like, the Earth is an open system in the heliocentric model, correct? Yes.
Yeah, and
how do you say your name? Spack, or is that right?
Specker.
Spake. I've been waiting to get a word in, but when you was talking about nobody knows what the sun is, I think there's at least.
I bet that just cut off. Did that just cut off?
Yeah. I think there's at least a handful of people that know what it is. It's not what they say it is, but a long time ago, that guy said that nobody will ever land on the moon. It's not possible, right? He seemed to have a pretty good idea of what it was, and I'm sure somebody followed up with what he was saying. And I also think that they probably have craft that they can use to, get to the other lands and maybe, travel to higher elevations than they tell us. I think somebody probably has an idea what it actually is, but they're not telling.
Oh, do you want? I have the link for that scientist that says the moon is plasma.
I was just going to add it to the bot, Miguel. Add it as moon plasma or plasma moon or something.
Yeah, maybe there's the video in the exclamation videos, maybe.
If you can post that, because I just went to go to YouTube to try and get it. I was going to add it myself.
I have the link.
Well, do you know how to add it yet?
No, I think it's already added at the videos.
I just tried.
But I have this link.
I'm saying, bro, do you know how to add shit to the bot, Miguel? I keep asking you.
I never use that.
Well, I'll show you. I'll show you how to do it, man.
Right? Would y'all agree that it's likely that somebody followed up with his research, if not him himself? He got to some kind of answer.
But probably the people who are the powers that be were watching him saying, "Oh fuck, oh no, we need to poison this dude." They probably got rid of him.
I do a lot of crossing information, so to get an answer, So sometimes I just watch. I watch some videos. It's not directly connected to Flat Earth, so it doesn't talk about Flat Earth. But I cross these informations, like this guy that an helicopter pilot that he did work at Antarctica, and curiously, last year he does a live stream with another 3 Flat Earth Spanish guys from. So. Isn't that amazing? So at that time when he was working at Antarctica, he was a Glober, but he saw some things, and he did connect all the dots, with the information that he got there, and so. It is amazing. So this guy says, because he has connections and he does a private work to private companies. So he said someone that knows that said to him that the moon landings are impossible because no one can cross this radiation there's around the moon. It will any being. Did cross this radiation will die. So yeah.
Oh, fucking bullshit, man.
By the way, I saw with Quetzalcoatl here an interview he did, and he said there was a zone there at Antarctica, and suddenly, because they call it a dead zone, the helicopters stopped to fly, but they were warning and they were flying too low, and suddenly the helicopter stops, and after moments there was a cloud of pollen that was coming and hot in Antarctica. So where did this come from? Maybe that another US land mass beyond some ice at Antarctica. Maybe the same that those Brazilian guys, they saw it through an high altitude balloon. They have access to that because they have the help of Brazilian Navy, and even Brazil has a station at Antarctica. So let's see if they can go to that place, but I don't think so. But anyway, they talk a lot with the flat earthers from Brazil, and so every day, even flat earthers from Brazil accept those measurements and observations they did. And now they are studying the stars above us and the sun and the moon. So they say it doesn't work with that globe model because it is impossible, because they even put cameras in a lot of countries, and they record the path of the sun, and it doesn't match with that at the globe heliocentric model. So so let's see, and they will release a documentary. So let's see if they release this year. Because this is not easy. They have to travel to these countries and spend money and time there. So these are the real guys that want to know, and they are doing for it. At that time, they did that documentary Convex Earth. They did some speculation, but the measurements and the observation they did, they are real. So no curve found, flatness on water. I even challenge Matthew Learns to go there to this location at Brazil between these two buildings. I give him the data, and I said to him, if you want to prove the globe, go there and debunk these guys. Take these equipments or contract some surveyors there. Go there and debunk these guys, because these guys, they are prepared. If someone wants to put in the court, they have all the data, and so maybe one day they can sue NASA. And they went even to some observatories, and there is a room or something like that, and they deny access to that room. Why? Maybe is where they do the CGI. So yeah, a lot is going on. At Antarctica, they release some high altitude balloons, and suddenly, they stop on some areas. Like a barrier, a container there. The same they talk on that encyclopedia long time ago. They found the firmament there.
Nah, I'm not a snow globe tart, bro. I'm not believing in dome shit, man.
Okay, we talk about the container, but we don't know the shape. The shape we don't know.
For starters, you're affirming the consequent, because we can't do an experiment and show pressure without containment. Doesn't mean you need a dome around us. You only need a container up there if there was an infinite vacuum surrounding us. If not, it just might be layered up. Electromagnetic fields, fucking God knows. It could be anything. It could be to do with the sun and the moon. It could be fucking the stars, the rotation, the fucking liquid helium up there. God knows what. Something completely unfathomable will be the case. But to go about parroting constantly, especially to Globers, to say there's a dome and there's a container and they think Bible, firmament, that's detrimental to trying to show people the reality where they live. Is asking them to believe in something that they think you fucking believe. It's crazy, man. The only way to do it is Socratic questions, man. And you ask them the same questions that you asked yourself and you couldn't find an answer to, and they come to the exact same conclusion as you. That's what I was trying with those guys earlier, and they would not fucking answer the question, man. And everybody else in the call kept letting the guy fucking dance away from it and just no answer. And they're like, Panto, man, you're just fucking not letting them speak. I'm like, answer the fucking question, bro. For fuck's sake. Can you have gas pressure without containment? And can you have that in a vacuum? Definitely not, for fuck's sake.
Even a vacuum has to have that container.
You need two containers.
Yeah.
I must have spoke to 20 people anyway yesterday in the street, just walking about. I had my fat sick.
You just got out. The encyclopedia I was talking about is this one. Even Admiral Richard E. Byrd talks. They flew a fleet of some aircrafts of that time. They crashed into an invisible barrier there.
Did that disconnect when I was telling you that there, bro?
Yeah, you cut out.
Man, see, when my screen cuts out, man, it fucking kills the audio and kills the fucking Hi man, I was saying that yesterday through the day I spoke to like 20, 30, maybe even more people, and just walking past them asking them if you can have pressure without a container, then asking them can you have pressure in an infinite near perfect vacuum without a container, then saying how can space be an infinite vacuum if we've got 14.7 psi at sea level? And I'd say about 8 out of 10 of them went, by the way, you're fucking right, mate. I was like, space literally cannot exist, bro. Take a sub to my YouTube channel. Plus, I subbed them to Helios, Eric Dubé's, a couple of other ones that I remember. It was like beep, 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 programming their phone, hitting the bell icon in the sub. Fucking right. So hopefully some people might start coming in, man, from Edinburgh. Because
they start to think.
I'm going out later, man. I'm going to do the same.
You know, every one of us when we born, you know, when they present the globe, we ask him why the people at the bottom doesn't fall off, you know. But then they indoctrinate us with that brainwashed fairy tale story. But it doesn't make any sense, you know, that globe.
Man, I'm going to have to reconnect because it's making funny noises, man.
I always use some background noise that, yeah. I don't use speakers. I use a headset and a desktop micro to avoid background noise.
Oh man, I was using my Bluetooth headset for hours earlier and it started to flash, so I thought I plugged it in and I started talking just to the iPad and I just realised, man, it's not even been plugged in for hours. Motherfucker. Jesus. Fuck, man. That's bullshit. Oh, what? Anybody got any idea how to stop an iPad killing my audio and my mic when the screen goes off? Because I've reset all the settings, I've tried fucking everything, and it's not every time the fucking screen goes black, it fucking cuts off. I just fucking bought it. It was almost brand new. It was second hand, but it was only like a few months old.
Yeah, sometimes, you know, when I don't know a solution to some, you know, hardware thing from the computer or other things, I just go to Google, and there are some forums there and that can help.
Not with iOS, bro. iOS is this is the very. I mean, I've had maybe 4 or 5, maybe 6 iPads. They were all iPad 3s, and I had an iPad Mini. But I've never had even the slightest bit of problem. Even back with the iPad 3, that can still run all my mixing software that I've got on my iTunes account, man. And it fucking still mixes as precise as it fucking always did. And that's like, I don't know, 15 years old. Man, so I don't know. I've never ever seen a fucking iPad with software issues, man. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's not normal. But you can, if you have some store, you know, Apple Store or whatever, you know, to see the solution.
But there's nothing you can do. Like everything, it's not like you can. Like,
because isn't it
like all the apps and everything, man? They're all App Store. You can install apps off the App Store using App Valley. You just you have to go to this. If anybody wants access to it, you can get like pirated apps and souped up apps. And you don't have to jailbreak it. You just fucking download it and it writes. I don't know. It writes on the app and it allows you to use it. Basically, it's for the app developers. So people think they have to jailbreak iOS. You just fucking use these.
Maybe you report to them, you know, the problem.
I might go to the Apple shop, bro.
Yeah, but you can report the problem and they can give you a solution.
I've not got a receipt or anything.
So nice talk to you.
Cool,
Interesting conversation. I'm gonna
See you, Miguel. All right,
do
brother.
it. Okay. See you
Hey,
later.
Miguel, have you got that big, the Ultimate Truthers Google Drive? Did I ever give you that?
Google Drive.
It's massive.
Oh, the Helioseptic. He did send me a link to those memes.
No. It's got loads of shit that we don't talk about in here. Aye, man.
Are you talking to me?
It gets updated all the time as well, man. What was that? Did somebody say something there?
Yeah.
It's even got a folder.
Somebody thought you were talking to them.
Oh no! Well, anybody who wants it, I'll give them a DM. Then I'll
I thought that I heard you screaming.
Thanks, man.
Very cool, man. It's got fucking literally.
Latter-day Saints.
I mean, I used to share what you call it. I used to share Flat Smackers playlist, but that one drive.
Is that what they're calling him nowadays?
See that one drive I just sent you, bro? That's got Flat Smackers playlist as a folder inside the drive, plus another 20 folders.
Thanks,
it's Master Chief. Oh. No.
Anyone else want it?
What you want?
A massive Google Drive with loads of shit. If you send me a DM, I'll send it to you.
Bist du waschen Viper Windows?
Thanks, Spike, for the link.
Come on.
Master Chief, have you sometimes you do some some music with Sunny? Yes.
Yes.
You
I
play
do.
some music. Why don't you do a Flat Earth song someday?
Oh man.
Yeah.
I could sing about some random shit. I mean, it'll have to be about the Earth being flat, but it'll be some random shit. I gotta keep it down low though.
On the DL.
Yeah, down low.
Put it down, little motherfucker.
All right, here we go. Pick up my guitars. Is it tuned? A little bit. Just a little. Let's talk just a little bit. Let's chat a little bit. Well, I clipped my fingernails. So.
Or maybe, even
Bonjour.
Bonjour. Good morning.
Je joue Flat Earth. J'habite à Flat Earth. Je joue Flat Earth. Fuck knows. I'd like to learn fucking whatchamacallit?
French?
No, what's that language, man?
I don't know. It sounded like French when you were talking.
No, it's ancient.
Or attempting.
I'd love to have been given the opportunity in schools in Scotland as I grew up to learn Gaelic for starters, just because of this. I mean, supposedly the English language is bad. The resonance and the cadence, all the shit that comes from the English language, the way it's constructed, it's literally bad for you. Yeah? Whereas shit like Latin and Aramaic and Gaelic and all these ancient languages, they're beneficial to your fucking psyche and your cells. Literally fucking everything's vibration everywhere, man. And it's fucking.
I definitely want to try to learn Gaelic, man. But I was gay for a couple of years, but
were you licking? Were you gay?
Yeah, there was licking involved too, But anyway, no.
Did you have a liquor license?
Pretty much. There was a lot of that. And
it's legal.
I'm trying to actually learn Arabic. It's pretty hard, bro. I never knew learning Arabic would be this difficult.
You know that the Quran says the earth's flat, bro.
Oh yeah, of course, many times.
Lays it like a carpet and fucking. It's at rest.
It goes from right to left, huh?
It talks about everything being from right to left.
It's supposed to be beneficial.
Our languages get inverted.
It talks about everything
Arabic.
being from west and east and west.
Mm-hmm.
It's supposed to be good for you to read that. It's meant to be more productive or not productive. What's the word?
Well, the Quran is I don't want to come in here try to talk and preach to anybody, bro. But it says in the Quran that it's the true religion. But you can check yourself, look it up yourself.
No, it's not, man. The Torah is the first book, and the Torah says.
Oh yeah, no. The Quran tells you about the Torah. The Torah was given to Musa, which is Moses.
The Torah's not. The Quran's not allowed to tell you about the Torah. The Torah tells you you're not allowed to add. You're not allowed to add or remove from the Torah. The books in the Torah are the only words of God, and the Most High that He's thrown alone, and you're not allowed to worship idols like the Prophet Muhammad and Jesus and all these other people and the popes and all this shit, and no more sacrifices. What else? No more solemn worship. Basically, no religion. The Most High, I think he felt religion was abhorrent.
Actually, in the Quran, it talks about the Torah being talked about. It doesn't say that the Torah is in the Quran. It says that the Torah was given to Musa, which is Prophet Musa.
And then, no, it's just it's the same God. Yahweh is Allah.
Well, hold on. Moses. It's Moses. Musa is Moses. The Torah was given to Musa, which is Moses, and then Psalms was given to David, which is Dawood, and the New Testament was given to Isa, which is Jesus.
I know he's a prophet in the Quran, but Yahweh is the Most High, and that's who Allah is, and that's who the Christian.
Yeah, Allah is all the great names.
I was arguing black was white there. I think it was last weekend in here, man, and a couple of people who are religious blatantly telling me that Yahweh is not Allah. I was like, "What are you talking about, man? It's the first books."
Allah is all the great names, bro. The Quran tells you that Allah is all the great names. So. With that being including that name Yahweh, that's included. Right. So Yahweh and all those great names are included as Allah, because Allah is the all merciful and He is the all knowing.
But the Most High,
and the Most High, the Creator.
The Most High forbids any religious stuff after His words.
Hey, what sign is the crab? Is that the Cancer?
No. No, the Most High forbids any other fucking words to be made, any other idols to be worshipped, any other bullshit, man. The Most High, and I bet I just cut off again. But the fucking Most High repeats. I mean, He's the Most High. He doesn't have to repeat Himself, but He says more than once that He's thrown alone. I'll give you a link to a guy's video. I'm not into religious stuff. A guy called I got him rules in here. AL. He was going to come in and have a talk about it, and he literally everything that he pointed out from the Tanakh or the Torah, the 6 or 7 books in that series, basically in there. It blatantly tells you that there is no religion allowed and no idols. You want? I'll drop.
I was just seeing if you're still there.
If you want. Oh, did I cut off again? I'll give you a link for this guy's stuff, and every single thing he said about the Torah, I googled and found out is exactly what he fucking said, man. And the Most High forbids religion and forbids idols and forbids sacrifice, and it's without a shadow of a doubt. So I would like to learn Hebrew or Aramaic if I had to go back that far, but I probably won't. I'll go. Anybody actually watch this guy? Because honestly, his stuff is really intriguing, man. Anyone in? Is anyone even still here? I'll drop it, man. You can just go to the first video and watch 10 minutes of it and see if what he's saying is fucking, forgive the religious pun, the gospel truth. The gospels are forbidden.
Right. Oh, yeah. My bad. I didn't really try to come in and start preaching. My bad.
Nah. Well, technically, we shouldn't really speak.
Who are you talking to?
He's like, we're joining you.
Take a look at that guy.
We totally agree with you.
No, I say, who are you talking to?
It kind of gets out of hand with religion most of the time. That's why we keep it out of the live stream. But because people don't want to back down, especially if they believe in the religion and they think they have to stand up for God. And then an atheist like But anybody who's questioned any religion or looked into any of it or believe in any of it, look at that guy AL I just posted in live stream voice text. Honestly, man, I watched every one of his videos. It keeps you watching, keeps me googling, reading up what he's saying to make sure what he's saying is correct. And everything that I checked was bang on. We've been fooled again. And what's coming possibly is Jacob's Trouble, if you know what that is. That's in the Tanakh.
Oh, all right, Master Chief.
I know what Jacob's Ladder is.
I'm putting on a song, right?
I think it's derived.
Yeah, I'm tuning my guitar right now.
Is there anybody in here that's want to ask questions or take it? No, we all just stuck with. We ain't got a Cog Disc customer, man. I'll try and get a Cog Disc customer straight into a live stream and see what he does.
All right, I'm all tuned up now.
No.
All right, let's see
Outta
here.
You're fired. No. Better solution. You keep me on the payroll as an outside consultant. And in exchange for my salary, my job will be
Oh, what's
to
that?
tell people these things that I know.
What's the clicking?
I don't even have to come into the office. I can do this job from home.
What's the click? Me clicking. Yeah, that's
clicking what?
Yep. Yo, if it's flat, why don't you fall up the edge? I heard that Mike Collins from Apollo is dead. My girl's fat girl is crawling to bed. Don't spit if you want, just swallow instead. Swallow instead. Can you hear me, Siri? Swallow instead. Hello, Siri. Is gravity a theory or a fact? Throw my tampons in the house where my period's at. Get my rap on when I'm pissed about the serious crap. Passing so fast through space, time bends and how. After blasting through warp speed, we get to plaid. Don't listen if you don't like when I spit these raps. Rhymes I write like lightning, I write so fast. I'm like Mike Tyson, you ain't got a fighting chance. Yo, I'm going back to basics, flat smack in the faces. You can't have gas pressure without adjacent to the vacuum of space, bitch, without a container. Like paying for a lawyer without a retainer. I ain't playing, about to let a slug out of this chamber. When you see the red dot, yo, no doubt it's a laser. Helio flatty dude, shot up for later, shot up for later. Helio flatty dude, shot up for later. I've been around the world, and I measure the earth, measure the earth. The devil, he's so clever with words, but level don't ever mean curved, it never means curved, and pause from the metaverse, playing Call of Duty help build my immunity up, insurance policy paying you, they usually bluff, I'm not saying they won't do it, but it's usually tough, the last few years I've seen some unusual stuff, but if I mention the shot, you say I'm off the beat, so now I'm beating off to the thoughts of shots in me. What a rotten little awful getting off scot-free. Son of a gun of a bitch I've come to be. Shaking up the game to break up the redundancy. And if it wasn't for work, they'd have no taxes. And if it wasn't for burnt, there'd be no ashes. And if it wasn't for birds, egg be no hatching. And if it wasn't for dirt, there'd be no traffic. And if it wasn't for hurts, there'd be no passion. And if it wasn't for learning, then why all the classes? If it wasn't for your purse, I'd have nothing to snatch. And if I don't come in first, then I'm coming in last. I've been around the world, and I measure the earth, measure the earth. The devil, he's so clever with words, but level don't ever mean curved, it never means curved, and meta pause from the man. All these atheists must hate my guts, cause I say to their face, space is fake and stuff. NASA astronauts, everything you say is suspect, cause I suspect you make it up. Not your average FE thespian beast, faster than faggots fasting at a lesbian feast. She that loves me the least will give me nothing to eat, but he that loves me the most will give me something to smoke. This ain't how I met your mother loving murder she wrote. The spin of the earth should've made your vertebrae broke. Every word that I spoke you couldn't refute it. Water finds its true level, so you couldn't dilute it. You couldn't dilute it. It can't be refuted. You couldn't dilute it. You couldn't dilute it.
Who the f do you think you are, you crazy little shit?
Security? I am Jack's smirking revenge.
Right there.
That was awesome. Never gonna see curve. Got it.
You still here clicking, bro?
Oh wait, what clicking? I'm not clicking anything.
Every time you spoke there, didn't do it that time, but every other time I was doing it, bro. Speak again.
Yeah, I was trying to tell you that I was fixing my screen.
It's away again, man. It's good.
Yeah. My bad.
No, you're alright, man. You'll sort it out, I'm sure. Oh, yeah.
Was that?
You're clicking like fuck when the audio's coming through. What you're saying is, I don't know, noise suppression, or there's a couple of things you could click, and just click one and then speak, and then click the other one and speak, see if it goes. There's like
my bad.
There's
Does
one
anybody else hear any clicking from me? Because I don't hear. I mean,
only from
I
you.
like it. Yeah, let me see.
From anybody else. Can anybody else hear the clicking in the background? Anyone listening? I think we're on our lonesome, bro. But if you play it loud enough, man, we'll not hear the fucking clicking. On you go. Blast it.
Alright, can you hear me?
Hey man, give me
Why'd you stop it?
Say something again.
Is it clear?
Tiny little bit.
Is it a lot
No,
clearer?
it's loud. As it was. I can still hear it, man. But it was bad.
Oh, you sound fine, bro.
Oh,
Hey, happy day.
what's up? How you doing?
It's on YouTube as well, man. It's just a slight ticking, man.
Oh, I don't know, man.
Yeah, well, tried reconnecting. Maybe that's all it is.
I did try to reconnect it. Is it better now?
What is?
The little ticking here in the background.
Oh, you talking about me? I have Tourette, bro.
Must be what it was.
Yeah, I make sounds.
I wish I had Tourette's, man, to be honest. I could write some good music.
I'm like wondering what the fuck he's talking about. Yeah, I have tics, bro. I have Tourette's.
Nah, it's no fucking this.
How dare you, Spake, not acknowledge his syndrome, eh?
I'd like to borrow Tourette's for an evening at least, just to get that take on automatically saying like no inner monologues, no
I was
thoughts.
like curious to what the fuck he was talking about.
He can't control it. It's basically random. Like at any point, whatever triggers.
He's like that ticking. What's that tick? I'm like, that's me ticking.
That's not you. That's no man. It's fucking something to do with audio, you madman. He thinks you're being serious.
I was like, oh my gosh, bro, you got me cracking up right now. Yes.
Yeah, see, last night we were having a brilliant laugh, like literally, eight of us in hysterics laughing.
I think Spake almost experienced a mental breakdown, maybe. Yeah.
So when I left the chat, you were
when last night.
You guys were laughing when I left the chat, man. I bet.
Yeah, man. I just wanted to fucking answer the basic fucking question, man. Everybody kept letting them fucking get away from it. They're trying to moderate me. They've not even got all the
obviously they kind of proud of you, one, yeah. Why you seem mad at them for that? That's your problem.
I've got a profile picture of an angry baby and Scottish. They think I'm pure aggressive.
I was having a hard time trying to catch on to what he was talking about, bro. And then the shit was like hot mic, and I was like, "What is he fucking talking about, dude?" I wasn't fucking hot micing, bro. I have Tourette's syndrome. Motherfuckers.
Oh man.
To me, what are you talking about?
No, cut this shit. He's cracking jokes.
Has Cut the Shit ever said hi before? I never heard him speak.
Nah, man. You'll see him just putting in text like.
I know. That's what I've seen since day one. I wonder, has anyone heard his voice ever?
No, I don't think.
It's a mystery.
Is he mute? Is that the case, or?
No, I bet he's a girl.
You think? Now you made a presumption and a claim. Now you have to provide evidence.
Don't assume my pronouns.
Yeah.
I'm just curious. I just wonder, hopefully one day I will hear the lovely voice of Cut the Shit.
All right. I gotta keep it low. Damn.
Like it, man.
On the dark desert highway, wind in my hair, smell of colitas, the air. Up ahead in the distance, saw a shimmering light. It grew heavy and my sight grew dim. I had to stop for the night. There she stood in the doorway, heard a mission bell, and I was thinking to myself, this could be heaven or this could be hell. She lit up a candle and she showed me the way. There were voices down the corridor, thought I heard them say, welcome to the Hotel California. Such a lovely place, such a lovely place. There's plenty of room at the Hotel California. Any time of year, you can find it here. Her mind is tipping and twisted. She's got a Mercedes Benz. She got a lot of pretty, pretty boys that she calls friends. Dancing in the courtyard, squeeze her sweat.
Shit. Oh, are you just making the words up, bro? They're taking their different words, bro. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking, I was thinking, am I tripping or I've been awake for plenty, man. I'm a bit sleep deprived.
So I called up the captain. Please bring me my wine. He said there was no sorry. He said that we haven't had that spirit here since 1969. And still those voices are calling from far away. Wake you up in the middle of the night just to hear them say, welcome to the Hotel California. Such a lovely place, such a lovely place, such a lovely place. They're living it up at the Hotel California. What a nice surprise, what a nice surprise. With your alibis, mirrors on the ceiling, pink champagne on ice. She said, haven't had that. We're all just prisoners here of our own device. In the master's chambers, yeah, they gathered for the feast. They started with their stealing knife, but they can't kill the beast. Last thing I remember, I was running for the door. Find back to the place I was before. Relax, say the night, man. We are programmed to receive. You can check it out anytime you like, but you just
Okay. Hope you guys enjoyed that one.
The clicking, the only other thing that was annoying was the clicking.
The what?
The clicking.
Oh man, don't call it out.
No, it's the mic or some shit. I don't know.
It's like the Matrix. I don't know.
They're fucking. They're recording you. They're fucking locating our area code.
Oh, fucking sure.
IP address. They'll be coming through the windows any minute.
No, don't jump through the windows.
So you take this phone and go to the end of the hallway and climb up onto the window ledge.
Oh man.
Yeah, it reminded me about the Matrix. Have you seen the new Matrix?
Yeah, I haven't seen the new one.
I think it's shit hot, man.
You think it's shit?
Shit hot, brilliant.
Oh.
I thought it was class.
Ah.
I expected it to be probably detrimental to the fucking series of films, man. But yeah, the franchise, I thought it was going to spoil it. But yeah, I thought it was good.
Nah, they're bringing back Neo and everybody.
I know, but just, with the new machines and they severed the link and they've got a new city and stuff like that, kind of the machines helped them. They've got the conscious mind. That sets it up for multiple Matrix movies in the post coming. There'll be another one getting made quite soon, I would imagine.
Right.
Definitely opened it up for more. Loads more. The possibilities are endless.
Shit.
The only thing I didn't like, I can't remember his name. He's a comedian and fucking My Mother, fucking something. The guy who's the doctor, the psychiatrist. What's his name, man? He's in that fucking How I Met Your Mother shit. I hate that.
Yeah, I don't know.
He's annoying as fuck to me, man.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to watch something that annoys me.
I mean, obviously I had no choice because I wanted to see it and I enjoyed it. But when it first came on, I was thinking, what? Is this so are they going to try and make out that Neo was just having a psychotic fucking delusion and he's on pills and then the next minute they're fucking coming through the walls and shit, man? It's fucking, it's good shit, man. There's got to be, I bet they've got multiple movies planned, man. It's going to be fucking mind-boggling, I think.
Right.
But what I go to the IMAX? There's an IMAX in Edinburgh, so I'm going to find out. Next time there's a good movie there, man, and go and see one.
One of my best friends is from Edinburgh.
From where?
Edinburgh.
What do you mean? Edinburgh, right?
Yeah.
That's just the way you said it. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
You're alright, brother. Edinburgh.
Edinburgh. It's Edinburgh.
It's a fucking shithole, man.
Edinburgh.
Yeah, he told me how he grew up there and how he grew up in one of the Catholic.
Oh fuck.
Catholic. He grew up in one of those Catholic homes.
Alright. I think it's child abuse to call your child a Catholic child or a Muslim child or kind of like kids are now can't be religious, man. They've got to grow up.
I mean, he was put in one of those churches. You know what I mean?
They've got to be able to make their own mind up when they've got critical thought.
Yeah, but he was raised to be put in one of those things.
I know, that's what I mean.
Like it sucks. Like he had to. I mean, he had to learn how to live in dorms with a bunch full of boys, and yeah. And then he told me about stuff that gone on in there.
It makes you fucking hate yourself and regret your feelings, and they try and sort of alienate you from sexuality and divide you for females.
Right, no, it actually turns a lot of the boys over there gay.
Guy, that's probably the plan then. When like it past them.
I'm just saying.
Big, don't get onto the sexuality subject.
They know. They know. They all know.
That's another subject we don't really talk about. It just causes people. It's just anything divisive, bro. Really, man. We just look at the amount of servers that get shut down all over the place for spreading medical misinformation and hate speech and shit like that. So we just try and stick completely to flat Earth all the time, and then if they shut us down,
that's why I didn't. It was even. I didn't want to say nothing about it. Like,
nah, you're cool, bro. I was just saying, man. Because see, if the motherfuckers want to shut us down, they're gonna have to shut us down for flat Earth, bro. And that's gonna be like a pat on the back. I'll take that I'll happily accept that if we get banned or when we do get blocked or deleted, if it's for flat Earth because we're so big and we're making such an impact. If it's because of some asshole talking about some fucking bad shit, like medical stuff or whatever, and we get banned because of that, I'll be fucking seriously like raging. No, man. Because it will happen one day. Look at Icewall. That was like roughly 10,000 members, I think. Deleted. Like, no warning, just see you later. Delete the whole fucking thing.
Yeah. I'll be right back. I gotta go. I have to do voodoo and pray.
Go, bro.
Voodoo?
Is that a karaoke song?
I honestly don't know what he meant with that. By that,
It's either a euphemism or it's just he's come for to sing a karaoke song. Go for the latter. Fuck it.
I can ask him when he comes back.
What do you think, right? Do you know anything about laptops?
Yeah. I was. Yeah. What about particularly laptops?
Possibly. This one's MSI. Do you know what that stands for? MSI.
I know it's a computer brand, for company name, but doesn't matter the company names. Just.
Are they any good hardware-wise, at least, for starters?
I think they're known more for gaming laptops, I would say.
That's what it is. It was 6 gig of RAM, and I've managed to convince them. No, sorry, it was 8 gig of RAM, and I've told them to add another 8 gig of RAM, and he's got an i7 processor, so 16 gig of RAM, i7 processor. I think it's like a.
What's your model? Is it?
I think it's. I'll find out right now, bro.
Is it new or did you buy secondhand?
I've not bought it yet. It was a guy advertising it, and I'm having a back and forth with him since yesterday.
Oh, well, yeah. Ask him. I mean, there should be information like what year the when it came out, that laptop. But you can probably search by the model number.
Yeah. I'll just can I have the precise model number?
But 8 gigabyte RAM. It sounds to me is a pretty old laptop. Because nowadays they don't give you 8 gigabytes. They give you at least 16 nowadays. The minimum, the newer ones from shops, basically. Like when you buy. But you can build yourself also, customize your own through websites, and they can build it for you. Also, that's another option. But,
I don't know how to do that shit, bro. I don't know how to build shit like that, bro.
Yeah. So, I mean, depends how old it is and what condition and the price for it, I guess. If it's worth it, I guess. I don't know. Depends on the condition of it, I would say. And the specs you're after. I guess you just want to use it for... like home usage, I guess, like not gaming, especially. No.
I want to use it for Able.
For Able? What is that? You cut off there.
Sorry, just cut off. Sorry, man. Every time my screen dies. Yeah, I want to use it for Ableton and possibly a DJ controller.
DJ controller.
Yeah, like Tractor. I was thinking about getting the S8. It doesn't need a PC, a laptop or computer, but transfer tracks over to.
Yeah. Just for the
iTunes. I can't get fucking a mix with Tractor. I've got loads of native instruments. I've got Launchpad, Reason, Garage, but I've got fucking a couple £100 worth. So it's just so I can mix and make music again, man.
Yeah, it should be fine then, I guess.
I'll find out, man, and hopefully it'll get right back to me. So if I get the precise model number, will that tell me?
The model number of
exactly?
the laptop, you can look it up, and you can compare the prices. If it's still for sale, you can see the current prices for it, like at first hand prices, and then see what price he offers and what condition it is in and how old it is. Yeah.
But does the model number dictate the age anyway? So if he gives me the correct, what is it, serial number or model number? Does that always give you?
Yeah, serial number you could probably, or just the model number. It should be printed in the bottom of it.
Yeah.
Or through the computer, he can look it up as well. But he should be knowing this stuff. Yeah. When you do sales for these type of things, they should be able to provide you with this kind of information when you ask them, if they haven't yet. Yeah, just to make some comparisons, see if it's still for sale or whatever. Like what's the actual value of it of today and etc.
But I mean, if it was an 8 gig gaming laptop, that's fucking 10 years old, probably, man. Well, 8 years, but I seen it's an i7 processor.
Yeah, I would say minimum 5 years. If it's 8 gigabyte. But that's a rough estimation. But like I said, we need to look at the model, see when it got released, that model, and compare to today's price.
I had an 8 gig fucking RAM, Panasonic or a Toshiba. That was like 9 years ago or something, man. And it wasn't that expensive.
Yeah.
It wasn't too cheap, but it wasn't exactly crazy. It's a DDR3 RAM.
Yeah, that's the old one. The new one is... Well, the current one we usually use for gaming is DD4. DD5 is rough. I think it came out recently, or maybe it's on its way, the DD5, but it's really expensive, obviously, because, better performance and whatever. So, yeah. Yeah, DDR3 is pretty old, and it's up to par with today's games, I would say, like high-end games, I would say, like AAA games.
Shit, just cut off again, man. Fuck, I'm a fucking idiot, man. Yeah, so he says 16 gig, and that's the maximum it can go to. It's a DDR3 RAM. They never made 16 gigabyte sticks, he said.
He just said that? That's the laptop?
No, that was in the previous
DDR3?
That was in the thread.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty old. And if he's still using DDR3, that's pretty old, yeah.
Yeah. Right, so fucking he's trying to con...
Yeah, should be minimum DDR4, yeah.
I'll offer him £150 max.
Yeah. I wouldn't go that high with it, to be honest.
He's not going to give me it for even 2, I don't think.
I mean, for an MSI, and it should be a gaming laptop, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
and still using DDR3 is pretty old. Yeah. It's not up to par of today's stuff, I would say. It's going to struggle with some certain things, probably. Softwares and such that you're going to use for recording.
Well, you need a minimum of 8 gig of RAM for Ableton.
Well, I'm guessing if it's using DDR3, I'm guessing that CPU is also old with it. You know what I mean? Like the model. The computer processing power as well. So everything in that one, I don't think, did he customize that himself, or did he buy it off as it was at that time?
No, I never bought anything, man. The guy
I'm talking about the person, not you.
Oh, I don't know the guy. He was just advertised, bro. I just messaged him last night, but he got back to me this morning.
Yeah. So I'm gonna assume the specifications of the laptop is pretty the low end budget type. Way below low end because it's DDR3. It's not even DDR4 to begin with. But yeah, like I said, depends what you want to use it for, and if it's possible to use with your DJ controller, then yeah, I mean, why not? But as long as you don't overpay it, I guess.
I mean, I'm happy an i7 processor with 16 gig of RAM. But I'd be happy to pay 150 for that because I'm not going to get much. I'm not going to get a higher a higher chip or a higher RAM for that price locally. Definitely not.
Yeah. I mean, you can probably buy a low end budget laptops for around 150, 200 as well. Like
where?
With, I mean,
no, it's gone.
You haven't, if you've done any, looking around, I guess.
Yeah, like we've got. I don't know if you've heard of Craigslist, but we've got something similar to that. It's called Gumtree, and I've hunted for it every day.
Okay.
It's just your luck of the draw, man. Sometimes you might go on it, and some guy's really desperate for money, and he's just wanting to get. Like, he's got a 500 quid fucking laptop and he wants 200 for it just because he's got to fix his car to get to work.
Is that his price, 200?
No, I'm saying that. Just giving you an example of how you get, it's just lucky if you go on the app and somebody's desperate for money to fix their car to get to work tomorrow and they'll fucking, something they could get £500 for, they'll sell it for £2.
Sure, yeah. I mean,
sometimes the free they give away. I got there's a thing called what's it called? An app. It's called Freego, and nobody's allowed to exchange money. Nobody's allowed to offer money, anything like that. And it's all basically to stop stuff going to landfill. And you just write a little message, and I put need a laptop desperately. Need a computer connection desperately to bid for, because every week I've got to bid on the computer for my accommodation. I've got to put 3 bids in every week. And this person came with a mobile phone and a laptop for me, delivered it to my door. And the phone was what's it called, man? The Huawei P40 Mini, brand new with the sticker still on it because it never had Google Apps, because the App Store's been phased out of Huawei. So, and then they gave me it, and literally I found it on YouTube. You could just add another an emulator, and it runs perfect. They gave me a £350 phone for free. Crazy.
Yeah. Very interesting.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I would say roughly, I wouldn't give more than 200 for that. The one he's selling. If you want to help him with the case, maybe. But.
Any falling off the back of lorries up there? Panther.
Also, make sure the battery still works. The one that's inside the laptop. Everything is in good condition.
If anybody's fell off if you know anything fell off a lorry, fucking DM me. Oh, look at that! He just replied to me. Wait till you hear this, man. Fucking what a clown! He knows the shit.
What?
Oh, what an asshole! Listen to this for a reply. I messaged them, can I have the precise model number and year of production, please? DDR3 is ancient, my man. He said, just leave it. I'm going to repost it with 16 gig. Thanks for your interest. Go buy a new one. He doesn't even want to tell me how old it is.
Yeah, that's
what a fucking asshole. What I'm going to do, I was going to phone him and put it on speaker and let you hear it. I'm going to phone him. Listen to this, bro, right? This should be fun.
Wait, can he phone and be in Discord at the same time? I don't know. It seems like I got kicked out. Can you do that at the same time?
Here we go. It's ringing.
Okay, cool.
I don't think you can.
No, listen,
usually when I make calls, my
listen. Bro, stop.
Okay.
Hello, bro. How old is that computer?
Really, no, mate. We got it as a trade-in and we've upgraded it all.
Right, but I mean, if it's
I'll tell you, just go and buy a new one because, like,
I've
been at my boss to ask.
Alright, I'm back.
Yeah, just leave it, mate.
what? Why? I take it you can. It's definitely not worth it. That's why you're not going to tell me the serial number or that.
The serial? What you want? The serial number?
I want the model number so I can look at how old it is, bro.
It's an MSI GE60 gaming laptop.
Right, so I asked you if you could just send me, and I was going to research it myself and find out how much it's worth. And
Information's up on Gumtree. All the information you need to research it's on
so
Gumtree.
for a prospective buyer, why would you then text me and after I ask you to give me the precise shit, then you tell me to fuck off and didn't buy it?
I didn't swear at you.
Yeah, I know, you never have known in so many words, bro. It didn't mean you said fuck off, but you basically told me to chase my tail.
Because
Oh, it's alright, man.
trying to accommodate you.
Aye, because you're selling something and I'm a buyer, and people that sell things should accommodate the buyer with their inquiries. Thanks very much for your lack of help. What a clown. He's not the salesman of the fucking year.
Yeah, that's a poor salesman.
I went into a second-hand shop yesterday, right, and I seen a £240 guitar. It was acoustic, but semi-electric. Looked like quite a nice guitar, but it had like a little chunk at the wood, just a little slither of wood broken off it. And I was like, I got a tuner on my phone. I was like, I'll just tune the guitar in, get a little play. And the lady's like, fine. And I downloaded the tuner on my phone. As soon as I installed it, it wanted a credit card. I downloaded another one, installed it, tuned the first string, second string, third string. I got to the second from the top. I'm not sure what number it is or what letter it is. And the good manager came in and stuck his head over the counter and says, "You can't sit in the shop playing the guitar all day." I'm like, mate, I'm fucking tuning it in to play it, to try it. And he's like, well, look, just come back next week when the guitar tuner's in. I'm like, I'm tuning it just now. And he's like, but you can't just stand there all day. I'm like, mate, I've been less than 7 minutes. And I walked out the shop. I was going to buy a £250 fucking guitar and possibly a £200 or £300 laptop and a fucking mobile phone. And I was like, you know what, mate? Fucking keep it. You're getting nothing. And walk straight out. It's like they all know that they're dodgy bastards and they don't want to sell you because you've realised. Honest bastards, man.
Did the guy send you the model name or the name? Still no.
No, that was him on the phone. He told me, "Don't bother me. I'll just sell it to someone else. Go and buy a new one." That's what he said.
No, I think I heard, but I couldn't catch all the words he said. But he said some model name, G something. I don't know what the fuck he said. I didn't catch the the whole thing. But yeah, I mean, if you could send just that information, just provide me with what kind of MSI what is the model like? What's the name of the model?
He told me to go on.
It shouldn't be that hard.
He told me to go on Gumtree and find it, man. But I mean, if you're selling something, surely you should know the year it was made, like minimum. Like that, especially when it comes to digital goods, you should like there's the model number, fair enough, but it was definitely made in 2016. Ken, right, and pal, thank you. Because it's an i7, so that's quite high, reasonably high, man. I was hoping I would get an 8 gig of RAM with about an i5. I would have been happy to buy one of them.
Yeah.
Fuck it, man. Would anyone ever bought a laptop from Wish?
No.
Nah, I got mine from Walmart.
But
Walmart.
Boys, do you know what Wish is? Has any of you ever used?
It's funny how I said it.
No, it's like a chatting app. Everything, literally every single item that China produces A lot of the stuff's free. You just pay for postage and they post it to you, man. Like JBL speaker knockoffs and phones. They tell you it's like 16 gig of RAM, and you get the phone and it's 16 gig of ROM and like 2 gig of RAM, and it's like completely fucked. But sometimes it's a hit or a miss. Sometimes you buy shit and they're fucking amazing, and sometimes you buy it and it's absolute knockoff garbage.
Mic check.
They're working perfect, bro.
I bought a Panther. I bought a Cornholio T-shirt from Wish. Yeah, it was advertised as white. It came black with a black print on it, so that they printed black on black. Only cost me £2 though.
I'm just ready to go. I'm going to download it on my iPad, bro, because I just got a decent fucking backdated money I've been waiting for. And rather than buying, I bought a few bits and bobs, jeans and t-shirts round the stores. But from Wish, I'm going to be able to order like loads and loads of stuff, man. Because some of the t-shirts, like the Rick and Morty ones, they're like a silky material. I've had one of the literally I've had this t-shirt for 3 years, and it looks like it's brand new right out the bag. And so I'm gonna buy loads of fucking shit, loads of hooders.
Yeah, the t-shirt fabric itself, the t-shirt was good. It was just fucking printed the wrong colour print on it, dumbass.
See, a lot of time as well, if you order something,
only £2 as well, so you can't complain.
You hear me?
You disappeared,
I
bro.
had to reconnect there. If you order something from Wish and it doesn't arrive, you send them. You have to put a ticket in, and when you put the ticket in, they tell you, right, blah blah blah. It was due on this date. Give another 7 days. If it doesn't arrive, we'll fucking refund your money. And then if the gift does arrive, keep it as a gift on Wish. That's what they tell you. I've done it. I've bullshitted them. I've scammed them like 5 times. I'm like, nah, my Bluetooth speaker never turned up, and they just gave me the money back, and then I've still got the speaker.
I think it's linked to Alibaba or that AliExpress site.
Ah, yeah, AliExpress. Yeah, they do a lot of digital phones and shit.
It's all the same stuff, so you can get some decent stuff on there.
Right, but which phone is worth? Because I'm looking at wanting to get a phone that's worth about £500-600. So if I spend two and a half on like a China phone, I could hit the jackpot and get an amazing fucking phone, or get a complete shack of shit.
Yeah, it's a gamble there, isn't it?
And then you've got to argue with the motherfucker.
Nice one. Shack of shit. Send me the link to the thing he sells, Spake. I can look it up. If you still have the link from the
laptop.
From the sale. Yeah. Just I can have a look. It makes me, I can have a look and see maybe.
1 sec, bro.
Yeah, and he said he upgraded it to 16 gigabytes. That's what he said.
Yeah.
Okay.
But standard, if it was standard with only 8 gig of RAM and an i7 processor, that must have mean that the i7 was like really fucking like a way of people purchasing that fucking laptop at the time, because 8 gig of RAM must have been really high at the time.
The thing is, I probably have to look it up, but off the head, I don't think 10 years ago i7 was even out. To be, I don't know. But that's just off my head. But you can look it up probably as well, like when I released the first time. But that's how I roughly estimate like 5 years minimum it's old. That's what I said. So that's what I give it. But it might be more. Yeah. But I have to look it up, like see what he actually sells. So.
MSI laptop, Edinburgh. Find that 1 sec. It's just I've not got the app in my phone, so in this iPad, so I'm going to have to Google search it.
Yeah. DDR3. That come out. DDR4 come out. You can check when DDR4 came out. Okay, maybe.
You say it was on Gumtree.
Shit.
I think I've got Right.
Wait, when did it come
Is
out?
it
Oh wow. Yeah, there's an i.
a gummy trick?
2012,
That's it.
DDR4 became a standard. Okay.
There's an i.
So yeah, maybe
an
it's shit. Damn. Okay.
There's one that's an i7 processor with 16 gig of RAM and it's £1,180. How the fuck
Okay.
is that?
Actually, you could be right. It could be 10 years. Actually.
Oh, that's it. I've got it. I think MSI GE.
2022.
Listen,
DDR4
listen,
in general.
bro.
Huh?
I'm saying MSI GE60 gaming laptop i7 2.50 gigahertz. Bro, let me finish, bro.
What do you say?
Jesus
G.
Christ.
I just
Bro.
need a G76. That's what you said.
Fuck.
Speak, relax. GE.
Globe Earth.
Globe Earth. What?
GE.
What did you say? Just,
Globe Earth.
I don't need the whole thing. I don't need the whole thing. I just need the MSI and then the GE, whatever you said. What's the
Globe
number?
Earth 60.
60. Okay.
Yeah, man. And then it's an
GE.
i7.
That's what you said, Globe Earth. I was like, what the hell? Are you trolling with me? GE, Globe Earth.
Listen to me, man. Listen. It's an i7, but
I got it. Cool.
it's 2.5. Listen, man. Jesus fucking H. Christ. Right. It's a 2.5 gigahertz fucking processor. And it's 240 SSD. NVIDIA GeForce GTX 860 M graphics. I think
okay.
Graphics card.
All right. I got it.
What the fuck? It's got a fucking. No, it's not. It's an Apache MSI GE60. It looks kind of rough, like, well, not rough, but just no new. What about a picture
It
of
looks decent. It's not that old.
Just the standard being 8 gig of RAM just puts me off it to begin with. I'll give you a couple of screenshots of the shit I'm getting here, one sec. It seems like a plonker anyway, man. Right, there's two pictures of the internal fucking, what do you call it? Like the drive and the process stuff.
Is that what what is that?
I just took the screenshots from the Gumtree ad.
Okay. Is that what he sent you? This is the device specifications of that laptop?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They were in the app. I just took screenshots of them.
Okay.
Like he advertised it on Gumtree, and I just went into Gumtree and took a couple of screenshots. There's a couple of external pictures, but it does look like a old. It doesn't look rough, like it's not got like big holes or shit in it, but it looks like an old sort of design type of like this, just the shape and the I don't know, the grooves and the corners. It just looks old. Fuck it, bro. I'll hopefully come across a lucky one, man. Maybe not, but we'll try.
Yeah, I'm looking it up.
I mean, I don't know much about computers, but I know for a fact it would definitely be able to handle anything that I plan to do with it. So, but again, if an old laptop, it might be an old fucking battery, and I'm not like that's the worst thing about buying a laptop, man. Because if you don't spend an hour or whatever with it, you don't know the rate that battery goes down, and if it's fucking 5, 6, 7 years old, man. The fucking internals of the batteries are fucked, man. They don't last any length of time. fucking hate Windows 10 as well. Bullshit, man. Should be illegal for them to constantly be able to update your computer without your consent.
Well, Microsoft doesn't care about your consent.
No, that's what I'm saying, but like for Windows, I used to love Windows 7, man. I like the setup of Windows 7. But then once you got in the fucking, up in the fucking security fucking cloud fucking zone, like everything's going to be, it's going to keep getting worse and worse and worse. But Apple's got you sewn up as well. You can't get into a brand new iPad unless you fucking sign up. Fucking bullshit, man. You shouldn't have to put information. Like same with Android. Some Android phones are like trying to get through them without signing in a Google account. It's fucking like tedious.
Has he put a price on the laptop?
$250.
$250.
250 or 240, I think. Well, I'm not paying that, like, no way. How old did you find that? How old DDR3 was?
I mean, 2012, the DDR4 got like, what do you call it?
Well, that's when it
generalized.
ended.
Basically, that's when all people like use it. Basically,
Well, that's when DDR3 finished.
No, basically, yeah.
What, 2012?
2012, yes. DDR4 came in around 2012. It got finalized that year, like being generalized.
That's fucking ancient,
laptops and everything. Yeah.
It could have been 2 years old.
There might be a couple of years phase. It might take a couple of years for the.
Yeah, when it comes out to the generalized, like I'm not talking about like when they put it as a standard in the laptops when they sell in the shops. That's what I'm talking about firsthand. That's what I meant. So yeah, it can take a few years, yeah, for sure. But around that year anyway. So it's more than 5 years anyway. What I said. At least I was at least minimum, but at least seems to be more. But yeah,
my guess was quite close.
Yeah. DDR3 stop being please. DDR3 first released 2007.
Did you put the model on the laptop and what came up with that?
I'm still looking. It's kind of hard to find any shops that sells it directly.
No, not a shop, just an advertisement when it came out.
Yeah, or advertisement in this case.
What was it? GE60?
GE60, use Apache something as well? Like is it Apache something?
GE60.
Oh.
Bro, do you know
anything? Apache 469. This is the model number out of the information provided by you from that screenshot I could find.
60.
Apache -469. Maybe they'll write it here when it came out. I mean, it's decent. It's not that bad, I would say. Considering, it's a gaming laptop at that time. So it should be suitable for your needs when it comes to the DG controller, I would say. Like those simple stuff, I would say. I don't know. But yeah, price-wise, I don't know. I say around 200, maybe. I don't know. Not sure. He upgraded as well, so that probably is an SSD is in it as well. He said SSD.
Like quarter of a terabyte, 220 or some shit.
Yeah. Okay.
Fucking Christ, man.
Makes me think it's not that old if it's got SSD then.
What's that, bro? Say that again.
Unless you put that in a lot later.
You're a robot, not.
Sorry, man.
Try again.
He's still going. Right.
Yeah, DDR3L 1600.
I just found one.
Yeah, I think this laptop is around 7 years old, something like that.
It says here how to determine the age or manufactured date of the laptop.
2014 date.
April 20. This one says April 2017.
6, 7. I will give it around 7 years, something like that. Yeah. On this site it says when it was first available, 2014. Yeah. I can send you the link in the voice text, the one I found from newegg.com. It's out of stock though. They don't seem to be selling on that site. Maybe you can find it somewhere else.
Can't find a specific fucking price of it.
The link I sent you, if you scroll down on that site, it'll tell you the specs of everything, basically, from that laptop.
I thought they were all those images that I already posted.
Images?
Yeah, the 2 screenshots that I posted with all the specs.
Yeah, you can compare it from the site that's provided by them as well for this model. See if it matches.
It should be the same thing, surely.
By the looks of it, yes. The CPU is 4710 HQ. Yeah.
No,
same
I don't
here.
Shit like that, bro. I've not got a clue about
Yeah, but just to match what's the CPU and the GPU. That's what we're talking about. The CPU.
Nah, man. Doesn't interest me that much to do shit like that, bro. Fuck. I've already been.
I would say it looks decent. It's not that bad, considering for what you want to use it for. But like I said, it's not up to par for today's like AAA gaming or anything of that kind.
Nah, I was already quite an asshole to him on the phone.
Yeah.
You'd probably put the price up.
You think? Oh, did he?
I would. No, I'm saying he probably would. I would. I just accused him of fucking like pushing me away from the deal because I was asking too many fucking questions.
Yeah, I mean, you just explained that you're curious, and I want to know, like, you know, the information about it. Basically, just what am I actually buying? I need to find out for myself this type of information. Check it out if it looks. Yeah,
I was thinking about getting a MacBook. I was thinking about getting a MacBook instead.
Yeah, are they more expensive than you, or are they cheap ones?
I just like the look of it. It looks really slick. It's going to obviously like airdrop shit with my iPad.
I mean, cool. Yeah, sure. Why not? Go for it. If you feel like having that.
Not sure, man.
I'm not sure about the prices. I think the MacBooks, Mac, are more expensive than.
Yeah, I was thinking about buying a brand new one.
Laptops. In comparison.
It cost me like £1,100, I think it was, for the one I saw brand new.
1,100 brand new? Yeah.
I think it was 1,100.
Yeah. They're overpriced, I would say. Yeah. Definitely. But yeah.
But I've never had issues with iOS. Never had any problem with iPads. But now with this iPad, it's fucking. I've turned the clicking, for when you press a key, the click, 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 click. I've turned it off multiple times. It still keeps clicking because I was staying in a hotel the other night, and it was like 3, 4, 5 in the morning and shit. I was typing on Discord, and I wasn't want to keep people awake. Anybody could hear it. It was quite loud, so I kept turning it off and on, kept doing it. Restarted the whole iPad, switched it off, switched it back on. It worked. I thought, perfect, it's kicked in. Fucking typing away for 5-10 minutes. Started ticking again, man. I don't know what the fucking deal is, bro. It's like, it seems fucking fried. Which is completely surprising. It fucking cost me $360, I think it was. $360, $370, something like that. Maybe put it in an advertisement on Gumtree and tell people I'll swap it for a laptop. Fucking right, man. They'll probably give me a shit laptop and I'll give them a shit iPad and we'll be happy. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put an advert in for it, man. Fucking right. Fuck him. That's what I should say to that guy. You see the guy with the fucking gaming laptop, the MSI? I say, mate, I'll tell you what I'll do with it. I'll give you an iPad 7th generation that's fucking almost brand new.
Yeah.
You want me to phone him, put him on loudspeaker and ask him?
Yeah, go for it. If you want to talk with the same guy again, I don't know, just explain why you were asking this kind of inquiries. It's just, you need all information at hand before you make a decision.
No, I was want to wind them up, man, and see if he'll swap if he'll give me the laptop, I'll give him the fucking iPad.
Yeah, why not? Give it a shot, I guess.
Nah, I'm going to just advertise it on Gumtree for a swap. Because it's only the iPad's only got 32 gig, bro, and I need like at least 128. And by the time you have like, I don't know, 10, 20 apps and fucking, I don't know, 50 songs, the 32 gigs used.
32? Yeah, it's way too low. For today's usage, I would say.
Yeah, man. Especially, I'm quite a fucking extensive like music fucking poor. Plus, I'm always like finding sample packs and fucking just anything like fucking. Fucking Launchpad, Tractor, and the other one, iMachine. You ever used iMachine? Bro.
Sorry, what?
iMachine, have you ever heard of that? iMachine.
iMachine?
Yeah, see when I go like that, can the microphone hear that?
Yeah. The what do you call it? The clicking, not the clicking. What do you call it?
Like the voices and shit. So like all the
it's catching up the background or whatever you're clicking on or touching.
You can it's like they're 4x4. You can program all the squares either on a sample, a loop, a beat, a cymbal. You can have it repeat 1 beat, repeat 4 beats, scratch it, the possibilities are endless with it. And then once you've produced like certain amount of bars, and then you could, I don't know, repeat them over or loop them, then use all the little parts of recordings you've made to construct a track. And you could probably, like in GarageBand or some like one of the other ones, or Launchpad. If you must have seen Launchpad at least. It just looks like a big square, and I think it's like I don't know, maybe 10 rows of buttons by 10 by 10 in a big square, and all the lights or all the pads flash. But it's priced like just the analog version of it with the light color, like the flashing buttons and shit. It's good and it's accurate as fuck. But when you use the iPad, because it's precise as fuck, man, the slightest touch, as long as your fingers, your body, your mind, your rhythm is 100% bang on, it's fucking breathtaking the shit you can do. Gonna get some music made, man. It'll be copyright free, and I'll be able to play some shit, get some poetry written over it. Oh, jeez.
Sorry, I have to do something on the side here.
Anybody ever bought a laptop off of eBay? Anyone?
No.
No. Because I suppose if I'm ordering it using my Visa card, just due to the direct debit alone, that gives me insurance on the purchase. Just heard a big crazy noise there. I don't know if someone tried to speak, but it went. Whatever you're trying to do, you were trying to speak over the top of me because you knew full well that I hadn't finished talking. There's nothing worse than somebody deliberately doing it, man. Like when you know for 100% fact that the middle of my sentence is interfered with the start of theirs. Right, here we go. We'll see what I can find. Laptop. But I can do. I've always wanted to get an Alienware laptop.
An Alien?
Aye.
That brand? I would say it's overpriced. It's like the Mac. I would say it's cool looking. Yeah, sure. Yeah. If you don't mind spending, that type of money, but I would say value for the money, I wouldn't go for Alienware, to be honest.
No.
They're a bit overpriced. Yeah. Basically, you're paying for the brand. You're not paying for the actual hardware that you can get for, lower price for the same thing, basically. Somewhere else. Yeah. That's a big difference. But like I said, if you're not, you don't mind spending whatever your money like on something like that, sure.
I'm just because I've got a fair bit of money, man. I'm gonna buy like as much like top notch stuff as I need, and I've got to put I gave my mum a lot of money to put by, so when I get my council house, I've got the whole place like completely done. So It'll be immaculate at least when I get that. So I'm just like enjoying the rest of it. Going to get everything electrical that I need. Hopefully go to Amsterdam, and that's about it.
Are you going for a trip to Amsterdam?
I think so. Me and Martov are going to possibly meet up and go to a techno rave.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
cool.
Yeah, bro.
Nice. Really nice rave party.
Yeah, man.
No? Is it
Yeah.
outside or in the club or like what?
Oh, well, Martov, he lives just like 40 minutes or something from the centre of the dam, so he's going to, well, if I know when it's going to happen, when I'm going to be there, he'll obviously be able to try and find the best place we can go. I told him like the treat's on me, and if you come out, I'll pay your night out and get your ticket.
All right. That sounds
Just-
nice. We're gonna
just for
probably
a
have a
wee-
good time.
Yeah, man, we should have an amazing time.
Yeah. Do they still? Have you checked if they still force you to take those tests, like to be able to travel from a country to another?
I'm not taking a test, bro. They better bring a fucking soldier and like fucking like they better bring like dark tranquilizer guns.
Over my dead body.
Freedom! They may take our lives, but they'll never take our freedom.
Freedom! Shout it out, yeah.
Brilliant film, mate. Love the Irishman, man. Eh? He's like, it's my Ireland. Yes, Father, I'll ask him. He's like, looking up in the sky, and he's like, what he says is he's fucking, this man is not pretty modest. I'm prettier than this man. And he's like, stop it. No, he's stop talking to God and answer the fucking question. He's like, insane Irishman. He's like, smart enough to get a dagger past your guards.
Oh, man.
That's my friend Irishman, and if you fight for me, I'll get to kill the English. Excellent! Like, I'm bad for like reciting the words like in movies like Friday and shit like that with Chris Tucker. Like people hate watching shit like that with me because I just can't help myself. You seen that? You better not seen that, man. You seen Friday?
What's it called? Friday what?
Friday.
If I've seen Friday, what is that? Movie?
Friday. It's a movie, man. You know who Chris Tucker is, surely?
Sorry, it didn't click in my head. Friday movie.
You know who Chris
Rebecca
Tucker
Black
is?
girl?
You know who Chris Tucker is?
Chris.
You got knocked the fuck out, man.
Yeah, you know Chris Tucker. Like,
Yes, I know, I know.
This movie basically made him, man. Yeah, but put him on the map as far as I realise. But he wouldn't go back for the sequel or the third one because he was too big then, and they would have wanted fucking millions, man. So he now Smokey's in rehab.
Life, yeah.
But basically, it's just like two guys sitting outside their fucking in the hood, sitting outside their mama's house, and fucking Smokey gets a bit of grass laid on off the dealer, and he smokes a joint with Ice Cube, and he's like, man, I didn't put that joint in your mouth, make you smoke it, man. He's like, fucking, he gets him in debt. He's only had like 2 puffs of a spliff, and he has to like pay $300. And Chris Tucker, man, he's fucking hilarious, man. Because Ice Cube gets fired on his day off, eh? And he's like, you got to be a stupid motherfucker to get fired on your day off. He's like, what you trying to do, build a clubhouse? The fuck you doing stealing boxes for, man? It's fucking amazing. That make a wigger moist. Better cut off there, eh? No. Did that cut off there?
No, you're good.
Yeah, you should watch it, bro. Honestly, make a point. There's 3 of them.
Yeah, I have to rewatch it. I don't remember it now. Sorry. It's those old movies. I have to do a rerun of them, I guess.
Oh no, but you have actually seen it though, or you seen
I
it?
think I've seen it, but this movie's very old.
And the big fucking massive, the big black guy called Tiny Zeus Jr. His name is Debo, and he's got like a squint eye, and he's the neighborhood bully, and he robs fucking everybody basically, and they have to try and steal money off him to pay the debt. And fucking they sneak in the window when the dude's sleeping, man. And Chris Tucker has to he gets thrown in this window to go in and fucking rob this house, man. It's like absolutely hysterical, man. It's a cult classic. Man. And see the father, the dad, mate. Is it what's his name, man? Fucking man, you'll know the black father, man.
Yeah, it's posted in the live stream voice text. I see.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
He's like that. He's like, he comes down and then Ice Cube's got his head in the fridge and he's like, every time I come in the kitchen, you in the kitchen, in the goddamn refrigerator, eating up all the food, all the hog maw, all the collard green. I want some of them chitlins. I like pig's feet. It's fucking brilliant. He's talking, there's fucking bits of chicken flying from his mouth when he's talking and that. He's like, today the word is job. J-O-B. He's like, no, this day, ain't the mom come, you ain't got no job. You ain't got to worry about a dog catching your ass. Brilliant. Makes me feel like watching it.
Oh, we can probably do some.
Movie night, man.
Movie night, yeah. Here in Discord, yeah.
Bro, if you want, bro. I mean, I'm not for it. Like the next day or two, I'm a bit fucked, man. I've been melted for a couple of days. But yeah, we'll organise it maybe next week or something if you want.
Yeah, sure. We can,
man.
Make it, yeah.
Hey, who the fuck is that?
It's Larry.
Miss Parker. When are we gonna fuck, Miss Parker? Clean that train.
Sounds like you're, yeah.
Dry humping the mic. Well, hopefully it's dry. Yeah, see, even though I'm in the UK, because I just downloaded the eBay app and it's coming up, I could pick any country. Could I go to the American eBay and order stuff from there?
I guess, yeah. I haven't used eBay, so I can't really tell. I mean, you have to read their, whatever they have. How is the house set up, basically. I'm not sure.
Fuck, it's not even going to let me pick the UK.
eBay is kind of like Amazon, I would say, in a sense, Should it be?
Nah, it's not going to let me pick UK. It's not.
It's not for UK? Okay.
No, it's not going to let me pick UK.
eBay UK. Yeah, I'm sure this is UK. It should be.
Yeah, it's definitely on the browser, but the app's only letting me pick USA in dollars. So,
you probably have to change something there in the website.
Fuck no. eBay. Oh. God, holy fuck, look at that, man. A HP Omen, it says it's a fucking i7, 2.3 gigahertz, 16 gig of RAM, Windows 10. Fucking £1,555. The fuck?
You sound surprised. HP Omen is a gaming is it a laptop or a PC?
Yeah, gaming laptop.
Yeah, it's a gaming one. It's built specifically for gaming, basically. But I think it's overpriced.
MSI was looking gamer.
MSI is what?
The MSI was a gaming laptop.
Yeah, there are many different brands that builds, specifically for gaming. Laptops or PCs. There are pre-builts. Different brand names, yeah. You got Asus, you got Acer, MSI, Alienware, like it's tons and tons of different brand names. But again, you're paying for their name. You're not paying for the value of the laptop directly. They actually charge you extra for the since the company itself is doing it. It's a lot cheaper to build yourself a one or. I'll tell you. When it comes to laptops, it's kind of limited as well. Like in the sense, like to build your own PCs. Sure you can choose like parts, but they're very limited as well. So that makes the selection list kind of short. So the prices still may not differ that much compared to a PC when you build it by yourself, by choosing the components yourself. Which I have did. I've built like a couple pieces for myself over the years. I picked out the parts myself and I put it together myself for the PC. So it's a lot cheaper that way. If you're up for it, I guess. I don't know. Depends on you.
No, I wouldn't want it. Yeah. I don't want a PC, bro. I don't want to be like stuck in the corner.
No. I was just giving an example, but yeah. I mean, you can do customizations. Builds for laptops. Some websites or companies has that option. But as long as I'm aware of, they're usually it's not a big difference from the pre-builds. To be honest, not much I would say. But that's entirely up to you what you're looking for. You want more stronger CPU, or you want bigger drive in it. Compared to the pre-builds that's being sold in the shops directly, because since you can't change them anyway, since they are the way they are. So that's the only two things that's different with the laptops.
Right.
Yeah. But go for whatever you feel like. I don't know. It's up to you. I can give you advice or tips and what to look for and such. If you have any questions, make up your own. Make your decision based on what you feels right. I guess for yeah.
I'm looking, bro. I'm just finding bullshit, bro. No, I'm going to buy a good laser from Wish.
What's that? Laser?
Yeah, I'm going to buy... They're not, like, massive fucking lasers, like, but they're really, really severely powerful handheld ones.
To do the distance observations, or what?
Just to go and see what I can see, how far I can see it, man.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Give me something to do, man.
Sounds nice. Good for experiments, I guess.
Yeah, it's worth a fucking... Better than watching the TV, bro. Ah, Jesus Christ, mate.
Issues with the iPad?
Nah, bro, I'm just fucking... I've been up for days, man.
Explains your behavior.
It explains the look on that baby's face on your profile pic. That baby looks tired, man. You need to stop being so angry, man.
Yeah, get some sleep. Get some of that beauty sleep, eh?
Yeah, see, a couple of times I did get a little bit pissed off, man, because I'm fucking continually trying to get the fucking straight answer at the cunt, and people keep fucking interrupting and trying to mod me. And I'm like, fucking Jesus Christ. Use a lot can ask what the fuck you want. Just let them answer the fucking question. No.
Yeah. Well, I would say maybe they weren't serious about the topic. I would say maybe that's why they did whatever they did at that point.
Nah, there would be a bunch
dancing around the question and such. Yeah.
Guaco is a deliberate troll. He admitted it himself at least once, maybe even twice. He fucking blatantly condescended almost everybody. I mean, people are telling me I have to fucking leave him alone. He's admitting I'm a troll and I came here to troll. My pal told me this place was a joke, so I came here to troll. I'm like, what? Shit, I've only been saying it for the past 4 fucking hours. What a coincidence.
Yeah, I noticed you had a Globe Earther and something like that. Like, also that guy. What was his name?
Robert.
Robert? Ryan?
He's pure heavy. I've never spoken to him before, but I've heard him I've been in YouTube quite a few times, and he's just a fucking lion, dishonest, dances around everything, diverts, time wastes, fucking man. You know, and these people sitting, they've heard him for the first time, and they're like, man, give the guy a chance, man. You're not letting him speak. I'm like, he's fucking been saying this for 19 months. For fuck's sake, man.
Oh, man. Give him a chance. Yeah, it was some overtalks in between, I noticed when I was listening a little bit from yesterday. It didn't... Yeah, should be like one at a time. Speak, ask, answer, and then next, okay, fuck off.
And then nobody moves on until somebody's question or point's been addressed. Nobody goes any far forward or backwards. And if somebody contradicts a point they made previously, 10 sentences ago, 20 minutes, an hour ago, whatever the fuck, they must be cut down instantly. Now, like, oh, you're interrupting him. I'm like, aye, well, he's misrepresenting what was fucking said. We've told him 6 times. We don't know what these fucking things are. They need to keep fucking replacing your fairy tales. I bet that died there again, man.
I heard you. What do you mean?
Alright, my screen was black there. I thought it was fucking dead.
No, you're good. I heard you, yeah.
Sake, man. That's fucking annoying when that happens. Like, I need to get rid of this iPad. Anybody want to buy an iPad?
Put it up for advertisements.
I'll accept PayPal or swap for an i9 300 gigahertz laptop, please. 64 gig RAM, at least.
All right.
Fuck this shit, man. Oh, fuck, like. Man, see this place I'm staying? See if I get caught smoking in my room. I don't get a warning, I don't get time. I have to pack my stuff and leave. I'll be smoking grass all night. The place is fucking stinking.
Yeah, the smell. It's pretty strong.
There's really strong smelling grass. Like, I managed to get like just a wee bit off a guy, man. It was fucking perfect. Struggle to get it. Better than any medication the doctors ever put me on. Gives me more relief from my fucking symptoms, gets me to sleep, gives me an appetite. If not, I only eat once a day. Sometimes I don't even eat. I just coast on like a couple of cups of tea, a little bit of chocolate, and then I'll eat after 48 hours, something like that. But usually just once every 24 hours I eat. Supposedly it's meant to be good for you, man. Or at least it's like, good for your gut and your fucking so it's got a chance to fast and get rid of toxins. I need to get some distilled water in me. That's what I'm going to purchase right now. I'm going to order a distiller. Yes, perfect, man.
Yeah. Gotta filter out all that crap from the water.
Or I might. You know how you can get that plastic that's not got as much, or it's got barely any of those fucking. I don't know what it is, but it leaches through the plastic. It makes plastic supple. But you can get these fucking like medical grade fucking like big bottles of distilled water delivered.
I've used similar to that. Yeah, something like that filters out.
No, I mean I'm going to order like a 10-litre drum of distilled water.
Ah, you okay? So they do the work. You just order the water that's being distilled. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to try that first, and then see what it's like. If it's worth what I pay for it, and it's okay, I might keep doing that, or I'll go to the distiller.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, give me a comparison. Check it out. So, what's the value for the per gallon, whatever they sell? How much it costs? If you buy your own, or whatever, compared to what it. But usually when they sell stuff, they should usually a bit more expensive. More, you pay actually more because they're doing the service for you. Distilling it for you.
Motherfuckers.
So I'm expecting you're gonna be paying more than if you do it yourself, I guess.
Yeah, well, electric, but I'm living in a hotel until I get my council house, so I can use as much as I want.
All right.
Well, I'm going to buy one of those, George. You're allowed to buy a kettle like to make tea, but you're not allowed to buy toaster or cheese toasty maker. But I'm going to buy a George Foreman grill and just stash it. Just hide it under the bed when I go out. There's 25 litre for 25 quid, £1 a litre. What's the difference between deionized water? What's the deal with that?
No clue. Gotta look.
Car battery water.
Car battery.
Car battery water. Yeah, that's what you put in the top of car batteries. Yeah, deionized water. I think.
So what? You drinking that? Can you drink?
No, it's similar. It's similar to distilled, but I don't think it's
car battery. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, sounds interesting. I don't know. At first, it sounds like what are you drinking actually? Using the car battery to deionize it.
Let's go here. Pure steam distilled water. It's a bit expensive, man. 1100 ml bottle, $11.99. It's like £1 a litre-ish.
What about one of those water filter things? Like the Brita filters, but a better one. Brita filtered water. Like a jug.
It doesn't remove the fluoride.
Ah, okay.
Fucking expensive shit, man.
Yeah, it's not cheap staying healthy, That's they make it hard.
It's just a coincidence.
Sure, yeah.
You must be a coincidence theorist.
I mean, it comes down to the food as well. The same way. You want to eat healthy? It's expensive. It's not cheap compared to other food. I usually eat like fast food, whatever, or shitty food, non-nutritional food. I don't know.
And then you microwave it. Any nutrition that was in your food, if you microwave it, renders it fucking void.
Which one curves? What? Deionized water versus distilled water. What's the difference? Someone posted in the voice text. The monk. Still want to say because this thing. Uh-huh. Deionized water is used for scientific applications, but experiments using water can be counted. Okay. Yeah. So obviously you don't drink that shit. Car battery. Oh god.
But it's still the same water, is it not? Even if it's for a car battery, it's distilled water, it's the same shit.
I mean, it's not. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know.
But stainless steel.
Deionized removes all the minerals from the water, basically. That's what they say. When it's deionized.
You ever heard of a gravity filter housing?
Gravity?
Yeah, it says stainless steel drinking water, gravity filter housing with blue ceramic.
So is it gravity that's pulling down the drops?
Must be.
I like when they put these names. Gravity. Yeah.
Fuck's sake, man.
Oh, just make more some research around that, and then you'll probably find out more how it works. If it's worth doing a process of it, considering the amount of it you get for the time.
Well, that's what it is. BPA free plastic. The distilled water comes in plastic bottles. It's not got any BPA in it.
Yeah, basically, I think that it doesn't degrade or,
No, it's BPAs make it supple, so like plastic bottles, so they so they're not brittle, they're not firm, solid, but they leach into the liquid. So, like bottles of water sitting in the supermarket, like they're full of those BP fucking M's or whatever they're called. BPA, sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, if it's BPA free, that's good. Yeah, doesn't have those toxic chemicals, whatever, inside.
I just found it says fluoride water pitcher removes fluoride, lead, microplastics, pesticides. It's only £42.
Can you post a link to that?
Yeah,
please.
Yeah, we'll do. One sec. It says filters 95% of fluoride in tap and bottled water, independently tested in the USA. BPA, phthalate, and PFAS free. Pitcher made without any BPA. Filters microplastics. Alkaline water changes the pH of the water to alkaline. Long lasting filter, 60 days, 350 litres of water for each filter. Fast filtration, long lifespan. Nice. Gonna buy that. See if there's anybody that's give it a good rating. 578 ratings, 4.5 stars out of 5. That's alright, man. How much the new filters are, though. That's the thing. They'll probably be fucking almost the price of the whole thing. No, water filter replacement, $9.99 for one. So it's $10. Never heard of a fucking just a jug that takes away or that extracts the fluoride as well as fucking plastics, lead, and alkalizes it. Strange. Got a 60-day lifespan on the filter. Oh, what? It says filtration without demineralization. Essential elements are remineralized like zinc, selenium, magnesium, potassium in filtration so that you can enjoy the benefits of mineralized water. That seems fucking a bit too good to be true. says somebody asked a question saying, on what basis is certain essential metals stripped away without adding them back, e.g. copper? On what basis do you decide what is remineralised? Thanks for the question. Filtering specific elements can be difficult, therefore remineralising is needed. Regarding which minerals are re-added and why, we add zinc, selenium, potassium, magnesium, which are common elements found in mineral water. This also serves the purpose of alkalizing the water and giving it its taste. They said one of the 5-star ratings, they said they checked it with a TDS meter for the fluoride, and it's on average 190. There's a bad rain. They're saying they purchased it, and the water they were using in their kettle was leaving fucking white scummy residue. This jug is an unnecessary purchase. As they said, however, had bought a bottle of bottled water of pH 9 or greater as a point of comparison, and the strips did not show anywhere near 9 pH. They showed just as much as filtered water in total alkalinity after filtering. Moreover, it improved after second filtering. Ah, fuck it, I'm gonna buy it.
Which one? The Coke distiller?
Yeah, the jug thing.
The jugger?
The jug, yeah. It looks
The
like a
jugger,
Brita.
jugger.
It just looks like a Brita filter.
Can you send me the one you're looking at?
Yeah, 1 second. I'm
Have a
just
look.
gonna put it in my basket.
Yeah.
One-time purchase. One-time purchase. Fuck it. Live stream.
Okay. Right.
Oh man, it's worth a try, man.
Yeah, if it's a good one, you will notice the difference in the taste as well. From tap water to the from that.
I just added it to basket, and then it came up another screen. It said 2-year accidental damage insurance for a camcorder from £40 to £49.99 for £4.39 to add to the purchase. Why the fuck would I want insurance for a camcorder if I'm buying a fucking filter? Fucking idiots, man. Proceed to checkout. Oh man, where's my fucking wallet? That's a fucking question. Shit.
And the filter lasts for 60 days or 350 liters lifespan.
It's not bad. That's actually okay.
Yeah, definitely. For yourself, yeah, that's long.
Fuck, man. Fuck.
Hey everyone.
Hello.
I have a question. Yeah, I have a
Sorry.
question. I don't believe in the globe model, but I was talking to my friend who does, and we have like conversations regarding it, like back and forths with different perspectives and stuff. And my friend was talking about, so I guess we had like where he was trying to get me to understand his point of view was to do with like we have a different view on density and how density can be like applied to gravity. And so he thinks that gravity is ultimately the thing which brings forces downwards. And so his argument to me was that, okay, Stacy, because you're saying that it's not gravity, it's just buoyancy or density, then what's the actual force causing things which are more dense to go down rather than things which are less dense to go down? And if you use the example of having a centrifugal force, like swinging a bucket over your head, then at one point the water's going to be right above your head and the force being exerted is going to be straight up, making the reference frame of like the density reference frame, it's going to be inverted to what it usually is, where what's less dense goes down, whereas when you have the force exerted upwards, what's less dense is what's more dense is usually down, but when you have the force exerted upwards, what's more dense is going to be above you because of the force exerted. Does any of this make sense? Have I explained it? Do you know where my point?
Well, there's always what we can verify is its regards to the medium in the relationship between the whatever that is, like your phone, a helium balloon, like so. It's always we can like prove that it is always to do with the relationship between the object and the medium. What we can't prove experimentally, at least, is gravity. Your friend, ask your friend if he knows of any other person who, at any period in the history, has ever proven experimentally either Newtonian gravity or Einsteinian. Neither of them have experiments, so technically they're not even science. They're not even theoretical. It's not a science theory. So
yeah,
ask him if they can provide experimental evidence for his claims. See what he says.
Yeah, well, it's just the topic we've been discussing is his argument, I guess, was that, well, you know, what causes your density gradient to go to like be pointed downward? Why is there like this force everywhere going down?
Why not up or why not left or right? I mean, we don't know why things go down like that. We're always gonna, if we don't know something, we're just gonna say we don't know. It could be related to electromagnetism. It could be something we've not even thought of.
Yeah. Okay. So I guess I was just asking to see if there was like an actual reason, but as I suspected, I thought it's just the way it is, whether we know or not. It's
a new term. I only heard this about a couple of weeks ago or about a month ago. Relative density disequilibrium. That's a new sort of term that's been thrown around by some flat earthers. So they claim that's the force, a pseudo force, I would imagine.
I'm not sure if relative density is able to like explain what the force is. I think it because like density needs a force.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Relative density disequilibrium. That's what people are
Oh, okay. Plus equilibrium.
Like if you dropped like a blob of oil in water in a like a density tower. Like if you dropped it and eventually it's going to make its way back up to the top if it's lighter than all the rest of the stuff it landed in. So that is technically, I mean, I would say it is a pseudo force, I suppose. If it's trying to make its way up to the top, you're not exerting any other pressure on it, but it's still oil's always going to try and get to the top of the water. So I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not an expert in none of that shit, but I would say that to me would be a pseudo force. It appears to be a force, but it's not really.
Yeah, I guess I've sort of been thinking of things like in terms of instead of just thinking something goes down, I also sort of try and think while it goes down, the air above it goes up. So it's sort of like a two-way sort of thing which happens where two things are happening at once to transfer an item lower or higher. But yeah, I mean, that was... I don't really have much else to say regarding that because, yeah, your answer is what I was sort of expecting, but I thought I'd just throw it out there, see if I get any, other perspective.
Maybe someone else has got another idea. I'm just giving you my view. I mean, I'm just a layman myself. Like when it comes to these things, I only know what I know.
Yeah, but I just I'm sort of the person who likes, like with my friend, I like talking to them about it, and then I want to be able to, like, I don't know, sometimes it just feels a bit incomplete if I'm just like, oh, I'm sorry, I don't have the answers, but I guess I won't always have the answers, and I guess they'll just have to accept that I can't answer every question of theirs. But, conversation it's good for everyone, gives different points of view. And we've learnt a lot from, like, each other's challenging each other's beliefs and stuff.
It's always good to ask a question.
Well, while I'm here, I might throw out one other question. Is usually when I'll do some over the ocean sort of observational tests where I might look at a lighthouse 20 kilometers away. Usually what I'll see is the lighthouse, but then there's like a reflection going on, so I can't really see all of the lighthouse. But then it's sort of, from what I gather, it looks like the, how do I describe it? So it sort of looks like the lighthouse or the atmosphere sort of enlarged the lighthouse in a way which seems to correspond well with the curvature estimates, which my friend likes to like say, oh, see, it's got the curvature estimates and stuff. But I'm just wondering, with enlarging like the atmosphere, do you have like much resources on how like a long distance ocean view could enlarge a lighthouse or landmass just a bit? Because it's not much, like I think it's only like 15 meters or something of what you could argue looks a bit like curvature, but it's nothing drastic. So, yeah.
I mean, where are they getting the calculations for the curvature? Like, where's the measurements? Ask them for that.
No, like I'll be doing these curvature tests myself, and then you'll see that there's like there's meant to be land, but then it will sort of just you'll just see maybe some of the lighthouse and not the land. And so you can say, oh, you can't see the land, therefore, say 15 meters of curvature must be there. So it's not, it's lining up with what you're seeing, but whether it's curvature or just perspective is like really the actual question. But yeah, I'm just wondering with perspective if there's any resources and explanations for the atmosphere magnifying the environment to make it look enlarged in some way.
No person to ask.
Okay. Yeah, I might come back some other time, and when it's a bit more active in the live stream, and ask some of these questions.
Anytime, you're more welcome. That was quick.
Was there last question there about? To take into consideration doing observations or what?
Yeah, something to do with the lighthouse being was it further? Man, I'm not into that kind of stuff, so like it's Japanese to me.
Japanese.
She was saying that it appeared slightly larger.
Is that the Atmos magnification then she's talking about?
Yeah, but I told her to go and look at Ballbuster 66. I'm not sure if my mic was working properly at the time.
Oh, we didn't hear you, no. I don't think it was working. Yeah. At that point when she was there. What should she look up? You said Boston what?
Ballbuster 66 from Quantum Eraser.
Ballbuster, sorry.
Yeah.
All right.
With refraction, looming,
Spake. What's going on in the background? Your mic is acting up.
I'll just restart.
Sounds like what do you call him? Megatron, whatever the fuck his name is. Taking over Decepticons. Ballbusting 66. Is that ballbusting66.com as in one word?
No,
yeah?
Ballbuster from Quantum Eraser. It's the one on refraction, looming, and mirage.
Do you have the link to it or something?
I'm doing something else at the minute, but I will post it on.
No rush.
Post it. Okay.
Then we can look it up and see what it's all about. Is it on his YouTube?
Yeah, it should be on his YouTube. Yeah.
Okay.
Ballbuster 66.
Okay.
What are you looking at, man?
And you see the bluffs behind it. You see the white parts that are the towns.
An apparent position, the horizon.
See that second jetty, that second string of islands and jetties out in front of the mainland. That's where the globe line should be. That's 116 miles right there. That should be it. That's where the hump is. Yeah, RC Meisty, do you live on a sphere or not? Do you live on a sphere? You live on a sphere at 9,000 feet. Your horizon's at 116 miles.
Stop begging the question.
Listen, this is 1,000, and I want to point out that this is 1,000 nanometer infrared, and infrared wavelengths refracts less than visible light. So even using this shouldn't be visible in the visible wavelength. But the fact that it's even more visible than it should be in the visible wavelength at infrared, because even more of these mountains should be hidden. Understand? If there was no refraction whatsoever, you wouldn't be able to see any of these. Okay? If you say there's refraction, you should be able to see a small portion. But the fact that there's less refraction.
So from 9,000 feet, where do you feel where does it say more that it should be cut off?
116 miles is where the globe horizon should be.
From 10,000 feet.
Stop begging
From 9,000 feet. From 9,000 feet, if you're on a sphere 24,901 miles in circumference at 116 miles, that should be the leading edge of a sphere.
Cool.
So I'll look up Tete de Garnissier. God, these French names.
One of the websites in Catalan, trying to figure that out.
God, Catalan. What the heck? Seriously. Should be below the curve. Whole thing should be gone. Couldn't see the top of it at all. And when we see the whole thing, base of the mountain, all the way down.
You can see it, dude. You can see the land after the water rising up. Okay, right after the water it doesn't immediately go into the mountains. It doesn't go into the mountains for like another 20, 25 miles before the elevation starts going up again. And you can see it rising up just like a regular, just like looking at the ocean or something, how it rises to eye level.
Okay, so that's 7,765 feet, when we should have 12,500. Top of the mountain should be 5,000 foot almost below the bulge of sea in the middle. Game over. Rips the globe.
So RCYC, look in a live stream. So this is from Google Earth, obviously. This inner circle, that's where the horizon is supposed to be. And the outer circle is where the furthest mountains are. That's 255 miles from the peak of Canigou. Go get the size of that circle.
Well. Hello, Memoius Aurelius.
Hey, how y'all doing?
All good.
All right, bro.
Good. Just been packing up recently, getting ready to move the fam down to Florida.
Awesome. Safe travels. I'm assuming you go by car.
Yeah. We're only moving down, let's see, 4.5 hours south.
All right. Quite at the right, yep.
Yep, heading down to Orlando. Anybody got anything going on?
Nah. You missed all the fun and games earlier.
Oh no. Anyway.
Nothing original.
It never is.
Oh man, it's absolute fucking bullshit.
They've been pulling their audience from TikTok now, which is probably the stupidest audience that there is on Earth. So all the globe heads have moved over there and set up their little channels, and they've all gone back to their 2015 arguments because it works on people with a 17-second attention span.
Fuck's sake. Oh, is that you, mean? Fuck's sake, I just recognised your voice there, bro. Fuck
yeah, it is me.
Fuck, I've not heard you for ages, man.
Didn't you recognize the nasally sociopath voice?
That was what disguised it slightly. Man, these two characters earlier, bro, I shit you not, they would not, well, the first guy would not answer one fucking question directly. Not fucking one, man. And everybody kept fucking allowing him to slip through fucking almost with these toenails nailed to the floor. And he managed to just get out of it. He's like, he's like, I don't like to answer your questions. Your questions are stupid.
Correction. Couldn't answer.
No, couldn't have a fight.
Couldn't answer, yeah.
Man, he never listened to a fucking single thing anyone says to him, and he was going round in circles for 5, 6, 7 hours in total, probably.
Holy cow.
And then this other guy, Robert, somebody came in. I'm not sure what his second name, but I've heard them once or twice before, and he was just constantly asking why the sun and the stars go in circles. So I said, well, how can the stars rotate in concentric circles if we're moving in multiple vectors at millions of miles per hour, but nothing changes and polarity is the same? He's like, no, well, we'll just stay off that subject just now. I'm like, what about, instead of pointing to the sky, why not show us like evidence for curvature or motion? Oh, you always bring that up, like, and that's just a trick. You're just trying to trick us. I'm like,
you always bring up proof-based arguments. Why?
Every time fucking he brought it up, man, I was like instantaneous. I'm like, we've not got an answer. We don't know what these things are. We can see them just like you. You believe stories about them. We don't. We've not got a story to replace your story. And then 5, 6 times, man, he brought it up. And every time I says, mate, we don't have an answer. Can we move on to something about the shape of the earth?
Yeah.
Fucking joke, man. I'm getting my laptop hopefully today. I'm going to fucking get some good sound bites and make a good video, man.
Oh, yeah. Who all was in on the argument?
But, I mean, I destroyed him after he got checked in. Like, I just a quick fucking, like, a 2-3 minutes tear down like what he was believing. He never listened to any of it. And for all those hours, 10, 15 people spoke to him, and he literally ignored every fucking thing, man. Everything.
Sometimes those are the best ones to play with.
Nah, but he was doing it deliberate, bro. He was smiling when he was talking. He was insulting people's intelligence. He threw a few ad homs here and there. Literally, somebody was like explaining a premise or getting to a point, and then there was silence. And then he would literally, blatantly, you'd hear him typing in the background. He just completely ignored everything that was presented. And he'd done that 50 times. I was going to ban him like 3 times.
Yeah, this is why I don't believe in bots, that these people are bots or anything like that. And like, because I've been on the internet long enough, and like, you go on Twitter and you go to like the anti-gun portions of it, the arguments they give. These are real people, and they're just so irredeemably stupid. They're irredeemably stupid. They might as well be bots.
I don't even think they're that stupid, bro. The belief does like that wipes out any intelligence they've got.
Well, to me, that is what stupid is. Like, it's not just being ignorant and it's being ignorant and like being unwilling to fix that, being unwilling to listen. That's stupid, because those are the people who don't listen to good advice and like wreck in the rain. Right? Like, hey, you shouldn't speed while you're in the rain. You tell them that, and then they go out and they speed and wreck in the rain. Doesn't matter how smart they are. They're an idiot. But yeah.
It's a clown show, man.
It is.
That's what I was saying earlier. I'm going to get the Benny Hill theme music when I'm editing the video.
I grew up on Benny Hill. So.
Or have you seen the video? I used to have it on my old YouTube channel where Fight the Flat Earth is like, you flat earthers are still clinging onto this joke of a movement, and the guy's got this trumpety music in the background. That guy called Shill versus Shills, or Shills v Shills, his channel, and the music's absolutely hilarious. So I'm going to try and find that and use that in Benny Hill.
It's like the opposition has degenerated so much. I gotta take breaks because it just gets depressing talking to these mongrels. Because they are just, they're like troglodytes searching for open muscles at the front of their caves. They are just the worst, most worthless human beings who have ever existed.
Don't overrate them, bro.
It's like they make me believe in hominids.
That's offensive to the hominids out there.
It's an insult to hominids. Yeah, you're right.
Fucking poor hominid.
Ogmic spear.
That's hominidism.
I'm just gonna. I add hominid all of them.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you say to somebody? I mean, how do you reason with a moron? I'm at a point I just insult them. There's no point talking to them.
Speaking of Hama, I discovered the title of the new religion that's been going around called homophonism.
Homophonism?
Homophonism.
Homophonism. So it's man something?
No, same sound. So it's
same. Okay.
Phonism, same.
Yeah, homophonism. It's the religion where just because something sounds like something else, therefore it has some type of special meaning, like sole of your shoe and your soul. Right?
Oh no!
It's the religion of homophonism, and
I know what you're talking about. Like people who don't know that history, it doesn't have anything to do with his or her.
Exactly.
It's historia is a Greek word that means to inquire.
Yeah.
Like it was not even related.
The religion of the etymological fallacy as the base axiom, basically.
Good Lord.
Yeah. So I gave it a title: homophonism.
Homophonism.
Homophonity? I could call it that.
What are you? Homophonahibic?
So I think if it was ET, it would be phonohomism.
ET phonohomism.
Phonohomism.
Yeah. No, I did have a decent conversation with the guy named Nitro Earth yesterday. With the good old profile picture of a zoom in of Africa. every now and then I feel like there might be a little bit of hope here. There might be a couple of IQ points to rub together. But he said he'd be back today. So check this out. Let me explain. This is why I had a little bit of hope. This guy, we were going back and forth. He was kind of low energy, not really giving it his all. But he posted in the chat a Guinness World Record for the longest distance straight line of sight view, and it was the 275-mile. What?
Kind of good.
Well, this was Peak Gaspar. So here's the fun part. He posted this in chat. Let me see if I can find it from yesterday in the chat. The Fenestrellis to the Gaspard. Yeah. So this happened yesterday. I put the math anyway. I can't find it. It was yesterday, but I put the math in the chat and explained, hey, look, 3 miles. It's the peak of Gaspar is supposed to be 3 miles below the horizon. Are you understanding the numbers? And he's like, yeah. I'm gonna have to do the math myself. Okay. By the way, I have to get ready for work. So.
You don't want to have your paradigm shifted before a day at work.
Yeah.
That's what you want to do when you get home so that you can stay up at night.
Yeah.
And then go to work the next day after you've absorbed it, because, boy, you don't want to have that going through your head.
Yeah, especially if you do anything that where you could get hurt really bad if you have that kind of job. Oof. It was funny. It was just a serendipitous moment where he had posted that in the chat, and then I was able to be like, excellent example. Let me show you something.
Yeah.
Oh, man, I love those moments. Yeah.
They are fairly good. Oh, man.
He said he would be back. Said same time.
Well,
I'll be back.
he is. I'll be back. Was that the morning time?
It was a little afternoon, so probably 2 or 3 hours from now. It would be about the same time.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Yeah, I'm looking forward to Orlando.
What's happening there?
That's where I've been. We've been packing up. We're moving out of Georgia, going down to Orlando.
Oh, permanent new dwelling location?
Yep.
Oh,
permanent.
Wow. So, are you going to have to reestablish your business, or?
I've had a digital or a remote license set up there already, so that it can be established.
Uh-huh.
But we got other sources of income too, so it's all right.
Gotcha.
So I quit doing concrete anyway. I just do the epoxy and the refinishing now, because concrete went from $105 to $192
per cubic foot,
per cubic yard.
Oh, per cubic yard. Okay.
So essentially, in the past 6 months, it's doubled in price, and they're telling smaller contractors like me, like if you're not pouring 700 yards, hey, we can get you in 7 weeks. And I'm like, there is no way I can schedule anything with someone telling me they're out 7 weeks with the materials to do the job.
Yeah.
Because in that span of time, customers chicken out.
Yeah. So there's probably not a lot of concrete jobs taking place right now.
Oh, everyone's calling and everyone wants them, but they're not used to the new jacked up price.
Sure.
And so I had trouble getting 2 clients to pay me recently. I got paid, of course. But I thought, you know what? This is a signal of how it's going to be for the next year or two.
Mm-hmm.
Concrete. And so I'm done with it for now.
Yeah, I hear you. Gotcha.
So if the price ever goes back down, I'll go back into it. But no, I'm just sticking with the other parts of my company.
Gotcha.
So that's that.
So does that include like kitchen countertop type stuff too, or not necessarily? You said epoxy, so I'm imagining like how you can refinish a concrete countertop and do the fancy epoxy patterns.
Oh yeah, I can do all that marbleization, clay, all that epoxy stuff I can do. All that crazy stuff you see on like YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they make it look so easy. They make it look like, yeah, the stuff is beautiful. But
I love that. I mean, to have that ability, dude, that's you have a great eye and stuff like that. You know, that's just because you got to get all the bubbles out. Just watching what they have to do, like, dude, that's like mind bending. So it's like that's amazing that you know that stuff.
Well, the good thing is what I'm going to do too is I'm going to get a vacuum chamber that's made for epoxy. You just put the epoxy in the vacuum chamber after you mix it. You turn it on, turns on the pressure low enough, all the air comes out of the epoxy, and then you put it on the floor. And then all you have to worry about is the air bubbles that are aspiring from the concrete, which that's not too bad. They come through pretty quick.
Huh.
So.
Like able to receive what 1 gallon at a time or 5 gallon? How big of a vacuum thing?
3 gallons.
3 gallons. Yeah. It shouldn't be that difficult. I did find it. Not that you didn't already know the details, but I'll post the timestamp in the chat. Yeah, it was cool. Pic de Fenestrelles and Pic Gaspar. Such a good example. Yeah. So it's,
oh yeah, those are the guys that Indio has been in email correspondence with for a very long time.
The Mark Brett Guma person?
Yeah.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if the guy that did that went, I did a really great thing, but then again, how did I do that?
I think he is more concerned with obtaining the best photographs than anything else. He seems like that kind of person. Like, some people are very ambitious for what they want to do and are really unconcerned with anything else. I actually really respect that.
Yeah, gotcha.
That level of stoicism. And so I think that's just how he is. He's like, look, whatever. I'm getting the longest photographs. But I can't say it in the weird. He speaks like Catalan or something, which is a really rare language. So.
Oh, okay. Yeah. There's a handful of peculiar languages. Catalan's not the one where they do the whistles, though. I don't think.
I don't think so. Catalan is part of like the Southern European.
Yeah. Islands somewhere.
Yeah, somewhere around there. It ain't Cantonese.
No, not that. Oh, meme.
Yeah.
in August, I'm going to be having an opportunity to be face to face with some NASA astronauts.
Really?
Yep. So a friend of mine that runs a radio show, he is also a city planner, and whatever the position is that he holds is he's elected the city planner of the city near me. So he's a well-connected guy. He also runs a drone camp for that same city, and he's been doing this for years. He's been accumulating donors or donations in order to accommodate this NASA astronaut visit. They are requiring $50,000 in order to do their visit, to talk to a bunch of children about space and space flight as it correlates to drone technology. Anyway, he is a space skeptic, interestingly enough. At the very least, he is a space skeptic, and he's interested in once he gets the opportunity to have them over to, in his words, give them heck about NASA fakery and stuff like that. So me being well aware of how sophistry works and how effective they can be at their sophistry, I have been accumulating the best questions I possibly can and different resources in order to prepare for how I'm going to what I'm going to say and how I'm going to say it, which will have to be I'll have to adjust based on what I learn about them. So, for instance, if I learn that they've never done a spacewalk, that changes, some stuff. If I learn that they have, then I can go those kinds of directions. But anyway, I'm just letting it be known so that if anybody has any good ideas for me, and also if Fraud is listening, I am hoping that he joins me. Fraud.
Are y'all in the same area?
Yeah, we live a couple hours apart from each other.
Yeah, there you go.
He must be doing something right now. But yeah, that is in August. Apparently, their going rate is $30,000, and in order to do the ISS experience, their fee is $50,000. So it's an extra $20,000 to do the ISS experience for a group of children, and youth. So anyway.
What is the add-on for the ISS experience? What is the experience?
I can only guess. I don't know the details. I assume they probably have some kind of travel trailer decked out like the ISS. That's my guess. I have no idea what actually happened.
It'll be a semi truck.
It'd be probably a semi. It might involve VR. I don't know. I really don't. But
well, knowing nowadays, it's probably just entirely VR. They don't go anywhere. It's just now we can bring it to you right in the classroom, kids.
So it's pretty much a real ISS experience, then, huh?
Yeah, it's just like the real thing.
Kids, this is literally no different. There's no difference at all. You won't pretend. You won't float. Okay, you won't float, but otherwise, it's exactly the same.
Guys, sorry to interrupt. Struggle Stacy has an inquiry to make if you're up for it.
Yeah,
who's playing clown music in the background?
Sorry, it's the ice cream truck. Sorry.
That's an ominous foreboding. Who has the question?
Stroll?
Yeah, it's me, Stacy. My main question I asked a little while back, but there wasn't many people on. It's basically with the density equilibrium or the density gradient, we understand things which are denser go down and things which are less dense go up, or compared to their relative density medium. But I was talking with one of my heliocentric friends who we go back and forth, and he was basically bringing up the idea that, like, if you have a centrifugal force and then you have a bucket of water and you're spinning it with the centrifugal force at
Is
one
that
moment.
Does your friend think that's how gravity works?
No, it's to do. That's no. Can I just try and explain it?
Sure.
Yeah. So with the water, it will be right above you, even though water is more dense than the air. But because you're exerting it above, like straight up, which kind of inverts the density gradient relative to that force you're applying to the bucket of water. And therefore, he's saying, look, you can see there's a force which is causing the water to like have its density, the more dense to be at the as high as it can, and the less dense to be lower. Whereas when we just have our ground, which is like our initial reference point, all of the dense things go towards the ground. So therefore, there's a force being exerted towards the ground. And what is that force was basically the question.
Well, that's not a question. He's making a claim.
And
he's using a question to make a claim.
So once somebody starts talking about density in regards to the gases, and it's like, well, look, there's a density gradient or pressure gradient in the atmosphere, blah, blah, blah. I like to give the example of the sulfur hexafluoride in a container, which, by the way, container. They put it in an open-topped container, sulfur hexafluoride, and just keep this in mind. This gas is more dense than air. Okay, as a result, you can take a tinfoil boat and float the tinfoil boat on sulfur hexafluoride gas. It's quite interesting. But here's the point: is it's a good demonstration for the fact that gas needs a container. Okay, because even though it's more dense than the air around it, when the top is open, it will escape the container despite the fact that it's more dense than the surrounding air. And eventually, the container, the open-topped container of sulfur hexafluoride, will disperse into the available area because of the second law of thermodynamics. So the claim that gas pressure may not need a container because of density and so on is a moot point, because it's literally not something that could ever be demonstrated, because there are demonstrations like what I just described. Does that make sense?
Well, it sort of does. I guess it's just a bit hard to follow.
Think about it like this. You can show it. There's YouTube videos literally showing the boat sinking because the sulfur hexafluoride, though it is denser than air, escapes from the container because of the second law of thermodynamics.
Okay, so it's sulfur hexafluoride?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Sulfur hexafluoride. And there's like, I don't know, 100 videos on YouTube demonstrating this. And why is it? I know that it's somebody was like in the chat, it's man-made. I get that. That's not my point. I know it's not a natural thing. The point is it's denser than air. Okay? So it is helpful and or useful as a demonstration for how, even though something is denser than the surrounding medium, it's a gas, and because of the second law of thermodynamics, it will equalize with its surrounding available space. That is what gases do, regardless of density, and that's why it's such an important demonstration for people that are deluding themselves into believing that gas is only on Earth because of gravity or density or any other claim, rather than the necessity of a container. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I understand that.
Cool.
Also, is there any water in a centrifugal motion on Earth that he can provide?
I doubt it. But
no.
Yeah,
so you have to put water in a container and then apply a force, and then say, because I'm applying force to water, there must be force holding everything else down. I mean, is that even a logical statement?
Well, I mean, I kind of thought it was a logical statement, but it doesn't make me think of gravity the way he thinks of it. But I think do you know what
a non sequitur is?
No, I don't know what that is.
So a non sequitur means it does not follow. So let's say I put water into a bucket and I spin the bucket around. Because the water stays in the bucket, I can make a claim out of something completely unrelated to that something must be holding everything else down. It's a non sequitur. They're not logically related at all. It's like every time Nicolas Cage makes a movie, swimming pool deaths rise. It's true. You can look it up.
Well,
there's a straight line correlation with Nicolas Cage making movies and swimming pool deaths. Does that mean they're related?
No.
So things have to be provably logically connected.
But the way when I heard his argument, I thought it did make sense because.
Okay, how does applying force on a bucket of water by spinning it relate to anything else? What is the logical thread?
Well, at least how I see it is like the density gradient is in changing due to the force exerted. Therefore, shouldn't there be a force always exerted to cause the density gradient?
But is that a logical connection? Is that a logical connection, though? Or is that just, I think so?
Oh. I have a really good... I can understand where you're coming from, Strool, but to elaborate on what Meme is trying to point out, there is a really cool... there's a really cool video of a buoyancy demonstration using vibration. Here, I'll find it and I'll post it and you can continue the chat. But anyway, I'll find it and then I'll continue. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, well, I did think about it, and I because at first when I was talking to my friend about this, he was like, it took a few weeks before I finally got his point with the centrifugal force. But then it's like, okay, I see what you're trying to say. Okay, I get your point. I can... And now I do think his point makes sense. I mean, maybe I'll have to think of it a bit more.
Yeah, no, this will help. This will help. Look what I posted in Livestream Voice text. Yeah, you are hot micing, Panto. Yep. So the video title is The Weird Physics of Upside Down Buoyancy. Okay, they put a semi-two-dimensional, it's not exactly two-dimensional, but it's a very skinny area, 2 panels of glass with water or some liquid in the middle, and they have these boats. The boats have magnets, but that's only for the purpose of being able to easily move them. Okay, they start vibrating the panels or the container, okay, up and down. I believe it's an up and down vibration. Up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. Okay. What happens is it forces pressure to develop below and above the water. Okay, and then you can actually demonstrate a buoyancy gradient and cause the boat these little floaty boats to float on the top and the bottom, and their floating is equal Okay, so so in regards to the nature of a non sequitur, it would be like me doing this demonstration and then saying, therefore, we know that there's a vertical vibration that causes us to stick to the earth. Right? Okay. But the issue is, just because you can demonstrate something to do something, the correlation between the thing that you're demonstrating and reality it needs to be connected logically, and you have to demonstrate it. So you'd have to be like, you'd have to show the earth actually bouncing up and down. Or in this guy's case, you'd have to show the earth actually doing this centrifugal thing that he's referring to, which, again, that hasn't been demonstrated. It's just a story. So just because somebody can demonstrate a thing to be happening that correlates to our reality, or looks like something in our reality, doesn't mean that it actually is the cause of our reality.
And I want you to think about this too, all the manipulable variables in his demonstration. He has a bucket, he loaded up the water, and he chooses the speed of the force of the centrifugal force applied, right? He's choosing all that. So he can manipulate the force, can't he?
Yeah.
All right. So in order to demonstrate that, he has to manipulate the force. Where is the proof of a force outside of that? Is there proof of a force anywhere? Because to prove the force, you have to manipulate the force.
Yeah, just ask him to stop the bucket.
Yeah, stop the bucket. Don't touch the bucket. What happens? Nothing.
Yeah. Hey, Nitro Earth is back. I was just updating a couple of people, Nitro, about our conversation yesterday. Was that helpful? But before we go on to that, I don't want to Strool, was that helpful?
Yeah, that's gave me a lot of clarification. So I realized that my understanding was no different to saying, oh yeah, look, this magnet makes, say, this water go up here, therefore the water is being held down by magnets, which it could be, but it's not a logical conclusion.
Yeah, ultimately it's about finding cause and effect.
Yeah.
And when it comes to creating the centrifugal force, you know the cause of that because you can manipulate. But you can't do that. You can't do that with why everything is the way it is here, because some things float, some things go up in the air, some things are lighter than air.
Yeah, I appreciate your input. It's helped.
Cool. All right. Nitro, are you there? I saw you join the VC. I figured that's what that means, is that you're able to communicate.
When Stacey was in earlier, she had a second question, and my mic wasn't working at the time. But can I just point it to the chat? I'm going to post the video. It's about terrestrial refraction and looming and mirages.
There's just one problem: is that terrestrial refraction is not a real.
Well, I know that, but QE goes through that.
Yeah.
Playing hard to get, Nitro? Did you do the maths?
Well, I'm in doing some Overwatch games real quick.
Did you do the math?
The guy who's going to present the evidence?
No. Nitro Earth is the one that gave us the long distance observation from the Guinness Book of World Records. Did you do the math yourself?
I couldn't actually find accurate figures for like height and stuff like that.
What do you mean? I posted them in the chat.
Yeah, I couldn't find them from that point because they're way, way far up in the thing. I did go to their website, the people that did the photography, and they definitely mentioned they accounted for refraction and optimal weather conditions, and they were definitely Globers, though.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. That doesn't matter what they are.
Yeah, look here. I'll post it again because I'm nice like that. Copy image, and here. Yeah, I mean, I'm disappointed because it really took like 3 seconds of a Google search to get the the elevation highest point, which I used in the calculator. It literally took me like 15 seconds to do all of that. I mean, I'm used to it though. I do research all of the time, so maybe
hold on
that's
one
the
second.
reason.
Let me pull up their website.
I'm just confused as to how someone connects spinning a bucket to the Earth.
Well,
I don't understand. Like, how is that representative of the Earth? Is the Earth in a bucket? Is that what we're supposed to assume now?
Yeah, but people do whatever they can to rationalize the story, and the word centrifugal gets used, so they're just
even though centrifuge is actually a linear force. So
yeah.
All force is linear. There you go.
All right, so Fenestrellis and Gaspar, I posted the heights, I posted the Earth curve calculator numbers. I can give you the link to 2 different Earth curve calculators. Okay, I'll do that as well. So and you can read their methodologies and math equations that they're using to, they literally explain precisely how their calculator is being put together. That would be this image for here. I'll link it.
So they're photographing. Where is it? Gaspard, right?
Yep, from the top of Fenestrellis. Okay, and I took 9272. No, I took 9272 feet. Okay, and I threw that in the calculator.
What's 9272 feet?
Hold on.
That's the height the photographer is at.
I didn't do the thing right.
And that they're kind of near the top of Fenestrellis, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I did the math all wrong.
Yeah. It doesn't matter. I have it all memorized. So, I mean, because we've actually been in correspondence with the guy who took that photo for, 4 years. He also took a very broad, not black and white, but infrared photo of it, which is beautiful. You can see all the way down to the shoreline. You can see the little jetties out front and the little towns and villages leading up to the mountains, everything. Have you seen that picture? Same guy took it. Here, I'll post it.
Yeah, post it.
Yeah. There you go.
Well, I'm doing other things too, so hold on.
Now this one's only 250 miles right here.
Did you post that in live stream voice text, Mimas?
Yes, live stream. No, I posted that in lobby. Hold on a second. What am I? I turned retarded. Hold on.
Still learning Discord. It's okay.
Yeah.
We forgive you.
All right. There is your... And by the way, the thing I have circled there is Tete de Garnesay. And that, the top of that one, that's the shortest mountain over there. Or it's one of the shortest ones. 5,700 feet.
So in the photo I'm looking at, assuming all these numbers are correct, it says it looks like the tallest peak in this photograph is Bar des Cranes, which is 4,102 meters.
Mm-hmm.
What does that translate to? 13,458 feet. And the curve calculator I'm using says only like 12,500 feet should be hidden. So this seems, I don't know.
Hold on. So only 1,000 feet of it should be showing if you're on a ball, right?
Yeah, it's also a
How
pretty
come? Hold on.
grainy
There's
picture,
a
and
mountain there. It's not grainy. There's a picture there. Tete de Garnacy. The entire mountain is showing, and the top of it should be over a mile under.
Well, I don't know if that's the entire mountain, by the way.
It is the entire mountain.
Well, could we ask the people that actually took the photo, because they would be more familiar with the terrain?
Yeah, because we're in correspondence. They're not going to be more trained. They have the same picture. What are you talking about?
I know, but they would be more familiar with the terrain and how much is hidden and how much is not.
They'd be familiar with the terrain. They're in Italy, and that's France. Why would they be more familiar with the terrain?
Because they were physically there.
They weren't physically there where they took the picture.
What do you mean?
They took the picture of. They weren't physically at that mountain.
They were 250 miles away.
It's optical. You know what physically somewhere is, right?
Right, but we're looking at a picture with a hazy mountain range in the background.
It's not that hazy.
Dude, why are you arguing with him? What's the purpose?
By the way,
why are you arguing?
See, none of that shoreline should be visible. All of that should be under it. All of it. Every single bit of it. There should be no shoreline. There should be no ramping
there's
up.
not
those
really
mountains.
any comparison.
You see the entire mountain. Hold on. If you're saying 12,000 foot of the mountain should be de Crin should be obstructed, how come none of it's obstructed in this image? None of it. Zero.
Well, that's where I'm saying I can't tell what is an obstruct. I don't know what
Yes,
the bottom
you
of the
can.
mountain.
You can look at it. You have eyes, don't you?
So you think that's no obstruction?
There's no. Are you looking at the same picture I am?
Hold on.
Oh, 740.
I assume the first photo you see in that is the picture that we're talking about.
Are you looking at the black and white photo?
No, I'm looking. Just go to that link.
No. I want you to look at the black and white photo that the same guy took. I posted at 11:23 a.m.
Oh, let me open up original.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is a different photo though, with different
Not
numbers.
a different photo. Okay. Do your calculations at 250 miles.
Well, yeah. What's the distance to that peak? Where's the height of the photographer?
Yeah. Go do your math.
This picture doesn't tell me the height of the photographer or where they took it from.
So back to the one that you posted from the Guinness Book of World Records, I posted two different Earth curve calculator, pointing out the math specifically. And again, the peak of Gaspard is supposed to be, the peak of Gaspard is 12,740 feet above sea level. Okay. And the observer height, 9,272 feet at 275-mile distance. Okay. And I posted two different calculators here for you. Again, the hidden height is 16,471. So we're talking about almost 4,000 feet below the horizon. But that's not what. Hold on. But that's not what's seen in the view from Fenestrellis to Gaspard.
So I'm just going by the numbers I'm getting from this photo, and they're looking at Bar de Cranes, which is 4,102 feet, and that's where I'm coming from.
I'm talking about the one you posted yesterday.
Which is the photo I'm looking at right now, and the link I showed you. Did somebody post it? Let me see.
Okay, I'm pulling it up. Okay, so
I see like multiple stuff here. Who was that? Memus Earliest posted. The top right one might be the one I'm talking about.
Okay, I pulled your link up. What's your issue though?
The issue is what appears to be the tallest peak way off in the hazy distance is Bar de Acrins. I'm not pronouncing that, obviously. Listed at 4,102 meters, which is 13,458 feet. Which means, yes, according to the curve calculators, after accounting for refraction, you should still see those mountains.
Hold on. Wait, are you saying that giant blob in the distance is only 1,000 feet showing? Is that what you're saying?
Hold on.
Hold on, let me do the calculation.
You posted a link. This is about Gaspard.
Yeah. Why are you trying to
avoid
the ones that shouldn't be showing at all?
I'm going off their website. It literally says a thin line of mountains rise over the horizon.
Listen. All the ones that should not be visible at all are completely visible.
Yeah,
why?
I don't know what.
Well,
you're not.
Don't ask me what you think. You're the one making the claim. Why are all the ones that are supposed to be invisible on your model visible?
First of all, nobody's showing me because what I'm looking at says there should be
We've shown you multiple pictures. No, you're only trying to focus on the tallest mountain. What about the shortest mountain? Why is the shortest mountain visible?
Let me point something out. You're getting distracted in the article about the Bardet Écran. Okay, this is about literally Gaspard, okay, which you have distance information of and you have its elevation. I posted it all in the chat, okay? I posted the links, okay? Gaspard is 3,883 meters, which is 12,740 feet. I put it all in the calculator for you. Okay, I posted the pictures of the Gaspard, its elevation height and all of that. I gave you all the data. Do you need more links? Do you need more references?
So in the photo I'm looking at that they're pointing out, I get it that it says Pic Gaspard, but they're specifically saying that peak to the middle left of the image is the tallest peak. Which one is Pic Gaspard specifically?
Oh my gosh! It says Pic Gaspard on the link that you posted. Here, I'll put the picture in the chat. It literally emboldens the white of Pic Gaspard, points to it right there.
Okay, so we're talking about two different photos.
Yeah, that's how these things get confused. What are you talking about? Okay, because this again is all about Fenestrellis to Gaspard. That's what's relevant. Anything else that you're trying to point to is either a red herring or an attempt at a straw man. I don't know what you're doing. Okay. The fact of the matter is, this is supposed to be about Fenestrellis to Gaspard.
That's the actual thing I'm talking about. Just go to the link. That's the first photo.
No, the first photo is unlabeled. I went to the link that you posted. This is the first photo. It's got no labels on it. It's just a photo.
And by the way, the big infrared image. Photo.
Yeah, bro. Did you not see the other version of that exact? Oh boy.
Yeah, that's other pictures. Yeah, I'm talking about this one photo, the first one that's unlabeled that says the 4,000, the giant mountain is still visible.
How much of that mountain is visible in that image? How much of that mountain?
Do you have photos from the ground, from closer?
You tell me. You're the one making the claim.
Look, I wasn't even talking. You guys were talking to me about this.
Look at the chat. Okay,
Jesus
look at
Christ.
the chat. You see where it says world record picture at 443 kilometers labeled? Do you see that? It's on the article that you gave me. Okay.
You're talking about from last night.
No, I'm talking about from right now. The article that you just posted on beyondrange.wordpress.com.
Okay, yeah, their actual website, yes.
Yeah. I took that image from that website that you just gave me with the labels, okay, pointing out Pic Gaspard, okay, and you can run the numbers yourself, which I already did for you on two different calculators, and the point is, you're getting confused somehow on some other distracting information because apparently you either don't know how to read or you're being disingenuous. Okay, and I gave you the numbers and they demonstrate that the hidden height is 16,471 and the height of Pic Gaspard is 12,740. Therefore, you should not be able to see Pic Gaspard.
So, and the conclusion you're drawing is because it looks like you can see a tiny bit of it.
No, it's not
No, it's not a tiny bit of it.
You can see all the way from the shoreline before, which is where your ball curve is supposed to be. Do you understand that if something
the shoreline should not be visible?
that you can't see anything behind it if it's blocking your view? Do you understand that?
Do you understand why they waited for these particular weather conditions?
Okay, listen. The horizon distance is supposed to be 117 miles, okay? Everything after 117 miles, according to the Ball Earth claim, should be starting to get obstructed, okay?
Well, that's the wrong horizon distance, by the way.
No, it isn't.
Not the wrong horizon distance.
If you approximate for refraction, it pushes it out to 120.
Why would we use an ad hoc formula? We're not going to use refraction. That's an ad hoc formula.
Well, then it's invalid. Then you have to account for the weather conditions.
Your idea of terrestrial refraction is ad hoc and invalidates the entire claim because that is not an optical formula.
Yeah.
Why would it be?
It invalidates the claim because it invalidates the radius.
Tell us what terrestrial refraction is. Tell us what it is.
Refraction is a thing.
No,
we can estimate for it based on weather conditions and height.
Shut up. Tell us what terrestrial refraction is. Not how to calculate it, what it is.
Right. I don't know how to calculate. I don't know the formula. Refraction is the bending of light as it travels through a medium.
Wrong. That's wrong.
That's what refraction is.
That is literally wrong. It's passing from one medium into a different medium.
So
that's what refraction is.
Different densities, right?
No, that's not different. Wait a minute. Passing from gas to gas is not a different medium, is it?
So you're saying light won't refract if it goes through the atmosphere.
What are the three forms of matter? What are the three forms of matter? Solid, liquid, gas.
Right.
When light travels through one medium, one form of matter, to another, it changes direction. Not from when it travels from gas to gas or water to water.
Unless you're going to provide a citation for said gas through gas.
Yeah. Oh, no, it's not. That's kind of irrelevant. Just as it passes through different densities.
Why don't you provide the citation then?
He doesn't understand.
Hold on.
He doesn't even understand what he's talking about.
Hold on. We need a citation that says the change in the direction of light through gas to another gas or water to water. Show us that.
Yeah. Because the formula for terrestrial refraction is a radius. It's an increase of the size of the Earth, sometimes up to 690%, in order to explain why you see too far. That's all it is. It's an ad hoc formula to explain why your model is broken.
It all comes from that. That's actually the source of the black swan argument, too, by the way.
No, it's not.
It literally is. I've seen QE himself use that source.
What source?
The one I just posted from Andrew Thomas Yang, or Young.
So a switching of the
What do you use it to explain?
Who cares? Who cares what Andrew Thomas Yang says? If you look at his calculations, they all have a big fat R next to them.
Right, so?
Radius. Is radius optical?
That's a radius you don't have, by the way.
Where's the radius at?
What do you mean we don't have a radius? We can measure the radius. We can survey the slope and measure the radius.
In surveying, you put the radius in after you've done the straight line linear measurements. Then you calculate
Not
for radius.
how geodetics work.
That is how geodetic surveying works.
Where's the measurement?
Well, he knows.
How many do you want?
I want the direct physical measurement. That's drop over distance or an obstruction at a designated spot. That's a specific spot, repeatedly. Where is it?
Wait, repeat that.
A direct physical measurement of Earth's surface proving its curving. That means that would show drop over a specific distance, for instance, 5 miles, 16.67 feet, or 10 miles, 66.67 feet, that you could show that direct measurement that was repeatable. That's a specific location. So you either have to show that or the specific location where everything is obstructed after it.
I mean, I could show plenty of photos that show obstruction.
I mean, photos aren't measurement. We need a direct physical measurement. That means it takes action. So we need a log of these people that were taking this action and exactly what they did from where to where.
And are you going to actually analyze it?
Buddy, we've been analyzing stuff for 6 years.
First of all, I'm just here to listen and play Overwatch.
No, yeah, it sounds like you're here to argue, bro, because you're not listening. That's the problem.
I mean, you gave your own.
I don't mind arguing, but
you gaslighted yourself by providing the long distance observation that debunks the globe, bro. And I gave you all of the measurements.
Yeah, you guys are literally the only one that thinks that debunks the globe, though.
Yeah, but you don't have a measurement of curvature, do you?
Look, the Black Swan debunks your globe. Just the Black Swan does.
Hold on.
There's never a point. There is never a point
that have measured the meridian arcs.
They do not.
The fucking measurement of the Earth's curvature, or shut up.
That's what geodetics does.
That is not what geodetics does. That is not what geodetics does. Tell me how that works. Go ahead. Since I do surveying, tell me how that works.
Hold on 1 second. I got to apparently post definitions.
No. Don't give me a definition. Don't give me a definition. You tell me how it works.
I'm not a surveyor. I'm not a geodetic guy.
So what? Then why are you using that? You said that's how it's done, which means it has been proved to you, which means you understand it. So go ahead, tell me.
No, it is the measurements that people are claiming to measure the radius.
Okay, show us how it works.
Tell me how that works. Are you just deferring to somebody told me so?
Uh-oh.
No, that's my understanding of it. I'm telling you why I believe what I believe, because people
Okay. Let's keep this simple. How does surveying work?
Use sight lines and angles.
Oh, boy.
Wow.
Elementary school version. Thanks.
Okay. How does surveying actually work? Like if I'm trying to put down a foundation, what do I need to do?
Like personally, I've done basic surveying on basic foundations, and it's just based on heights above like a laser line.
Above a laser line? No. What do laser lines have to do with it?
I'm literally telling you how I leveled for like a foundation before in the past.
Okay, so you set up a laser transit.
Yeah, it's basic.
Okay, but the laser people do this line of sight too. So
right. So you're a surveyor, right?
I'm asking you. You're the one who's claiming this.
I'm not claiming to be a surveyor. What was the question you asked me?
You're claiming to understand it. You claim to understand it enough to say that it's a proof.
No, somebody asked me for measurements of curvature or how we got the radius, and I posted a survey team's report.
Because you're straw manning away from the actual point, which is the measurement of this curvature that you don't have.
What's the distance? What's the accuracy distance of a surveyor's transit?
That's not even part of my point or my argument.
Oh, I think it is.
I don't have one.
You just don't realize it is, and why they have to go back and calculate in the radius after they do this.
I'm just trying to answer your guys' questions to the best of my ability. I haven't made a single point in favor of like what I actually believe or why I believe it.
Because all you have is what you believe because you're in a religion.
Maximum functionality for accurate use of the theodolite for your surveying is about 950 feet. So let's just say 1,000. So you have a 2,000 foot diameter. You have a 2,000 foot diameter. Oh, you can post it, but how did they get their linear line?
I mean, we'd have to go in and analyze it, wouldn't we? We'd have to go see.
Oh, I've already read a lot of these reports. I know how they do it.
So
they are not shooting a line. They are not shooting a line 100 miles wide. Is that what you think they're doing?
Wait, hold on.
They're just pulling.
So if you have a survey
laser
team,
lines across 100 miles and there's curve, is that what you think they're doing? They're measuring a bunch of flat spots and then calculating a radius later on.
So if you have a survey team that's measuring a bunch of different triangles all across the meridian arc, and these triangles add up to more than 180 degrees, what does that mean?
That means you've created a mathematical system that agrees with you. But it has nothing to do with taking the initial. It's not a measure. Where's the measurement of curve? You're talking about a calculation post hoc.
No, if you have a triangle and the interior angles measure out more than 180 degrees. You are not measuring a triangle. You are measuring
nothing but straight lines. There is no downward radius.
I mean, there's other ways we can tell there's curve besides.
How big are these triangles, by the way?
Do I need to go find that report?
You're the one making a citation. You're the one making the claim. Provide citations, not sources. Citations.
Well, now I'll just post the whole reports.
Yeah, cite what you got out of there. Cite the part that you think proves it.
Any of this garbage mean?
Nothing, buddy.
So page 221 of that report lists the spherical axis they actually measured in their triangles as they moved across
How did they measure it then? Tell
How'd
us
they measure that?
How'd they measure
well, no, it's not a report. You're the surveyor. If you want to figure out the
It's your claim. No, hey, I'm helping you. I'm not helping you. You are going to cite the exact point where they measured curve, not calculated it in post hoc, which is exactly what's happening on that page.
Wait, how do you know they calculated it in post hoc?
Because it's impossible. You don't have equipment. You don't have equipment that exists to be able to do that.
So
They
all
have
these
to put
teams,
all these
are just,
straight-
they didn't have you
They're
on their
doing what
team,
they're
so
trained
that's
to do.
wrong.
They're doing what they're trained to do.
Right, to take sight lines and measure and calculate.
It's not a measurement.
What'd you say? What was that last thing you said?
So on page, you just go to 221, right?
In order
on
to calculate, he
oh,
says.
okay.
In order to calculate. These are calculations.
Based
He
on
said
measurements. Based
triangulation
on
and angles and measurements in order to calculate.
Yeah, you can make a calculation based on a measurement, but that doesn't mean you've got reality right. If I gave you 22 by 14, what would you say that is?
you're finding the area of something, yes.
That doesn't necessarily mean I'm finding the area. What if I'm giving you a cross section of 22 by 14?
Okay, then you'd have to give me more information.
What if I'm giving you a boat measurement for a teardrop shaped boat and you calculate it wrong?
Then you would point out to me and show my actual error in the math or calculation. So
But what if you just found, hold on, what if you just found these measurements in the desert, written down on a piece of paper, and you just assumed something? You would have no way of knowing. How do they know what they're doing? How have they determined that?
So you can do this in this report that I linked. You yourself can verify any of these.
It's not a verification.
Okay.
I could verify that their calculation is an accurate calculation of the thing that they think they're calculating.
Yeah, because you don't
math
have
is
a
internally
foundational-
consistent.
You don't have a foundational measurement that's at the very beginning before they started. That's what you need. You need the direct physical measurement that they're going by as a reference. And if if it would be something in surveying that is found, that would be the surveying team that has the Nobel Prize attached to them for proving Earth's curvature.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you name the famous person who actually measured Earth's curve?
Documented.
Multiple people have. Multiple people have measured
name
and
one.
determined the Earth's curve.
Name one. Name one.
One.
And the famous person? Do we need to go back to Plato, who first started talking about the round?
No, the documented one.
Whoa.
Documented one. That's the official version. Who is the official one that's documented to have proven this curvature? One person.
Is there a name you have? I don't know.
Oh, I can give you a bunch. I can give you a bunch of names.
It's your claim.
You probably can't give me one.
I haven't made a single claim yet. I've merely provided where I'm sourcing this.
You are making claims. You think you're not, but you are.
You're making the claim
because you have foundational assumptions, which means you're making a claim.
No, because somebody asks me, hey, I need a radius, I need a measurement of curvature, and then I post a report that says spherical axis, which would indicate curvature.
That's just words. Where's the measurement that proves
Where's the measurements? Where's the measurements in there? There's no measurements in there of curvature.
The measurements, if you just go to page 221, are the station measurements and the observed angles.
I can lay out a triangle grid. I can lay out a triangle grid for an RPG that takes place in a spherical place, and it's all flat.
Yep.
Doesn't matter.
I could do the same dimensions on my flat table out in my kitchen. I could do the same exact thing.
But if you measured triangles on your flat table, they would equal up to 180.
You're interrupting me, so I wasn't going to be very long. But anyway, I'll be longer now. So I could do that to my table and do the exact same measurements of my actual table and calculate it just like you're doing with your surveying, and prove to you that that the surface of my table is a sphere. The same way you're doing.
So you're saying you can draw a triangle on a flat table
And
measure the angles, and those angles would be
triangle, triangle, or many triangles.
Look,
this is just for illustrative purposes.
Look, I don't care what you're doing with the surveying. I could do the same exact thing on my kitchen table with using the same assumptions that you are and come up with the same result are you for a curvature.
So what I'm saying is, if you had a giant ball and measured a triangle, you'd have spherical.
Respond to what I just said instead of going on to something different. Can you just respond to what is being told?
You think because you arbitrarily lay out a triangle that you're proving something, but you're not, because you can infinitely lay out triangles.
Why are you so scattered? Can you focus on one thing at a time?
The real question is this: why do we see too far?
Due to weather conditions.
Weather conditions. Do you have proof that's why we see too far?
Observation, yes. No, why?
Observation.
The receipts.
Yeah. What are the observations that weather is why we see too far? At what point
I'll
can
use your guys' own evidence against us or against you.
At what point is weather a sufficient variable where it lets you see a holographic world where everything is loomed up and flat?
So right off the bat, a very basic observation is observing those black swan oil platforms on different days in different weather. What happens to the horizon?
You can always you can always cover something up, but you can never uncover something that is covered.
Says who?
Bro.
Actually says Andrew Thomas Young. Maybe you should read that little article he posted.
Andrew Thomas Young said observations over water are horrible.
Andrew Thomas Young also concedes that you have to calculate everything on a flat plane.
Yeah, he basically
and things only loom up the amount that they're visible.
And if you agree that the horizon continually fluctuates depending on atmosphere, optics, elevation, then who's ever managed to measure the horizon?
Yeah.
Listen, it's actually not the horizon at all. If you read the whole Andrew Thomas Young, he states it several times that these effects do not affect the position of the horizon at all. They only affect what's above it and sometimes below it with the mirroring effect. If you don't understand these things, that means you haven't done research on what's happening out there when people zoom into these boats that are supposed to have gone over a geometric horizon, which they never have.
Yeah, how we got a boat 28 miles away? How have we got a boat that was visible 28 miles away?
I mean, you just show me the picture. Again, it's over water, and Andrew Thomas Young says observations over water are...
Dude, listen to me. Do you think that some kind of magic happens where the world is holographic over water?
No, I don't believe in holographs over water like that.
You just said you believe that the world is a hologram because over water, everything looms up. It's not really there. It's just an image of everything. That's a hologram. You believe everything you see over water is a hologram.
So let's put
You believe those mountains 275 miles away are the Earth being a trickster god, making it look flat and giving you holograms.
Yeah. So that means navigators aren't doing coastal navigation with known land sightings, beacons, lighthouses, and jetty lights. They're not triangulated off of real things and getting to the place right inside the jetty, even in fog where there's no visibility.
Can I make 2 points?
You just talk.
Everybody says I'm scattered, but that's because I have like 5 people talking to me and interrupting.
Yeah, because they're getting frustrated with you. That's why people are getting frustrated with your answers. Because here's the thing: if in the Black Swan, if that's a hologram, like Meme is saying, right? So if I'm on the shore and I'm a sniper, right, and I have that in my line of sight, and I want to shoot somebody on that platform, what's going to happen?
I don't really care. The Black Swan doesn't show what you think it shows.
Yeah, exactly. You obfuscate. You're going to run away because you're scared.
You don't want us to believe our lion eyes, right?
It doesn't show what they have to have showing for your religion. For it to be a ball, you have to say this. You have no other choice.
It doesn't make sense because if I view the Black Swan,
somebody's fucking talking. I mean,
hold on. Are you saying that because there's obstruction? Are you saying that because there's some obstruction on some days, that means the Earth is a ball.
No, why would I say that? That's dumb.
That's what you just said.
No.
That's what you're saying.
It's literally what you're saying.
That's what you're saying with the black
Literally
swan.
not what
You
I'm
said
saying. It's hard for me to say anything.
You're
'cause
saying
everybody
you're saying that because on some days when there's occlusion or there's higher waves or the tide's coming in and you can't see the bottom of those, that disproves days when it's completely calm.
It's moving Earth curve, y'all.
we know the horizon,
big rubber ball
apparent
that
position of the
Texas?
horizon changes based on weather. We know that for a fact.
You said apparent position. That means not real. What are you talking about?
Right, because it's being refracted.
But where's your evidence for refraction?
What do you mean evidence? You can see it in pictures. You can see the black swan has multiple
Where is your
colors.
evidence,
Here.
your proof for refraction? That's a radius in refraction. It is not optical, it is mathematical. Where is your evidence for an increase of the Earth's radius?
Right. That picture, Northern Rebellion, shows that that's a great variation between where the horizon is. The apparent horizon, yes.
Yeah, because he's at 1 foot observer height, and one day is 2 foot waves, 3 foot waves. The next day is 6 foot waves. How far do you think he is?
You've measured
How far
those
do you think
waves?
the camera is away from the wave itself in the second picture.
No, in the second picture, it's clear that the weather was much clearer and there was probably much less refraction on
In
that
the
day.
second picture, it's gray.
Where is your proof for refraction?
It's a gray.
Where is your proof for this magical bendy light that makes everything look flat some days, but it's a ball the other days?
It's a gray day. And
I mean, do I need to start posting scientific research papers on refraction? Like, what do you
That's
want?
a great idea. That's a great idea. We have a section here that has nothing but refraction papers in it. You can go look through that.
So why
And
didn't you believe any of those papers?
It's been a mystery. It's been a mystery since the middle of the 19th century. And they still don't know what they're talking about. They still have all these different ideas about what's going on, exactly how it works.
So regarding refraction, why can't I see Chicago at night every single night?
Limit to your vision.
How far
Sometimes I
away
can
is
see it,
Chicago? How far away is Chicago?
Give me a city across Lake Michigan.
All right, let's just say it's 60 miles, right?
Yeah, yeah, fine. For argument's sake.
Sometimes I'm driving and I can't see 200 feet in front of me. Does that mean the world ends?
On clear days throughout crisp, cold evenings, you should always be able to see just about the
Hold on.
entirety of Chicago.
Are you saying a mist does not rise off of the lake?
No, there would definitely be mists and moisture
And
in
are
there.
you also saying that things don't get smaller with distance?
And are you looking at Chicago through
that's a good point, actually.
high power binoculars every night? Is that what you're doing?
That's a great point.
Well, do things get smaller in distance or not?
Yeah, they definitely do, which is
They appear to be
weird
smaller,
because
right?
we don't see the moon or the sun change distance when they get
And do they
supposedly farther
ramp
away.
up from the bottom and from the top? And
Thank you for just proving our point. Thank you for proving our point. Thank you. You don't see the sun change size, do you?
Or the moon.
Or the moon.
Yeah. When you're looking at Chicago from across the lake, at any time looking across the lake, is the water bending down so everything's dropping away, or is everything ramping up to this more towards the center of your vision into a vanishing point?
Okay.
Are you talking about the horizon rising to eye level?
I didn't say that. You did.
Bro, if you're admitting that the horizon moves around and is all janky, why are you trying to use it as an argument of like proof?
No, I'm trying to debunk using like these observations over water as definitive proof of flatness.
Dude, you've debunked yourself so many times. That's why I'm laughing at you.
You don't have the number one
questions, man.
You don't have the number one foundational premise satisfied yet. You have no curvature measurement from any official source that's documented to prove it.
I mean, what do you mean official?
What do you mean official? Like the Nobel Prize? We discovered the actual physical curvature of Earth, and you can go do it yourself, and here's where it's going to be consistently, repeatedly, and observably and measurably. And you can falsify it so it satisfies the empirical method of inquiry. Do you have that for your globe?
Speaking of Nobel Prizes, what about the Nobel Prizes that were awarded to the detection of gravitational waves?
See, proving my point, you cannot answer one single question without diverting. You haven't directly answered one single question since I've heard you. Period.
Because you asked me who's won a Nobel Prize for proving Earth curve.
Again. Even while trying to respond to what I just said, you do it again.
Hold on, Sonny. Now, he's talking about LIGO. There's just one problem is that LIGO needs 3 miles of an absolute level straight line.
Uh-oh.
There's no curvature at LIGO. Why is that?
What do you mean there's no curvature at LIGO?
There's no curvature at LIGO.
Weren't those big giant arms built to be level so they kind of rise up off the ground?
What are you talking about?
There is not that kind of variation in that structure.
No, the arms of those big giant mile-long arms were built to account for Earth curvature.
Who cares about fucking LIGO? Listen.
Go back on topic. Sonny, go back to your original question.
Wait a minute.
Hold on. Loran is shooting a line of sight wave up to 2,500 kilometers.
Yeah.
For Loran. Before GPS.
Yep.
How is that possible, bro? 2,500 kilometers?
I didn't see
a straight line of sight wave because they know what wave it is and which one.
Okay, you're saying stuff. Can I read about it? Link something.
Fine, but see, you're coming here with this like supposed like loftiness or something.
Nitro. The problem is that you're not interested in like proof, like hard proof. You're interested in stories that will validate what you believe.
Yeah. It's
Can I just say one sentence without being interrupted? Just so I can say, okay, hold on. It's not really contentious. I got on this morning just to kind of listen to what you guys were talking about, play my game of Overwatch. You guys start coming after me, asking me all these questions. I stopped playing Overwatch, tried it as best I can, answer these questions that I'm not really interested in, because this is not what I'm interested in, not all these like measurements. I'm more interested in explanations. And then I get drug along by 5 different people.
But see, that's a problem, though. Explanations they're bad for the soul. Explanations are extremely bad.
Science.
Explanation is not the point of science. The point of science is to find facts, truth.
The how and why of reality, correct? That's an explanation.
No, just the mechanical how, the cause and effect relationship, so that you can test something, find out what the cause of it is, the cause, and have a factual working thing after that. You go from a hypothesis to an experiment to a theory.
Yeah.
Now,
that topic is fascinating.
That's not an explanation. An explanation is, I don't know what's going on, here's my explanation.
I mean, I am simplifying what science is, yes, for simplicity's sake. That's why I just say we want to explain things and how they happen and why they happen.
But we don't want to explain things, we want to show how things work.
Yep. I 100% agree with you. So
there's just one problem. So when the ancients who believed that, God was making thunder and stuff, they would tell us that chariots were pulling everything across the sky. They created a mathematical system based on it, and it worked. Everything works. Their entire mathematical system works to explain everything. Did you know that? So why don't we just believe that gods and chariots are pulling everything? Because it does explain it.
Saying that.
But it does explain it. Well, it's where we get our modern mathematical system from, the Babylonians, the Saros cycle. That's what we use.
Okay, again, you're saying that, but okay.
Oh, go look on NASA's website. We use the Saros cycle to make our predictions. That's the base model for making predictions. All we did in the 17th and 18th century was create the second hand of a clock to more accurately predict these things.
Oh, so we predict lunar eclipses, but you guys can't tell me why a lunar eclipse occurs.
It's a post, so neither can you.
You can't tell us why. I'm willing to look at something in nature and say, I don't know. The problem is you're not. You want an explanation. You're not satisfied with saying, I don't know about this thing. When all the Greeks agree with me. Ignorance is the beginning of wisdom. Recognizing you don't understand something is the beginning of finding knowledge. Like Aristotle said.
You started talking about the spherical Earth?
Actually, no. The Greek cosmology was completely flat. It was a few cults in Greece that were talking about the globe. The cult of Pythagoras, for one.
Mm-hmm. The
Right,
cult
but
of Pythagoras
during the Greek
would
times is when it
worship
started.
Hermes. Haha. How about Hermes?
And the reason Pythagoras and who was his, later on Eratosthenes, the reason that they believed what they believed was they thought that the sphere was the perfect shape, and that they lived inside the cosmic egg, and that the gods would make everything as a sphere. That was where they based their beliefs on.
Okay, so
Okay, so you believe in a 3,000-year-old cult that believed the Earth is that believed in the cosmic egg.
right.
That's
So
where
we're
you get
talking
your
about the
beliefs from.
start of it. You know, there's over 2,000 years of progress to lead us to now, right?
Yeah, so where's the
Progress.
measurement
What did
of Earth's
Copernicus say?
We have high-tech interferometry. We have high-tech equipment. Why can't they measure this curvature and rotation then?
Yeah, why can't they measure it?
What do you mean
say
measure?
we've improved,
How come
right?
in 2,000 years they can't measure it?
Have we improved?
They have measured it. That's what you guys are yelling at me to provide proof of measurement.
Yeah, and you didn't.
Nitro.
No, I posted two sources of surveying teams measuring for the radius, and you just like
Calculating,
they're
making
wrong.
triangles after they measure. They are not measuring a y-axis drop. They are creating triangular systems. They are not measuring for a y-axis drop anywhere. They can't. It's literally impossible.
Mm-hmm. So have we improved since Sticks and Shadows, Nitro?
Do what?
Has our technology improved since Sticks and Shadows?
I mean, yeah, we have satellites that can like give us all sorts of information.
Then they should have been able to measure the curvature of Earth before they sent those satellites up then, right?
What do you mean measure the curvature of the Earth? If they've measured the radius, it's a sphere.
You need a radius measurement, or else all your mechanics
Hold on,
is off.
Sonny.
Your speeds are wrong. Your distances are all wrong.
Sonny.
So how do you like going to some
Hold on,
place?
Sonny. I want to ask him something. Have you ever done any carpentry, Nitro?
Carbon what?
Carpentry.
I do construction and built walls. Yes.
Okay, if you have to measure for an arch, you use straight lines, don't you?
The only arch I've ever built. No, the only arch I've ever built and had to measure, I actually used a curved tape measure.
What?
A curved tape measure.
Yeah, literally a curved tape measure.
Could you post a picture of that?
I don't have that same tape measure with me, by the way.
I mean, I've been in construction. Hold on, I've been in construction 25 years. I have never seen a curved tape measure, ever.
It's the same type of. I got the measurement from the same type of measurement you'd measure like your what's it called? Your inseam or your arm span.
Okay, that's not. That is. Oh my God.
Not curve.
That's not curved. Yeah. How do you create a consistent curve in construction? How do you create a consistent curve? What do you have to use?
I could just describe how I did this curve as for laying drywall, actually, and we had
He needs it much more simple. What is the arch standing on?
The arch. It was drywall. It was a curved piece of drywall that I installed to make an arch above the doorway.
Okay, I don't want to see the arch that you made then, because what you do is you find a center point and you pull a straight line with a string, and it makes your arch. Really?
That's not how I did it.
That is how you do it, because I don't want to see how janky yours is.
Looks great. I did measurements on either side, did the measurement in the middle, laid out the wall.
Sure.
Looks great.
Using a what? A seamstress tape measure?
That's how I got the rough approximation. Yeah, you know, drywall doesn't have to be exact, though, obviously.
Oh, you got the rough approximation? What? I've never done a rough approximation in my life. I get exact measurements.
You didn't even use a template, like so it'd be the same on each side? How'd you do that?
Yeah.
Nope, I was good enough to do it. Just kind of getting the rough estimate,
It's full of crap.
slap it
This
up
guy's
there,
full of crap.
finish it out. Looks
It's
great.
full of
Still there
crap.
to this day, actually.
Nacho, come on, man. Come on.
Space travel's like that too, right? They just guess and go, "Oh,
Hold on a second.
we
Hold
don't
on
know
a
how
second.
far it is."
All right. Okay. Let me come at this from a different angle. Let's say you have an arch. How do you measure the depth of the arch at its deepest?
Is it like half a circle? Like what type of shape are we talking
It's just
about?
an arch. It's just an arch. It doesn't matter if it's half circle, quarter circle.
You can measure it with a horizontal and a perpendicular.
Ah, yes. Yes, so you measure the what? The deviation from straight, don't you?
You could do that if you want to just measure that one depth.
That's what you just described.
How would you know?
You're measuring a deviation from straight. You use a straight line and then measure the depth of the deviation from the straight line.
But didn't you just say it's impossible to directly measure curvature because Earth is so massive? Or somebody said.
Hold on a second. I'm asking you who's done that on the surface.
Who's directly measured curvature?
Yes.
No, it's all derived.
Oh no!
Thank you. Thank you so much.
And what's the problem with derived measurements?
Because they're not measurements; they're calculations.
What's the problem with calculations?
Because you don't know that your calculation represents reality, do you? If you measure a straight line, hold on. You measure a straight line. There's no deviation. You measure another straight line, no deviation. You measure another straight line, no deviation. Then you put them all together and you say, we've got deviation.
So you'd hold on. You'd have a great point if we were trying to use these calculations and derivatives to prove the globe, right? But these surveyors already knew Earth was a globe before they do it. They tailored their calculations for a globe.
So they're operating off of a presumption.
Yeah,
no,
so they just go, we know it's a globe, let's go to work, right?
At what point in this surveying do we ever use their post hoc calculations? At what point in that surveying do we ever use those post hoc calculations for building?
Or flying?
We know, and the proof that we know, that we know is that we already knew it.
Yes. Well, we know it's a globe because we said it was a globe before we started measuring for it.
And
we didn't just say it was a globe. We used various observations and thoughts to determine that we live on a globe.
It's all a globe because we all think it's a globe and we all say it's a globe. So now it's a globe.
It's not just because we think it. We've observed all the things around us and determined that the logical shape that it is a globe.
Because that's not true. In the first place,
that is absolutely not true.
That's so dishonest, man.
Okay, how?
You do not. No. When you are told from the time that you can remember that it is a globe, you will translate your entire world view through looking at it that way.
No, I'm talking about the original people thinking about this.
The original people thinking about this, they were religious people. They were cultists who believed in the gods, that the gods had these perfect spheres.
Yep, so yours is the religion.
Yeah, yours is the ancient wackadoodle religion.
Yep, the mystery
what you make schools, sense doesn't. What you just said doesn't make any sense, though.
The metaphysical world is where your globe exists.
It's in your mind.
But
and
there's
those people like Plato and all those people. They'll tell you in their own words. Even Newton and Galileo, they're religious people related to bishops and knights and popes.
And by the way, Copernicus,
they're all about the church. They have been.
Copernicus was all about talking with like fallen angels and stuff. That was his like whole deal was like, oh, I'm talking to these spirits that are telling me about this and how I'm getting my stuff.
Okay, you're saying a lot of stuff about what these people thought, but even if they were religious, that wouldn't invalidate the observation that show we live on a globe.
Hold on, it's not that they are religious, it's that they're basing what they call facts off of their religious beliefs. I don't care if somebody's religious. They're basing, though, what they're saying the truth is based off of what they religiously believe.
Yep.
That's the problem.
That's where the globe sits.
I don't judge someone by their. I don't say someone's wrong because they have a religion. I say someone's wrong when they're using something metaphysical and spiritual to try and say this is how the world is.
But that's not argument for the observations that led them to the conclusion of why we live on a globe.
They don't have any a priori justifications for even making their claims in the first place.
I don't even know what a priori means.
That means primary, foundational, first principle.
Yep. So the first principle is we'll decide this with reality itself. Okay, do we ever use or sense curvature or measure it or use it in any way or any technology above the surface or close to it? or even below the surface of water that uses that at all. Do we sense that? No, we don't sense that in our daily life of any curvature. How about
no, but you start looking around and you just start.
Wait a minute. No, let me go through these. So we don't sense motion of any kind unless I'm falling or I'm moving in any direction. I can sense everything. If I turn my head, that's another vector. So that's a change. Now, if we were spinning at more than one vector, any circular vector is constant acceleration. You do feel that, and you do feel the angular change of vector and velocity. So the change in direction and the speed, your ear does feel that. And so that's how you know when you're tilting your head just a tiny little bit, you know that you're slightly off vertical because your ears are calibrated that finely. So we don't sense it. That's primary. Okay. And then we never experience gas pressure without a container, period. End of story. Can't be done. Can't be shown in any way, not even in a laboratory, gas pressure without a container.
Yeah, we can. I've done it before.
With it being a curved
Whoa,
shape.
whoa. Sonny. He just said, Sonny, he just said we can have gas pressure without a container. He's seen it before.
I've seen it before.
Show it exactly.
Hear it.
And I want to know how many containers they're using before they start the experiment. Go.
It is a open like fish tank container with an open top.
Container. Oh, you're in a room. That's another container.
Okay.
Hold on. Hold on, Sonny. Hold on, Sonny.
At sea level, so we have.
Hello, can you hear anybody? Sonny. Hold on. He's going to do the sulfur hexafluoride container. Go ahead.
Yes, go.
Yeah, so you've seen it.
Oh yeah, I've seen it.
Oh, we've seen it.
How did they get the sulfur hexafluoride into the fish container? It's an open container, but it's a container. How did they get the sulfur hexafluoride in there?
I'm pretty sure it was a tube that they put in there.
A tube? Just a tube from the air, or a tube from what?
A tank.
A tube from a container. So they took a container of sulfur hexafluoride and then pumped it into the fish tank.
Another container.
Eventually, what happened to that sulfur hexafluoride when they just left it alone? Eventually, it dissipated. No, eventually it dissipated out.
Yeah,
with time. Yeah.
Here's what you're missing. Yeah. Here's the elephant in the room. What was the temperature, the mean temperature of the gas, and then what was the mean temperature of the surrounding air?
Oh, I don't have that data.
Oh, that's the most important fucking thing, because density is what's causing it to go down into that, because it's a dense gas until it equilibrates.
Yeah.
Why would density move anything? Density is just a measurement.
Do you know anything about propane or butane gas? What it does?
I mean, propane and propane accessories, maybe. That's about it.
It goes down to the water level. That's why boats get burnt to the actual water level. If they have a gas leak and it goes down to the bottom, it goes down to the water level. If it ignites there, it is at water level until it equilibrates. So it will fill up a container. Butane and propane will do the same thing because it's colder than the surrounding area.
Right. Yeah. Just because you have a propane tank doesn't mean all our atmosphere has to be contained.
Equilibrium with the surrounding air, the ambient air. It will go down until it reaches that. Omnidirectionally.
Can you go down to the Tractor Supply store and say, I'd like to get a tank of propane, but could you just fill it in this trash can and I'll take it home?
No.
Did you have any propane in the trash can by the time you got home?
And not even what. That's a straw man of the model.
Okay. If you have sulfur hexafluoride, by the time you got it home in the trash can, would it still be in the trash can?
Most of it would be if I tied it tight enough and there's no hole.
No. Open top. Would it still be in the trash can?
Well, then I'm also moving it around too, right?
Oh, are we moving? Is Earth moving?
We're all moving at the same speed.
Earth is moving at what? 600,000 miles an hour?
Sure, whatever you say, sure.
Well, that's what they say. It's moving around the sun, isn't it?
In our orbit, yeah. I thought we were talking about our rotational velocity.
Okay. Well, that's 1,000 miles an hour, right? Supposedly.
Right, and it's all relative, so we don't notice it. It's like if you're in a plane, you don't realize how fast you're flying.
So do you know what falsifiability is?
Yes.
Plane is closed.
Fundamental principle of science. We're moving, and the proof that we're moving is that we can't prove it because we're moving.
Right.
It is the most idiotic. That is what you just said. We're moving,
sound like an
but because we're moving, but because of relative motion, we can't detect that we're moving.
Another excuse.
Just excuse after excuse after excuse.
Excuse
Well,
for the
you're talking about
curvature never
you're
being
just
found in
dismissing
nature.
everything. You're
Excuse
dismissing
for
all of modern
never
science.
sensing motion when we feel motion.
That's not
all the
science,
time.
though. That's philosophy. If you say something is happening that I can't see, and I just basically have to have faith, you're telling that's a philosophical statement.
Yeah.
That's a theological statement.
So thanks for trying to invite us to your religion. No, we just left that.
I
Where
don't know
does
why
the
he's
spin of
talking
the
about
Earth come into any quote unquote modern science that you're talking about? So you say if we're saying that the Earth isn't moving, we're dismissing all of modern science. Can you give me one explanation or one example as to where the spin of the Earth comes into quote unquote modern science?
Yeah.
You might ask a meteorologist that question. I'm not a
Meteorologists
meteorologist.
are not scientists.
No, but they're more expert matter on the weather
Subject
patterns
matter experts.
caused by Earth rotation.
You think meteorologists are experts
On their field, yes.
in their field? Okay, because
On their field, on weather
let me tell you
patterns.
something. Let me
and
tell you
predicting
something.
weather patterns.
Let me tell you something. For the 2 decades that I've been doing concrete, I quit watching the weather, the meteorologist, after about a week because they always get everything wrong.
Yeah, nobody can actually predict.
That's personal experience.
Right. It's not personal experience. It's a joke. It's
No.
reality.
No, because if it's
You know,
it has
dog.
rain, more
You'd
often
be
than not, it's
better off.
raining.
Have you
No,
ever
no, not
navigated
more often than
like
not, because they'll tell me most often when they say there's a 90% chance of rain where I live, it doesn't rain. But when they say there's a 30% chance of rain, it rains.
Okay, that's
And this is
anecdotal, though.
common. This is common.
Yeah, just ambiguous bullshit. So listen, you could do better weather figuring out by using the Farmer's Almanac. Have you ever heard of that?
I couldn't hear you, dude.
A Farmer's Almanac. Have you ever heard of that? A Farmer's Almanac?
Yeah, of course.
Good. Have you ever navigated out at sea?
No.
Really? That's a shame. I hope you get to do that maybe someday. But anyway, I have thousands and thousands of miles. That was before I joined the Navy. And I sailed thousands and thousands more. Anyway, so when we're sailing on the ocean, what is that surface condition?
Water? What do you mean?
Yeah,
what is the surface condition?
Surface condition of water.
What do you mean the surface condition? Like the waves?
Yeah, they have a mean height, don't they?
Yes.
Yeah. And what is that mean height of oceans?
What do you mean the mean height?
What is it
called?
called?
Sea level. It's called sea level.
Yeah, sea level. And what does level mean?
Conforming to the liquid parts of Earth's curvature.
No, that's not the definition of level.
That's literally I could post it right now and quote it.
That's not a scientific definition of level.
Oh, so now you're specific
Or even
about
a geometric. That's not even a geometric. Level is a geometric designation.
Oh, I'm sorry, I used the wrong definition.
Yeah, you're using a colloquial social media definition.
I mean, it's from Webster. I don't know what you want me to say.
Besides the point. That's besides the point. Level means no part higher than another.
Yes.
Can you have no part higher than another on a curved surface?
Yes, because it's all the same height above, like basically the same distance from the center of that circle.
Then, oh my God.
No, that's what it is.
Delusion.
No, it's not what it is.
There's no objective up and down. It's all relative.
Hold on. Do you have proof of the radius for you to make that statement?
Yeah.
We're back to the Earth radius again?
That's what we're talking about.
If you're saying you're measuring from the center of a circle, that means you're claiming there's a radius.
Yeah.
No. Well, yeah, all circles, even a flat Earth would have a radius, boys.
Yeah, all water is flat. So where's your measurement of this curvature of a sphere?
All water isn't flat. That's another misnomer.
Then how do they navigate with 3 equal circles of elevation using celestial objects that are over the same geographic location?
I don't navigate at sea. Don't do that.
Based in tables that you use while you're navigating.
If you're in the Navy, you'll navigate by GPS too, by the way.
Yeah, I navigated before GPS, before the personal computer. So shut the fuck up.
That doesn't mean they don't navigate by GPS now and have military satellites.
Do you have an example? Do you have an example of curving water? Water that curves around a surface?
No, but water can curve.
Around
I don't mean waves.
Physical surface of outside of any object.
Yeah, and I don't mean around. I don't mean waves, and I don't mean surface tension on little
Right.
droplets.
Or little droplets, or in the Vomit Comet flight where they become amorphous blobs.
Wait a minute. Whoa. Perfect.
Expert.
Absolutely excellent. The Vomit Comet. What's happening on the Vomit Comet?
You are essentially negating gravity, so to speak.
No, you're not. No, you're not. You're falling.
Right, you're in free fall. You're falling faster
You're
than
in
gravity
free
can
fall.
pull you down.
What have they removed? What variable have they removed while you're falling?
They've negated your downward acceleration. That's why you
Wrong.
No.
Wrong.
That's what they would say.
All they've done is remove you from the atmosphere. You are in a container and you cannot feel the wind or the rush of the density of the gases that make up the atmosphere around the plane. You
Is
are
that how they
contained.
would describe it?
That is how it actually is.
Yes, of course it is how they would describe it. They've removed wind resistance. Nothing else is logical. You shouldn't proceed if you're not understanding that.
Right, you don't experience wind resistance if you're contained. Correct.
Good.
Yeah, so that's all they've done. They remove wind resistance, and you fall at the same velocity that the plane is going down.
So
That's it.
just
That's all that's
removing
happening.
wind resistance won't make it feel like you're weightless, though.
Oh, no, we're not talking about feeling. We're talking about what actually is happening. You're still falling. The water is still falling. But
Right.
water is a self-adhering molecule, which funnily enough, when people say water is wet, they're actually correct. And the ding-dongs who say water isn't actually wet, yeah, it is, because it self-adheres. That's why you
Okay,
get surface
I've never
tension in
said that,
water. That's
so-
why that's an aside. What I'm saying is everything you're witnessing in there is because they have manipulated the situation to replicate what they want to happen, i.e., as you feel yourself falling, you do not feel the rush of air, and so you have the illusion of being weightless, but you are plummeting. You are plummeting down fast.
Yeah, that's why it can't last very long, can it?
That's right. So gravity is not negated, or what you call gravity is not negated. Is it?
Well, you don't cancel gravity. That's why I said, colloquially speaking, it's like you're countering the effects of the 9.8% or 9.8 meters per second squared pull.
You're still falling. You're still falling.
You're still falling.
Well, I didn't say you're not. Right. I didn't say you're not falling.
Okay, so no.
I don't even
Then.
know if that's
Okay.
colloquial. It did sound like you were just saying they were negating the effects of gravity.
The effects, which would be falling at 9.8 meters per second squared.
Well, you're still doing that.
Okay, I'm telling you, I'm not saying they're not falling.
Except the problem is that the squared part isn't measured. There's a terminal velocity everything falls at.
And it's not even a constant, right? It's an
And it's not
agreed
even
upon.
a constant.
Yeah, you
It's an agreed upon
specific gravity, stuff like that.
It's an agreed upon average.
But I mean,
Not
you can
even a
measure it. You could drop a bowling ball on a feather and measure. They all fall at 9.8 meters per second squared.
Oh, excellent. Hold on. Excellent. Where did they measure that at?
Where did who
You can
measure
go ahead
what?
and tell me. They measured that at Sandusky, at the largest vacuum chamber in the world, didn't they?
I'd have to go find the video I watched a while ago.
It's
But yeah, I've seen
Sandusky.
it.
It's Sandusky. Sandusky is the 200-foot vacuum chamber. Takes 3 days to pull all the air out of it. Has 14-ton doors, 8-foot thick concrete walls, hermetically sealed with aluminum wrapping on the outside, steel reinforced concrete. Yeah, that's the place. It takes 3 days to decompress the chamber to get it down to 0.0001.
Yeah, I can believe that.
Okay, so what's the variable they removed in that? What are they trying to prove, first of all?
They're trying to eliminate the friction of the air in the chamber.
Okay, to prove what?
Oh, they just thought it was cool. In the video I saw, it was Brian Cox, that physicist. He just thought it was cool. They weren't trying to do
I've
a
seen that
formal
video
experiment.
too. He was saying it was gravity, that it proved gravity.
Yeah, what else would be pulling it down at 9.8 meters per second squared?
Oh, that's funny. So let's put this into a scientific experiment. What's the independent variable in that experiment?
I don't know. It wasn't an experiment.
Well, if we're putting it into an experiment, as in it's a proof of something, then yeah, we are.
Okay, so what would the independent variable be then, you think?
It would be the air that they removed from it.
Okay, so the variable that you can manipulate, okay.
Is the air. And in a scientific experiment, the variable that you manipulate, that is your cause. It's not gravity. It's atmosphere. It's gas. The gas is what affected the behavior of the feather.
Okay, well, I mean, it's not a scientific experiment set out to prove gravity.
No, you're right. It's a visual explanation that people use to manipulate the masses. Yeah, that's what it is. I know it's not a scientific experiment to prove gravity. It's like stretching out the trampoline on the little thing and saying, this is what time space is like.
It's a good visualization of it, yeah.
Okay, yes, because humans are fundamentally stupid, and you show them something shiny and they'll believe it. Yeah, I know. It's what it is. It's a visualization. It's kind of like when George Lucas made Star Wars.
Feather fall at the same speed.
When George Lucas made Star Wars, he said, we don't have to show how it works, just show it working. And people will believe it. They'll suspend their disbelief and just enjoy it, the space opera.
It's a movie. Who cares?
Yeah, it's a movie. Who cares? It's fiction, just like that's fiction.
What, gravity? Gravity is a known phenomenon. It's essential to the understanding of physics.
Where's the proof of gravity?
It's one of the 4 fundamental interactions in the universe.
What is the proof of gravity?
What do you mean, proof of gravity?
Proof of gravity, yes.
It's an observed phenomenon.
Tell me a demonstration of gravity.
So the most famous one is Cavendish. So here's where you tell me how Cavendish
was not trying to prove gravity. He was trying to measure what? The mass of the Earth?
Mass of the
Earth. Has nothing to do with it.
Right, and only later came about
let's move on to something else. No, let's move on to something else. That's not what Cavendish. I've read Cavendish paper. I have a copy of it in full PDF format. That was not the title of his work.
And it was only later
the variables for the force of gravity were not even presented in it. So let's just move on to another one.
It was only later when people used that same type of experiment to demonstrate gravitational attraction between masses.
So Cavendish did not measure G then? Did not?
No. Right? It wasn't even in his head.
Oh, okay. He didn't measure G. No one measures G with that. Who? Just show me a demonstration of gravity. Just say, look, I dropped my pen.
Those Cavendish experiments are demonstrations of mass attracting mass. You try to isolate everything else away from it.
Did he build a mechanism? Did he build a mechanism and then look at how the mechanism behaved?
Did he build it? It wasn't his friends?
It doesn't matter. It's a built mechanism. And then he watched how the built mechanism behaved. How do you know that he wasn't measuring an eccentricity of the mechanism itself?
Right.
What he did is he didn't remove any variables. He added variables.
Right. It wasn't a perfect observation, was it? That's why in the forthcoming hundreds of years...
No one doing that. And look, I've seen all the videos on Reddit of people doing their own little Cavendish experiment. I did this in my dorm in the closet, and then I did the calculations.
Yeah, that's tough.
I've seen a ton of people do this, and guess what? They all come up with different calculations. And then what they do is they backwards reverse engineer their formula. Now, look, there's the hidden G. It's a stupid little ritual that dum-dums do.
It's really hard to measure, isn't it?
What are you measuring? How do you know you're not measuring the tension of the rod?
That's why you'd have to generate your experiment to account for all the variables. That's what all these people have been doing. They're still doing it to this way. To this day, they're still doing it.
You can't, and they don't.
I mean, perhaps it's wise that he can give the hypothesis the IV and the DV.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
In the original Cavendish, you know that's already. You know the IV and the DV in the original Cavendish.
No, you do.
You.
No, you said you read it before, right?
He didn't have a hypothesis. He didn't present a hypothesis. I'm asking you about gravity.
What about it?
What's the hypothesis?
The hypothesis is the cause of gravity, right? We have an observed phenomenon.
No.
You make a guess.
You're not looking for the cause of gravity. Gravity is the thing that is the cause. What is that hypothesis?
What is the observation? The observation is mass attracting mass, correct?
Where is that observation at?
Well, it's a guess from the actual fact that objects fall down at a consistent rate on Earth.
Wait. What justification is there that there's mass attracting mass there?
That was the hypothesis.
Based on what?
Observation. You see things fall down.
Observation. You see things fall down.
You want to know why things fall down, right?
Wait. Why do things float up?
Buoyancy. Well, I mean, that comes later from gravity because gravity's in the buoyancy equation.
Wait. Why do helium balloons float up?
They displace more air than they take up.
So they're
it's
less
a density
dense.
thing.
So they're less dense. So the only observation we have is that depending on density, things have different behaviors in the gas that we breathe.
So the question is, why does that matter? Why would density matter? And the attempted explanation that we've been studying for years is gravity.
No. It's why would gravity matter? We already have density.
But density is just a measurement. Density doesn't move things.
Yeah, density is real. It's a thing that we can measure and test.
Yeah, right.
And gravity?
Gravity's also testable.
Hold on a second. Do you think gravity's a force?
Newton's gravity is a force, and then Einstein came along and replaced Newton, and then someday somebody will replace Einstein with more understanding of gravity.
Wait a minute. So wait a minute. First of all, Cavendish, you would be running off of Newtonian gravity there, right?
Yeah, that was still in Newton's time, I think.
Hold on a second. Be back in a second.
So you're claiming gravity? Is that correct?
Hold on. I got people DMing me now.
Yeah.
Isn't it the third time?
Yeah, who's DMing you? Who's DMing you?
Yeah, so gravity is one of the four fundamental forces of.
Yeah, who's DMing you?
Who's
DMing you?
It was. Let me go back. Bozo Logie.
Uh-oh.
I don't know who that is.
East Coast.
He linked to a video about like a really janky looking Cavendish experiment, I think.
Weird.
Right.
Anyway, yeah, that's bizarre. Anyway, so moderation knows what to do with that, I suppose.
No, I don't care. It's fine.
Yeah, it's against rules and regulations, terms of service.
Oh, I didn't want to get anybody in trouble.
Well, you were being honest, so thank you for being honest.
Okay.
But they have no leg to stand on if they're doing that as a little weasel in the background. If that's what they were doing.
He didn't say much other than here's a weird Cavendish experiment.
That's okay. Listen, I was going to ask you, Nitro, could you find for me, if you're interested, I don't know if you are, I'm going to make a claim and I would like it to be proven wrong. So I'm actually strongmanning your position. If you could find for me where in the 1915 November Einstein General Relativity papers, where globular Earth, where it's mentioned anywhere, with the dimensions that are required. It would have to be the dimensions also.
Yeah, that doesn't interest me in the slightest, dude.
Okay, well, yeah, that's understandable.
Mic check, boys. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
What's the guy we're speaking to? Sorry, I don't know your name, bro. But see the both versions of gravity. Where is the actual science involved in either of them? Because no experiments have ever been done following the scientific method to do science. Because if you don't follow the strict methodology, you're not doing science. So where is the science?
I mean, only all of modern scientists has led to our current understanding.
No, I was asking specifically about we'll go back to the Cavendish. Where is the natural observation in Cavendish? What falls in Cavendish?
The natural observation was just observing things fall, and then he tried to isolate things that would affect things being attracted.
Hold it, bro. What falls in Cavendish?
Nothing's false. He's testing mass attracting mass.
So an experiment with a natural phenomenon and establish a cause and effect relationship, you would see something in nature and create the apparatus along with your hypothesis to mimic what's happened in nature. Where do you see balls and torsion bars in nature?
No, he was testing for why things fall. And the theory, hold on, the theory was mass was attracting other mass. That's what he was testing for.
No, he was trying to weigh the Earth, bro.
Yeah, because he knew mass attracted mass. Like he used that kind of key point to try to measure the density or mass or whatever it is of Earth.
Where does he say that he knew this? Where was that? Where do you get that information for? Where did that?
So it's just like you're assuming that it's a globe before you go out and measure the globe, just like that.
You don't have to assume it's a globe. You can look around you. You can look at the sun. You can look at the stars. All these things indicate a globe.
So in other words, ignore the part that you're assuming the globe first and then go on about your business.
If you assume mass attracts mass prior to doing the Cavendish experiment, where do you get this information? Can you post something?
No, I don't know. We're going with the basics. And you guys are talking about stuff I'm not even interested in. Somebody just started talking to me, and here we are, like an hour and a half later.
Bro, I've been here all night, man. Jesus Christ, you should have heard the shit that was going on earlier. You think this is bad? We're here 24/7, man, non-stop. But I just wondered, I've never heard that statement made before about Cavendish, that he already knew mass attracts mass. I just wondered where I could...
Oh, no, I don't know Cavendish's person, but that's
okay, listen, if you're not interested in that, can you just provide for us one direct physical measurement of drop over distance, i.e. Earth curvature, please? Thanks.
One drop over distance.
Yes, drop over distance, meaning, so you think the horizon is Earth curvature, you need to prove that.
Or you ain't got shit, brother.
Right, so this is about observations where that
No, it's about measurements, sir. Measurements.
You've not got geometry if you don't do any measurements.
Yeah, and you don't have to be very smart, right? It's just geometry. That's it. That's all it is.
So who measured the Earth in the first place if the horizon constantly fluctuates depending on multiple variables?
Right, so any observation or measurement would have to be taken out over multiple days.
Who measured the radius value? Who, where, and when? And how?
Multiple survey teams.
Just, can you name one? Where? When?
I don't know the name of the team. Multiple teams across multiple continents.
We just hope for the best.
Do you want me to link to a report that you're not going to read?
No, bro. I thought you would know if you're claiming this and you're debating.
No, you guys are just asking questions. This is none of my presentation, none of my arguments.
Look, we wouldn't be so foolish to think that you were going to provide any proof at all. We've never had any of you provide proof.
If we make a statement, we always provide backup where we got it from, other sources that mimic the same fucking shit. Most of it we take from your government and NASA and point out the glaring contradictions riddled through other shit.
I mean, there's just way too many contradictions on a flat Earth and on a globe Earth. Why? We're globers.
Name one.
Name one contradiction. How about all of the southern hemisphere?
What, right? Specifically, can you elaborate?
How about how two different people in staring at two different directions can see the same constellations at the exact same time?
Are they both looking up?
Hold on. What's that proof?
So yesterday I was asking about kind of large-scale observations.
They're both looking straight up from sea level. They would be looking perpendicular straight up, both of them, if they're looking straight up. All on Earth can be looking up at the sky at the same time, and it's still up.
Everybody in the north can see
and we could go back. Mimas, you're back. We could go back to where Mimas was at with Nitro.
I can see the plough everywhere I've been in Britain. I see the plough, the Big Dipper. It looks like a saucepan.
Why can't you see it in the south?
But because you're too far away from it.
Hold on. You ever been in like a 1 million square foot warehouse?
No.
If you stand at one end of the 1 million square foot warehouse, can you see the top, the ceiling at the other end of it?
No, it's probably gonna be way too small.
Why? Not just that, it's going to be out of your visual range.
Why would it be small?
Right.
Why would it get smaller?
So, well, hold on. If I had the image, let's say I had an anime girl posted on that ceiling, would you be able to see my anime waifu
All right,
on that ceiling?
This. I gotta go. Bookmark this.
Okay.
We're talking about perspective and anime girls. All right, bookmark it. Type it down in chat.
Sure. Come on back when you're ready.
I'll be back. Yeah, I'll be back. Just type it as a reminder in chat and maybe tag me so I can know where to start from.
Bro, I'm going to send you a couple of Google Drive links. Plenty of stuff you can have a look at.
I'll be back. I'll be back.
Right. Peace out, brother. What was that guy's name?
Nitro Earth.
Oh, sorry. 3 people said that.
I wanted you to continue with the whole Cavendish stuff.
What was his name, Johnny folks?
Nitro Earth. And I got this ball rolling because I talked to him yesterday, and the fact of the matter is he provided a long-distance observation that invalidated the globe. Right. I asked him if he did the math when he came back today, and he not only didn't do the math, when he attempted to do the math, he couldn't read the article properly and only got himself confused and didn't look at the relevant details.
God, that's over. That was the subconscious causing a malfunction.
Yeah, maybe so. I mean, for the sake of the live stream and anybody that heard me say 3 miles below the horizon earlier, that was not accurate. And I went on and on about that yesterday too. But the fact of the matter is, it is around 3,700 feet below the horizon. So what, 3/4 of a mile below the horizon? I like to be accurate. I got my my numbers mixed up last. I did 2972 instead of 97 or 9272 on the calculator. I'm just letting everybody know.
Hey, Bear, can you work out, right, if you're good at maths, bro, right, can you work out because we're on an elliptical orbit, because that dictates the pinch points we have to slow down and speed up, can you work out how much it's slowing down and speeding up, the top end and bottom end? Can that be worked out?
It can be, and I did some of that math like two plus years ago. But
that would be really handy, man. Honestly, like, because people, anytime I use like that information, because it's constant. I'm like, no, it's not. Give them the shit about fucking constant velocity change turning in a circle, and then they say the elliptical. Oh, it's that little change. You wouldn't notice it. Like
precisely.
A minute before it, they were saying you only feel acceleration or deceleration. Then when you tell them it is, then I bet it's that little. It's negligible.
Negligible, yeah. So
it's like an open system, but it's really a closed system in their mind.
So the equinoxes and the solstices are going to be the actual the moments of least, like when you're on a if you're on a swing, that one very quick moment where you're at the top, where you stop moving for a slight moment, that's the only moment of quote unquote stillness in that system, in the heliocentric model. But during all of the time besides the solstices and equinoxes, you're accelerating or decelerating. So the midpoint. Sorry,
but I was just saying by what rate? Like what kind of?
Yeah.
Like even like a rough. What could you estimate it for me? Just so I've got a guess.
I have to try and pull it back up again because I don't remember off the top of my head. I remember it was in the miles per hour. But again, acceleration isn't a number that I think acceleration is some type of squared number, and I don't even know how to think of that in terms of like, you know how
9.8 meters per second squared.
Yeah, when you're talking about something in squared form or cubed form or whatever, and you try to translate that to experience, it's not how we talk on a day-to-day basis, so it's really hard to even. So if it was, for instance, 1 meter per hour squared, that would be unhelpful information because we don't have anything to really compare it to exactly. But anyway, I'll try and get you some numbers. My point is, between the equinox and the solstice, the midpoint between each of those moments is the peak of acceleration or deceleration. So, so it would be in between every solstice and equinox would be the greatest perceivable moment of acceleration or deceleration. And when I had done the math for it, I then looked up what devices we have, like accelerometers, and what's the greatest degree of accuracy. And from my memory, the degree of accuracy of accelerometers that we have can read 5 decimal places past what should be happening in the. So my point that I discovered was that it is absolutely plausible that accelerometers should notice this change. We have instrumentation that is powerful enough to detect what should be the case, and it isn't detected, which then therefore you can make the conclusion that we're not going in an elliptical pattern that we're told.
Yeah. Are you talking, is it like just maybe a couple of tens, 20, 30, 40 miles per hour difference, or are you talking thousands here?
No.
Not as much as that. I'll take it maybe hundreds at the most.
Again, it's about the acceleration. I don't know about the speed, but it's this whole acceleration, deceleration. We don't communicate about, like, we don't communicate in terms of squared. So I don't even know who the information would make sense to of them. But I'll get I'll get the numbers for you.
Good man.
Yeah.
Thanks, Bear. Good man.
You like all my incredible proofs I'm posting?
I know, that's astonishing. I'm looking at them right now.
What's that? Oh, what? Hey, boy, meme. That reminds me, man. See, when I was at college, I done one of my like quarterly outcomes on drugs, legal, illegal. It was when Scotland was flooded with legal highs everywhere, constantly. Everybody falling all over the place. And there was a guy, Professor David Nutt, and Tony Blair's government, they paid him, I don't know if it was millions, but he was the top neuropharmacologist. He could design drugs at the molecular level, and he got paid untold millions of this grant. It took years to collate all the information, what drug caused short-term effects, alcohol, maybe you got liver damage, you might beat your wife might neglect children, the children might not go to school, when they're not at school they might steal from shop, all the knock-on effects. He went back to Tony Blair and he said he categorised alcohol as the most dangerous drug in the world. And he made an analogy of ecstasy and equisy. The people that died through horse riding, he called it equisy from equine. And he said that horse riding should be class A. Kind of similar to what you've got there, the same sort of ridicule statistics. I hope you got that, man. And you understand my language at least.
Yes.
But fucking alcohol was the fucking higher than crack cocaine, PCP, everything under the sun. And what did they do for him for doing all that work? They sacked him for
it. Yeah, they don't like what's called direct line correlation. So, like, say I have a correlation, and it is between U.S. spending on science, space, and technology and suicides by hanging, strangulation, and suffocation. They're unrelated. But if I had, like, the suicides by hanging, strangulation, and suffocation, and, like, maybe correlated it with something related to, like, family issues or, like, social issues, and they would not only be socially connected, but then there would be a straight line correlation with them.
Right.
Then you would have a starting point to say, let's look at these statistics. But this is really what ends up happening is people find trends where there are no trends.
Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
And then create panic, put it on the fucking media, mainstream media, and say scientists have found this out.
Yeah.
So you can make it say anything you wanna. You can make it say anything you want. Is what was a
There's a statistic out there that washers and dryers make sex better.
Bizarre.
And-
Okay,
and
so
well-
I need to know
well-
more information. Is that near the washing machine or on top of the washing machine?
No. It's that owning them makes sex better.
Owning them. Well,
Because and I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. This is one of those. It's very attenuated, but those are kind of the result. Both of them are the result of something else. Because our desire for cleanness and wanting to smell fresh ends up making us more attractive. That's the whole attenuated reasoning behind it.
That's a scam, bro. Natural odor is how more powerful. The hormones and pheromones, they want to spray us with all this shit to kill it, so we're not having as good a time in this realm as what we should.
Exactly.
I mean, I love aftershave, I love cool water, and I love John Paul Gaultier, but
as a true organic, I only
sorry,
that's a
joke. Sorry, could you say that again, bro?
I said as a organic, I only wash my clothes in alpaca urine.
Cuttings.
I'm not saying it again. I'm not saying it.
What, we cut out exactly the same spot twice?
Again.
Crazy. Yeah, man. Fuck.
How am I now?
Anybody still on? Still alive? So still alive. Sometimes, or a lot of the times, man, if my screen goes black, it cuts off my audio and my fucking mic. And I've tried resetting the iPad and it still keeps fucking doing it, man. Anybody got any questions that's listening? The floor is yours. Don't everybody shout at once.
What'd you want to know?
Have you guys ever heard the circumference of light argument?
What's for?
So divergent rays always come down and create a circumference of light, and also our eyes perceive in a circle.
Yeah.
And so if you were to send up, like, say, some type of, I don't know, rocket or whatever you want to call it, you send something up super high due to circumference of light, eventually you actually will perceive a slight curve on a flat surface.
Because you got a convex lens in your eye, I take it.
Yeah, but not even just that, just the circumference of light itself. So you can use AutoCAD or whatever. You can show that it would look slightly curved on a flat surface due to circumference of light. So that you can actually then, which we shouldn't do this, of course, but you can actually use ISS footage or whatever they want to bring up, and you can show that literally that would happen on a flat surface.
Is that the personal dome? I've heard that called.
That's part of it. The personal dome has to do with your eyes. Your eyes view in a circle. So they're related, but not the same thing.
That's probably where all these ancient civilizations depicted the dome, because it kind of looks like that, especially at night and you're on LSD or magic mushrooms and you're looking at the stars. It looks like a huge dome above your head.
I don't know about the LSD part, but dude, this shuts Globers down so hard because they're like, "Oh, stupid! Why don't you look at this picture of the Earth is curving?" You can literally show them that on a flat surface, it would do that.
Well, I'd kind of stay away from imagery, optics, and shit, because if they're steeped in belief, optics is just not going to do it. They're going to argue everything they can, man.
They can't argue this though. If they say, "Look, the Earth's curved right here," you're like, "No, actually, that would look like that on a flat surface." It just takes away their BS. I mean,
Do you lead them into it Socratically, like question them so they're coming to the same conclusion? Is that how you walk them in, basically?
You could actually just show it, demonstrate it to them how every phenomenon they're talking about could be shown on a flat surface.
Exactly, that's my point. Like, I wouldn't invoke this. It's like more of a rebuttal. We don't have to replace it, but here it is for your cognizance.
Kind of just like I was saying earlier today. I was saying I could take a measurement of my table in the kitchen over there, the flat surface of my table. I could do the same calculations with the same presuppositions that what's his name was saying, Nitro Earth was saying about surveying, and I could come up with the same conclusion that my table is a curved surface. I could do it too. Kind of similar to that. But if we actually show the phenomenon that they're talking about, that it happens on a flat surface, which the RC boats, that's one of them like that.
Yeah, I do have a video. So this is like, I think this is AutoCAD, I don't know. This is a flat surface with the circumference of light. It looks curved, huh?
Yep. Does.
Dun, dun, dun.
I kind of thought this. Actually, I think that's what was happening when I was standing up on top of cliffs, and of course I was still in mind control, so I thought there were solar systems and all that shit. It all builds upon one another, but standing on the cliff right over the ocean, a big cliff, about a 300-foot cliff, and thinking I saw a curve, and then when I went back, like as a flat earther, I'd like see just a complete straight line.
Power of the mind, bro.
I know it's measurably. I know the difference between curved and straight with a high precision.
What are you eating?
Waffle.
Oh, nice.
It's a good waffle, man. I use organic. Not soy. I don't try to stay away from soy. Brain fade. Sorry. I went shopping. I'm not used to having good food, so yeah.
Nice, enjoy.
Organic oat. Organic almond milk.
Nice.
And organic grain-fed chicken egg.
I always when I eat cereals, I always use oat milk.
Yeah, oat milk's really good too. I was eating some goat milk. I drank some goat milk. It's really good. I wish I had a supply of that.
I think goat milk smells funky, man. Smells like it came from a goat.
No,
wait, a soggy goat.
No, not the goat milk I had. It tasted way better than cow milk. Cow milk is the one that smells weird.
It has a lot to do with freshness, from what I've heard.
Mm-hmm.
I keep trying to I keep going to different farmers markets and trying to go to the side of the stall and say, "Can I buy some raw milk from you, mate?" "Oh no, we can't sell you that." Like, come on, man.
Yeah, call it pet milk.
Oh, right, aye.
Yeah. Say, hey, I'm trying to heal my dog up, make sure his belly gets better. I need some raw milk so that he can get better. He hates that pasteurized stuff. Do you have any pet milk?
Well, possibly because it's for animals and not for human consumption. Maybe that's a little bit of a loophole.
Yeah, it has been in certain states in the United States. That's how that works. You can buy it at the store, but it's labeled pet milk, not for human consumption.
But you can fucking buy raw milk in England and get it sent up to Scotland. You can purchase it for human use. Well, why the fuck do we not get to use it?
I don't even know. I can't even get it. I don't even know where I can get it. I would have to go directly to a farm. Now, fortunately, there are a lot of farms because of the climate, and there's a lot of good soil in some areas before the foothills, before it goes out to the desert. So the western-facing foothills, there's lots of farmland still here because of the amount of sunshine we get. A lot of things are still grown locally here, so there is an influx of local farmers' products like here available. That is still available.
Clean as clean as you can get, basically.
Yeah, but I would like to find a good source for beef that I know, like the source, because I don't trust anything that's in the stores.
No, definitely no, man. Definitely not. But it's all bad energy. It's all riddled with fear, chemicals and hormones. Those animals are standing in the abattoir waiting and standing in their own piss and blood, terrified they get all their meat cut and all that just transfers into us.
I know, that's kind of bad.
Have you watched Arjun Bonda Planets before? Have you seen any of his stuff?
Any which one? What?
Arjunus Vonda Planets.
I don't think so.
This guy's intriguing as fucking. He died in dodgy circumstances as well. I'll drop you a link for a video. It's tremendous, man.
Yeah, drop a link. I could look it up later through your name with your name. But what was I going to say?
There's a PDF. There's a couple of links.
I heard of the benefits of eating beef liver, right? So I heard there is a lot of benefits to that. And
if you take different combinations of different herbs, spices, meat, raw chicken, raw beef, raw pork, all different. I'm sure the link's in my
description. I gotta cook it.
For the video. He's cured cancer from multiple people if the fucking the regimen is bang on.
I'll be honest. I started not eating meat for like 1 or 2 weeks, just as I think it was 2 years ago, just as for fun. To know how it is, and then I suddenly just didn't go back to meat, so now I'm like vegetarian for like I think 2 years or a little bit more. And the great thing is here in Germany we have such a huge amount of sometimes when I like to make a burger or something, we have such a huge amount of alternatives, like stuff made out of plants that tastes exactly the same.
I think some of that's worse. Probably it's freezing the fucking meat.
Isn't it a little strange that you're making plants that taste like meat because meat is so friggin' delicious?
Isn't that crazy? Wait a minute. I wanted to say
I didn't say I don't eat meat because I'm all about the animals. I think meat is the greatest thing ever, but I personally just don't need it.
Hold on. Let me say something because I wasn't done when I was talking about liver. So what happened was I went to the store and I asked them for if they had different things like lamb cuts. What kind? Do they have any stewing bones or bones that I can make, like things like that? And they don't have any of it at the large chain store, but I'm looking for the liver because when I was a kid, they used to put it out just like the steak. And I never freaking seen it. Somebody's repeating back. Spake, you're hot.
What's up, bro?
You're hot micing me.
Sorry, is that all right now?
When I speak, it's coming through your speaker. Okay.
Sorry, I'll drop in and come back, man.
So, no, you don't need to. You just need to close your mic when you're not speaking, or else everybody else can hear themselves through your mic. Okay, thanks.
My only problem. Hold on, sorry. My only problem with the whole in food industry is how damaging and unsustainable actual pure vegetarian diets are.
What?
As yes, they are completely unsustainable because at least like
That's
in the U.S. No, I'm going to tell you how. No.
Okay.
What I'm saying is hundreds of thousands of acres that get destroyed by plants.
Man, think about this way, okay? Think about this way: the amount that a cow drinks and eats, farts and poops is way less when I delete that one step, which would be eating the cow afterwards by just eating what the cow eats. Makes much more sense than eating the cow, okay? Because I will never eat as much as a cow eats in the years that it's growing up to be slaughtered. That is the sense behind it.
That's fine. But my goal is to reduce impact, and I think people locally should grow their own. No. You need meat.
No, that's
meat as part of everything. Yeah, because there are nutrients. There are nutrients in the grass that you cannot absorb. That you cannot eat.
That's a lie by the meat industry. That's not true.
Stop interrupting.
Don't interrupt me. I know you're a vegan, but you cannot interrupt me.
I'm vegetarian.
Okay.
Can you tell me what
my point is that there are two sides to this, very clear sides to this, and both do have good points. All right? There is not an ultimate truth to vegetarianism, and there is not an ultimate truth to pure meat diets. I just don't believe that. I believe that everything is done by humans in balance.
Equilibrium.
So you have equilibrium. So you have your pastures that your cows are in, where they're pooping and they're farting, and you take some of those cows, you turn them into food, and then you rotate those cows from one field to the next. You let that field rest a year, and then you grow on it. And by the third year, the cows are back on their pasturing. And you cycle through everything, which is how we were doing it as agricultural society for thousands of years, and it's very healthy food. And that is actually how we should be doing it.
Which nutrients?
I totally 100% agree, but we don't doing it that way. That's the problem.
So if I could finish what I was saying about liver, which I never even got to the point.
Sure. There's a voice chat for health and nutrition.
In the store.
I would love to talk about the flat Earth again because actually
in the store, I was in the fucking store trying to buy some liver. When I asked the guy about the liver where it was, they don't put it like they used to, and I found it was the cheapest thing, but they put it in a closed container because I guess people don't want to look at an organ. And I found it was more nutritious than any of the steaks that I had bought that I'd paid like up to $10 for just $2 of this liver. I had a huge meal with just one onion, and the liver itself was all I needed for $2, $3. Whole meal. There's that.
Awesome. All right.
So
back to flat Earth, everybody. Back to flat Earth, everybody.
Yep. So back to the point that Spike was making in regards to the aphelion, perihelion. I did post some math for that.
Did you?
I didn't do the math, but I did post the math. I found it on Socratic.org. Somebody's posting all the information there. So what they're showing is that the velocity goes from 30.28 kilometers a second to 29.3 kilometers per second over the course of that perihelion aphelion.
You need to simplify that for me, bro.
Yeah, so you're talking about a 1 kilometer per second change
difference, right?
Over the course of 6 months, I'm pretty sure.
I can't use that in any arguments again because that is negligible. It's nothing.
What? No, that's my point. It might be negligible in regards to echo. It might be negligible in regards to our physical experience in trying to say that the revolution around the sun, we would notice that with our vestibular system and stuff like that. Yeah, right. Maybe. You know, how could we possibly know the answer to that question unless we could recreate a device that that does that rate of change in it's just really contrived. But the point is, there are devices, accelerometers, are sensitive enough to recognize those changes. So yes, 6 months. So over the course of 6 months.
No, you go finish. I'll say it after you're done, bro. Sorry.
Yeah, okay. So over the course of 6 months, so it is actually at the moment, it is at the. So what they're saying is that the regular, there's a regular velocity.
Right.
There's the standard velocity, and then there's the increase and the decrease. It's all kind of.
Also, it's the orbit.
What's that?
It's not just the pinch points.
I think you roboted out or something. I don't know.
Nah, it cuts out when the screen cuts out. Sorry, bro. I'm saying it's not just the pinch points and the ellipse. It's the fact that it's also turning a circle. So that's two different speed variations in the vector.
Yeah. When you include the rotation of the Earth in addition to the revolution. Yeah, I mean, if you try to incorporate all of the different vectors that are included. Okay, so some of those they say are constant, but yeah, you're right. Rotation requires constant acceleration, so there's that.
It would have to be linear if it was constant. There's nothing linear about it. There's an ellipse. There's a spinning like a top. There's fucking sun. The sun's dragging everything itself. Like, once you go past more than one vector, everything's fucked. The constellations, everything.
I agree. I think my point on this is that helps or makes sense to me is if you ignore all the other ones, which is still manning their argument or strong manning, still manning, whatever. You give them everything and you only scrutinize the revolution, it falls apart even on that one factor alone. And I think that that's a fairly powerful point. So dividing
like we need anything else to destroy the fucking globe.
Well, sure. So the point is, it's 1 kilometer per second divided by 182.5 or whatever.
Nothing, basically.
And then you look at what that number is, and then you go, okay, what is the strength or ability of an accelerometer? Can an accelerometer detect numbers of greater sensitivity than 1/180th of a kilometer per second? And we're talking about kilometer per second, not meter per second. So seeing as how accelerometers go down to like nanometer per second levels, then obviously it points to all the plausibility that devices should be able to recognize the velocity change, and they do not. There's static.
So how come when they claim that Bob with the gyroscope, even though he never, but they claim it, how come it only picked up the supposed 15-degree drift and not the other vectors?
Yeah, I don't know much about
Surely the fiber optic or the ring laser, they're not going to be able to isolate the motion that it's seeking.
I'm back, by the way, Nitro.
All right, man.
Can we summarize what we were talking about?
I sent a lot of shit in your DM, bro. My YouTube channel's there, plus gigs upon gigs and stuff. Enjoy.
Was that Spake that posted?
I'm going to bail and I'm going to go outside and have a joint in the sun. Good to talk. I've been in here for fucking like 12 hours. Thanks for fucking letting me annoy you. Catch you soon, folks. Bye. Did you even understand that? Gotcha, but
Here, I got something to post a little off topic, y'all. I just want to, it's funny. And I have to post it. There you go.
What was the what were we talking about before I had to leave?
Oh, I was asking you about an anime girl in the ceiling of a warehouse.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah. So those warehouses are typically 2,000 foot long. I mean, that's pretty far.
Yeah.
About 500 foot wide, million square foot warehouses. So there are a bunch down where I live right now. But you think you can see the ceiling on one end from the other end?
So it's on one end of the other. So what so obviously I can look up and see the ceiling and follow that ceiling wherever, right?
Well, you don't have zoom on your eyes. You can't adjust your eyes and see farther.
Right. So eventually, this, let's say it's a red ceiling and then it's concrete floor, a gray concrete floor. Eventually, it would just kind of all mush into a vanishing point.
Well, yeah. Well, could you make anything out on the ceiling past, say, 500-600 feet away?
Well, no. Like, so what is the what point are you trying to make? I mean, I get vanishing points and perspective and all that good stuff.
Okay. If you're standing where you are and you're looking straight up, are you looking at the other end of the ceiling?
No, I'm looking straight up.
No. Okay. So why are you thinking it's strange that how we perceive the sky on Earth?
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. So yeah. So two people in, let's say, Cape Town, Africa, and Santiago, right? They're both looking south, right? And they're both seeing the same constellation, whatever it is, at the exact same time. But no matter how you arrange that on a flat Earth, they're looking in opposite directions. That doesn't make any sense.
How do they see it at the same time if it's night at different times?
Wait a minute.
Nope. On what is it? June 21st, the longest night in the Southern Hemisphere. Cape Town and Santiago would be dark.
Cape Town and Santiago. So Cape Town is that
Africa.
That's Africa,
yeah.
And then one's South America.
One is towards the south of South America. Yeah.
Okay. And what's your question? Do you have some pictures to show us?
I mean, I can start posting illustrations of what I'm doing. So if you could set up
some pictures,
illustrations.
No, you can demonstrate what I'm talking about.
Some pictures, bro. I can show you illustrations of a basilisk from mythology. Doesn't mean it's real.
Right. So I'm just going to finish what I was saying, my point. So this is something we can set up, right? This is something we can observe to see. The globe model predicts that, yes, these two observers could both look south at literally the same time and see a constellation, the same constellation. If we can't see the same constellation at the same time by looking south, then Earth can't be around, correct?
No. That's not correct.
Okay, why
You're
not?
gonna have to prove what you're talking about. You don't just get to make unfounded, baseless assertions, my man.
No, I have no photos. This is a
hold on. What is the sky?
The sky is what we see above us. We don't need to get it's irrelevant.
Yeah, no, it is not irrelevant, because in order for it to work the way you're thinking it works, you have to presuppose that you are looking into the endless void of a universe.
No, we're just looking at three particular stars, for example. In the sky.
You have to presuppose that from your perspective, you are the center of a rotating orb around you. It's called the sphere of the heavens.
That's completely irrelevant.
That's not irrelevant. That's what you're describing.
Well, okay. Do you see stars in the sky or not?
What's a star?
Doesn't matter. It's a light in the sky. Irrelevant.
It's a light in the sky. Yes, yes, I see lights in the sky.
Okay. And do you recognize patterns in the sky?
Yes, absolutely.
And do these patterns happen on a predictable basis based on where you're at and what time of year you're at?
Over and over and over and over, yes.
Thank you. So we have a fixed reference point in the sky where we know we're looking at the same kind of object, the same grouping of stars, the same pattern, right?
What direction do they all travel?
Well, that depends on what way you're looking. If you go to the equator and look east, the stars appear to be moving up and down for some reason. That's weird.
No. They're all traveling what direction, though? Not what they appear to be.
Right. Counterclockwise in the north, clockwise in the south.
That's not a direction.
Well, I'm telling you what it would look like.
You mean east to west?
Right, based on Earth rotation.
Well, that's a cool.
Based on Earth where'd you get the Earth rotation from? Can you prove Earth rotation?
So this is deflecting from the main point.
No, it's not. You're arguing from a derivative point.
No, you just admitted that we have fixed reference points in the sky, correct?
That's not an admission, that's a reality.
Right, correct. So, if we're looking in opposite directions...
That's not an argument against us, though.
It is, actually, because it makes no sense.
No, it's not. That's an argument for us. That's an argument for us.
So if Cape Town and Santiago can both look in different directions and see literally the same grouping of stars at literally the same time, that's great. That works in your favor?
Same place in the sky?
Hold on. Tell us why that won't work on a flat Earth. Tell us why.
Because any arrangement that I've ever seen, now you guys don't have a map, which is strange enough, any arrangement of a flat Earth, these two observers will be looking at different points in the sky.
If we're not presenting to you a model, how are you debunking a model?
Right, it kind of sucks, right? You have nothing to debunk. You guys don't have any scientific understanding.
Wait, scientific is a model scientific?
You know what a scientific model is, right?
There's no such thing.
So if I Google scientific model right now, I will come up with zero results.
No, because of the butchering of language. Sure, you'll come up with something that's called a scientific model. How is it scientific, though? Was there a hypothesis? Was there an experiment? Was there some kind of validation scientifically? Through cause and effect relationship.
We're talking about our understanding. We're talking about our understanding of reality. That's science.
Is a model train scientific?
There's no scientific model of the globe anyway. Dude, there's no physical model of the globe that exists. You can't show a globe physically in model at all. So what are you talking about? Stop saying that. You're just making stuff up. Also, show the proof of what you're saying. This observation doesn't exist. I've seen a bunch of people like you. I've heard this claim before. Show the proof of it. You're just making stuff up.
I don't know who's talking, but yesterday, this is exactly why I was asking yesterday, how many, on the server, members on the server, are they in different continents? We could set up this exact observation and settle this debate tonight.
Oh, so
how do you know we haven't already done it?
Just saying it then.
How do you know we haven't already done it?
Well, I would expect to see some type of documentation for it.
You're the one presenting your claims.
You're making the claim, buddy. You just said that this is impossible. This proves the Earth's not flat. You don't even have the evidence?
Wait. I didn't make a claim. I said, what if we did this? And what if we saw this? Well, what implications could we draw from it?
You said it's impossible on a flat Earth.
None.
And we said, do you have the actual evidence that it even actually happens? And now you're just stuttering around saying no, basically.
No, it's impossible. That's the guess. That's my hypothesis. It would be impossible on a flat Earth. It would falsify the flat Earth if these two viewers saw the same thing at the same time.
They don't see the same thing at the same time.
If?
In our model, they would.
But they don't.
But they don't, and they wouldn't.
What do you mean they wouldn't? Why wouldn't they?
They don't, because they're looking from two different directions at it.
No, like 8 p.m.
Yes, on the global model, they would not be seeing the same.
In Santiago or whatever it is, right?
No, listen. If someone is in Santiago and someone is in Cape Town and they're both looking at a fixed point in the sky, they're looking at it from two different angles. It will not look the same to them.
They're both looking south, though.
They're in different positions in the sky.
They're in different positions in the sky, looking at it from different angles. It will appear upside down to one and right side up to the other.
No, that is Santiago to Australia, maybe. Yeah.
Did you start this nonsense with if?
Guys, I'm not saying I have.
Did somebody actually do any of this?
Could we set something?
Do you actually have this observation, or no?
No, he doesn't.
I'm just talking hypothetical.
Called Globers out for this for like a year. They never have it. They just.
This is like 6 years old, 7 years old. This crap.
Yeah.
So you guys could have done this observation and proven the flat Earth easily.
It's going on nighttime right now in Cape Town.
The claim is coming from you. You could have done this observation years ago. You think we're brand new with this?
So right, exactly. This is
You don't
an observation.
prove Earth with the sky. You prove it with measurements on the ground.
No, you can absolutely prove the shape by looking at the sky.
Concede you
No, you
made a
can't.
baseless assertion and you have no evidence.
Wait, it wasn't an assertion. I'm telling you, if this you guys that weren't here yesterday. This is why I was
telling you you're wrong. If you're on a globe and you're looking at the night sky from two vastly different positions at different coordinates, one in Africa and one in South America, you will not see the same sky. You may see the same constellations. You will not see the same sky.
The model says we would see the same sky.
But you don't.
No, it doesn't. Where does it say that?
Could you post that model for us?
Boot up Stellarium. That's the prediction.
Yeah, so if I go to the Stellarium, that's his model, Stellarium.
Your model says they're in different positions in the sky, bro. You don't even know your own claim.
Wait, what was that?
Your claim is that they have different positions in the sky in your model. You don't even know your own claim. And you
That's absolutely not my claim. You are strawmanning the heck out of me now.
No, the globe Earth model, buddy. This is what we're talking. We're talking about the actual model you think is real. No one cares what you make up about it. If you don't understand it, you certainly shouldn't be acting like you have some type of claim here because you don't even know your claim.
No, the claim would be that this constellation would be in the same position in the sky.
They're not in the globe Earth model. That shows your ignorance.
They are. They're south, oriented differently.
You don't understand. You just don't understand. This doesn't make us dumb. You don't understand. They're in different positions in the sky in your model if they're viewed at the same time. If you don't understand that, that's not our problem.
Maybe we're talking about two different things. What do you mean by different positions in the sky? They're both south.
Oh, they're in the general southern area. Are they both directly south?
Well, that would depend on their latitude, but yeah, they're both south. Like due south is what I'm talking about.
They're both directly south.
Due south, yeah, due south, and then based on where you're at on Earth, what latitude you're at.
They're in completely different positions in the sky, dude.
That's not completely different locations at all.
Oh, so they're at the exact same location in the sky for both viewers?
The stars are in the exact same location because the stars are fixed in the sky, right? And they rotate around us as we orbit the sun and rotate and blah, 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 blah.
But where you perceive them are relative to the angle of the observer. On your model, they're different. Study your model before you come to teach us about it, bro.
What I'm talking about is they're both due south. That's why you look at this particular constellation, Octans, for example, right? They're not like off to the west or off to the east. They're literally both south at these locations at literally the same time.
Did you just say Octanus?
No, I said Octans.
Hey man, how do you not understand that they're not both directly south? Like, are you okay? Do you go outside the house without a helmet?
I couldn't understand what you said.
Do you leave the house without a helmet on?
That's a silly question.
Well, you're not seeming to understand that your point is a silly point.
It's what the globe model would predict.
The globe model predicts they're in different positions in the sky, bud.
What do you mean, like one? Wait, hold on. What do you mean, like
you're looking at the
one
sun,
south
you're
and
looking
one's
at them
west?
from different. No, that's not what it says. It means that if you have a picture on the ceiling, a guy standing on one side, a guy standing on the other, one's going to see it upside down, one's going to see it right side up.
Well, it'd be like rotated 90 degrees, but yeah, it'd be oriented differently.
Yeah, they're not looking at the same sky.
They are looking at the same sky on the globe model.
If it's orientated differently, then it's not what you said it was, what you tried to make it sound like it was.
No, it's a fixed reference point. That's why we're looking at constellation.
Buddy, that's the same way on a flat floor when you're looking up. It's the exact same thing.
On a flat plane, they'd be looking at opposite or different directions, yet seeing the same fixed point in the sky.
From different directions in the same way.
What was
You're
that?
literally looking at it in two different directions. It will have different orientations to each of those persons. Same thing's going to happen if you're standing on a flat floor.
On a globe, you're looking at the same
How do you not get this? No, they're not. They're actually looking in almost opposite directions.
Nope.
Yes.
On a globe, you're saying two people looking south are looking in
the same. No, listen. Are they locking in on the same constellation, both of them?
They're looking at octans. Let's use octans.
Octans? What is he talking about? Octans?
It's just a constellation in the south. That's a triangle.
Octanus? Octanus?
Nice.
So
do you have a picture of that one?
No proof
of. Do you have a picture of that one? Why don't we get Australia's picture of that constellation? That would be nice.
Let's see it.
Yeah, show us the evidence. Also, show us your little illustration. I wanna
Isn't
see
it
your-
Sigma Octanus? Isn't it Sigma Octanus? No, are you talking about Sigma Octanus?
That's a specific star. I'm talking about the entire constellation.
The entire
Nitro,
sure.
Hey, Nitro, why don't you try to be different sometimes and bring some globe proof?
Yeah, because the last person who tried to locate that for us got us a black picture, and that was it. Because where is it?
Yeah. Okay, guys. I'm freely admitting I don't have pictures. This is a proposed way to determine the shape of the Earth by looking at the sky.
Really?
It's a proposed way.
Do you have a mind of your own?
That's why I'm coming up with this.
You have a mind of your own? Really? Go to the hardware store and tell them you want to do the flooring by measuring the ceiling lamp and tell me what they say. Thanks.
That's
You
not
didn't
the
come
same
up with
thing.
this. You're lying. You didn't come up with this.
I did not read this anywhere. I came up with it myself.
Yes, you did. This is a very esoteric, kind of rare argument that's made, and it's not made by anyone normal. This is like the kind of thing some irredeemably globe-headed person would DM you and say, use this argument because they don't know how to counter it.
No, I'm telling you. Oh,
This
no,
is
I'm saying it.
this is an esoteric argument in this community. You did not come up with this yourself.
I did not hear. Okay, put it this way. When I was thinking about it, I did not hear about it from somebody else when I thought about it.
Okay,
people
cool.
think.
So,
Okay,
how much
yeah,
have you
interrupt.
thought
Go ahead.
about
I'll be quiet and you can interrupt me.
Perfect. Okay, thanks. So, how much have you thought about it? Because you're just wasting our time. So, what time of year is it? What time of day is both observers in? And do you have the observations, or are you just making stuff up?
Are you not hearing me? I said I don't have the photos. This is a proposed explanation that would ideally be done on June 21st.
June 21st. At what time for each observer?
Anytime during the night, when it's night and when the sun is on the opposite side of the planet, so you can actually see the stars.
Okay, so we don't have any actual proof of it. It's just a baseless assertion.
Yeah, you keep on saying the same thing, and I'll keep on saying the same thing. Yes, this is a proposed way to view the sky and determine the shape of the ground. Yes.
Sorry, I was talking to my wife. I didn't listen to your stupid baseless assertion anymore. You're very reiterative. Do you understand the point that you're making a baseless assertion, so thus it can be dismissed?
I mean, you have to dismiss it because it destroys anything in the South.
How does
it isn't anything?
You haven't done anything.
It isn't anything. You haven't brought anything.
How is your theory, and I say that colloquially, destroy anything? You haven't done anything. You came in here with if.
Okay, so when Australia looks south and South America looks south, are they?
Have this or not?
Stop. You're going
You
to
have this or not?
I'm going to stop you. Listen, you start every fucking statement with, what if you did this? Well, here's how you could do it. Maybe they did this. You have nothing substantial at all, period, in the whole time, about 2 hours. They've listened to this blah, 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 religious chanting that's coming out of your pie hole. It's super annoying. It's super stupid for us to listen to you argue something that is not an argument. You have nothing to base your statements on at all. And we've been dealing with your statements, the same exact ones, for 5, 6, 7 fucking years. What are you talking about? You're just like a numpty deluxe if you keep doing that. Why are you so far behind on the times?
We've been waiting for like 6 years for the Glober to actually provide this observation. It doesn't exist, and every time we have people that actually try to do it, they don't see what they're supposed to. So we're telling you that we need the actual evidence.
What observation are you looking for that would convince you the Earth is a globe?
Anything that's substantial that can be verified. That's verifiable.
Wait. Your question is, what observation am I looking for that would convince me the Earth's a globe? Physical measurement of Earth curvature.
Right.
So, so you want a really long tape measure to actually witness the drop yourself?
Are you dumb or what? Have you heard of the military using laser sighting to accurately hit targets up to 100 miles? Which it's even confidential how far they can do it.
No, I thought they used military GPS satellites to actually do a lot of that stuff.
No, they don't. No. Line of sight targeting with lasers, bro. Laser is a straight edge.
Oh, so military satellites aren't a thing.
Oh, it looked like you had to change the subject because you got destroyed.
Yeah, you change it. Yeah.
Well, no, somebody brought up the military, and then I said, "Oh, they also use GPS satellites to track stuff."
You went up to the
Do you know what a red? Do you know what a red herring fallacy is?
Yes, it's an irrelevant topic, or it's an irrelevant point.
No. More specifically, it's something that's proposed to give the illusion that it's about the subject, but actually it's not about the specific point in an attempted deceptive diversion. That's what you're doing because you said, no, he brought up the military, so I can bring up anything to do with the military. He made a specific point. The military uses lasers over 100 miles. Laser line of sight over 100 miles. That has nothing to do with your fairy tale of GPS satellites. So do you want to respond to the actual point?
Okay, well, in conversation, I will. In conversation, you can make side notes. People do it all the time. So as far as the laser leveling of the military, you'd have to show me something and show me that the military is doing it from a flat Earth point of view.
No, you have to show us. You're making the claim of this ball Earth, not us. You get that part?
Yeah, right. you said you need a really long ruler. He responded, no one said anything about a really long physical ruler. You can use stuff like lasers. We explained that the military has crazy laser technology. This is you shifting the burden of proof, which is a fallacy. You're making a positive claim that the Earth's a ball. That means it has a curvature rate. You asked me, what do I need to prove the Earth's a globe? I said physical measurement of Earth curvature. So just say you don't have it. Just concede you don't have it. Try to be honest.
We do have it, but you guys just dismiss it.
Okay, so what is it? What is the physical measurement of Earth
It's
curvature?
the numerous survey teams that have measured the radius.
Okay, exactly how did they do that? And would you like to cite anything specifically?
Measure the radius.
Or are you just making vague claims? For one, they obviously didn't go to the core and measure the radius, did they?
True.
Yeah, so where's that? Can you cite it, or do you have any specifics, or are you once again making a baseless assertion?
No. For starters, you don't measure the radius to prove the Earth. You've already determined that it's a sphere. So once you know it's a sphere...
How did you do that?
That's the debate. That's called begging the question.
Right, hold on. I'll swing back around to it. Let me finish my thought, at least.
No, get to it right now. Stop getting around to it. We're tired of waiting you for 3 hours to get around to it. Show us the measurement, the direct measurement. Where is it? Now.
Well, it's not going to make sense unless you've already realized that you live on a globe.
You've been in here 3 hours.
How did you realize that? Bro. And you're just talking out of your ass.
You've been in here 3 hours. You haven't presented Earth curve.
No, he was here yesterday too.
Now he's circling the wagons again. Listen, now he's circling the wagons again with a new crew of people and putting you through the same waste of time that was 3 hours ago. Those people left. You guys came in. Now he's doing the same thing with the same exact approach at the same time, like he's on a list.
Are you done?
Surveying. Then he goes to this. Then he goes to that. Then he goes to that. Never a straight
You done now?
answer.
You done yet?
Yeah, I'm done.
Thank you. This is the same guy that provided proof that Earth is not a globe by demonstrating the long distance observation that invalidates the radius claim in the first place, who then obviously still is claiming the radius, even though he already provided the evidence that falsifies the radius with that long distance observation that he found.
Oh, you did an observation that disproves your...
No, he found it on Guinness Book of World Records.
He thought that helped his globe claim?
Guys, yeah. I posted from Stellarium 2 locations, one in Central Africa, one in Central South America, both looking directly south. Look at the skies.
What up, mean? Good, fam.
Yeah, Stellarium. Yeehaw.
Yeah, I'm saying he's saying on his model, they'd be the same. You'd be looking at the same stuff.
Yeah.
You botched that. Whoever posted that.
Oh, how did I botch it?
Do you want me to do it in my own Stellarium and show you what I'm looking at?
No, you tell me how I botched it.
Because you see octans at the same time at both of those locations. So I don't know what location you're looking at.
Did you adjust for time difference?
Yeah, of course. Stellarium, the software I have automatically does that, actually.
Yeah, it does automatically do that, and I did that. Adjusted for time. Is your Stellarium different than mine?
You're on a phone, looks like, so I don't know if there's a difference between the Stellariums on desktop versus phone. You want me to
So you're saying we need to write a letter to Stellarium that something was done wrong?
No, I'm saying your screenshot doesn't actually show location or anything like that.
Well, Central Africa, Central South America.
All right. Well, do you want me to post screenshots from my Stellarium?
Sure, if you want to.
All right, give me some time. Hold on.
Time. Someone just give him the image posting.
Waiting for some cartoons from Stellarium. Let's see what that is.
Yeah, I mean, guys, I'm not saying these are photos and hard evidence.
Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. But you are saying that you gave us the evidence that falsified the globe, but pretended that it didn't.
Yeah.
What, you're talking about long distance observations?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, again, those are all like super long distance, super blurry, over water, at the horizon.
You don't even hear what you're saying. You don't even hear what you're saying.
Okay, listen. The Guinness Book of World Records isn't over water. You're gaslighting yourself again. Why?
So this is a side note. I'll get back to Stellarium. So there's also those photographers have to wait for the optimal weather conditions too. Doesn't that tell you anything?
Why are you gaslighting yourself?
It tells you that you're waiting for optimal atmospheric conditions to see farther than you normally would.
I know your name is Nitro, but you really shouldn't gaslight yourself.
Do they have to wait for the optimal Earth curvature conditions, where the Earth curvature, flattens out enough that you can see that far?
Why haven't we ever seen the optimal Earth curvature at this place? Is supposed to be at 1.22 miles at 1 foot above the surface. Ever? Where's that? Oh, you got to look at the sky? Oh, okay. Yeah, man. Crisis team, hurry, stat.
Again, Nitro, I don't know if you heard me say it earlier. The peak of Gaspard should be 3,700 feet below the horizon. It isn't. You can see Gaspard. You can see the whole of Gaspard, or enough of it to make that still completely invalid that there is a radius in the first place. Or snowball.
I have a question about that.
I know you're going through the stages of denial and grief, but stage of denial in the stages of grief. But the fact of the matter is, you provided the example that invalidates the R claim. Good job. Just stop gaslighting yourself.
We appreciate it. Couldn't do this without your help. You're one of our greatest types of support for our cause. We really appreciate it.
Really, though, you brought long-range observations that falsify your globe to prove your globe? Man.
I'll comment whenever everybody's done.
No, maybe not.
I mean, I don't have to, but you don't think that all these long-range photography would be like front-page news all over the planet? That you finally proven the Earth is flat.
What planet?
Wait, flat or round? You can still call it a planet.
No, you can't. It's not a planet. It's a plane.
Planet means wandering star.
Is Earth a wandering star?
From planete.
The waters.
Planet comes from the word planete. It means wandering star.
Is Earth a light in the sky?
From other planets, from the moon, yeah, it'd be light in the sky.
Is that place you've never been, and a place no one's ever been before? Okay, thanks, Cartoonville.
Does Mars look like a red dot in the sky?
Yep.
Is Mars inside our dome or outside?
I didn't make a claim of a dome. You did.
Well,
you did though.
You guys kind of need a solid container to prevent us from going into space.
You think things that aren't
you need a solid container. We all need that. It's not something we need. That is something that is by necessity must exist.
Says who?
The second
law of thermodynamics.
No.
Nope. Second law of thermodynamics does not say our atmosphere needs containment.
Gas pressure, bro. You're out of your mind again. We need the PERT team here. Stat.
Listen to the word games too. Yeah, of course, the second law of thermodynamics doesn't specifically mention the atmosphere itself needing containment. It's about gas itself seeking equilibrium, entropy, which would apply to the atmosphere.
Yeah,
your system that has an adjacent vacuum, that wouldn't work.
Says who?
Second law of thermodynamics, even though it didn't put it in those exact words.
Says reality.
So you would use the second law of thermodynamics to make a prediction, write a hypothesis, and prove that we actually have a container.
No. It's a post-diction. It happens every single fucking time. That's why they call it a law.
Yeah, it's a law. It is not a scientific reality. It is a law of nature.
Yeah.
So unless you can show you can violate the second law of thermodynamics in any way possible in reality, can you do that?
Well, that's a claim that it violates it. You haven't shown me it violates it.
So why can't you answer the question? I don't understand.
Because you're making a claim without you're making a claim without
You're making the claim.
We're not claiming.
You can violate the fucking second law of thermodynamics, and I want you to show it to me right now from Missouri.
You're claiming.
I'm still trying to get the slime going.
Hold on. You're claiming that on a ball, without any kind of membrane, gases are being held to it against the vacuum of the infinite universe.
And all known laws of nature. So good luck with that.
No, yeah, it's the pressure gradient goes all the way from 14.7 psi to near zero.
It goes all the way from down to 10 to the negative 17 torr. Shows that.
All inside of a container, because you can't even have a gradient, or no one exists without a fucking container.
Yeah. What do you need? See, a gradient is derivative. What do you need to have a gradient? You have to have what first? You have to have the pressure first.
Yeah, it's at pressure.
Yeah. And in order to have pressure, you have to have a container.
Says who?
You want to define gas pressure, bro?
Says the second law of
gas pressure.
Are we talking gas pressure, like in a propane tank, or atmospheric pressure?
We're talking about, isn't it? Gas.
I'm talking about the atmosphere.
Oh,
is that
God.
Pressure? Yeah. So like,
what's your atmosphere made of?
Various gases.
Gas. Thanks. So you just played yourself.
No, you know how all squares are rectangles, but not all rectangles are squares.
Gases to rectangles.
It's an analogy.
Define gas pressure.
Fuck your analogy. We want the real thing.
All right.
Sorry, Chocolate. Go ahead.
Sorry, I got to go back to work. Unless Home Slice real quick wants to define gas pressure for us, that would be cool.
Hold on.
Don't hold Chocolate up now. I did that enough.
That's all right, man. We're used to the globies flailing all over the place. It's okay.
Well, no, I got like 3 people talking to me. Do you still want stellarium photos? Are we talking about atmospheric pressure now? Like, what are we doing?
We see two
photos aren't proof.
It's as simple as that.
So bring us proof of gas pressure without a container. Go. That's going to take you a little longer. See if you can be the winner of the prize that you were the only one in history that could violate second law of thermodynamics. Great. We want to see it.
Doesn't. You keep on saying it violates the second law of thermodynamics, but you're the only person that's saying that. All you people.
All us people are the only ones saying it's the
flat earthers. Yes.
That gas pressure requires a container. What about NASA's definition?
NASA doesn't define atmospheric pressure as requiring a container.
Pressure is
from NASA.gov. From NASA.gov. Pressure is a measure of the linear momentum of gas molecules. Pressure force acts perpendicular to enclosing surfaces.
There you go.
They act perpendicular to enclosing. Yeah, but pressure itself is just a measure of linear momentum.
Hey, when you buy some gas,
what's it colliding with?
It can collide with the container if it's in a container, or it can collide with the surface of the Earth.
What? No.
It can't collide with the surface of the Earth?
You are being completely obtuse here intentionally, I think.
Yeah.
No, I just admitted you can have gas pressure in a container.
No. Look. You're making a really stupid argument here. Because everyone else outside of you accepts that you need a container. And they use excuses like, oh, we have gravity or something like that. You're just saying, oh, we don't need anything.
So I guess
you don't always need a container.
Wait a second, man.
Give us an example of not needing a container and maintaining gas pressure.
So whatever I say, if I say tornadoes have different pressure systems than everything else, you'll say, oh, it's still in the container of Earth.
What?
So hurricanes within itself have different air pressures, right?
Yeah.
But then you'll just say, oh, it's still on the Earth, which is still contained.
Even in your model.
The actual model doesn't have containment. What are you even talking about?
Gravity is the container in your model.
We are not talking about a temporary pressure differential, which immediately dissipates. We are talking about a sustained pressure differential. something that stays pressurized.
So high pressure systems and low pressure systems wouldn't count.
No, they don't count.
The stuff that causes wind.
We're talking about stable. Stable.
And I can't use the atmosphere itself or measurements of the atmosphere.
That's the thing that's in contest.
Well, first of all, I don't see the container. And every example of containment is a physical solid container. So where's this physical solid container that we can't even detect? No one's ever detected
gas pressure.
Yeah, you detect gas pressure. That's not an actual tangible container, though.
Do you have an instance where the container is not required?
I don't have to prove a negative.
1 second, man. Everything that you see in reality regarding pressurized systems, if it's I don't know, you buying a Coke, or I don't know, you buying some gas for your grill, or whatever it might be, man, everything is contained. So why would there be this ridiculous idea once again? It's the same with water always finding its own level, you know? Why is that the ridiculous idea that suddenly, if it's about your atmosphere, it doesn't need any containment? Or gravity is the magical force of containment. You know, it's the same silly thing as with water.
By the way, we have to really point out here that hurricanes and tornadoes are inside of a pressure system already.
Right.
Correct, yeah.
No, we're asking, where is your gas pressure without a container? Those are happening within. No, you're talking about the variables within the atmos. I am talking about without. Where do you have an example of gas pressure adjacent to no pressure without a container?
Not on Earth. How do we demonstrate that on Earth?
I'm asking you. It's your claim.
No, that's not my claim that we have 14.7 psi next to zero.
Why don't you go into a vacuum chamber and tell me what happens when you release gas into it?
That sounds like a horrible idea.
Why would that be a horrible idea?
Because you're going from 0 psi to 14.7 psi.
Well, you think we live in a vacuum?
It would. What would it do to the vacuum?
We don't have 14.7 psi next to zero, though, so it's irrelevant.
If you have a vacuum and you release gas into it, what's going to happen?
The gas moves into the former vacuum.
Yes. It fills the available volume, doesn't it?
Yeah. On the surface of Earth, yeah. No one disputes that.
You're saying it works different somewhere else.
No, the effect of the pressure differentials are far less.
Far less?
Yes.
Far less. You do realize that 0.1 pressure, PSI, and right next door to 0.00000001 is that's a trillion times difference.
You're not describing reality, though. That's not what we see.
I am describing the claim.
It's 14.7 next to 14.6 next to 14.5, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Buddy, you can breathe for a minute or two at the very highest parts of the atmosphere. But you're describing a pressure gradient. You're not describing a pressure system next to a vacuum. You're describing something whose existence it is necessary to have containment.
You have not posted anything so far.
I need to post the second law for you?
The second law isn't even about atmospheric pressure.
What's it about? Tell me.
Well, special pleading.
Thermodynamics. It's about entropy, which our atmosphere is a perfect example of, actually.
It is? How did the Earth get pressurized?
Oh, I have no idea. You're going way back now.
Where did you get the pressure from?
The pressure is atmospheric pressure is the weight exerted by the atmosphere above it.
Where did we get the pressure from?
Where'd that come from?
It's caused by the weight of the column of air above a particular location.
Where did the column of air come from that sticks to the Earth like Velcro?
The column of air was generated at the surface.
at the surface. So wait a minute. Billions of years ago, when air was getting expelled from the Earth, it didn't just fly off into the vacuum. There was no weight on top of it back then.
Dun, 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 dun.
That's not some big reveal. You're talking about stuff happened. I don't know how it happened ages ago.
Okay, so you actually have no explanatory power for what you're talking about.
Just like you have no actual citation that atmospheric pressure requires containment.
Well, you can't not only not tell us how it happened to begin with, but you can't even demonstrate it happening now. So.
Well, the demonstration on a large scale would be the fact that there's no container and we still have an atmosphere.
You haven't demonstrated that on a large scale. You just keep begging the question about that.
Right. I don't have to demonstrate that something doesn't exist.
You do have to demonstrate your positive claim, which is that you have an open system adjacent to a vacuum.
Right. We have a pressure gradient all the way up to the vacuum of space. No problem.
All the way down to 10 to the negative 17 torr. Demonstrate that.
Yeah, negative 17 torr. I don't think you realize that's trillions of times the pressure differential. Plus, I have a question for you. Why isn't the top layer ripped away by the vacuum? The lightest layer. Just ripped away.
Atmosphere. Yeah, we do lose atmosphere to space.
Okay, so if you're saying we're losing atmosphere to the vacuum, why wouldn't they immediately lose the second layer to that? Because there's no more weight on top of it.
I mean, you're getting into pretty detailed questions now. I assume that we're still generating gases at the surface, too.
I'm getting into
it's just logic.
The necessary demons that exist in your model.
It's just completely unlogic what you're thinking, that the outer layer is producing pressure upon another layer, while that outer layer, which is thinner and lighter, is somehow not being completely pulled out. And if it would be completely pulled out, it would then create another thinner and lighter layer, which then would, get that whole, creating pressure belief destroyed. Because it would just be like step by step, the pressure would equalize. And that's what we actually observe here on Earth doing experiments, that pressure always equalizes. And the whole concept of what you're trying to establish is just fairy tales. Once again, same as with water suddenly bending. Come on, man, just be real to yourself. It's ridiculous. It makes no sense.
It makes no sense. It's not a good reason to say we need a container that's invisible.
Man, it with the things that are given to you around you, you know that gas is always in a container to keep its pressure. Everything around you points to that. Why is suddenly the only explanation that you just brought up is a thinner layer on top and another layer and layers producing some kind of pressure on the ground level? While the thin layers on the outer rim of the ball somehow are still getting pulled out, but for some reason they're not getting pulled out enough so that the thinner layer, which is lighter, will stay in that place, which makes absolutely no sense in a vacuum.
Again, it makes sense if you understand the mechanics behind it. And do I need to start posting research papers on the atmosphere?
The mechanics.
Unfortunately, measurement of curvature.
You would need a sphere for that. Yeah, you need the sphere first. So
yeah, you're gonna need the sphere.
It's like
you need the sphere for the spherical gas conforming to the sphere, buddy. So I mean, you could post some fiction for us if you like, but we don't really care.
Show us a sphere first so we can get started on this conversation you want to reificate all over the place.
But again,
atmosphere, because you need the sphere first.
Again, how does it make sense in your mind that the thinner, lighter layer right next to the strongest vacuum that is just that you can imagine in your brain, how makes it sense that that outer thinner layer is not being sucked out step by step, creating less pressure on that layer which is beneath?
It would equalize with the available vacuum this guy's on.
Yes. So how does that make no sense in your mind? I just don't get it. Is it like are you trying to make it look like there is no sense behind what I'm trying to say, or everyone else?
Is it
No.
is it a
You
force
got
in
it.
your brain?
Yeah, it would equalize with the surrounding vacuum. This guy is just not thinking it through. Like he said earlier, he admitted it when he said, man, you're going into some detailed questions here. Yeah, he's thinking about your claim and the detail that you haven't. Oops.
No, the basic understanding of it is since you guys don't believe in gravity, you don't understand what force would
Believe in
equalize
it?
this
What's there to
outward.
believe in? Can you demonstrate it?
No. We
Side
disbelieve
topic.
something you claim to be true. That's what's happening.
No, we can demonstrate mass attracting mass. That's the whole point
No,
of
you
these
can't.
various
No, you
Cavendish
can't.
experiments.
No, you can't.
What year is it? What year?
Wait a second. Wooden rods
There
and
was some
balls, therefore sphere-shaped
chocolate.
gas.
There was some mongoloid earlier feeding him information via DM, and this is all like his whole well is poisoned because of it.
But he's now saying wooden rods and balls, therefore sphere-shaped gas conforming to a
Right.
giant rock in a vacuum?
I remember the last time I was putting down 700 yards of concrete, and we set up a big Cavendish experiment and put poles in the ground to try and find the flat areas.
That doesn't make any sense. That has nothing to do with what
It
I
doesn't
said.
make any sense. It doesn't make any sense because all of that ritualistic bullcrap is non sequitur to the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, bro. We see too far for Earth to be a ball.
We are talking about a y-axis curvature. I'm sorry, z-axis curvature that we're looking for. Where is it?
You guys should take all these long distance photographs and submit them for peer review to various universities across the world.
Yeah, first of all,
Yeah,
hold
them
on.
to the
Before anything
priests,
says
yeah.
anything, before anything says
No,
anything,
I'll elaborate.
Peer review is garbage. 80% of peer reviewed is not true. You need to go look at a video by Veritasium. And there's also a paper that was published in 2006, which also was peer reviewed. The largest problem with peer review is that everybody already agrees with everyone else. And so it becomes gatekeeping itself. 80% are just passed through with no thought. They're just, check mark, stamped, go through.
No,
So no, I don't care about peer review. Less than 1% of all peer-reviewed stuff, all peer-reviewed journals, even utilize the scientific method, and they're almost all in the industry that will get you sued to death if you get something wrong, which is the biomedical industry. So don't talk to me about, you need to get that peer-reviewed. Miss me with that gay stuff.
And I gotta say, man, every single time someone says something, you just respond with a non sequitur. Like you never respond to what's being said to you. So like you're just wasting people's time.
All right. Well, test me on that.
Okay, so can you show us a physical measurement of the Earth curvature?
So this is where I got yelled at last time, and I think muted. Yes, those survey things are the radius. They are measuring the radius. Now, why are they measuring the radius? Because they already determined, based on observation, that Earth
That's
is a
the part you
globe.
haven't got to yet. How did they determine it?
Based on observation. For example,
You know the difference between measuring and calculating?
Wait, he's going to tell us how he determined it was a sphere in the first place.
Okay, hold on. I gotta leave soon. But lunar eclipses is the Earth's shadow. It's curved.
So
lunar eclipses.
When I ask for physical measurement of curvature,
It all leads up to it. I gotta go though, guys. I will be back later.
All right, see ya. Just think about the fact that you can't measure Earth.
Jeez Louise.
Does it get hot in the top, man?
Listen, man, it's just like this. It's just like this. It's exactly like this. Sir, I told you last week and the week before that. Someone's on mic, Roger. Roger, I can't hear myself. Think
somebody needs to quiet their kidnapped kids.
So anyway, this is like this. You're at the hardware store again, sir. We told you for the last 6 weeks. You come in every week. I told you we can't put your flooring in with your ceiling light measurement. But no, I measured the side, this one little angle part. You guys didn't get that part. I told you, sir, we can't put the flooring in with the light measurements. Could you stop bringing this into us before we call the PERT team, the psych emergency response team? We don't want to have to do that to you, sir. But if you keep insisting that your floor is only measurable with your ceiling light, I'll have no other choice. Thanks. It's exactly like that.
and he doesn't even see it.
I mean, at the end of the day, look what they're working with, man. The globe model is crap. The quote unquote globe model, because they don't even have one. Look what they're working with. They have to really just come up with their own shit and try to argue.
Right.
I actually disagree. I think he does know, by the way, Sonny. That dude does know what he's doing. Like, every single time he's asked a question, he's like, well, did you just change the whole world, get a Nobel Prize? Or he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. You could be right, because if you actually look at it, us being used to this behavior, we kind of get like sedated by it, or it's not as impactful. But if you think about what these people are actually saying, there's either two choices. They're either really are psychotic, or they're in a character development group or teams that make these characters to talk to flat earthers with these kind of responses: red herring, straw man, all this stuff. Never getting to the point, never answering your question.
It's an advanced stage of Stockholm syndrome, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Stockholm syndrome and cogdis. That's all this.
So we have a choice. There could be a genuine cogdis going on. That's staggering. But if they aren't in cogdis and they aren't genuinely as dumb as they act, then there's someone creating the characters. And I would say that is a distinct possibility, that people are making characters.
I think
what makes it sad, though, is that the dude sounded like he's smart enough to actually get this shit.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It's just that fight. That's why I call it Stockholm syndrome. It's like you're fighting to defend your kidnapper, the person who's kidnapped your mind. You're trying to fight it. He sounds smart enough to get this. He doesn't sound like a little kid that's just like, oh, it's a globe and that's that. Right? It's sad to me hearing people like that. It used to aggravate me like 7 years ago. Now I'm like, oh, poor guy. It's so sad.
It feels like his logical reasoning some kind of ended at a certain part of his youth, when he was a child and he watched all these Star Trek or maybe Star Wars movies and everything about space, and now everything is just like in this cloud of imaginary fairy tales. I don't know, it's like weird, like it's like he can't get back down to earth, to the things that everyone observes as being the same, such as gas needs to be pressurized in a can or in a container, so to say. Whenever you open your can of Coke, you have that equalization, and that's just the biggest proof for you that the globe model itself can't work. And I don't understand how you can't see that or can't accept that. I mean, it's just a simple fact. It's irrefutable. It is literally irrefutable. Whatever you might come up with, it makes no sense. Even if there would be such a thing as gravity, creating these gradients of pressure, so to say, it makes no sense when we look at the most thinner one that is then right next to the vacuum, like without any barrier. It would just be like step by step sucking it out, equalizing. So in any kind of way you want to form it, it will never make sense. And I don't understand how he can't see that. Oh, I mean, maybe I do know, but it's just weird. I'm sorry for him, actually.
Before he came in, Sewell was here, a girl that had some questions. I had literally gone over the detail of sulfur hexafluoride and how the fact is that even though it's more dense than the air around it, it will still escape its container and equalize with the surrounding area. Then he heard some of me say, he was here when I was saying that, whether or not he was paying attention, whatever. But he later on brought up sulfur hexafluoride. Again, this guy is gaslighting himself. He's presenting all of the reasons why his model is false without even realizing it. Is nobody else seeing the irony here? Am I the only one paying attention?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, he might have the award for the number of flat Earth proofs per one glober, possibly.
So I thanked him earlier, publicly. For helping us.
He's not breaking any new ground.
With our cause, helping us with the cause. It's appreciated. I don't know what kind of program they're using. I mean, that's a good day when the Glober comes in and bashes their own globe to smithereens with a bunch of flat earth proofs and don't even know it.
I mean, I can't strongly disagree with his statement there. I agree. It is really difficult to talk to more than one person at a time, and especially when there's multiple points being thrown. But he's doing scattergunning too, so it goes both ways.
Yeah, I actually agree that people just get so excited in here that they don't let him finish, and then every flat earther wants to make their point. So it's like, I don't know. I mean, he's obviously wrong, but that's why you let him fully say it, because there's no reason to not let him just say it.
Yeah. Let it be exposed. Let the record show. Basically. Thank you.
They were actually playing with the food for quite a long time on that one because that's the thing. Some people come in that weren't here in the first 3 hours, 4 hours ago when this guy was saying the same argument, the same exact thing to a different group of people.
Well, it's just like every flat earther thinks that they have the best way, and maybe you do or whatever. But if there's one person holding him to a point, when a flat earther jumps in and brings up something else, it's like you aid obfuscation. You actually aid the conversation going nowhere. You know what I'm saying? It's like, well, what? No, with this, and this, and this, and then it's like, oh, he just has to pick one, take the bait, and then we're on a different subject. Then the other person's like, I'm trying to get him back to this subject, and someone else is like, I got a different point about this subject, and they start interrupting each other and the guy. So I don't know. That's my opinion. It's going to be really hard to keep Globers in here if they can't talk.
Yeah, well, actually, what I was trying to do is I was trying to redirect it back to what Mimas was talking about. I know it seems like it's disruptive, but it actually, a lot of times my point is to bring it back to the previous question asked, like by Mimas. Because Mimas kept asking a question and the guy kept not answering it. So I would interject briefly just to say, no, stop it here. Answer the question, because he just would refuse to answer any question. And then when you ask him about not answering the question, he would refuse to answer by not answering the question again. And on and on and on. So it was like a endless fractal of not answering the questions with that guy. So why didn't you answer the question? Well, you see, if I was to tell you this, see what I mean? Like that, just like that. Pure sophistry. And then it will start talking about his commentary on the conversation, or how he's talking about, or his feelings about how the conversation went when it was pointed out that, like whatever, you don't even know what was originally asked at that point.
Well, again, though, but there wasn't, how would he when there's 7 other points made before he can finish a sentence? Like, he was objectively wrong, he was being dishonest, he was changing the subject, he was diverting, all that's true, but, it is also true that every time he started talking, a different flat earther would clip him. So it's like, of course, if you're trying to get someone to be honest about something that they really are having a tough time accepting or even being honest about, that's not gonna help. I'm just
a room full of people that have the same mindset to want to prove a point or get them to somewhere. We have to kind of be people that read the room. So, I'll give you an example. Like when Whitsitt took him on a point, we understand that there's other things we can redirect or we can talk about, but we have to read the room, know that Whitsitt's got it, and we have to wait till Whitsitt finishes taking to the end of the point, and then perhaps either add to what he's saying or let him finish, and then somebody else can jump in. Because what happens is it gets too diluted. So many people are coming in and bringing in different points, and I know that everybody's got logically consistent points, but if we don't allow him to finish the point with Witsit, then it's going to be just a big kerfuffle like it was just a while ago. So, and that's all it is. Just read the room. If you jump in and you just got here and you hear some Glober saying crazy stuff, just wait. Who's taking point? Figure out who's taking point, and then maybe contribute. And that's all it is. Just read the room. That's it.
Which goes back to my original point. It was all about long distance observations. And the moment that we did not address his fallacies regarding and not just fallacies, but misunderstandings regarding long distance observations and his hand waves, the moment we didn't address that was a concession on our behalf, subconsciously at the very least in his mind. So it's a little irritating because I started the conversation off from yesterday, today, prepared the whole thing, went back to the topic, and I don't know, somebody poked holes in my canoe and allowed this guy to proceed in his error of thinking and illogical ways instead of addressing his error and getting him to the point where he could understand what he was doing incorrectly, instead of just allowing him to hand wave and just, let's just concede. He's hand waved. Well, we'll just concede, which invalidates everything because the long distance observations are the point. Yes, there's other points too, but it's a really important one. If you allow concession of one, what's the point of defending any of the other ones?
Yeah, I mean, it's the double-edged sword of Discord, right? You got like all these people in one room, and obviously only one thing of audio can come through at a time. But you just got to control yourself, man. Like, I think another big part of it is, like Mickey's saying, like, Witsit was making a point. It's like, yeah, but like, say in that scenario, I just went on and on and on for a long time with him. Of course, people are going to get frustrated. Like, I think each flat earther should also try to be concise and kind of yield the floor. But it's like, well, once the next flat earther steps in, it's like, okay, now he's talking to him for a second. People should just keep the, like Gospel Bear saying, like the point that we're talking about. He would have never got past physical measurement. So that's all you got to talk about. You know what I'm saying? Like, what about military GPS satellites? Shut up. Shut up. No, like, we're not talking about that. So, yeah, I don't know. I think it's a bunch of stuff, man. I think it's like also like not keeping it concise. Like, I've had to try to start working on that as well. Like, not being concise enough or going into too much, right? Where other people listening are like, I want to say something. Like, just everyone kind of keep that in mind to let other people talk as well and try to keep it concise. You just don't want to give them an excuse, bro. Like, what this dude is left is he has an excuse in his mind. Well, they wouldn't let me talk. So he doesn't feel like he lost. You know what I'm saying?
He still doesn't understand why the fact that we see too far, he doesn't think that is too far. Again, these people are under a mindset that they could see forever. On a globe, too. Like the See Forever cult. I mean, you guys know this. They are the See Forever cult.
Yeah, like even like the OG zealots, like the anti-flat earthers, like B-Ball. If you ever heard of him, B-Ball for life, whatever. Anyway, like we were talking about the circumference of light. You're like, okay, then what's the distance of the sun? We're like, we're not making that claim. But then Brian jumped in, and he's like, okay, I'll give you a distance. If you put the sun at 4,000 miles, then everything works. And he gave him the equation. He showed him how everything works, and they just freaked out and shut down.
Right.
So it's pretty funny. Like, we don't have to do that, but it's just really funny that we actually can. So what happens when we actually do replace all their bullshit with more viable options? Like, then they really shut down, bro. We were watching like 7-year-old zealot veterans just break down.
Whoa. See, that's better than, yeah, you're right about, and I feel like, I guess, doubly implicated. I feel like when you're saying like no more outbursts, because I have people that moderate me, from outside. It's fine. Like, I don't take it personally at all, because I know I can be kind of reactive, and I appreciate all of you. Like I'm old and wise in some ways, but in other ways with the conversation, I'm still learning too. I wanted to tone it down. I've learned quite a bit, man, and I think I have people like Witsit to thank for that, and as well as many others in here, all of you, So,
well, I'm working on it too, so like I'm also trying to improve, like keeping my cool and staying real calm and like real. Just make it to where, like, if someone else hears it, they're like, "Damn, it's impossible for me to disagree with this guy." Like, he's just being so like honest and chill and like fair that they can't really come up with an excuse. We're fighting the Cogdis. We're not fighting the people. You know what I mean?
yeah, so just let the information speak for itself. And I know when I do that, then it does just fine. It doesn't really need my help very much. Just show the information, and that's it.
So, but I brought the Circumference of Light up because you're like, they're the C2 Far cult, dude. Like, even the OGs. Mm-hmm. So once we were like, he was like, look, circumference of light. So divergent rays always result in a circumference of light. Actually, a circumference of light can end up imposing an illusory curve to a flat surface at a certain height. You can give them all the math and everything, which they love their math. And then they're just like, oh, then why don't we see the sun from the other side of the earth? Because that's all they had to say. They can't think of anything. Even the OG anti-flat earthers, once their Cogdis breaks down, they just start saying the same talking points from like Google articles.
Like, see, listen, here's the thing that we miss sometimes. Like, there's a very simple angularity thing going on. So if when they say look up to the sky from one part of Earth to another, so I can guarantee you that when the person, all you have to do is put your one arm straight up and one arm straight perpendicular, and then another person standing anywhere else. I know that sounds real precise, but you're all going to be standing up. Is going to be up for everybody at the same time. Nobody's looking up at some angle from some imagined radius sticking out on the surface. So all three of those people looking up at the sky, who cares what they're seeing above? They're all looking up at the same angle. Up is 90 degrees from the horizontal. That couldn't be possible if they weren't at a horizontal, if they were tilted at some angle on a ball, which inevitably has to occur. It would even go inverted at that one point where it goes down below the equator. Be inverted. Start going to the opposite. Nobody's looking up at the sky and looking down at, let's say, an 85-degree angle or whatever, 70-degree angle. That's the most simple thing ever. We're all looking up. So did the sun move across the sky in the same position for me yesterday as it did today? Okay, great. So I know that's up. Okay, let's say it's 65 degrees elevation angle. The person in New York City, did the sun go in the same position across the sky that day for them? Okay, that's at a whatever, 50-degree angle. Okay, did the sun go up? Was it all looking up from the horizontal for all three? Like the England, New York, and California? Yes. Is 90 degrees the zenith all the same direction for every single person at the same time on Earth? Yes. It's as simple as that. Are they all looking up? Is sky always up? Yes. That's it. End of my statement. I'll yield the floor.
Like, again, we don't have to make any of these claims. We don't have to claim how big the sun is, where the sun is, what the sun is, how high it is. But, like, for example, if you put it at 4,000 miles and it's 33 miles in diameter, you can explain everything. So it's just hilarious. Like, there's like a million different ways we can do it, but it's just funny to watch them shut down. Because, like, you don't have a model. Trust me, guys, I know the freaking argument. We don't need a model. Models aren't reality. You don't have a model. I get it. My point is that whenever you do give them some math and they can't debunk it, they just short circuit.
I know, that's the best part. So Yeah.
Super funny.
They got no other way to go but to short circuit. And it's amazing that they hold on so long right up until that short circuit point. You know,
because everyone knows this, right? Everyone knows that we can use numbers and they work on a flat Earth. Like that's what the military does. The military tracks the sun, assuming it's local on a flat Earth. That's how the military looks at the sun. So
because that works on the rectangular coordinate system that we actually exist with, like they can make that work on a flat plane and find your place. No, it has to be.
Yeah, I also want to address this point too that's in the chat. Like what do we think about Eric Dubé selling a shirt that says Flat Earth? I don't see why we would have a problem with him selling a shirt. I mean, if someone like puts their real name and identity out for the world and has like basically, lost all professional ability, unless they own their own business, and even if they own their own business, it's still very detrimental. Like a lot of the people here that own their own business or they work somewhere, they don't have their real name and face out for the whole world to see as a flat earther that makes content. And so if someone's willing to do that for the community and like take all the shots, lose all their jobs, get death threats, like it's crazy. Like the stuff I get's crazy. It's like if we can't support them, like how dare he sell a shirt? I think that's insane. That's a trick. Truth should be free. Truth, yeah. Well, what about the people that spend hours and hours and hours and hours every day trying to bring it to you? Like we shouldn't support them. Why would we not want to support them and show other people that it's feasible for them to be able to do it? Because that's what we need. We need people that do that. So we should support people like that. I think that's another one of the big tricks that the flat Earth community has fallen into. Like, oh, did that guy just now say he's selling something? He must be a shill. Right. It's like, oh, okay, so he should just sit in the corner of his mom's basement broke where he can't get a job because he publicly talked about flat Earth. You should have the luxury of hiding behind anonymity, talking about flat Earth on the internet, but no one knows who you really are, and you get to keep your job and then just throw stones at the people that stepped all the way out. That seems wild to me. I think that people need to re-examine what they think.
I agree. As someone who's anonymous on the internet, I never had a problem with people making money, YouTubers selling T-shirts. The good book says the workman is worth his wage. Just because I don't collect money, I don't care if other people do. And it's not like this is a get-rich-quick scheme, because it's not. You actually have to put in a lot of work to make barely anything off of the flat Earth. And the people that are putting in time, effort, I mean, shouldn't you get something in return?
Yeah, or you're going to have to stop doing it because you can't survive. It's like you can't make money on YouTube as a flat earther. You can't. You can't have ad money. Sorry about the background, but you can't have you can't monetize your channel. So because they'll just immediately delete everything and censor everything. So that you can only make like super chats. They take 1/3 of it. You can't make any ad money. All these other people are talking about how funny cat videos are and making reaction videos to degenerate rap music and prank videos and let's go ask people crazy questions in public, and they make crazy money, but flat earthers can't make any money on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? And I was kicked off PayPal and Venmo. I can't even receive donations from two of the biggest places. Brad's a legend and let me use his, but it's like outside of me using someone else's, I couldn't. And I've been kicked off of everything. I've been demonetized on everything. And it's like, I've basically taken a break because it's just annoying. It's really annoying that people are so like, I don't want to act like I'm some special person. Everyone should like be so thankful and nothing like that. But it's like, people aren't grateful for how much of a sacrifice some people do make, for the community. It gets really frustrating and it makes us just want to quit and be like, okay, cool. You have it. I'm going to go back to starting my own business. You know what I'm saying? And because it's like, dude, even your own people are attacking you. How dare you have a merch store? It's like, dude, I couldn't even have a merch store. I got kicked off the merch stores. I have 11,000 subs, bro. I had to crawl my way up to 11,000 subs and I'm hella censored on everything. And it's like, so I should make YouTube videos every day. I should go out and talk to people on the streets every day. I should do debates like I'm doing tonight every week. But I should just also have to find the time to somehow support me and my wife. So are you guys serious? Everyone that puts in a lot of work, like ODD TV has made amazing videos and woke tons of people up. Those videos take a long time to edit, right? He makes music. He does all kinds of things. He should be supported. If we can't support people like ODD or even Eric Dubé, who I disagree with on tons of things, if we can't support people like that, but you can go get a stupid Netflix subscription, like whose side are you really on? I just wanted to say that. I want to throw that out there. Everyone should reconsider. If you got a problem with it, then maybe just keep it to yourself, because you're actually hurting the community way more than you realize, because it makes people just want to give up. It's like, dude, screw you guys. I'm already taking arrows from everyone in the world publicly. Like me personally, like 6-figure job offer plus incentives and commission, couldn't get it because I wouldn't take my stuff off the internet. And then, so I'm doing that. And now I'm scraping by to pay for stuff. And it's like the people that I did that for, the number one things, like it's number one, people attacking me. It's really crazy, bro. I just want you guys to know that it gets to where behind the scenes people are like, screw this, I'm about to just dip out. So you guys should reconsider that. I'll stop with my rant, but I obviously feel pretty passionate about that point, because I know a lot of the people, like you name them, Dave Weiss. People hate on Dave Weiss for having an app. Do you guys know how much that app costs? Do you know how much it cost him to run that freaking app? Do you know how long he had to pay out of his pocket just to get it off the ground? Tens of thousands of dollars out of his own pocket. Dude, he can't go get another job. He used to have a job. He can't go back to that job. He's too public now. Why would you be mad that he has an app that shows people all the answers to their questions and he makes a little bit of money so he can keep doing it? Why would we not support him? And I know Dave Weiss has gone through moments where he's like, dude, this is almost not worth it. Bob Nodell, same thing. Whether you agree or disagree with everything they say is not the point, dude. They've done a ton. Like Bob did Glowbusters for 6 years, didn't make $1. Actually just spent money. So you guys, until you do it,
I highly recommend the app. It's a very nice app, actually. It looks even very good on your smartphone. Dumb phone.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's got some glitches here and there because he keeps updating it. But like he's competing with freaking companies that have millions of dollars in budget.
See,
I 100% agree what you said. That's it.
Believe it or not, in this day and age, I cannot use that app on any device I have. I'm being persecuted, I tell you. No, I'm only kidding.
No, the app glitches out since he put the friend finder on there. They're like really messing with his app.
I can't put it on any of my devices. They don't make it for Linux, and it won't go on my Android. I can't use it.
Can I maybe ask a question real quick?
Yeah. I can't even see it anywhere. I mean, I see it, but I can't use it or download it or install it.
How is your skies today? Like, how is your sky where you're at? I mean, you're both in America, right? Or most of people here.
Super, super cloudy in Maryland.
Cloudy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Overcast.
So we have like literally right now, I mean, it's afternoon, 36 p.m. and the sky is it looks insane. Like it's been a while since I've seen it that crazy again, like with geoengineering. It's insane.
People show
it's really
me,
sad.
I'm sorry.
No, go on. I'm sorry.
I was going to say, people show me chemtrail skies from slightly further north from where I am. And sure enough, a week after or less, it's all overcast and cloudy and like full on marine layer comes in.
I just captured a picture I'm going to send in. This looks so insane.
What's it? Did you say you're near Barricade Garage? Did you say Maryland?
Yes, I'm in Maryland.
I mean, I know it's a big state, but
I don't know where you just said.
Barricade Garage is just outside of DC. So he's on the northeast side of. He's northeast of DC, from what I understand.
Who is that?
Barricade Garage.
Yeah, not familiar.
Oh, oof. Okay.
But I am an hour outside of DC.
Gotcha.
I'm actually northwest.
So anyway, I'm getting ready to prepare to thrust myself into the public. I just had to get to a point where I was strong enough. So that's working out well, and I don't mind doing that.
Well, yeah, it's just like a lot of people don't do it, bro. I know we understand why.
because it's hard. It's like you really can't have any job that requires public relations. And, if someone's going to do it, it's like that's the problem I have with RV Truth. RV Truth bashes all these truthers, but it's like these people show their face and their real name. Everyone knows where they live. They're getting attacked in a real personal life on a real level. Dude, you have an avatar. If you choose to have an avatar, that's cool. I understand it. I'm not holding that against you. I'm not judging you. I'm saying prop the people up that have the balls to go out there, man. Jeez Louise, it should be like common sense. I shouldn't have to say this. I'm obviously pretty passionate about it. I'm not talking to anyone specifically, but it's like I've had to deal the last few months. I've had to decide if I was going to keep doing it. Because it's like, dude, you guys, seriously? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, bro, I get so many emails about how I'm a shill. Or like, I've spent so many thousands on this case. And then I'm like on my YouTube, like, if anybody wants to help, pay for the appeal fees and the transcripts and stuff, like, this is how much it's going to be. It's greatly appreciated. You're just a shill asking for money. And you bought an RV. Like, yeah, with my savings, with my investments and savings, so I could have a place to live. What do you know what I'm saying? It's so weird. It's so weird. We've been tricked, dude. And like a bunch of the truthers are getting censored off YouTube. They went to Rockfin and Rockfin pays them. They're like, oh man, that's a sign up. Truth should be for free. Oh, the truthers are falling. It's like, dude,
God.
you don't do it. You don't know what you're talking about. It's like trying to tell LeBron James he doesn't know how to dunk. It sounds dumb.
Many people also have a problem with. Oh, sorry.
No, I was just saying, that part about Flat Earth, that because we're truthers now, we don't have to market. We don't have to reach people. We don't have to spend resources to be a resource. Right. No, because you still have to put your energy out into the world to make things happen. That's all money really is. It's not anything other than I put my energy, and for whatever reason, this is the value of that energy that I've put in. Now I'm going to put it into something that I think is the right cause. Well, because people think that money is currency and that we're not the currency, they think that we should just do everything free. You can't even wake up for free.
Right.
It costs the creator something for you to wake up.
No shit.
Hello.
Dude. Oh, I was having people like when I was on tour, they're like, why didn't you come all the way to this little no-name town in Iowa? Well, because it would have cost me $400 in gas to do that, bro. What are you talking about? Why didn't you spend $400 in gas to come here and I might flake on you last minute and I'm the only one here? I don't want to help ever donate to the channel, but you're not a real truther. You didn't even come to freaking no-name city in Iowa. It's really frustrating, man. I've overcome it now. I can say I've learned that you have like lame people in every group, and that's just the way it is. To think that all flat earthers are cool would be pretty naive.
Vincent, why did you came over here to Germany? Just quickly, talk something about flat Earth. It's so easy. Just come over.
Yeah, sorry, bro. I'm just a shill. I'm sorry.
I want to get in people's face with Flat Earth Truth and music, like live in your face. A freaking group of people like myself and others in this community go around that do music and create live shows. There's something totally different when you're able to project music and sound and it's live. Like, I know how much it affects me listening to the music from all of you on here just through my speakers, but live. So like that's kind of my dream, and I think that's an awesome way to entertain and provide truth to people at the same time.
By the way, Vincent, how can someone support you the best way?
Cash App, probably. $, what's it gets it on Cash App or
because I watched
in a world.
Because I watched every stream of you. Yeah.
There may be 100 Flat Earth rock musicians coming to your neighborhood soon.
Yeah, I'm totally with that, Vincent. I can see that there's some people though in this Discord who would disagree. I know that one time we were having a conversation about that in this server, and I think PMAC piped up and was saying that you're just contributing to the system because you're taking monetary gains from. How is it any different from contributing to like the system which we're railing against? I mean,
right, like because look, my man Witsit did me a solid, sent me a pair of headphones. Now, I got to send them back, but the idea that here's the thing, that was the first time that's ever happened for me, and I've been talking about pooling our resources to do greater this entire time. Like, I've spoken about that thing that the news spoke about as a scam, the very same petal or flower thing that actually all upstart businesses do, get together, pool their resources, and decide, okay, well, since it costs this much and it's going to take this much resource, I know neither of us have that alone, so we're going to pool our resources to allow you, leverage you into this position, and then later on you're going to help us. Like that's literally how it works, like anywhere. And I just the thing about Flat Earth that I want to see grow is people who are sharing cameras or sharing binoculars or sharing just whatever things that they're not using. Like none you know what, our community isn't growing. We might be growing in number, but our ability to work together isn't getting better.
Yeah, I agree. We're way behind in that aspect.
Yeah, you know what? Listen, it's lame as hell, and I feel guilty as hell. Listen, I live in a fairly large city, one of the, probably the fourth or fifth largest city in California, of several million just in the city boundaries. And like I'm always talking about what I can see and what I can view, and I don't even live close to the beach, and it's a struggle for me to get to the actual beach. It's like 8 miles without a car. So I'm left with a couple options, but for me to be talking about black swans that I could see every single day, and I could, if I had a way to get around like I used to be able to, go around to the beaches and stuff and see these amazing days on the most perfect day where you could see way farther. It's ridiculous to hear myself saying these things, and I don't even freaking own a camera.
Oh, you need a camera?
No, well, listen, the only reason I'm saying is because that I feel like I'm the only one in this whole fucking entire city that has found this server. No one else. It's like a desert. What the fuck? Like, I don't know, man. That's what that no one has stepped forward that's in San Diego that is listening to this or hears it. If they just stand by and like, so I'm with this whole proposition. Okay, well, Sonny, you're going to fucking have to do like you did when you're a 10-year-old kid lost in Chicago by yourself. Going to have to figure it out yourself on your own. And there's going to be no help. So part of my attitude, I know that's fallacious because I know that's not true. But in my experience, that seems like what it looks like. The terrain as far as flat earthers go in my community here is non-existent. Now there's some in Orange County and LA that I'm going to connect up with here coming up in June. We're getting together. The first get together like that I've ever been able to get to. I haven't known of any other ones. Like before the shutdown, there used to be a flat earth group and I tried to get to it, but that was even harder to get to, way across town. So I don't know, man.
I just, to Miggy's point, what is PMAC talking about? How does that dude survive? Are you like you?
Yeah, we got into it actually because of the fact that I was like, dude, like, and we were talking about cryptocurrencies, which is another thing that's frowned down in the server, but I was talking to him about like, he's like, well, you're just contributing to the same system that we're trying to take down. I'm like, dude, it's not this total anarchist, like, let's burn everything to the ground kind of thing. That's not going to fly. You live in a real world with it takes money to do stuff. So I get your point. It's like a lot of people,
that's the misconception, because when you say it takes money to do stuff, like when you say money, people think of the dollar bill, and by extension, now that we're in 2022, their phone. Before that, it was a credit card or something like this. Like now we're talking about cryptocurrency, which is different. But when he says what he says, he's basically thinking of it as the same thing. You know why? Because anytime we value something, we're going to have to put some kind of value to see it through, whether that be an imagined dream, something you want to see happen, or you have to physically put labor to build something to see it happen, or if you want to put labor to transfer something from point A to point B, it's going to require energy. That's never free. So it's going to be some kind of exchange regardless, no matter what. So unless you're saying let's not exchange energy at all, I don't get it.
Oh yeah, it's just ridiculous. It's ridiculous because like, I don't know. I mean, I've come cool, but it's like, dude, I couldn't have done the tour if I hadn't have like literally reset all my possessions. You know, I'm not asking for like some gold star or something. I'm just saying that it's sad that I had to do that. There should be many people that are supported. Like, it should be unspoken that if someone's willing to go do something or spend lots of time to try to get the truth out there, like it should be unspoken. The community rallies behind them with resources and whatever they can contribute. And it's like, I'm perfectly fine with someone watching my channel for 4 years and never donating. That's if you can't, I say all the time, don't. But I know for a fact there are people that can try to help, and not just me, just other people. That's why I'm bringing up, like, people get mad at Dave, people get mad at Bob, people get mad. Like Nathan Oakley, people should support him. He does it every day. And he shows his real face, bro. He should be supported. We need people like that. You should try to help us take down the conglomerate of mainstream media, propaganda, and government-funded textbooks, and just an onslaught of all kinds of media from the other side. We need to compete with them. But if you're going to do what it's required to compete with them and basically take it on as a profession, we're going to drag you across the freaking coals if you dare try to be able to do it where you don't go broke and die. It's so ridiculous. It's such a trick they got us. Truth should be free, right? But all this other stuff that we pay for or that we get brainwashed with, you don't even care. It's all good. That you should pay for that. It's so dumb.
Yeah. And all of the people that support that globe nonsense that come in here and talk with us about this are abiding and abetting to this kind of activity against other fellow human beings. I mean,
yeah, I mean, you guys get my point. I'll stop talking about it, but it's like, I'm just letting you guys know that I know a bunch of these people. I talk to them, like people are bashing Alex Stein a lot right now. I know he's not for everyone or whatever. That dude that's his real name. Alex Stein's his real name. He says his real address in city council. People really know who that dude is. The real Alex Stein was on Tucker Carlson. He really was just on Jesse Lee Peterson saying that the heliocentric model's wrong. But he's like, I wouldn't call myself a flat earther. Everyone got triggered. Oh, he didn't do it good enough for you? Okay, then you go do it. Dude, it's his real name. It's his real identity. He's trying to not push people away, and he's in front of millions of people right now. So he's just using it to point out the flaws in the heliocentric model instead of using the stigmatized term flat earth and them shutting out and then him not being invited anywhere anymore. I probably would have not answered the question the way he did, but it's his life. I know him in real life. I know him. I know Alex Stein. I know Dave Weiss. I know Bob Nodell. I know Jaron Campanella. I know the people in real life. These are real life humans that have sacrificed tons of stuff in their life because they actually feel a moral conviction to go out there and try to do whatever they can to spread the truth. You should support those people, man. You should not sit over there and be like, well, I don't do it, but I'm going to critique how he does it. He's a shill. It's like,
I agree.
Shut up.
I agree. And fuck Netflix anyway.
Support the people you like or else they go away. That's the main point.
Exactly.
And it doesn't have to be, $500 a month to these people. If you have an extra $2 a month that you want to donate to these people, or you have the ability to donate, that goes a longer way than you probably. So,
even if you don't have any money, even if you don't have any money, It's like share them, prop them up, support them. Like,
But what's crazy is like people do have money. Now I'm not talking me. I'm broke as hell. But there are some people that will watch a YouTube video and they're completely okay, pocket, not in trouble.
Do you have something that can help support the community in a way with?
Am I roboting?
Just sharing something you may have, like a camera.
Napalm is muted, so he's just behind it. He lost connection or something. It's all good.
Oh, was it me? So it's him, not me.
It was his connection. Yeah.
Oh, damn. What was I saying?
You were just saying if you have the means to do something, you should do the thing that you're able to do.
Oh yeah, I've seen people cash out $500 just to say like absolutely nothing. Like and it's like no, don't send that to YouTube to where they'll take like. First of all, it's wild that they would take half of a donation. That's insane. That's why people are going to Rockfin because listen, you know how many years? Well, it's not just it's not just the flat Earth lie. Or well, the globe Earth lie out here. Like the people in politics, people everywhere have been lying to people every year, and people everywhere are tired of it. So they got shut down on YouTube too, not just the flat earthers. So them as content creators who have taken the leap based on YouTube's TOS, thinking that they can make a career out of this, they decided to put in hours, actually schedule themselves, because that's the only way you can actually make money on YouTube, schedule themselves and actually did research to provide a decent show with decent information, if not on a daily basis, at least 2 nights a week. And a lot of people have done that, and they've gotten shat on. And guess what? When they asked for help, maybe not monetary help, because they were already getting that when YouTube started changing things, right? So when they started asking their viewers for help, it's good that a lot of people, that translated over to Patreon, or people moved to Library, or people moved to Rockfin, or whatever platforms that are actually allowing them to do what they do. But the bottom line is the majority of people, it's not even about money. They won't support you in principle, and they won't go after YouTube with you. So they'll talk all this shit, oh, you should do this, you should do that. But when it's time to actually go to war with the system, you're on your own. Guess who else that's true for? Celebrities. Every time they go against the grain, the media conglomerate spins it, puts something out there that people then ridicule the person who was trying to bring awareness to the situation. That they're now looked at as a joke and a meme for 2 weeks straight. So even when the people who do have power step out to do something good, whether it be Nicki Minaj or Dave Weiss, people, even me, have criticism when actually they're doing a lot more than a lot of us ever do.
Yep.
And they're going literally up against these people. And it's like, that's not the time to let them handle it themselves. Just because you gave a little $5 here, a little $20 here, and you've been supporting them by watching their channel. No, when it's time to go see this platform we've all been enjoying, they're censoring me now. Let's do something about it. That should be where the power shows. We should be so powerful and full of community that when YouTube says we're gonna do this, and the community says no, the fuck you're not, guess what? They're not doing it because their lifeblood is the community. Problem is, we're not a community. So
yeah, exactly. It's like I said, it's not just about money, man. It's about the print. Like the reason I get upset, it's like, okay, I get it. Times are hard. Not everyone has money. What's crazy is I can barely afford to do it, and I have so many people on my Patreon. It's ridiculous. Like I support so many people. I
I send cash apps all the time, but my point is, it's like, if you don't have money, it's whatever, okay? If you want to be greedy with your money, it's whatever. But you definitely don't have a place to sit over there and bash someone and like talk down and like tell them to chill and all that stuff. That's the part that's frustrating. Like, for example, when I went on tour, I ended up having to get an extra phone so I could stream on one phone, but I could actually have another phone while the stream was going. And then I had to have a certain data plan because we don't have Wi-Fi. We're on the road. So my phone bill is $400 a month. My phone bill is $400 a month. The reason it's $400 a month is because I did that for Flat Earth. I don't care what anyone has to say about it. I know I lived it. Okay. My phone bill is still $400 a month. I still pay that for these data plans and these devices. And I have it the way it's set up because of the tour and because I was trying to help. I don't need you to pay my phone bill. I definitely don't need you to sit over in the corner and talk trash about how I do all this for money. I had to sell all my possessions and get rid of my house and get rid of my business, and then extend my expenses significantly to do it. It's like really wild to me that people don't just kind of step back and be like, damn, Austin just had to spend $1,000 on a speaker. Damn, Austin spent $3,000 on a computer. Damn, Austin spends $400 a month on a phone, on his phone bill for data to try to do the streams. It's like, just maybe think about it before you talk. It's like, it's really frustrating because I guess the point I'm making is I know these people in our life, and the conversations we have behind the scenes, it's like we have to pick each other up off the ground over and over. I have to talk to Alex Stein. I know your mom just died. And then you have RV Truth, a prominent truther, trying to say you faked your mom's death. What the hell is wrong with that guy? Are you kidding me? Oh, I know you just finally made it all the way to Tucker Carlson and called out Operation Mockingbird and how the CIA runs the media on one of the biggest Fox News station channels in the whole world. You just called out Operation Mockingbird on national television, one of the #1 shows in the whole world. And you got truthers over here bashing him, talking about he's a Freemason, his mom didn't really die, he's a shitty flat earth. What is wrong with you? I have to talk to Alex on the phone while he's crying about his mom, you know what I'm saying, and pick him up off the ground. And we're all sitting back here like, it's like we're the only ones that get it. It's like, Dave, keep going, bro, don't quit. Then someone's like, Austin, keep going, bro, don't quit. Because it becomes exhausting. I'm like, Jaron, you've been doing this for so long. Like, dude, a lot of us respect you for what you've been doing, bro. Keep doing it. Because Jaron had to face the idea of not doing it anymore because he has a child and he has to support them. You know what I mean? It's like, if you guys really knew the conversations I have with these people, you'd understand why I get so upset about this. It's like, bro, it's like,
and they took
cause
his
people to quit
for some time. They did him dirty.
They had to delete all his videos just to stay on YouTube.
And you're right about that. And we honestly, and this is a public service announcement from me. That may mean absolutely nothing to you. It might mean the world. I don't know. My inboxes will tell me shortly because some of y'all are gay. But anyway, I'm just kidding. So we got to stop this shill talk, man. You know why? Because that's not a fruitful conversation, whether it's true or not. Right? We got to learn to stay focused on the information and the topics at hand instead of worrying about people's intentions. Unless you're trying to figure out their intentions for the conversation you're going to have with them, because if you can figure out that it's fruitless, then just don't have it, so that you don't have all these built up emotions about people like that when you are speaking to people that may not deserve some of that burn. Now, my thing with calling people shills is, I would have thought that all of NASA and all of everybody is shills. Now, the people in the ISS, they're definitely faking it. I can't justify them because they're literally on camera doing something they know they're not doing. But outside of that, we just saw the world renowned physicists, people that come in here, they're talking about because we know using this formula, this is the distance, and then we go, didn't you know that the horizon wasn't geometric? Yada yada yada. It's like the many things that she didn't know.
Yeah, you're roboting, Eli.
So we got to treat them a little better.
Eli, you're roboting. We got to treat them better, but before that, not so much. But it was a good robot, I got to admit. It was one of the best. If we were to be rating the quality of roboting, was top notch. No, but listen about this troll thing. I wanted to say that's the only thing that they know would keep us apart from each other. So that was put into our community and passed around because we were doing it unsuspectingly, just like we did with the other mind control. I don't know who's roboting or open micing in there, but anyway, yeah. So that's the one thing they would know would keep us apart, by having us be suspicious and planting in people that were there to instill suspicion amongst us, and that was done successfully. So if we're not aware that that's happened, then you're just going to be abiding with it. You're going to be going along with it too. It's like gang warfare. So stop doing the same thing we did with the Globe, believing bullshit, and then running with it with no proof.
Yeah. Something else is we need to increase our number of content producers. You know, like there are people that have gifts. They're like really good artists. They're really good. They have really like voices that sound really good. Like that's one reason Jaren's so good. Like his voice, he has a good voice. We have people that have gifts and they're articulate. They're good debaters. We have all these different talents of people. Like Dave Weiss is just really good networking, right? And good at marketing and advertising, like marketing his brand. We have all these gifted people. What we need to do is make it where there's an environment where people see, oh, look, you know, when you really crush and you're out here crushing and when you go real hard, the flat earth really rallies behind you and has your back. We're limiting our growth because people are like, why would I want to go be like Jaren? If they're not even going to respect Jaren after freaking 7 years, why would I do that? Why would I go do it? You know what I'm saying? We're limiting our growth of content producers. And that's the bit. If you guys didn't know, it's 2022. That is the battle. It's the information age. The battle is on the internet. The battle is content. Okay, we need content producers, dude. We need people that have such good shows. They're like, damn, this show's so good. Oh wait, that dude's a flat earther. We need people that are flat earthers but don't talk about flat earth all the time, right? And they talk about other truth stuff. We need people that are really good at music, but then they just find out they're flat earthers. We need all these different aspects of media covered to really have a fighting chance. And whenever someone sits back and they find out about flat earth and they're like, dude, flat earth is such a toxic group though, because they attack their own, they call each other shills. Some of these prominent flat earthers, the flat earthers themselves bash them. Why would I want to be a part of that? Well, I don't think people realize how much they're hurting the movement. And I actually think some of them maybe even do. It's just people are selfish. People are selfish, bro. It's like, what are you in this for? Do you not want people to wake up? Are we not trying to win the fight here? Where the fight here is that everyone gets to hear the information and make up their own mind. It's not that we convert the world. It's not that we sit in the corner. We're like, I'm the flat earther. I'm the one that has the truth. I'm the special boy. I don't want you to have the truth. No. I'm a better truther than you. Then you're not even on my team, bro. Like, see yourself out. We're not the same. Like it's hurting the community in an overwhelming way. I'm not gonna say it hurts it so much. It seems like maybe there is some truth to the fact the CIA's got their hands in it because it's so perfect to hold us back. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I don't know if any of these people have been put in there, but it doesn't matter. You can't prove it. But I know one thing. It's like, this is exactly what the government would want. They would want like flat earth just divided and breaking apart. It's exactly. It's crazy, bro. How people don't see it.
That's my point. So we talk about Operation, what is it, Mockingbird? That one?
Yes.
In particular, yeah. So if you think about what they did all through the 60s, man, I don't know, bro. Like, listen, I'm older, so I've seen so much more, and you people are all younger than me, and you're going like, what is this old person talking about? Because, exactly. What is this old person talking about, Sonny? Who the fuck is he? Like, I know you're all saying that. I don't care. Like, I grew up in a different time, in a different era in Los Angeles, and I saw shit happen that you have no idea. I can't even put into words about human behavior. I can't even describe it. It's other than worldly. Like what was happening in LA, like spiritually or something was happening. I saw this as a young, naive little kid from Missouri. So I'm telling you, like, there's this connection, man. And people just like, I went to Samo High. I'll put myself out there. I went to a high school, the rich and famous. I was a little poor kid from Missouri. My dad got a job in Los Angeles. He moved us all out there, us 3 kids. And I was like the kid from the other side of the tracks, like a middle class kid, blue collar. And plopped into this rich place where like Sean Penn and all these people I partied with when I was a teenager in LA. All of them. and I'm as active then as I am now. When I was in the party circuit, I got around because I grew up in an era when you just didn't want the party to end, and Los Angeles was perfect for a young partier like me because I could go party and play music for as many girls as I wanted at different parties. If I got bored of one, I'd just go to the next party with my guitar. I don't know. I know I'm digressing, you guys. I appreciate you giving me a break. You're like, there's crazy old Sonny talking some shit again. Anyway, you guys.
No, you're good. I made my point pretty redundantly.
I know I went off track. I apologize. I do go off track sometimes. No, but listen, I know things they wouldn't want me talking about more than what we just talked about here. So there's a whole. I won't even say anymore.
Let me speak up for a second if you guys don't mind. First of all, I want to say, Witsit, we appreciate people like you that are out there doing it. I hope that you guys appreciate, people like us who are kind of, doing it, but a little bit differently. The whole shill thing, that's never been good for any of us. It's never been like appropriate, unless you got proof, like the guy that you said went on Fox News and, called out Mockingbird live. Like, I've been talking about that for years. And to think that he got on Fox News and then said it while everybody was like, live and they couldn't retake it out. That's fucking amazing that he did that. He pulled that off. Like, he so pulled it off. And then everybody was like, Mockingbird, what's that? I've been watching Tucker Carlson this whole time. I thought he was the truth. Turns out that he's an asset.
Yeah. Did Tucker Carlson acts all shocked? Well, this is my point. Like, I don't want like some gold star. Like, the people in here are also OGs because your guys are here almost every day. A lot of you guys, and you're helping people wake up. And that's a beautiful thing, and it's a part of it that's needed. And I can't be in here all day every day. You know what I'm saying? Some of us, we can't do that, and we need all of it. But the point is, everyone should lift each other up in their own role. That's all I'm saying. Not to have some like cliche like, oh, it's all come together hippy dippy thing. No, it's like, I don't care what you believe in. Like, this is bigger than that. So just like everyone should support each other. I mean, I'm making my point over and over, but it just seems so simple and yet so underutilized. It's like, come on, bro. The fact you don't like Alex Stein makes fun of the way things he does and what he does, that's cool. You go do it better. You go do it better. Don't talk about it. You sound like you're a dude in the front row of the finals talking about how LeBron James sucks at basketball. It's just so stupid.
And I think it would be fun as hell to banter around live with like people like Alex and all those people that that I would love the opportunity to banter with all of you too and meet these people in real life. I look forward to it.
Like, I know that some people don't have I'm blessed, man. I'm hella blessed. I'm not like complaining. Like, I had to grow up and realize that I was blessed. I was getting so triggered, like money issues. I don't care about money, but it's just like, it was really getting to me. But I'm super blessed, man. I get to do what I love. I took a break. I'm recently married. I was able to take a break. I was tired, but I was able to take a break, I get to travel where we want. We get to pick where we're going to go live. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna start a beautiful family. Like, I have nothing to complain about. But it's just like, I guess the part that's frustrating is people don't really, they just don't see what all goes with it. And it's like, damn, bro, like, we should just help each other out, man. I know I keep saying it, but it's like, so people in here apparently need to hear it 30 times, and no one specifically, but people in this community, bro. It's like apparently you don't get it. I don't know how many times or different ways I can say it. Just shh. If you don't like someone, if you don't like how they do it, then just be quiet. Either go do it yourself or be quiet. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you do it yourself, I think you should be able to say whatever you want to. But like, no, dude, this is how you're supposed to do it. If you don't do it, then just shut up.
That would make sense, huh? Oh, shit.
Like, what do I look like talking about how Peyton Manning is a terrible quarterback? Like, what do I look like?
Hey, Winston, did you get the image I sent you of you, a still shot of one of your videos when you were here in San Diego? It's a beautiful shot of the sunlight shining on the water right up to that boardwalk where you were right on the sand there. What a great place you chose. I know those places.
Is it in my DMs on Discord?
Yeah.
Then no. No, I haven't seen it.
Okay. I got you. I get it.
I'll try and check it out, but I have so many. It's just overwhelming. I tap out every time I see them.
Yeah, it might be worthwhile saving. If not, no big deal. I know you probably have hundreds.
Oh, yeah, I'll check it out, bro. Like, right now I'm trying to decide if I want to keep doing this. Like, I think I do. And I think we're going to, like, Kai and I may do a show where people call in to both of us about Flat Earth. And, yeah, I think I'm going to set, like, 4 different weekly shows and stuff. And I guess that's why I'm talking about this topic in here, because I love this place. And a lot of you people are like my family. And I just feel like you guys need to hear this, because I want you to know that a lot of us have been having to contemplate quitting. And not because we're quitters. It's because we have to survive. We have to survive, bro. And, like, if you want to attack us on top of that, it's just, dude, people are humans, man. Like, eventually they're going to be like, okay, well, maybe I could just delete my channel. I could go get my sales rep job. I can make 6-figure job, work remotely, travel wherever I want to. You know what I'm saying? Like, my boss would be like someone that I know personally and that's got my back. You know, I have a much easier route. You know, I want to start a family, bro. I want to provide for my family. So it's like, a lot of us are making crazy decisions. Jaron just had a baby. He's like, dude, I can't afford to keep doing this. You see what I'm saying? It's like, you guys should realize the magnitude of this, because when you start to lose some of these people, you're gonna really notice the magnitude of that. You're gonna be like, damn, we should have supported them more while they were here. Not just monetarily, just like out of principle, man.
Yeah, it's like we take it for granted. It's like taking this server for granted, you know, when there's like 100 people in here, and there's like a lot of heavy hitters in here, and a lot of those people were taken for granted too, and they're not here now. So
exactly,
because this isn't for free. People getting up and doing what they love, it's not for free. It costs to realize anything, to realize a dream, anything. So nobody wants to continue doing something that nobody appreciates. Matter of fact, nobody likes doing something and then people showing that they don't appreciate it. It's like, well, okay, well, the truth is important, but I mean, it's like you guys are worried more about the truth, more about other things than the truth.
Yeah, and I would never do
guys,
this,
but generally.
I would never do this. But if I was to show people publicly, how my income went down when I started publicly talking about Flat Earth, if I show the difference, and then I showed my expenses, and then just so people could really see it, they'd be like, wow. So quickly they would realize, damn, maybe I should shut up, because I get to talk on Discord about Flat Earth behind my screen name, but I have a job and I have a consistent income, and I pay my bills, and it's all good. You know what I'm saying? It's like people would really realize, like, damn, I didn't really realize what's going on. This goes for all of us, bro. For Dave, Jaron, you name it. People were just like, oh, they must have it. It must be nice. No, not really. Not really. It seems like you maybe need to re-examine. It's kind of crazy, you know. So if someone finally makes, like Alex Stein finally is kind of getting notoriety, dude, I'm so happy for him. I'm nothing but happy for him because he worked really hard. He did shows like every night. You know what I'm saying? It's epic that he's able to finally kind of have something. Why would we want to tear him down? Instead of, we don't need to tear him down. We just need to get more people where he's at. You see what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
like
And that's the thing it's like people can't see, like, you know, how money wise, how this makes that harder. In many instances, actually, if you want to be of the world and a part of the world, well, then you're putting your lot in with them. And so, if you want to challenge anything of the world, it's going to cost you that way. And it's not just going to cost you money; it's going to cost you social capital also. Like, why? Because number one, your views are changing. What you see value in is changing. You know, so by extension, it's obvious that your social capital will go down. One, because, well, actually, you don't see you don't see as much value in that capital, and two, they don't see as much value in you because you don't want to still talk and goof about the surface things that don't matter, the surface things that are a distraction away from what matters, or the things that are literally there as information that can harm you. Like, that's the thing. I totally forgot what I was going.
What's with the esoteric Manly P. Hall stuff in the chat about what is going on? What's with the religious stuff, Sonny? The Manly P. Hall stuff.
I don't know. Someone was questioning if there was any proof that the Hebrew language, Proto-Hebrew language, was shared by some of the indigenous tribes in America, and I'm just making a joke, actually, because he said there was no proof of that or any mention of it anywhere in reality, and I found all these like 20 different sources of information showing that there is a connection between two languages, especially, and the oldest found known carving of the Ten Commandments in Semitic.
I've never seen any person write more on the topic of Proto-Hebrew than Manly P. Hall, famous esoteric occultist.
I have heard a lot of this information.
Well, there's the Indians that live here near where I live. They during, I think it was World War I or something, they used them.
That's true. They definitely found stones with the commandments.
Yeah.
So it's
and then you have the state of Iowa. I don't know. People say all sorts of things.
Anyway, the Indians definitely spoke.
Well, I think it just proves international travel was here long ago. You know, so just like how they found like the coca leaf and cocaine and like an Egyptian mummy remains. Yeah, like how do you get that? I think that's kind of what it proves. Like it just dismantles the historical narrative that they didn't internationally travel.
That's really all it's showing.
Is my mic working by chance?
You're coming through, Godrock, and we got over-talked a few times.
All right. Sorry. Yeah, I just wanted to say that, the Indians here, they say they spoke some kind of ancient Hebrew, and they used them to send messages in one of the wars because no one could understand. It was like a code. They used it as a code. They actually hired the Indians to send messages during the war because nobody could understand the language. And they, instead of using a code or some like made up language or whatever, they used their actual language. And it was very similar to, it was some kind of ancient Hebrew.
I thought it was the Navajo.
Yeah, well, I think maybe it was the Navajo. You might be right about that.
All right. So
yeah, they're definitely, and that's not the only source I've heard of that people here did speak some form of ancient Hebrew, different tribes, Indian tribes or whatever. It's I thought it was a well-known thing, to be honest with you.
It is. The lesser-known thing is the trackers weren't allowed to cut their hair, even though everybody else in the military, when you join, they shave your head. But the Native American trackers, when they cut their hair and they went out into the field, they lost their abilities.
Well, that's kind of like the Hercules myth, whatever. When they cut his hair, he lost his strength or something.
And I don't cut my hair and have
that would be Samson.
Samson, there you go. Excuse me. Yeah. You're right. You're definitely right about that.
I don't think Delilah took his hair. I think she took another source of creation from him, and he was weak after that. But, you know.
Yeah, I could be. I was just mentioning that because I had heard, I had heard that. Don't know, can't validate it, obviously.
But he got his strength back after his hair grew. I thought, right? Like he ended up pulling the whole building down.
I don't know.
Yeah, after he'd been locked up and Delilah wasn't servicing his hair, it grew back.
Okay, I see what you're
saying. After she did what and what?
It's just another esoteric Manly P. Hall-esque interpretation of words.
Well, I mean, I've cut my hair before and went back to the gym and was like killing it. But I've had, a really great night on the dance floor and lost all my creative ability and went to the gym and was like, rubber legs, rubber arms.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's a normal esoteric interpretation. It's very Manly P. Hall-esque.
Yeah, I mean, of course, the narrative was that the creator kind of gave him that gift. But anyway.
So you're saying it could be cut off and then it would come back and he would get the strength back? Is that what you were saying?
That's what the story says.
Semen retention. Are we just going to be scared of words?
We're talking about hair. We're talking about hair. Wait a minute. We're talking about hair.
No.
Yeah, nah. Semen retention.
It depends on whether or not you're pretending to be like Manly P. Hall or not. So if you're trying to be like Manly P. Hall or any other occultist, then you can actually make anything mean anything because that is the Hermetic principle. Anything is everything. So
so let's go with the latter then. Semen retention and what?
That doesn't work. I'll tell you that right now.
Like the occultist is definitely a great practice. Man, I tell you what.
Somebody said, "Okay, let's go with the later then."
So was Paul an occultist? Because Paul was telling people, to be abstinent, right?
Unrelated.
That's not word.
Non-sector.
Oh boy.
Sorry.
I will say that's one of the main beefs I had with Paul is he was like, I know we're just way off in the weeds here, but he's like, yeah, it's better if you're like me and you don't have a wife, but if you can't control your lust, then get a wife. It's like, that's crazy because I'm pretty sure the creator said be fruitful and multiply. So what am I missing here, Paul? Why are you telling me to do something the creator told me to do? This is weird.
He was telling you he was a Freemason from way back then. Oh my gosh.
I'm not one of the Paul bashers. I think that the Catholics actually kind of threw that in there because what do Catholic priests say? Right? What do? They don't have sex or anything, right? They have no wives.
I mean, is Manly P. Hall like literally in the chat right now? Like,
wait, Grosselberg,
you seeing ghosts, bro?
Mike, motherfucking check, bro. Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, you can be heard.
Go ahead.
Okay. I forgot what I was going to say. I got cut off like 3 times in like 10 minutes.
Again now since you forgot. It's only kidding.
Gather yourself. You'll be all right.
Oh, I've been because I haven't read more to have more information, but I would have assumed that the apostles, like the majority of them, didn't have wives. Not because God said not to, but because of the kind of women. Like, just think about the women today. Like the modern, not like when I say modern, I mean of the world today. Today's world, and what women believe should be happening in the world, what a man should be doing, what they should be expecting, is so gross. It would take you off of it would take away from your worship of the truth and of the Creator to give bits and pieces to the women that exist today. I think that might have been the same problem back then. So it was like, well, I'm sitting here trying to be a godly man, and it's like these women are just not. They're not with it. So why am I gonna?
Yeah. Why
am I gonna put my time in that when I know I'm gonna have to like give a little of my discipline in order to have this? Why would I be doing that? I haven't read enough, so I don't know if that was the thinking or if it came across in the scripture that way at all.
No,
But that's what I was.
A lot of the apostles did have wives, though.
Yeah, but you're right. By and large, in today's world, there's not really well, this is just my opinion, but not that many good choices available.
Yeah, like Simon had a wife. Like numerous apostles had wives. Like all I'm saying is the Creator says, "Be fruitful and multiply," and to say it's better if you don't just seems weird to me. That's all I'm saying. It seems really Catholic-esque.
Yeah, before the Catholic Church was established, that checks out.
Okay, so then can you explain why Paul's telling me to do the opposite of what the Creator says in the first book?
Yeah, it's called context.
What's the context of it be better if you are like me and abstinent and not have a wife at all?
Lifestyle and behavior.
So the Creator says.
See, I told you that kind of. So Gospel Bearer, can you elaborate on that context and does it lend credence to my argument?
Maybe it's called practicality. Any truck driver? Are there any truck drivers in the chat? Long road truck drivers?
There is one. He's not in here right now. What's his name?
Anybody go away from their spouse for multiple weeks and or months at a time?
Adam.
Anyone?
Have before?
Yeah. Are those people still married?
Not in this case.
Yeah. Anyway,
so context. We'll just stick with
okay.
It's actually really easily explained. It's not about a contradiction.
So you're saying just people specifically that go out into the world shouldn't have wives? That's what Paul was saying.
Well,
You can read what he said and you can make your own determinations. But he was vouched for by some of the most credible people that ever lived in context of the conversation.
Well, it makes sense. If you're going to have a family, you need to be around to maintain the family on
precisely. It's only
right.
logical.
Yeah.
You know the argument that people. You know the argument.
Adding stuff to what Paul said, though.
I'm not adding anything.
Paul did not say just in case you go out into the world. That's not what he said. That's not what he said.
That's a logical takeaway just by how we experience life today and what you read in the text. Yeah. Like because there are some arguments where it's like, oh, I can have as many wives as I want because the Bible says so. Because specifically, if I can take care of them and love all of them equally, then I'm good to go. Well, that's what I was talking about being a man of God. Well, when you're doing that work in the world and you got to move around and give yourself to many others, not just your family unit, then it might not be a good idea to get a wife who will not be happy.
Okay, well,
how's she going to be happy if you're not around?
Wives were left at home in the scriptures, all throughout the scriptures, when the people had to go to war. It was a whole thing. So all I'm saying is, dude, it says be fruitful, multiply. Paul says, well, it's actually better if you can completely refrain from women altogether. But if you can't because of lust, that's not why he said to have wives, because of lust. That doesn't make sense to me. I'm not one of those people that have to pretend the KJV is perfect. I know it's not. So.
Yeah, and I don't need to be a disciple of Manly P. Hall. I am a conscientious objector.
He's a psycho.
Yeah.
Manly P. Hall's a psycho. I've listened to like probably 20 hours of him. He's wildly out there, but all I'm saying is,
his teachings are very invasive.
Yeah, I don't like Manly P. Hall, but my point is just like, okay, we were given Greek transcripts, and I'm not going to pretend I know that was the original version, and I've actually seen a Hebrew version of Matthew. It just seems convenient that the very narrative the Catholic Church pushes to this day, which is that the priests don't have wives,
and that makes them superior to us because they've overcome lust altogether, so they don't even have to have wives. No. We don't have wives for lust. That's not why we have wives. So that just seems a little weird to me. That's all I'm saying. It says,
yeah, I mean, it's always weird when you take verses from the Bible out of context. That's always weird.
So you're saying that the context that I'm missing is he was talking specifically to people that were going to go on the road and disciple, correct?
Wait a minute. Time out.
Again, people can go read the words for themselves because that's not what this voice chat is for. Why over and over again are we talking about veganism and like all these different things that, guys, like we've been over this hundreds and hundreds of times. This is the flat earth voice chat. And I come back after a phone call and I'm seeing Manly P. Hall writings in the chat and all these other things. And we're talking about topics, specific things about the Bible, which that's not what this is for. That's not what this is for.
And talk about the radius somewhat.
Really, well, I mean, what we ought not talk about is the Bible on this voice chat.
Well, I gotta go. I'm like,
God Rockin', you're doing the thing.
You don't gotta go. Stop lying, God Rockin'.
Especially while you're hot micing.
No, yeah, I know. I was saying we're kind of getting off in the weeds. I was just throwing a point out there. People look into it or don't.
That's why I kept saying the words, people can read it for themselves. Do your own research, right?
Yes, I always say that. I wasn't trying to post all those things, like trying to direct or
Diane, you explained yourself, Sonny.
Okay, but it's really easy
fine
to say that, Gospel Bearer. If you get to say the last comment saying that it's out of context, you make your argument, then say the conversation's over.
Well, you made your argument that it was some type of Catholic conspiracy, which it obviously isn't if you know anything about history.
Oh,
that's the most absurd claim.
All right.
That's the most absurd claim ever.
Can we just go?
Nothing to do with
Can we go downstairs? Can we go downstairs?
No,
is this worth doing that?
No. But here, Elijah. Here's the point. We're on the live stream, okay? And Witsit is making a point that this is some type of peeing contest, okay, of somebody getting in the last word, okay? I am saying in response to the claim that it's a Catholic conspiracy, people can go read and do their own research. That's not some type of peeing contest response. It's not a gotcha. It's not anything special at all. People should go do their own research and not take those words for granted. Yeah.
You said out of context.
Even though it is a Catholic conspiracy, but okay.
Actually,
you can make that claim, but you should. You can make that claim.
I'm not making the claim that it's a conspiracy. All I said was that it is interesting and that we have only Greek transcripts.
Yes, it's an insinuation of a Catholic conspiracy.
And the Romans changed every other part of it. So I'm not making any claims about it. If you want to look into
insinuating a Catholic conspiracy, people can do their own research. It's not the purpose of this voice channel.
I would like to say that I didn't like your example of specifically the Catholics propagating this idea that as a priest, you know, you don't have to have a wife. You can't have a wife, and that makes you superior. It was kind of a spin. Because I could easily say, well, they're doing that because that was what was correct in the Old Testament. Like I could say that, but really we can't say either.
Actually, we can point to things like if a man is newly married, he must not be sent to war or pressed into any duty. For 1 year, he is free to stay at home and bring joy to the wife he has married.
Yeah, for 1 year.
We can point to these sorts of things.
1 year. 1 year.
Yeah, I just want to say real fast that it was the Catholic Church problem that after the man died, his wife would have to be taken care of by the church. And they didn't want to take care of all these women, so the rule came out that they weren't allowed to marry. That way the Catholic Church didn't have to take care of the widows. Thanks.
I'm not even making claims, by the way. I have no idea. Like, I think that anyone that thinks they know everything about the freaking transcripts is being dishonest. That's all.
Yep, that's an interesting straw man, I suppose.
Well, isn't that saying like that? So basically, I mean, because there are those that would make the argument that even though the words are translated, the words of the Holy Writ is true. You're basically saying when it was transcribed or translated from whatever language to specific versions, clearly there are things that could have been taken wrong, because when you read them in English, it's not that. And it's like, but isn't that like a little bit of a spectrum? Because it's like, on one hand, when they use words like expanse instead of firmament, right? Like that's like something. But when you take something that has context and it's supposed to be interpreted in like it's different than just a word. It's like it's a whole context there. If you're to say, well, the context is different because the words are different, that's like dangerous territory.
I was actually just trying to make a bigger point to younger men that we don't marry women because of lust, and you are supposed to have a wife, and you're supposed to make children. And anyone that tries to twist the scriptures to say you're not supposed to have a wife and have children, you should maybe not just listen to them, because the Creator tells in the first book to do that very thing. I was just making overall sentiment. I wasn't trying to argue about the Bible. I don't care. There's a Hebrew version of Matthew. If you want to think that there's not, and there's only Greek versions, and the Romans would never hide anything, that's definitely your own prerogative. I don't want to debate about it. I don't care.
Are you a Corinthian?
No.
Okay. Okay, cool. Not a Corinthian. That's good. I'm not understanding how it's applicable then. It's amazing when we can just throw context out the window.
Oh, so the commandment from the Creator in the first Bible, the first book of the Bible, doesn't apply to those who live in Corinth.
No.
That's the argument?
No, that's not the argument. That would be a form of a straw man, I suppose.
Well, not if it's a question.
Well, it insinuates one, I guess.
All right, we can move on, man. Agree to disagree, man. I don't even have a claim on this. I'm very open-ended. I have no idea. I just think it's kind of weird. I think that when I read the Hebrew Matthew, I studied it for 2 weeks, 12 hours a day. So when someone read it,
I know. I also think it's kind of weird when talking points are directly synonymous with occult writings. I mean, I think that's kind of weird.
Hey, shut the fuck up about religion. Thanks.
Actually, I kind of want to keep listening, so can we go down to like one of the rooms below if you guys have any more to say? I'm going.
I think it's all good. We've covered it plenty enough. I don't even have a claim here, so I don't even want to debate it.
Yeah, we're only talking about what we think is weird. It's fine.
Yeah. I think some things are weird. Whatever, to each their own.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure, the modern version is perfect. I mean, whatever. I prayed and fasted about this, was told the opposite. So I'm going to always stand on my convictions. So I don't, to each their own.
You don't. Well, I mean, that may be true as a standalone, but that has nothing to do with the conversation, right?
Well,
since you don't have a claim, you don't have an opposite in that context. Why say it?
Because I studied the Hebrew version of the Gospel of Matthew for 2 straight weeks, 12 hours a day, longer than that. Couldn't even stay awake. Every single word, every single possible translation of it. When people don't even know it exists and that it was found in the Vatican junk drawer and it actually corrects like 10 different contradictions in the current English version, and then they tell me they know that that's okay. It says
so then you do have.
I'm going to say this.
But let's just not say that you don't have a claim. Let's say that you have a bit of information and you're willing to share it. Like that's and it might go against what other people
to the Paul thing. I don't have any claim about that. I think people that bash Paul are super wrong. I think Paul is legit OG. So everyone wants to assume my position. My point is, I think that there are certain things that were meticulously changed. Like when it says, "Don't listen to what they say," the Pharisees do as they do. or don't listen to what they say, and don't do as they. Okay, it's actually what it says is do as the Pharisees say. This is what it actually says. Oh, this is going to trigger you. I bet it says.
No, it's just you're continuing to do the thing that has expressly been forbidden.
Because you said there's no contradictions. So it says, do as the Pharisees say, don't do as the Pharisees do. And then right below it, it says, don't do as the Pharisees say. So do as the Pharisees say, don't do as the Pharisees say. That's not a contradiction. Well, in Hebrew,
wait, what's a Pharisee?
It's the religious leaders of the Jews at the time, of the quote-unquote Jews, which is not even a word. It's only about Judah. My point is that in the Hebrew version that the Vatican Church had in their junk drawer, okay, it actually says he, not they, meaning Moses. Do as he says, the words of Moses, not as the Pharisees do. And then it says, do not listen to what the Pharisees say. That's one swoop of a Hebrew character changing he to they, changing the context, and it can be proven this is the 1,000-year-old text in Hebrew. So whatever.
Hey, Witsit, like, there's some people in here that are, like, really bored by this conversation.
No, I'm not.
Are you sure we can't just go down to the one below?
What's the response?
I think it's interesting.
Refraction. Because there's definitely an R value, right? There's definitely an R value. So I should just say refraction, right? Because his claim is valid. His claim is valid. So,
well, I was asking for your response. I'm not liking this one.
Yeah.
Because it's not helping me determine. Because I'm gonna have to go. I'm gonna have to.
He never validated his claim in the first place. He never established that it was a globe in the first place. So his claim isn't even valid.
Okay, we can move on. Eli, I can send you the Hebrew version if you want to look at it.
So that's what I'm saying. What's the consent? Are you saying is that there's not a Hebrew? Like, what's? I don't get. I'm without information.
Okay,
I don't even know.
The dating of the Hebrew text is not validated. First and foremost. Second of all, you've got the quoting of, Jesus was quoting the Septuagint throughout. So you've got those points to point out. Okay, there's not a Greek conspiracy. You've got that to point out. And in regards to what the text says, people just need to go read it for themselves and make up their own mind.
Okay, I agree. Go read it.
I get it. You're saying like we often say, the premises have to all be fleshed out before.
Yes, before there is even a need for a rebuttal. Yeah.
Yeah. Don't do. It says do as they say, not as they do, and then it says don't do as they say. That's objective. It doesn't matter what anyone has to say about it. Go read it yourself.
Yeah, go read it. Go find what he's talking about. Go find it. Look for it.
Find it. It's very easy. It's in Matthew. It's less than a couple verses separated.
Sounds like Matthew learns. Sometimes is, sometimes not.
And my point is, I prayed about this, and what the Creator wants us to do is to be honest and acknowledge that a lot of stuff's been messed with, and that although a lot of us may be further along than others, none of us know all the full answers. We live in an age of mass deception, and there's been many, many mistranslations and many things like this. And we need to just kind of not come across dogmatic to other people, because whenever you say, I know everything's perfect, I know every answer, then they're like, okay, I'm going to go now. And it's to each their own.
Yeah, who said those words? Who said, I know everything? Who said that? That's a weird thing to bring up.
I'm saying when people interpret other people like that, not even you, just in general. That's why I talk about this, because I found this out with diligent study. So, I mean, whatever, to each their own. You're saying that it's not actually a certain age. You're saying it doesn't say what it objectively says. You've never read the Matthew Gospel, but you know that it's wrong. And it's whatever, bro. It's to each their own. They can go look into it if they want.
It's okay. I've only been studying, the Gospels for 20-something years. I understand. I don't know everything.
The Matthew version was found like 4 years ago, so that's impossible.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah, the Hebrew version of Matthew was found like 4 to 6 years ago.
I know. I'm familiar. I'm also aware of the discrepancies regarding its aging.
Okay.
I agree on the last thing you said, with that whatever you have found out for yourself about the scriptures, the best way is actually by people who have no knowledge at all about anything regarding the scriptures, is staying to the simplicity of it, that the truth died for you on the cross, and you can be saved through believing in the works which have been done already in order for you to be saved. So like we should not destroy the simplicity of the gospel by too much inserting the information that we have gained over the past, because the Most High works in mysterious ways, and first of all, he has different ways of working on his children, right? So everyone will always be on a different type of learning process or point in their life. So I think it's always important to keep it simple. I mean, it also relates to Flat Earth the same, right? Sometimes we just pump out very much information. I mean, myself, I do that also a lot of times, but actually sometimes I need to remind myself it's better to keep it simple, because I forget that some people just come from a point of view where they have no knowledge at all in the first place. So
yeah. We can move on. To be fair, we're not supposed to talk about this that much, and it's whatever. I was just dropping a gem. You can look into it or not. It's
poison.
Interesting. No one knows all the answers. Only one knows all the answers, right? That's something we can all agree on. There's only one who knows all the answers, who knows everything.
Yep.
And he's above us.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, if I can be heard, that for people that say the King James Version is the inherent Word of God, there are mistakes in it. It's obvious that people make mistakes, not God, right? But who was, physically writing the text, right? It was a human, right? So trust not in men, right? And an example, and this doesn't have anything to do with doctrine, right? This is just a simple error, right? 14 generations of Mary, the mother of the Messiah, and 13 generations was recorded for Joseph, right? Well, they didn't understand that Joseph's father's name was Joseph. And like I carry the same name as my dad, that's kind of like, leaving out my dad and putting me as the 13th generation, which is a common mistake. How many times have people called me and wanted my dad, or vice versa? People called my dad and then I showed up, right? So this is a common mistake that I've witnessed like thousands of times in my actual life. But it's just a mistake. It doesn't have anything to do with doctrine. It's not perfect. There was supposed to be 14 generations in between Christ, his family, and David, King David, the other Messiah. So I think this is really, important to realize that, sometimes these are really small mistakes. But there was a guy who came in here the other day, and he was talking about a mistake that had to be deliberate, because they were talking about sacrificing turtles. Now, turtle's an unclean animal, but the original thing was turtle dove. So how did they make, that's not really a mistake, because you would automatically know that a turtle is an unclean animal. Anyway, so mistakes were made, and when you look at all the mistakes at the macro level, the copy. So if they're taking from those copies and they're doing translations, there's going to be maybe another, 0.4%, possibly, or maybe more, maybe less.
Yeah, I agree.
Oops.
Sorry.
Yeah, just, oops, I made a simple mistake, or, oops, I don't like, people sacrificing turtle doves. Let's go ahead and put turtles in there because that would be funny.
Just to clarify, just a live final statement, I think that they are overwhelmingly accurate, certainly historically and anthropologically. This is actually my personal worldview. I defend them all the time, right? It's just like, that's an interesting point to anyone that maybe is open-minded, because it's a very small change, or mistake, if you want to call it that. It's one little movement in a Hebrew letter which changes just a pronoun from he to they. So it's just a pronoun difference. But in the context, it has huge implications. And so that's all I'm saying. I'm not even putting a malevolent intent on the mistranslation. I'm just saying there are things like this that I discovered off that one. Now, if I could get the other Hebrew versions, that'd be cool. But I cannot. And, whatever. So whatever. I mean, if you want to get into the dating thing, you can go for it. To each their own. If you want to look into it, there's someone called Nehemiah Gordon, who is, a lifelong Hebrew scholar, who basically has come to realization of the Messiah, but can't publicly say it. And he breaks it all down for you, gives all the resources, and you can go view the text yourself. And it's just pretty interesting. It's very well intact. And there you go. It's to each their own, man. I'm just saying we should all realize that maybe, just maybe, there are some things that have been discreetly mixed up in there that seem are easy to go unnoticed.
Maybe not.
Yeah, maybe not.
Nehemiah Gordon is not a Christian, so that means that he's a Jew, and that there's been plenty of times where I've seen him.
Why are we still talking about religion?
I don't know, man. I'm sorry. I'm not
Actually, he refuses to deny that. He actually said in one of his things that he was the Messiah. So you should relook into that. But anyway, we can move on.
Maybe there's been a change since the past few years. I haven't listened to his stuff in a few years, so that may be correct. I just wanted to say that there's been a few times where I caught him doing the whole crocodile tear thing. So his information is probably good, but that caused me not to trust people when they do the whole fake crying thing. That was my opinion. I could be wrong once again.
Oh yeah. Don't fully trust him, man.
Yeah, I would like. Nah, we should go downstairs.
Well, I have to go.
I'm gonna.
I have to do this.
Oh, get the hell out of here!
I'm charging my battery, and Kai's picking me back up.
Damn. All right. Well, maybe another time.
Yeah, I'd love to talk to you, man, about it. Like, I just found it interesting, you know.
I would call on my Nubian champion Gregory in my stead because I don't know enough.
Nice. I wonder if he's ever seen. Yeah, I was amazed that it existed. You know, so I don't know.
I mean, it's a reasonable thought to think. Found this 4 years ago. How do we know it's legitimately what it's claimed to be?
Yeah, and it came from a Vatican junk drawer. I mean, you know, you can't trust everything from you see it for sure. I mean, it just fixes one of the blatant, in my opinion, things that didn't really make sense. You know, like listen to the Pharisees, don't listen to them. I'm like, wait, which one is it?
The non-existent contradiction. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Hey, what's it? You see that picture on there that says sunset from Mission Beach in the live text there? It's up a ways anyway. Were you there on your tour? Because it looks familiar.
That's San Diego. Here.
One of your streams that you did looks like one of the spots you were at. Maybe I'm wrong.
That's a San Diego stream. I took a still of his video when he made the video.
Oh, so that was right from his stream.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yo, look at the reflection. It's
yeah.
That's what I'm saying, man. That's the image I was talking about.
Yeah, that's badass.
Yeah, that's cool. That place was really pretty, man.
Totally is.
Yeah, I seen that, and I thought, God, that looks like that's where Witsit was one day.
So notice how almost half of the total diameter of the sun is becoming invisible, but that line of light is still beeline right to the camera's position, all the way across all that water.
It's strange how it's so bright.
Where's this at?
San Diego, Mission Beach.
No, I mean, am I looking in the right? Where's
live stream voice text? I started posting
19 minutes after the hour.
19 after the Cherokee Israelites. Flat Earth.
It says 22 minutes after the hour on mine, but
22. Oh yeah.
Okay, 22. Found it.
22. Yeah.
I think it's cool.
Right, because technically, wouldn't it be? Oh shit! They fucked up now. Isn't that sun underneath the curvature of the Earth?
Supposed to be.
Isn't it refracted 15 degrees or whatever the fuck they say?
Yeah, how is the light in a straight line straight to the camera's position all the way across all that water? They see that straight line?
Yeah, 0.5 degrees.
How the hell is
0.5, yeah.
How is that possible? Now, I have the other one actually that I posted of my sunset, and I'm only about 6 feet off it. I'm laying down on the beach in the sand a few years ago. Where did it go? I posted a bunch of crap. Forgive me. I know I do. Yeah. Oh, that's not it. Oh, shoot. Where is it?
Now, see, this is good evidence that when you get 66 years old, your memory's still good.
Oh, 66, bro? Wow. We see what you did there.
He's 66.
Yeah, I turned 66 on the 24th of this month.
Happy belated.
Thank you.
So he's a graduated.
Yeah, I got to get away from that. I got to get to the next number. That 66 doesn't sit too well with me, but I know it's just a number. But
maybe I didn't post it. I have.
So the refracted sun is reflecting.
Where is that?
Yeah, and makes that super dense straight line. That makes no sense.
So look at this one. This is different. Yeah, I was laying on the beach. The water's not smooth enough to have that. You can barely see that. You can't really see it. In this picture, that was a very interesting.
It looks like the horizon is behind the sun.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is. That's strange.
Behind the sun.
That's because the sun's just taking a bath. It's just rinsing itself off for a minute.
Well, it just looks that way.
Oh yeah, just cooling it down.
Incredible distance. So if you'd imagine how far you're looking when you're looking out all across that water on a day that clear, or like Whitsett's day was even clearer. That's calmer. That's why you can see that light going all the way across the water. But you cannot with mine image at 58 minutes after. Not good resolution. That was about 10 years ago, more than 10 years ago. I took that photo. Maybe about 10 years. I guess about 10. There's days when the water temperature is almost as warm as the air temperature here sometimes. It's pretty rare, but
isn't the water?
San Diego were actually really open-minded, bro. Like that was like the number one place that people had already heard about flat Earth per capita. You know?
So maybe they're all listening. Not many are coming out in the open, but I've spotted them out in public when I'm talking to people.
Yeah, like there was a couple. I was like, "Hey, did you guys know there's flat?" And she's like, "Yeah, we did actually." I'm like, okay, nice.
Talk to me. They probably heard me then.
I assumed that they were trolling, you know, but then they turned around. They were very serious. They're like, no, it's definitely flat.
Yeah, because listen, I've hit multiple couples walking down in the most beautiful nights down by the water, like multiple couples. I'll sit there and watch like a beautiful moon set or something like that, which I saw a few months ago. That was phenomenal. But I talked to like 3 different couples that night and talked to them. Each one had enough time to talking about water and then the view that we're seeing across all that water and the mirror image on the water from the lights across the way. And so they're all like, they all listen.
So people from San Diego actually have ears.
Some of them. Mm-hmm.
All right, I gotta get out of here. I love you guys. Sorry, I got heated, Gospel. You know, I love you, man. And yeah, I mean, I can relook into it. It's been a while, but anyway. So I'll catch up with you guys later. Peace.
Later, what's it?
Later, what's it?
Peace.
Yeah, so here's how you can tell that they're not going to be open-minded. They look liberal as hell, and they possibly have blue hair.
Blue hair?
So where do you think the blue hair thing comes from? You know, the blue-haired NASA. Like, is just guilty by association, or does anybody think that there's any type of esoteric communication from someone? Like, is there something inherently evil about the color blue on the top of your head?
No, because it could be
Just
orange,
curious.
yellow,
Just guilty by association, right?
purple, different colors. No, I think what it is I think it's definitely a slander against creation. I do. Personally,
I got to pick up on this one.
Artificial.
I had a boss, and she was like blue hair, tattoos, married to two people at the same time, a woman and a man. And she, she was unique, right? Let's say that. She was very unique. And I thought when I first started working there that I'm going to watch what I say, because this definitely looks like a liberal type that because laws, because my Christian in trouble, right? It turned out she was more open-minded than I would have thought. She actually let me sit there and explain to her the information theory and how the, watches don't just spring up out of the dirt, and how you have, the whole theory about the mousetrap, she was like taking it in. She was like listening or being honest and open-minded, and she was definitely never the type to be like getting in trouble with things that I said. So I completely misjudged the whole story, which makes they all look like rest equivalent, but I was completely wrong.
well, I heard some of that, that she took it all in and was actually listening. So yeah, there are some that are like that are open-minded enough, and I have run into some people like that as well. But I just flat smacked this girl, recently. Like, she's kind of very troubled, which is most of the people I've ever met come from very troubled past. I don't know why that is. They're just led to me, and I get to record all this information as well as my own story. And I hear my story and their story. Anyway, she listened to the whole thing like she had never heard anything like that before. The common sense logic that I presented in just a few minutes of the way things are really, and difference between what we've been told and the way things actually are. And to spell it out very simply, there's no attitude involved. It's just, this is what it is, really, provably, and this is what we're told. And do they match? And people fucking get it, man. Every person I've talked to in person gets it. And if they didn't get it right away, they came back a couple of years later and said, shit, you were fucking right about 90% of everything you said was correct. I get tired of being like, told you so.
Well, if you're guilty by association, I would say you're hanging out with the wrong crowd, gospel.
No, well, I'm just
I'm just kidding, bro.
I'm just thinking about this blue hair thing, and it gets made fun of a whole lot. I've never dyed my hair, but I happen to know people who have, who are not associated with the same. They can be guilty by association in somebody's brain, but they happen to not be. Here, I'll give this example: scammer payback. I happen to know that Pierogi, who has dyed his hair orange and blue and green, I've heard him off live stream, off of his stuff on the Discord channel. He's not a special boy. He's not he may like NASA, but there's other things that he's not mainstream about. Whatever. I guess me saying that he may like NASA probably kills it for everybody else. So never mind.
Well, it does pretty good dent in it. That's for sure.
Yeah. He doesn't accept all of the narratives, is all I'm saying.
Well, we all just have such a bad taste in our mouth about NASA that it's, just the word is almost enough to raise my blood pressure just a little bit.
Yeah. There are people that are ignorant on the topic. I'll just put it that way. As obvious as it may seem, there are people that are ignorant about the fakery.
Yeah.
take it at face value. They don't look very closely. They don't scrutinize. They don't have any cause for concern. So it just is what it is.
Right.
Like, what about UNICEF? How much money do they get? Where does their money go? How many people actually scrutinize how UNICEF sends their money around? Like, who are they associated with? Sometimes people are like, yeah, UNICEF, why do they get so much money? Because so many people trust them. Well, look into it. I don't know. You don't know until you know. So I try not to be too prejudiced until I find out that the person is actively cognitive dissonance. They already know about the lies and they don't care. I'm gonna judge that way more harshly than somebody that's just ignorant to the topic. It's different to me, at least.
No, you're right. It's pretty much the same way with me. I feel about the same way you do about it.
Pierogi's not the only person I've ever known with dyed hair, though. I mean, I have family members that, yeah. So whatever.
Yeah, me too. I got nieces, nephews. Yeah.
Sometimes the reason that people do things that they do aren't always for the same reason. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, why my niece dyes her hair weird colors, I have no idea. But I think it's just a social, look at me, look at how cool I am, or whatever kind of a thing.
So I'm gonna retract my blanket statement of people with different color hairs now.
No, it's fine. It really didn't. It's not like it triggered me. It's just I was just fascinated by how often it does come up. I get curious about things. I take things quite literally. I'm a very literal kind of guy, so I'm always thinking about things in that way.
Yeah, and a lot of these things are like geographically to me, like almost humorous, tongue in cheek to me. Like a lot of times I say things like that in a kind of tongue in cheek way based on what I see in my local area. Like, so it is a very subjective viewpoint, and I have my own filters, of course, like we all do. But I came from like a very liberal time during the late 60s and 70s and 80s, and so I've seen a lot of different phases of that, and each phase looked different on the outside, but are really kind of the same, if you know what I mean. As far as these like movements of popular thought, how they go from one group to another. I don't know. It's hard to pinpoint. Human behavior is very difficult to. You really can't get a baseline for it. Until you start running into natural laws, then there's a baseline there.
So, Pizizzle, what makes you flat hesitant? Pizizzle.
Sorry, I'm working,
Okay. Is it a hard one to answer because you're working?
Yeah.
Okay. It might make more sense to either listen on YouTube or listen on YouTube. That way people don't try to engage with you when you're in a situation where you can't engage at all. It just makes more sense to be in a place where you can listen to what's going on, but nobody's going to talk to you because you're just listening on YouTube. And that's what makes a lot more sense to me, at least. Seems logical. Just advice. Friendly advice.
Sorry, I wasted your time.
That sounded really genuine.
Well,
you're forgiven.
Sorry, I wasted your time. Oh. That's what we enjoy around here so much, is all these people come in and wasting our time. It seems to be 9 out of 10 people come in here and do nothing but waste our time and waste their own time because they don't want to listen to anything we have to say. It's like just goes in one ear and out the next. And, you can ask them, you can tell them, okay, now listen to what I'm going to say. And you say a very short sentence, not a whole lot of information. And then you can ask them 30 seconds later or 10 seconds later, what did I just say? And they're like, oh, wait a minute. What? Oh, I didn't hear. Oh, I wasn't paying attention. Oh, I was doing something else or whatever.
Here, when do you get off of work, Bazizzle?
A couple hours.
Like 2?
Yeah, like 2.
All right, cool. Cool. I'll hook you up, bro. I'll hook you up.
I won't be back in 2.
Okay. I'll hook you up though. It's all good.
I'll string you up.
There we go. I gave him a 2-hour vacation so he could take a freaking hint. How about that?
There you go.
How about that? Disingenuous nonsense.
Nice. Hint.
I won't be back. I don't care. It was friendly advice meant to be taken, not pretend that I have an excuse because I can't talk because I'm at work, but I'm just going to pretend to be here. No.
How do you pretend to be here?
By being in the VC, but not actually allowing anybody to engage with you. And having your mic open, even though you're at work and you can't talk, but you're going to keep your mic open. Yeah, that's what I mean by pretend. So,
I would agree with you on that one.
Take care of it's just like in Office Space. I took care of the problem. But what's he gonna? But what? No. I took care of the problem. It'll work itself out.
I don't really get that because there's times where I don't want to be on YouTube because A, it takes more battery, and B, it takes more, data, right? So those of us who have like a limited plan, Discord is the best option because it's, the easiest on the resources for our phone. And sometimes, I'm riding my bike, like I just pulled over, just to like throw in my 2 cents, but I can't talk when I'm at work. I can't talk when I'm riding my bike. So I don't know, if people want to just listen, can't we just let them listen?
We can just let them listen. I don't disagree with that. His mic was open. Is that not an open door?
Yeah, it is kind of an invitation because it's open for response. He's ready. Yeah. It makes you kind of think, okay, his mic's open. He's there. If I say something, he's going to respond because his mic's open and he's ready. Yeah. Does give you that feeling or that appearance for sure.
Point taken, though. I get your point. I'll be less aggressive next time.
No, that wouldn't be you. That wouldn't be good.
It would be more
You
me
should
to
just be
be
yourself.
more. It would be more me to be more aggressive.
Yes.
God Rockin'?
Yes, please.
Interesting.
Not really.
Hey, God
not
Rockin'.
aggressive. Not aggressive. Let's say
Decisive.
No, I don't know. Aggressive's a little bit much because you're not generally not aggressive. You're one of the people in here that are pretty much level-headed, and when your conversations, even if you get triggered slightly, you don't like lash out or scream and yell. I mean, you keep a level head pretty much all the time, as far as my opinion is. But so aggressive, doesn't seem, when someone says that they're aggressive, Gospel Bear doesn't come into mind. Who's aggressive here? You don't come to my mind. So maybe assertive or ready and willing.
Okay.
He's a bit obtuse.
You know what? My midriff or abdomen area has been a lot more obtuse since last year when I had my medical emergency. I'll tell you what, when they go all the way through your abdominal wall and you lose your ability to use your belly muscles for a long time, it's not a good feeling, even a year later.
Wow. What happened, if you don't mind me asking?
I had a birth defect that resulted in a small bowel obstruction that would have resulted in my death, apparently, had they not removed it.
Well,
so, amazing how something like that could all of a sudden be a problem 36 years into life, but it is what it is.
Well, that's one thing you definitely don't want blocked is your digestive system because, that can be a problem fairly quick.
Yep.
And the substance there within is not something you want in your bloodstream by any means.
Oh, yeah. I'm well acquainted, unfortunately.
I mean,
hey, God Rockin', you should change your name to Mike Rockin'.
Mike Rockin'? Yeah, all right. You can.
MIC.
I think you should just change it to Hot Micin'.
Yeah, we did the hot mic.
Everybody knows that I do that, and you can call me and make fun of me all you want, and do ridicule me all you want about it.
It's in love.
I don't really care.
I know. I'm going to make fun of you, God Rockin', for
That's fine.
You know that.
Listen, God Rockin', here's the benefit, though, that you could possibly achieve if you just presented with the name Hot Micin', then you probably have less people talking about it because you'd be there presenting Hot Micin'. And then if you did, then there wouldn't be much to talk about. Just saying.
Well, that doesn't sound very fun.
Whoa.
Fuck. You're trying to take me out of the conversation. Fuck that.
No, not at all. Not to take away anything from your conversation or your contribution to the conversation at all. That's not what I was implying.
Well, half of what I say comes through my hot micing ability.
Well, so we'll have to reduce that because we don't want you to dox yourself, for one.
Yeah,
you mean you're snoring? You mean you're snoring?
I don't have a story. I just have a fucked up life.
I said snoring.
Oh, I do snore occasionally.
Yeah, you do. Occasionally, you do. Yeah.
Keep in mind, God Rockin', it functions on YouTube and in here a little bit like a radio. Like, I don't really listen to the radio anymore, but I listen to this. And so what I'm saying is it just makes for bad radio.
Yeah, I understand. But like I've always said to everyone, I mean, the instant I'm doing something like that and I'm not aware of it, just mute my dumb ass.
There's the mute.
Oh, we do.
I know you do, but do it. I mean,
now you have his permission.
Do it when, mute me. I'm never going to be upset with it. Never.
So
well, yeah, but I get that, God Rockin', but keep in mind, like, I'm always on mute unless I have something.
You're always on mute?
If other people did the same, honestly.
Or not even that, push to talk.
Is this a personal thing?
I don't know.
I know all about push to talk. I've never tried it and I don't want to.
Yeah, it's fine. Hey, just out of curiosity, God Rockin', I had recently started handling AFK and hot micing issues by simply disconnecting the person because I assume that if they want to be part of the conversation, they'll just join again. They're probably AFK or whatever.
Yeah.
How do you personally feel about that? If you were like, if you came back to your device and you were like, "Oh, I'm not in there," wouldn't you just rejoin and it wouldn't really be a big deal?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Course.
So, like, the problem, not that it's always a problem, but when you mute somebody, not somebody like you, but some of the lesser known people, what happens is they leave, or they're AFK, whatever. They come back days later. They have a red mic. Their server muted, right? Nobody knows why. And then people have to guess, oh, maybe it was because they were hot micing. But anyway, I think the DC method is or the disconnect method is a helpful method, because it kind of kills two birds with one stone, and is a preventive method for future confusion, for trying to answer an unknown.
The reason I wouldn't be upset with it is because I know you guys. I think I know most of you guys fairly well enough to know that if I was removed from the room or muted or whatever, then it wasn't done maliciously. I would never think that. You know what I mean? Because I've never had anyone really do anything to me maliciously since I've been here. And I've been here like 3 years. So, you guys no one here's ever been like mean or malicious toward me for anything. So that would just never come to mind. I mean, it's just be like, oh, I'm not in the room. Okay, well, here, I'll just join back in. I don't even know that I would try to figure out what happened. I wouldn't care. I would just join back. So I would have no reason to be upset. Not anyone I can think of. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Cool.
It would be my fault. I knew that. I would know that. I mean, you can't blame anybody else. And part of the problem is I live alone, and I'll be sitting here for hours talking and listening, and I just leave my mic open because I just do, and it's generally not a problem. And then someone comes to the door, or my son comes in and just walks in, and then I get up out of my chair and start. It just completely slips my mind, and I just need to be more cognitive of the mic, muting it when I stand up. Somehow I need to make it a habit to, if I leave my computer station, just go ahead and mute my mic.
Mm-hmm.
Because somehow I'm going to have to train myself to do that, I guess.
It's all good, man. No worries.
So I started roboting earlier when I opened my mic to speak. Apologies on that. I was out cutting some grass, and in between switching from some stick equipment to a mower, I figured I'd chime in, but I guess I started roboting. So anyways, I just wanted to go back to that topic briefly for a second, if I could, just so I could maybe say what I was trying to say earlier.
Yeah, what was the point you were? I know Nitro can't hear us, but what was the point you were trying to make at the time?
So no, it wasn't around Nitro. It was about people supporting other people within the community.
Oh, right? that topic. Yeah,
which I think is very important in ways that you can, and also, if there's somebody that you are constantly taking in their information and you find it useful and you find it increasing your knowledge base, or even if you take it in for entertainment purposes, you have to understand that these people on platforms like YouTube, especially within the truth community, when people are getting demonetized and they have a very hard way of monetizing the work that they do, you have to understand these people are putting themselves out there. They're putting out their own face, right? And they're putting in a lot of time and effort. I know a lot of us here put in a lot of time and effort into Discord and doing the work that we do here in Discord on a daily basis. But I feel like a lot of us are certainly blessed with the ability to do this while we're also doing another job, right? So just to speak for myself, I work a 9-to-5 job. I work from home. I don't have to be on calls and on meetings that often. So I do have the ability to listen and sometimes communicate on here on a very regular basis. And I don't consider that to be me putting myself out there to get out information in a way that's hindering me from paying my bills, keeping the lights on, paying my phone bill that I utilize to communicate on Discord, right? But there's other people that have chosen a path to put out a lot of content that takes a lot of time. And if you feel like they're providing good information and you find it useful, certainly if you have the ability to, throw those people a couple bucks or more than a couple bucks when you have the opportunity to do so, because these people are going to slowly disappear. And if that's a way that you take in a lot of your information, which I know a lot of us do through videos, through audio, please support those individuals in any way that you can. Even if you're not supporting them now, but you do find that you have enough time to spend on Discord for 6 hours a day talking about the flat earth, maybe see if you can find 3 hours a day worth of side hustle that you could do to also earn a little bit more income to where you can help contribute to those who are providing with you with a bunch of good information. I mean, I try to do this as much as I can when I can, not always consistent with it. I don't have a lot of actually I have zero social media now that Instagram decided they wanted to ask for my birthday, and I just gave them the day they asked, and they said, "Oh, you're not old enough to use Instagram." I was like, well, guess I'm not using it anymore. But I don't always have ways to contribute directly with social media or, super chat stuff and all that kind of stuff. I don't sign up for any of those programs, but I do take in people's information and I try to provide them with some monetary contribution when I can, when I have the ability to do so. And I also have the ability to do that because I do find a way to do side work throughout the week that's not only providing a service at a very low under market cost to friends of mine who need the help, but I can also parlay a lot of what I bring in from that to be able to also give back to those who give to me in the form of information or entertainment. So that's all I wanted to say.
Yeah. So correct.
I agree with that because before I came here, I spent a year and over a year watching every Nathan Oakley episode. I was a patron for a year. And then when I came here, I quit. I turned my patron off because I moved on. But when Witsit was on his tour, the entire time I was a patron. I gave him money every month, automatic withdrawal from my account every month. And when he canceled his tour, I canceled my patron. But so I do agree with that. And if I had more money, I would give these people more than I've given past. I mean, I live on Social Security, and I don't know if anybody's ever tried to do that. It's not that easy. Right? I mean, it's easy because everything I own is paid for, but so I really don't have any bills. So it does work out pretty well for me, but Social Security is not a great income. And I used to make a lot of money past when I had good jobs and did nefarious things to make money. But yeah, I agree. I think people should donate a little bit because I've done it in the past for over 2 solid years. I had money taken out of my account every month, automatic withdrawal. And so, yeah, I just think these people need help too. I mean, you can't do things like what Witsit did and what, I felt like I was learning so much from Nathan Oakley that, because I listened to every single episode. I was on his show a couple times, and I was there when QE decided to go off and make his show. I followed him over there. I was on a couple of QE's first couple of shows. And if you spend a solid year with QE and Nathan Oakley and don't miss a single episode, trust me, you learn the arguments. You know what the Globers say, and you know what the rebuttals are, for us, if you pay attention anyway. And then you come here and I now got 3 years of it here, there's a lot of information that I learned that really didn't come from my own research. It came from all of you guys doing your research and me reviewing it and, actually determining whether or not it was, valuable information or not, which most of it, there was value I found in most of it. So, just, I don't know. I just feel like when you learn from other people, you're getting benefit from someone. Yeah, throw them a couple of bucks for fuck's sakes. I mean, it wasn't a lot of money. I was the low tier on the patron in both cases, but it was every month I had it taken out of my account. And I'm been looking for someone else to support. I know Witsit needs some money right now to do his court cases. I told him the other day I would send him a few bucks, so I'm going to do that. I'm probably going to send him, I don't know how much I'm going to send him, but I'm going to definitely send him a few bucks. I'd like to see him succeed. I'd like to see him get through that whole fucking mess and somehow come out of it on top of the situation somehow. I don't know if he'll be able to do that or not, but because what happened to him definitely wasn't right. He was definitely abused by the system, in my opinion.
I tell you what, Napalm.
What's up?
The community that was the most supportive to me, well, that's not completely true. There's a community that has been the most supportive to me, which I would call colloquially the church. But after those groups of people, the Bears actually. I got to know a lot of different people in and through the folks that were in Owen Benjamin's live stream chat, and then they started watching my stuff over the years, and
That's funny because that's where I started too.
Year and a half and stuff.
I found Benjamin first.
Yeah, and we all have stuff happen. I had a lot of stuff happen, and anyway, really supportive, group of people.
Yeah, I think we could I think this community could take some cues from that community as well, because that community really kind of built up around the idea of coming together and helping one another, exchanging, what they provide within the community to one another. Yeah, and I think this community could take some cues from that for sure, because those of us that spend a decent amount of time in here talk with the same individuals enough. I wouldn't hesitate to help somebody within this community that needs help if I have the ability to do so. You know what I'm saying? But I think Gospel got a call, so he's probably not going to respond.
I kind of feel the same way, but the problem is that I don't have the ability to truly help somebody with, I can't give them like a couple grand or something if they had a real problem.
Right, but helping's not also always monetary, right? It's
other way. Yeah, I suppose, but when you don't really know them anyway, how?
Yeah, but if it's something like, just recently I was going through and cleaning out my garage, right, and getting rid of stuff and throwing away some stuff or whatever. But if I know that somebody in this community needed help, because they couldn't afford painting supplies or this or that or whatever, all the extra things that I would have laying around, if I know that I'm not putting them into use and I know somebody has a need for it, I certainly wouldn't feel bad providing that stuff to them. You know what I'm saying? Shipping it there or whatever, anything like that. And
So you're saying you don't have to give them money; you give them the stuff you have.
right, it was brought up earlier. Like I think Elijah said, if you have a camera that you're not using, and somebody in the community could be doing, observations with that camera and putting out content with it, you should feel like you have a community in which you can freely provide that to somebody, and even if you may not get it back, that it's been donated to a good cause and it's gotten use that you would not have put into it anyways. But you also should feel that there's a very good possibility that when somebody is done using that, they'd probably give it back to you. You know what I'm saying? And is Austin, are you still around, by the way?
Or they can keep it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, allowing somebody to utilize it in the way that, like, if my brother needed something to use, I would offer it to him, no hesitation. And if it never came back to me, I wouldn't be upset about it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
For the most part.
He said, Austin, you mean what's it? He left.
Oh, he's not in the room anymore? I thought I saw him in here still. Dang it.
He announced he had to go.
Oh, okay. I must have missed that. I need to talk to him, though. But yeah, I think I don't know how we should do that. I know other people have started like servers or whatever to try to get some stuff like that going, but I don't know. Or maybe if any of us do need support or have an idea about something they may want to do, like an experiment or an observation, and they want to put something together, I hope people wouldn't hesitate to reach out to this community.
Yeah, and I think the future is going to lend way for people needing a lot more help than they're used to getting. I think that we got some not so good surprises ahead of us all.
We're going to need people in our physical proximity, or close proximity to help, because I think that there will come a time when digital help is fruitless or meaningless,
or not available.
Yeah, or not. Yeah, that's kind of what I mean. But that time is not now. But yeah, I agree. I try to get to know the people that are
you
around.
talking about end of days gospel?
No,
not necessarily me neither, but definitely end of the fruitfulness that we've all experienced our whole life.
Harder times to come at some point. Yeah.
Because I've lived a pretty fruitful life. I mean, I've never really needed or wanted for anything that I couldn't get. You know what I mean? So that's a pretty big blessing, really, if you look at it. I've never really been without a car, without, a place to live, none of that kind of stuff. I've always had, a roof over my head, always had a job, I've always had cars, money, and not everybody's had that, I guess. I guess I know a few people in my own life that haven't been homeless many times and whatever else, but I think we're going to see a lot more of that in the future. And that's just my prediction. Sad to say, but I think that people in control have got some pretty dastardly agendas ahead. Not to mention the one they just pulled off on everybody the last 2 years. That was pretty disgusting.
I agree, man. we really do have a lot of stuff that other people on this plane do not have, and I myself never had any struggle with starving or whatnot, But I think there's gonna be a time, some point where we really going to struggle, I guess. Like, the only thing that we're seeing now are just like the slight birth pains of what is yet to come, of the more worse things.
Yeah, the writing's on the wall, I think, so to speak.
I mean, it's already written.
That's what I mean. It's on the wall. Didn't take a peek.
Hard times make hard men. Hard men make soft times. Soft times make soft men. Soft men make hard times. Did I say it right?
Yeah, I've seen that meme.
It's a cycle. Like if it gets tough, the tough have to rise up. If it gets too easy, it makes us all soft, and that makes bad times.
Yeah. You ever heard of Francis Schaeffer?
No, tell me about it.
There's a 10-part historical series, or history series, rather. History series would be more accurate. I'll post in the chat. It discusses that cycle to some degree. Really educational. And there's a meme that also expresses what you're talking about.
I said the wrong words, but you get the idea.
It's all, yeah, we get the idea. It is an interesting thing to point out, because it seems to me that there are certain entities that obsess or are students of, disciples of, I would go as far as saying apostles of the Hermetic teachings, the occult doctrine of the Hermetic principles. And one of those principles is the pendulum swing. And it would almost stand to reason that these pendulum swings are contrived. I don't think I'm going out on a limb to say so, but if anybody
I agree with you.
To differ.
I'm going to co-sign that for sure. I don't think you're out on the limb at all.
Yeah. Instead of self-fulfilling prophecy, or it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, it's sometimes that there are actually people that they have their philosophical underpinnings, the Hermetic principles of the occult and Mystery Babylon, and then they make it so. That's what I mean when I say contrive. I'm just repeating myself, though. Sorry.
That seems so foreign to me. I mean, it just seems so not something I would be involved in, and I can't, for the life of me, figure out what is going on in the minds of these people that are involved in such activities. That
their tentacles stretch far and wide, I tell you. Hey, I'm curious. Is Ladies' Night happening in 15 minutes? Was there a quorum? So I'm not seeing any ladies in the chat.
I hope so, and we assume that, but there hasn't been that many. There hasn't been that much activity on Fridays as usual.
Yeah, there was recent discussion that they wanted to shift to a excuse me, drank water the wrong way. Shift to a quorum method for Ladies' Night, where they would establish whether or not they were going to do it based on the number of people that were willing to be there for it, kind of thing, as opposed to a single person. The entire weight of hosting falls on one. So anyway, maybe for those of you that are involved in social media, copy paste a couple of the banners. You scroll back, search for it, you'll find it. Just type in Ladies Night or whatever, you'll find banners. Copy and paste them into your social media and post it and see what happens. In my experience, if you hop around on three or four live streams on YouTube and just go, Discord, DOT, GG, SLASH, Flat Earth, and put spaces in between, the words, people figure it out. And usually it'll ring in 2 or 3. I mean, I know that's not much, but it's more than 0. What I usually do is I hop on like the space live streams and stuff like that. And it's always easy pickings, low hanging fruit. The people that are obsessed with space and watching the space live streams. I may have done it one too many times because a handful of them are super chat only. They're like, we're not having those people come in here and talk about flat Earth unless they're going to pay. They're smart. They know what they're doing.
Yeah, it still boggles my mind. Just every day it boggles my mind as to why people cannot see that we live on a flat plane and that we're not rotating. And I mean, it's so self-evident and it's just so obvious. And it's like there's
a lot of self-evident truths that people ignore or neglect or run away from, though.
It just boggles my mind. I mean, I just can't. I don't have an answer for why they can't. I wish I did, because then maybe I could get through to them, more of them. But yeah.
Well, Nitro answered some of those, Godrock. And if you scroll, I know it's a lot to scroll through. A lot has happened in the chat, but within the last 2 hours, Nitro said some very interesting things in the chat. He said this: you guys don't even understand the implications of what you're saying. If it's really flat, you guys, this is his claim, you guys haven't even thought about the implications, right? It's funny if you think about it from his point of view. He's like, if it was true, it would have huge implications, right? And he's like thinking about it and not realizing that we already have thought about it. It's interesting. And I think that people just don't want certain things to be true. So
yeah, that's the whole point. It falsifies the whole paradigm he believes in. Yeah, we've been over those implications. We know, buddy.
Yeah. Yeah, it's why the pat on the head gif. This is such a good. Yeah, we get it.
Yeah, the implications are far and wide, and yeah, I've thought about that many times.
Yeah.
But yeah, the implications are. I mean, they're crazy. I mean, it's if you think of the entire package, which I'm not even sure I'm capable of pinning it all down, all the implications of what it would mean, what it would change, and all the thinking would have to be, everyone's thinking has to be changed. I mean, it's just, implications are, they're radical. And I think that's what, obviously, I think that's what keeps people away from it a lot. They start thinking of these
They're earth-shattering.
Yes. Exactly.
Globe-shattering, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, they are. Literally. Almost. I mean, in a way, it's literal, because completely
What's punny? He's being punny.
Yeah.
Punny? Who's punny?
He's using a pun. I got it.
I just advertised on my Facebook, Gospel Bear.
Cool.
It is night at 2 p.m. Pacific time. Join in.
There's that girl that's been doing the thing on TikTok that's been doing the live stream. Earth is a globe. Prove me wrong. TikTok live stream thing. I don't know what in the world it's all about because I don't do TikTok, but I did log in the other day, and that was one of the places where I had posted our link, and it allowed for straight up link posting in the live stream chat. So, TikTok. Oh, here.
What's the name of it? I'll try to find it. I have a TikTok, but I don't know how to use it that well.
I'm trying to find. Hold on. Go to this stupid website, and all of a sudden it just starts making crazy noise. Flat Earth. Maybe you just find it by going to flat. Oh yeah, there's a live section. Okay, on TikTok apparently. I mean, I don't know anything about this one. There's a lot of flat Earth content on TikTok though, like non-retarded looking content. I mean, like, you know how you go to YouTube, you search for flat Earth, and it only shows you every like debunk. Well, apparently that same algorithm is not operating on TikTok, so that's kind of interesting. All right, flat. What on earth? Nobody want to look at you.
Here's a thought for you guys. This is just coming from me. I don't know if you guys realize it, but I think of most of you guys on this channel as kids, because my kid's 35 years old, and you guys a lot of you fall into the same age category, and I'm like,
yep, that's me.
They're just kids.
Yeah,
it's weird.
You're right. You're
Me
right.
too. They're all a bunch of kids to us, huh, Godrocken?
Yep. Not all, but
a lot of them. Now we're talking like it's the ageism again in reverse. We're gonna stop.
No, it's okay. That means people need to understand the context and what they have to look forward to, and how much life is left, and all that stuff's really good. Now, with that said, I have found 15 and 16-year-olds that I was incredibly impressed by.
Oh, me too.
So,
likewise.
What's that?
Likewise, and even in here, young people in here that are totally astonishing to me, the amount of intelligence and wisdom that some of you guys have, even in your 20s and 30s, is really mind-blowing and gives me a great amount of hope, actually, for life after, like I'll probably be gone, but you guys are going to be the ones that are going to project that wisdom, hopefully, into a better place than what we saw it as.
Boy, I hate to say it, but that sure does look bleak.
No, it's not bleak. It's just the moving of seasons. The seasons change. Like eventually one day my season will come and pass. Like I'll be like, they say I'm supposed to be in the summer or the autumn of my season, but I'm not. I'm still in the spring of my season. That they just put a number on me. It doesn't match who I am. So that's why I stay young, because I don't believe it.
Yeah, I don't think there's too many people. If I had never told anybody how old I was, that there's not very many people that would have guessed that I'm as old as I am. I just feel like I don't feel like a lot of the people my age that I look at them like there's something wrong with them.
Yeah.
Like they just, I don't know, like they went to World War III and lost. What's going on with you? dude.
Yeah, and rarely has anyone thoroughly followed my path. That's a joke. That's a play on words of a famous statement.
Oh, I can bet not many of you have followed my path. I'll tell you that. I had a wild one.
Yeah.
You sound like you're 37. So, how old are you?
66.
No.
Yeah.
People think my voice is 28, but I have to disappoint them sometimes.
You sound like you're in your mid 50s, about our age.
Keep going up, moving on up to the top.
63.
There you go. I'm not going to give you a slam dunk, but you're really, 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 really close.
Guess why I said that? Because I'm 63.
Oh, well, you sound 36.
Isn't that a trip, man? Wow. Even just hearing people say that to me is just wild. I'm like, huh.
No, I freaked out when Crit told me how old he was.
Yeah.
I had, it hurt me mentally. I couldn't understand it because I thought Crit was probably 21, 22 years old.
Right. Yeah, he's a boomer like us.
When I found out, I was just like, I couldn't handle it. I was like, can you prove it? Because I don't believe you.
So is Dave Hinkle and several others like junior boomers.
Dave doesn't sound like a 21-year-old. Crit really sounds like a 21-year-old, though.
Well, I don't know about that. Well, yeah, he does. He has that exuberance in his voice. Yeah, that's true.
He's got energy, but he's also got a smooth tone that not, no roughness in his voice, that you kind of expect. And yeah, anyway.
And a real kind of questioning, a genuine kind of question of well, if they're seeing it this way, then why? He kind of raises at the end there, so if they're seeing it this way, then surely they would have some proof to bring to provide to back up their claim. He talks like that,
Yeah.
I like that
I
question.
Like Crit pretty good.
Crit's great, man. Yeah, there's young people here that are astonishing how much, and sometimes I'm like, well, that's a lot of information. Boy, you just
Wait a minute. I'm sorry. How old is Crit?
He's over 60.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He's over 60. That's all. I don't remember the exact. I usually would remember the number, but it's been 2 years since I remember him telling. I just remember it's over 60. And it was 2 years ago, so he's even older now.
I'll expose all the boomers and like QE, for instance. I consider him he's a junior boomer.
Yeah.
To me, because he's the age of my younger brother.
Mm.
Which is kind of weird to say that QE's the same age as my little brother.
If you weren't old enough to watch the moon landing, it's hard to say that you qualify as boomer at all.
Yeah, I watched. Well, they said that's what it was. I came in. It was 2 days of a day. I still remember. It was beautiful out.
And I want to give a shout out to JMK_FE. He's the one that got me on the Discord a month ago, and he always listens on YouTube and to the live stream, and he comments on Facebook with me, but he won't come on for some reason and display his great flat earth knowledge with his British accent. I encourage him to, but he won't. So if you ever want to give a shout out to JMK_FE, you can get him on here, please do.
He's free to come, huh?
Put a link. If you have a link, put a link. And there's 33 out of 99 in the chat. It is 1 minute after the hour.
It was about 5 weeks ago. He sent me a link to Discord Flat Earth, and I took it up, and 5 weeks later.
Yeah.
Somebody saved our lives and left. Now there's 32. Awesome. So are the ladies coming on? Anybody heard anything in the locker room? Where would that be? Gold text, maybe?
They have the prerogative to take the reins at any point this evening.
Yeah, they do.
Even if it's late. They have the
Yep.
prerogative.
That's true. That's a
Yeah, it looks like I'm the only one here right now.
Wait a minute. Only one lady that us men can antagonize? Are you kidding me? I mean,
I just invited like 4 different social media platforms, so I hope there's ladies' night.
Oh, cool.
Thank
Did
you.
my
That's
did my Facebook, my Twitter, my TikTok.
Thank you, Godric.
No. Thank you.
Thank
for
you,
being
ladies,
here.
all the time. You guys are.
I'm trying to find out who banned my Star Glober. Somebody banned my gold medal Glober Zarn that's supposed to do a presentation tomorrow. Does anybody know who did that? It was probably me, Miss, right?
Hold on. Zarn? Oh,
Yeah, did you
here-
ban him?
No, it wasn't me, but this is what happened. He was talking in the live text without being in the BC, and he was just kind of clogging up the chat, and that's what happened. So
Okay, you're kidding me.
You can bring him back. It's fine.
Okay, I'm going to unban him because he's our Star Glober. He was actually going to, I think he might even actually have shown up for this thing. He's supposed to do the presentation, right, with Globe Proof. All right, I'll unban him then. With that, you're saying don't you have to look to see who did it?
No, it's fine. Yeah, I was there.
By the way, Mary Mom, I wanted to say something to you. I think that in the entire time that I've been on this Discord channel, you are probably the most well-spoken, most knowledgeable, and the most easy as far as for other people to participate with of the women. You're at the very top of the list on my list. I'm telling you, you're the best. That's my
that I can always use some support, because not everyone is my fan, but that's perfectly fine. We had to have some antagonists, otherwise how will we ever grow, right? So, but I do appreciate having some protagonists also in my life, so thank you very much.
Well, you're just so well spoken, and you know the arguments, and you're pleasant. You're just all the things you need to be. I'm just grateful to have you here. Thank you.
The champagne glass we raise to you.
Exactly.
And I concur. I concur with what Godrocken just said. Yeah, I agree. I enjoy listening to you so much, and before I just thought I'd give you a kudo on that. I appreciate you're like the big sister I never had. So.
Oh, that's so sweet. Thank you. Yes, all glory to God. I do the best I can with the gifts that I've been given, but I do appreciate the appreciation because this can be a rough business, especially for the ladies.
Oh, it's ladies' night, and I'm feeling right. Oh, it's ladies' night. Oh, what a night. Oh, what a night.
It's ladies' night, still no curvature in sight. And it's ladies' night.
If you're 60, are you a baby boomer, or is that the earlier generation?
Gosh, I don't know. 60 years old? Is that a baby boomer? I'm not sure.
No, it's after World War II, so it started in 1945 and go to like 1968 or something like that.
68 will be the end of the era. Yeah, I'm surprised that people over 60 can believe in the truth because all that group was mostly browbeaten with the moon landing. And media at that time, it was a big propaganda campaign.
Heck, all of TV is a big propaganda campaign.
Most flat earthers are much younger. Yeah, TV by itself is mass mind control propaganda.
Here in the flat earth, reject the last 27 months on TV dialogue. We call it the propaganda vision.
The eyes can't see if the mind is blind, right, Jim? Can I borrow that from you?
Yeah. Actually, I borrowed it from Flatten the Curve, the documentary that came out February 22nd of 2022. That lady who speaks for the first 3 minutes before they give information out, she is just outstanding. And then the last 5 minutes is a really great song as they do the credits and they go through Picard back in 1931, what they do. But yes, that movie is outstanding. 90 minutes. Send it to everybody. The eyes are useless when the mind is blind.
Very good. Yeah.
Yeah, that's part of what I have such a problem with people my age. With everything you've been through and all the stuff you've learned in your life, wisdom that you've learned, you can't critically think about this information about the flat Earth. I mean, you've been around quite a few years now, and you should have developed your mind to where you can critically think through just about any circumstance that comes in front of you through life. You've had plenty of experiences in life that, you should be able to critically think your way in, around, and about what's going on around you and deal with it in a positive way. But you can't understand the simple things about flat Earth. I mean, it's simple. It's self-evident, and it's obvious, and it's all the things that someone my age should be able to recognize very quickly. And that part I just don't understand how they miss it. It's mind-boggling to me. Your life's experiences should have taught you how to critically think through all this information and see right away. I mean, it was one day for me, and that's all it took. One day of looking at it, and it's like, oh my gosh, it's flat. I mean, it was simple. I mean, I didn't have to sit and think, well, wait a minute, what about this? No, it's obviously flat. It's very simple. And I just don't understand what's wrong with these people that are over.
Half the time they're arguing that they're senseless anyway, and that's how they get a globe out of all this. Like I was talking to Robert Luscombe last night, and we're like, what is your positive proof for a globe? And then he just goes into this spiel about how he can't trust his senses, and he doesn't detect motion, doesn't notice curvature anywhere, but his senses are just not reliable. So it's like, you're telling me that you can't trust your experience of reality, and therefore I should trust what you say about it. Okay.
Yeah, but he's just heard that. That's just been kind of a recent thing over like the last year or so. People have been saying, because like the refraction thing just came up. It's just like all of a sudden refraction's a word. They have no idea what it means, but for some reason it solves the curvature problem. In essence, it doesn't do a damn thing for it. We know that. But come on. I just don't understand what's wrong with them because, like I said, I know my life's taught me to stop, look, and listen and critically think through any situation I come upon. And it's made it pretty easy for me to navigate my life at this point because I've paid attention a little bit. I mean, maybe not to everything, but I just don't get it because it should be a very easy decision for anyone that's been alive for 40 plus years. I mean, it should be an automatic thing. It's like, oh my gosh, all these excuses making up, I can't trust my eyes or I can't. That's all just stuff they heard in order to get around having to analyze the situation critically. It blows my mind. I'm sorry, I can't. I just can't fathom being that freaking stupid. Let's put it that way.
I just posted the Flatten the Curve documentary 8 minutes after the hour. So share it everywhere, share it far, and share it wide.
Thank you, Jim.
Why would you want to share it? Radwin was here last night, and he pointed out that he turned it off right at the very beginning because the first guy being interviewed said he's part of the Flat Earth Society. That's just propaganda.
No, that was Behind the Curve. Behind the curve, he came out and said he was Flat Earth Society. This is Flatten the Curve. This is different. Yeah, I watched Behind the Curve last week, and it was a waste of $5, but I felt I had to watch it anyway.
Hey, who put out the video Flatten the Curve?
I did. Oh, no,
How long ago?
It came out February 22nd of 2022 this year.
Oh, what is it, like a documentary?
It's a 90-minute documentary on Flat Earth, and it's really, really awesome. The only thing that I found wrong was a pilot by the name of Davison said at 100 miles, the Earth curved 1 mile, which is 5,280 feet, where it actually curves, according to their calculator, at 6,667 feet. He may have just been rounding down to make it easy to talk. But that's the only thing I really saw wrong in the 90-minute documentary. But Behind the Curve that Netflix put out, that was pure.
I saw that.
That was a pure hit job, on Flat Earth. And I know I'm not supposed to speak badly of fellow Flat Earthers, but I did one time on here, and somebody said we don't speak badly of Flat Earthers, so I stand corrected.
Well, to be fair, though, I'm not entirely sure myself if any Flat Earthers were ever interviewed for that movie. They might have all been controlled opposition, for all we know.
Yeah,
for all I know, anyway.
Hey, Jim, hey, it's okay to speak bad about Flat Earthers if they're right there for you to confront them about it, you know what I mean?
And if I ever did confront that gentleman in person, I tell him how I felt, but I'll never meet him. So.
The server, yeah, he's a member of the server. He comes in here sometimes, so maybe you will. You could always tag him in the voice text. So yeah, we are going to start Ladies' Night. I actually have a song. I've been meaning to play this song for many weeks, so I'm just going to play it while we're getting organized here. And the song is by Yeka, who used to attend our Ladies' Night. I actually am not sure what happened to her. I tried DMing her. She might just not be on Discord anymore. But she's makes a lot of Flat Earth music, so I will play the song, and then I'll put the YouTube in the live stream voice text, so if anybody wants to look at her channel, they can.
The floor is yours, Mary Mom.
Okay, cool. All right, so I'll just go ahead and play this song by Yeka first, and then we'll just introduce the Ladies' Night after that. So we can maybe tag the ladies again while the song's playing.
Round and round on a sphere. Tell me, how do we get here? In the first place, hurtling through space. Big and bang is what they say, but I think it's more the anyway. I used to pray every single day. Is it true what they tell you? Is it true I loved Didn't I sigh, make you smile? It was only a fool for a while. Now he is broke. Twas a big joke. Is it true what they tell you? Is it true I loved you? Is it true? Is it true? Is it true what they tell
Yeah, that was Yuka. She, like I mentioned, probably it's been over a year since she came to Ladies Night, but she used to come to Ladies Night. She's probably still a member of the server. I don't know. But anyway, she has other songs on her YouTube channel there, which I put in the live stream voice text. She just does it, just for fun, like just her playing on her piano. I don't know if this is her or not. Let me look. Yuka. Silver Effie, that's probably her. Yep, that's her. Anyway, yeah, she's very talented. I think Levelist. I like the piano especially, and her voice is very beautiful too. So anyway, we're here for the Flat Earth Ladies Night on May 27th, 2022. Damsel Medic is here. I haven't talked to you for a while. Hi there. And if you can't talk now, maybe you can say hi to us later. There you are.
I'm here. I haven't been here for a long time. Been very busy.
Yeah, well, it's good to see you. Glad you could make it today. What have you been doing?
Actually working with a lot of German Shepherds right now. I got a bunch of puppies.
Nice. That sounds exciting.
Yeah, we train protection dogs and raise bloodlines for protection work and search and rescue stuff.
Have you ever heard of a Manchester Terrier?
Heard of them, don't know much about them.
Yeah, because I was reading a novel, where they were talking about a Manchester Terrier. Because they said terrier, I'm imagining like some small little dog. But then I looked it up, and because somewhere in the book they were like comparing it to a Doberman. So then I looked it up, and yeah, it kind of looks fierce like a Doberman. Yeah, like in this book, it was defending the owner and stuff like that. I'll find you. Here's a good picture.
Yeah, I know that they're big compared to like a Yorkie or anything terriers, like those size. Not.
Yeah. Yeah, I just thought they sounded cool. There's a picture one.
Yeah, I figured I'd just check in though. Yeah, they're pretty cool, aren't they? Oh.
Yeah.
They do look like somewhat like a Doberman. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Good. Well, I'm glad you're here. Yeah. Maybe we'll have some girl believers for you to talk to. There were some here yesterday. I don't know if there's any here today.
Well, I'm going to be kind of coming and going, so if I don't get a chance to talk anymore,
okay.
Say hi to everybody. Hope you all are doing good. I'll be listening in at least.
Okay, cool.
So we'll see what happens. Thanks, Dandelion.
Yeah. And Glatflow Bess is here. KJ, hello.
Hi, how are you?
Good. I'm glad you made the event. I saw you made it earlier in the week. That was nice.
Oh yeah. I think Gospel Bearer gave it to me in Level Up, so I thought, well, might as well take this opportunity to make it now.
Yeah, and I think I mean when the event system started, we were all excited about it, and we kind of said, "Oh,
Yeah.
we should use it more." I don't feel like we haven't necessarily used it more, although I made an event for tomorrow for the guy I just mentioned that somebody banned, but then I unbanned him, so he should be able to show up. Yeah, I'll have to, we'll see. You know how Globers are, but hopefully he'll actually show up for his own event.
Yeah, I was looking forward to that.
I think, we could just create events. A lot of servers have, many events, like the chessboard, when that used to be a server. I think they're called something else now. I remember the Chatterbox. I don't even know if they're still around, but other servers do it like regularly, like the Round Table does it a lot. I think it's a good thing to do, just because we talked about that, like doing even when you make something an event, it's like more of a focus. So like, even if you had like, we're going to have Gravity Hour, because the Globers all love to talk about gravity or something like that. Yeah. Oh yeah, Levelist, you like the used globe salesman role. I like that one too. I'm not sure who made that one. That's a more recent role. I think it's a great role too. Oh, Gems, you said there's somebody new in here. Jean Nadvornik. But okay, so we'll say hi to Level Up, and then maybe we'll look at this Jan person. I don't know who else we have. We've got Level Up. Hello, Level Up.
Hey, what's happening? Can you hear me?
Oh, not too much. Yeah, I hear you. Yep. Yeah, I've had a very busy day. I just got home. I went and finally got the plants I wanted. I had to go far away to get them. And then we also got some new ducks and chicks. So I just ran in the door, and now here I am. So I wanted to get some cantaloupes because my son is we try to grow cantaloupes pretty much every year, but it's very hard to have a cantaloupe get to fruition in time. You know what I mean? I'm going to try this year, pinching off, because last year we had the squash and the cantaloupes were trailing all around the garden with tons of orange flowers, but then they never actually made any fruits. I think I got to pinch off some of the flowers so they don't have so many. You know what I mean? So it puts all its energy into one fruit or two fruits or something. I think that's what I forgot to do that I need to do. But yeah. So what have you been doing?
Oh, let's see. I did a complete reinstall of my OS in the past week, and it's going pretty well. So mostly busy with that.
Yeah, that sounds like a big thing.
Yeah, but it went well.
Hi, I'm muting this John, Jan, Jan person. Oh, they're not muted, actually. It doesn't say they're muted. Somebody must have already unmuted them. Are you there, Jan? I'm going to try to switch over to the computer because I'm having problems with the audio here. Are you guys still there?
No.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
I just heard somebody say, "Can you hear me?" Who was that?
That was me. Wasn't sure if you could hear me.
You just sound different on the computer. Do you know how to get it so that, sometimes it's like a grid of people's faces, and then other times it's a list, or I don't know.
Well, if you
make it not be the grid.
If you want the grid, you click on the stream that you're in. Just click on the title, the channel.
Okay.
And then you see the grid.
Okay, I see. Okay, then it came back. Okay, thank you. I've always wanted to know that.
Yeah. But then you can't see the live stream text. So
right. So you can click back and forth. Okay, I see that now. Okay, cool. Oh, sunny Chicago from Michigan City, Indiana Dunes. Yeah, who took that picture?
I don't know exactly.
Nice one. It's different than the ones you usually see. It's and the sunset part is nice.
Usually I'll just do a search and then I'll just look at the images and I just find ones that are
Yeah, it's a nice one.
I know only 4% of the people on this good earth live in the United States of America, but that actual shot from around Chicago Benton Harbor, Michigan City up to Benton Harbor, is actually the greatest proof on the entire world, that the entire Earth, that we actually live on a flat and stationary plane. I was up there at the Indiana State Dunes back in 2000 or so. It was a beautiful summer day with some friends, and I got on the beach and I looked out. That's the southernmost part of Lake Michigan. I looked out and obviously you said Lake Michigan. I looked to the left and it was like, that is all of Chicago skyline right there. The whole thing, like 22, 25 miles away. If you drive it, it's about 33, 35 miles away. I saw the whole thing, and I was such an indoctrinated globy fool back then. I never, ever, ever thought there should be over 200 foot, maybe 250 foot of curve between me and Chicago. So obviously I would see the Willis or Sears Tower, but some of the smaller buildings would be out of view from me. But I never, ever, ever thought, anything, because I was an indoctrinated fool.
Yeah, it's an amazing sight. I know what you mean, because I saw it, like decades before I became a flat earther. But you don't. I've talked about that with Quantum Eraser before. That you think now that you realize it, you realize, gosh, seems like I should have been able to figure that out. You know what I mean? Like I never sat there and thought, should I be seeing that on the globe? But we're not encouraged to do that. We're not encouraged to look at the geometry and actually figure out what it was. Where we weren't. It definitely. I mean, that was not widely available 10, 20 years ago. Now it's around a lot more. We've got Sully, who doesn't have any roles. I'll go ahead and try unmuting Sully. Hello, Sully, are you there? And if there's anybody else who's new that doesn't have roles, you can ask us to unmute you. We've got Hatsune Miku. I'll try unmuting Hatsune Miku. If you are able to say hello. But it's easier, actually, if you go up to the VC, check in, then you can just have a short interview, like if you don't want to talk on the live stream in front of everyone, and then you can get the VC verified role. And then you'll be able to not only unmute yourself, but also see the live stream voice text channel, which you currently can't see, which is the channel that goes along with this live stream. You can't see it unless you have the VC verified role. So even if you don't feel like talking, it's worth it to get the role, because you can see that channel, plus there's other channels you can see that you can't see when you don't have any roles. So anyway, if you decide, anyone who's in the live stream or listening on YouTube, if you're not actually a member of the Discord server, you can join the Discord server by typing in your browser discord.gg/flat earth, and that will take you right here, and then we can get you the role. If you go to the VC, check in voice text, which is not far under the lobby, and ping a mod, gold or silver, then they can give you a short 5-minute interview just to make sure you're willing to follow the rules and that you're not somebody who's going to come on the live stream and say all kinds of ridiculous, inappropriate, vulgar stuff or anything like that, that you're actually here to have a conversation about the flat earth, which is why we're here. So, yeah, I was going to say, because is Jonathan W., is that also, are you Cyberblitz? I'll just type in there. You have the same picture as Cyberblitz. I don't know if you're the same person or you just changed your name.
Hey, Matthew. Denzel Washington here. I just sent you a new meme that me and my boys, me and my posse just put together at 29 minutes after the hour. So it's just for you, Matthew. My main man, master's man, Matthew.
Thank you.
We also have Shibby. So I'm just unmuting these people. If at some point you guys decide to talk, that's fine. But Shibby might actually be talking. Are you there, Shibby? Otherwise, I'll have to mute you again if you don't realize you're unmuted, because I'm just hearing music. Okay, they muted themselves. That's good. There's a bunch of people in here. You guys were right. Somebody typed there's a bunch of no role people here. Wizzy is here. Wizzy says in their About Me section that they are a genius. So look at that. Most geniuses don't want to advertise that fact, but you chose to, so that's wonderful. Wizzy? Hi there. Are you able to speak? Or are you just going to laugh? Okay, I'll just mute you again if you don't want to actually speak. Okay, so Wizzy, I just muted you. I I understand how it is when you're having like a laughing fit or something, or you could also have chosen to be yourself. We don't know what you're finding, so I'm using. So when you're able to speak, tag me in the lobby, or just even better, go up to the VC check-in so you can get the role so you can understand what the server's about, and so we can make sure you're not just a troll and so on. So yeah, the reason I asked about Cyberblitz, because I was just reading what he wrote there at 21 minutes after the hour, which I think was a comment on what Jim said, which is Jonathan says, I was wanting comment on what Witsit was saying several hours ago about truthers calling anyone a shill who's making money as a flat earther. I don't find that surprising, since calling everyone a shill is part of truther culture, which I would have put culture in quotation marks. I was writing that. Eric Dubé has a shill list, and now he is called a shill for having a big YouTube channel and selling merch. The community seems to destroy their own like SJWs do, LOL. Yeah, I mean, I agree. Like, people want to make money off it, by all means. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think, like, many people are making, like, a ton of money off of Flat Earth. Maybe some people are, but yeah, I mean, I don't think making money makes you shill. In fact, if anything, it probably makes you, like, maybe for some of the big names, but for most of it, probably makes them less likely, right? Because if you're actually getting paid to do this, which is what a shill would be doing, right? In theory, I guess, although some of them seem to do it for free. Why would you need to sell the merchandise? I don't know. But anywho, let's see if we've got anything else going on here. Oh, Sonny, you're saying the guy sounded like you. Is it you? Okay, so we heard nothing from that guy except laughing. Is there anybody else we haven't tried? If there's anybody who's got a question about the flat earth, I mean, that's why we're supposed to be here, people. So just speak up. This is ladies' night. It's a good time to ask your questions. It's a good time for beginners to get their questions answered about the flat earth. I mean, I don't mean beginners in a bad way, like, people who are new to the concept. That probably is a better way to put it. Howard is here and VC verified. Hello there, Howard.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm doing all right. Yesterday was my first day on the server.
Oh, okay. So happy second day on the server.
Thanks. It was
How
interesting.
Did you find it?
It was a short night. I think we wrapped up around 5 a.m.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, I
How
think
did
I
you
found
end up
it.
finding the server?
Oh, I think I saw a 4chan post where someone said something about we're being lied to, and they linked a bunch of YouTube videos that I'd already seen. But at the bottom of it was a link to a podcast, and it was the podcast. There was some recordings from the server, I imagine, and I listened to about I don't know, maybe close to 10 of them, and I really liked what you guys were saying, and so I thought I'd join the Discord.
Wow, too bad India's not here. That's India's the one who puts out, one of our admin who puts out the podcast. So he'll be happy to hear that, because I know
cool.
Like that kind of thing, you don't always know like who's listening or if it's actually reaching anyone. But he did tell me not that long ago that it was like growing in audience, when he like looks at how many people have listened to it and that kind of thing. Well, yeah, this one is the Spotify version. Did you listen to it on Spotify or is that what you
No,
said?
iTunes. Or
iTunes,
Apple Podcast. Yeah, I don't think I would have joined the Discord if it wasn't if I wasn't able to preview it and listen to a couple of those recordings. I usually just don't join a Discord just to join one. So that was pretty good to get a feel of it and to see, like the different points that were brought up in debate and how you guys were debating, and maybe I thought I could possibly contribute a little bit. And so it's also really nice to, meet like-minded people, because I think it's pretty difficult, or it has been pretty difficult for me at least, to find people to talk to about this type of stuff in real life, that is.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. I mean, that's definitely the case. I have the same situation. I don't know. Maybe it's for people who live in cities. Maybe it's easier, but yeah, like I live in the middle of nowhere, and yeah, it's impossible. Not only difficult, impossible as far as I can tell. I still haven't found anyone.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah. So what is your position on the Earth? What is your opinion upon the globe, for example?
Well, I wouldn't say I'm 100% sold either way. I'm trying to stay open minded to it, but I never really thought about it until 2016 or so when I came across. I think you guys had mentioned Eric Dubay a couple minutes ago, and I'd watched a couple of his videos, and I was like, "Well, shit, this is weird." And I guess the deeper that I looked into it, the more I was like, "Wow, I don't think that I really do have that much concrete evidence of my own to stand on to show that it's curved." And there seems to be quite a bit of evidence that it's not. And I tried to prove it false. I tried to prove the flat Earth false, and I couldn't. And that kind of led me to this path of, my God, it might be flat. I think if I had to guess, my current position is that it's like an infinite plane of existence in all directions. That would probably be, if I had to pick one theory, that's kind of where I'm at.
No one's ever demonstrated infinity in physical reality, so there's no reason to think it exists.
That it doesn't exist, or that it exists?
Well, since no one's ever demonstrated it and we've never seen it occur naturally, there's no reason to believe it exists.
You can say indefinite. You don't know.
Sure. I mean, yeah, I think if it's easier for me to kind of go into that space, and then I don't have to ponder the container question. It's like, well, what contains the thing that we would be in or on right now? And so just, because I guess if you think of the globe model, and you think of the universe, and it's like, oh, well, where's, in physics class growing up, it's like, well, where's the end of the universe? It's like, well, there isn't one. It's just infinite in all directions. And so, I guess for right now, my it's more agnostic. Like I don't really know, but maybe it goes on forever.
Well, that's actually not part of the heliocentric model. I mean, it's in essence the heliocentric model, but it's not technically what they say. They say that they claim that there is an edge to the universe, but at this current moment, it's expanding outward faster than the speed of light, so you'll never catch up with it. Which is, so it's in essence that, but
sure.
I guess it's one and the same. I don't know. It's just a big fairy tale anyway. Okay.
I mean, if you were to follow that line of logic, though, with them, I guess the question would be, well, if there's an edge to the universe, then what contains that edge of the universe? What is on that, the very cusp of that? More universe? I don't know. Anyways, long story short. Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, anyway, I mean, my brother is a math and physics graduate from Purdue, and I've gotten into some pretty heated arguments with him about these things, and he just refuses to talk to me about it. So that's interesting. But I have a really supportive girlfriend who's very smart, and she's entertained it quite a few times. And I think her where she came out on it. Maybe she's going to be home here in a little bit. Maybe I'll bring her on since ladies' night. But she independently came up with this giant ice ball theory. Maybe you guys have seen this. No.
Giant ice ball.
Well, I don't have picture upload or picture posting capabilities yet, but yeah, because her proposition was, she's like, well, what if it's flat and curved at the same time? And her theory was that we could be on this disk that is melted out of that ring of ice, but that ring of ice is actually on a giant Earth, and that it's a giant ice ball. And so what we experience is a localized melted plate, which would be flat for us, but that we are on a giant floating ice ball in space, and that maybe there's multiple Earths, if you will, that are melted with a localized sun floating above them on that giant ice ball. So I thought that was interesting. If you Google here, I can look it up real quick.
You're going way out now. You're going way too far out now.
And my
Level Up
question,
has something to say. Go ahead, Level Up.
yeah, I mean, my question would be, why would we think it must be a giant ice ball? It could be an ice square, it could be an ice cube. You know, there's no reason to make it a ball at that point.
Well,
I mean,
yeah, I agree. But I think for her, what it is, and the way she explained it to me, was that it's easier for her to not abandon all the things that she, air quotes, knows. And so if she can maintain gravity and maintain, this ball floating in space, and so forth, and still have, all of these proofs that the Earth is flat, or what we experience is flat, then that was like a baby step for her to consume. I'm gonna try to post a picture here of the model, and I'm not saying that this is necessarily what I subscribe to. I'm just bringing it up because she's my girlfriend and it's ladies' night, and I'm not a lady. But here, I just posted
If
it.
you can get her in here, we would love to see her. If you can get her in here, we'd love to talk to her.
Yeah,
I think that it's common, like when people here are going to be like kind of resistant to the concept of like, it's probably this thing, it's probably that thing, only because, but I think that's more common when you're like first getting into it. And because part of it's because we're conditioned that like everything must be explained because they tell us, that everything has been explained with this heliocentric model, even though it hasn't been. Like it takes a while to get used to the idea. Yeah, we might not actually know and might not be able to find out because we're restricted in our travel and so on. So like what we end up doing around here is most of the time we're very busy with just demonstrating that the globe is an impossibility. There's absolutely zero chance that we're on a globe of the radius of 3,959 miles, as people claim. Like very rarely can we even get past that with new people, so that like for that reason, like we are often like laser focused on disproving the globe and not like speculating a ton about could it be this thing or could it be that thing, because, and I think it often is tempting, to try to shoehorn or to find like a middle ground, because it is a difficult thing to give up the globe because it's so entrenched in our minds and in our culture that it's almost like people want an excuse, like that is just too big of a thing to like give up the globe and outer space. But there's we have no reason. There's no evidence of outer space. I mean, did the guys yesterday talk to you about why the outer space as presented being vacuum or near vacuum is a complete impossibility, especially if you're going to go with this infinite Earth thing. I mean, if you're going to try to say we're uncontained, you can't also have your ice ball or whatever, So, and there's not many things that indicate container. No one here is going to say, yes, there's definitely container, but, rainbows, the Elves Sprite, which is an electrical phenomenon, a lot of other things about electrical phenomenon and so on, do indicate a contained environment, but we're not like wedded to any of those things because we can't conclusively prove them. So we just try to stick with things that can be demonstrably proved or falsified, so yeah, that's pretty much it. But if she could come in here,
really
that would
like
be
that.
great.
Yeah, she should be home in maybe 15, 20 minutes or so. But yeah, I really like that, and I think that's really hard for people to do because they want to hold on to all those other things that they know, and when this one thing stands in their face, they're like, well, but I know this, and I know this, and I know this, and so what you're saying can't be true. And to figure out a way to just and I struggle with this with all different types of categories of controversial topics with people, but it's like if you could just get people to let go of all the things that they think they know, kind of empty your mind so it's not already so filled. You can't fill a cup that's already filled, kind of situation. If we could find a way to do that, because even in the podcasts, when a lot of people come in, they just come in and they're so sure of themselves and they know so much that it's like you almost can't tell them anything. And I can hear the frustration in your guys' voice, and I found myself kind of frustrated last night too, talking about it. There's just like a sense of curiosity that I wish people could find themselves in when they come to a place like this, and not so defensive and kind of coming in with their claws already out.
the most famous astronaut of them all from
Okay,
Purdue
Jim, I'm going
University.
to ask you, please, please. I've allowed this like several times now. Please, we have many ladies here. They're perfectly capable of carrying on this conversation. Seriously, I mean, if does any other lady want to comment on this, or or I can, it's really frustrating.
Yeah, I'm glad you stepped in. I hate to do that, but I'm sorry about the voice. I've been kind of dealing with a sore throat. But the problem, I think, besides not wanting to let go, is not having any good thinking skills. And I don't mean that to say people are stupid. I mean it to say they don't have any practice with reasoning things through. You know what I mean? Where some basic logic or well, if this is true, then does it really answer the question, or does it raise another one? That sort of thing, not just curiosity, but just thinking through logical sequences, if that makes sense.
Oh, sure, definitely. Yeah. I think a lot of people have abandoned their own critical thinking skills these days. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, so in that regard, what I would say is, okay, why are we trying to put Earth in something bigger? Why isn't Earth it? That's the question I would ask. And we can sidestep the gravity issue because it doesn't have anything to do with Earth shape. It really doesn't.
Yeah. We got to that last night. That was a heavy topic. Yeah.
And it's only necessary for ball Earth theory for the heliocentric system because they need it for things to orbit around each other. But since they've over 100 years ago abandoned mass attracting mass, then what do they think gravity is? They think it's the curvature of space-time. Well, why do we need everything to be ball-shaped for the curvature of space-time, which you can't do anyway because space is nothing and time is a concept. So there is no such thing as space-time that can be bent.
Hey, can I quickly say something to this guy?
What
I was going to say is, so there is space in matter, but there's not matter in space. So there's space between you and I, but there's air between you and I. So it's not a vacuum between you and I. So there's space and matter, but there's not matter in space. There's not a vacuum of space out there where there's just balls of matter falling around each other.
Okay.
Okay, we've got Stoned here. He's asking for the critical thinker tag. So, Stoned, why don't you let us know some more about yourself, how you found the server? What's your opinion about the globe? Hello there. Stoned, are you able to speak? Maybe he can't talk. He's in the voice text. Okay, well, you can try to earn the. Oh, he said he can't speak. Yeah, you can try to earn the critical thinking tag. I don't know. Demonstrate some critical thinking. Just why don't you tell us your position of the globe? That'd be a good start. What is your position regarding the globe model? Just answer that in text. That'll be your first test to see whether you can get the critical thinking roll or not. Yeah, I try not to be like, I don't know, it's like, I don't care, like, if somebody has something they just are dying to say, it feels like they have to say it, but it's like, half the time when the guys jump in, level up, it makes me feel like they think we can't handle it, you know what I mean? And I don't know if I'm just, thinking that, but that's what it seems like half the time, like, oh, these ladies couldn't possibly handle explaining why we don't have a model, so I'm gonna jump in and do it, I don't know, but anywho, let's see. Who else do we have here? Several people went into the check-in with Flatty. I don't know if any of them came down here. Flatty's deafened, so I can't ask him.
Dandelion, did you say that the song that was playing last was a singer that you know? The song is like, "Is It True?"
Yeah, she's a member of the server. Yeah, I'll put the link up.
Could you? That was a
yeah.
really beautiful song. It was like right as I
Yeah, she's
logged
very
on.
talented. Yeah, Yika, she's a European. I'll put the link to that song, and then that will help you to see her channel because she has other Flat Earth songs there. And if you like Flat Earth music in general, like we have quite a bit, we can share with you from different, some people who are members of the server or some people who aren't, but there's a lot of Flat Earth music out there. So you're relatively new to the conversation then?
Yeah, contributing. Yeah, I guess I've just been consuming for maybe 5 or 6 years, on and off, I would say.
Oh, okay.
But I've never joined in. This is my first time joining in. So.
But you came at it kind of from like other truth movements. Is that what you were saying?
Well, I mean, there's I got a whole list of stuff that I'm pretty skeptical about. I think it kind of started with a 9/11 stuff, and then Iraq War stuff, and I'm like, man, I think these people are lying to us. And it led one thing to another, and so my mind was pretty open to a lot of things by the time that I reached the flat Earth idea. So yeah.
Yeah, that's what, because we were just talking about this yesterday in terms of like, the availability of the Flat Earth information and how it's become way more available. And I think now even more than when I really decided to make up my mind about it. I first started reading about it like 6 years ago. And then 3 years ago, I'm like, I got to decide one way or the other on this thing because it kept coming up and I hadn't seen the geometry yet because some people discuss the flat Earth. And I think Old Jude said that this ice ball thing is a Flat Earth Society thing, which makes sense to me because that's the thing I wanted to say in general about the whole model thing, which one of the reasons why it took me so long to even get to the math of it, which makes it indisputable that this globe is completely smashed to smithereens, is because when I first did a search to find information, I went to the Flat Earth Society forum. And what they do there is they present different models like the two you mentioned earlier. And then in their forum, they argue back and forth. Oh, no, it can't be a giant ice ball because this, that, and the other. Oh, no, it's got to be a disk going up through space. Oh, it's got to be this thing, that thing. And that is all they do. And so that's
I've
what
seen
I
the
thought
disc.
Flat Earth
Yeah.
was.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The disc
And
flying through
so I didn't
space.
even
That's what causes gravity, right?
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I didn't even realize until coming to this server. And when I first came here, I didn't even still understand, like, why do people not want us to have a model or like get upset about the concept? But I totally get it now that I can see the bigger picture, that is why I was led astray, because I stopped looking into it because it was like, oh, I have to figure out exactly what it is in order to definitively get off the globe model. But I remember being in the mindset because that is the mindset that kind of organization, like the Flat Earth Society, puts you in, and it is understandable and kind of even natural that coming off of this supposed thing where everything's static and explained, everything's been explored, and maybe if you're lucky, you'll get to go to Mars one day. But everything on Earth is already figured out. Don't worry about it, guys. Then you want to figure everything out too on this new thing, and they come. That's what some of these globers that are not capable of using logic or understanding falsification. That really all you have to do is falsify the globe model. Like that's really all you got to do these days. They make it pretty easy by clinging to that. It's like, yeah, guys, that's definitely not here. There's no evidence of it. Like we don't have to do your work for you and figure all this other stuff out. That's what you're supposed to be doing with your $1 billion budget. Anyway, that's, people, because they're still in that mindset, they want to cling on to another thing that explains everything. And like you said, Howard. It's hard to
Do you
just
think that would help
sometimes
them?
accept that you don't know everything, you know?
Yeah, totally. Do you think that would help convert other people or help other people understand if they, instead of just disproving that there's a curve, but instead of just that, but presenting a more complete model as the answer? Do you think that would help people? Because I think, from what it sounds like to me, like a lot of people are kind of left with like, well, if it's flat, then how does this work? And how does that work? And how does this work?
No, I don't think it would help. I don't think that's, we're not in the business of conversion. And two, those are those are the wrong questions to ask. I mean, people come in here and ask it, and try to imply that if you do not, if you're not able to explain everything and in great detail, the way the pseudoscientist, magician, entertainers, aka called mainstream scientists do it, then you're not good enough. Like, that's fine, guys. If you want some magician to explain everything, then just stay on the globe. That's perfectly fine. Like, we're not here to fix you. We're not here to replace your fantasy with a new one. Like, just get back down to earth here and just see what's right in front of you. And you see too far. We don't live on a globe. If somebody wants to explore something else, that's fine. But it's better just to, generally, science is a specialized field where if we have people in here who do different experiments in terms of like about electricity, magnetism. If someone wants to go exploring, be my guest. I mean, people can do whatever they want to do. Long distance photography is a good way to demonstrate the failure of the globe model. But we don't have to come up with a comprehensive model. Like, why should we? We didn't put out the first one that clearly doesn't work.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Yeah, I think if anybody wants to get a word out, the first thing they do is get people's attention by asking questions. They'll say, does this make sense to you? Can you explain? Or, and get the conversation started. But most people really don't care. Most people don't want to think about any of this stuff. They don't, didn't pay attention to a lot of stuff in school anyway. They're just like, yeah, this is what we see on TV, and I don't care. And somebody does have to be curious, and you do have to help them sometimes by asking the right questions. To take a line from iRobot, you must ask the right questions. And people don't even know what questions to ask half the time. So I think that's a good approach to start without being a pushy salesperson, is to raise some questions that helps to know your audience as well, and knowing who you're talking to, what is the best hook or avenue to bring it up and get them to ask things.
Well, Wizzy the Giggler is VC verified now, so maybe he was one of the people that talked to Flatty. I'm laughing about Central's comment. Prime directive, don't interfere with their space delusions. That's right. Are you there, Wizzy? Are you ready to talk now? Explain, demonstrate your genius. Well, if you end up being able to talk, Wizzy, and you would like to talk, let us know. If you have a question, speak up. About Panda. Hi there, Panda.
What am I being asked?
Welcome to the server. How did you find us?
Hello. I think I don't remember. I joined like a few weeks ago. I just searched up like Flat Earth Discord server or something like that, and then I joined.
Oh, okay, so what inspired you to search those words, Flat Earth Discord?
Well, a lot of people kind of think like Flat Earth is a cuckoo. You know what I mean? I just wanted to like check to see if that was true or not. I mean, I don't really see anyone who's like crazy in the server or anything, but like, I don't know. Like, from my point of view,
Level Up has a cool clock if you're lucky. Yeah. Oh, it's probably ringing right now. Level Up.
Oh, you just missed it. Right it started going when I muted. Sorry.
You got a cuckoo clocks, bruh. That's like. Do you not use digital?
I have actual other kinds of clocks. It's just something I got in Germany back in '76. Hangs on my wall.
Yeah, I don't think flat earthers are cuckoo though, Panda. So I'm glad that you agree with me. But that I agree with you. That is the propaganda, in some areas. Yeah.
I mean, it is fair enough, like it is like just a scientific point of view.
It is a what? Did you say? I couldn't understand you.
Like a scientific point of view.
The scientific point of view, yes, shows that the globe is a complete lie and does not exist.
Your scientific point of view, you know what I mean, though.
That's right. Yeah, we use actual science here. That's why we're definitively not cuckoo.
I was just like wondering, so the flat Earth community, like, I'd say like it's quite small scale compared to like other sort of scientific ideologies. Like, do you know why that is? Because I presume like a lot of people would study like science, and figure it out by now as well.
Well, I think there's a lot of reasons. Maybe Level Up could give an answer too, because that's a very good question. That's one of the better questions we've had in a long time.
Do you think it's due to propaganda, or at least what you call propaganda?
Of course, yeah. I mean, it's not just like it isn't even just direct propaganda, like you're discussing, like flat earthers are retards, flat earthers are idiots, they're stuck in the Stone Age, or Obama, saying we don't have time for the. We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society. Like, it's, direct attacks on Flat Earth, are common. But the thing of it is that the propaganda is much deeper than that, because over the past 20 to 30 years, what science actually is has completely changed to the point where, you have all these people thinking they are, doing science, or they're fans of science, or let's science together, when what they're doing has nothing to do with the scientific method, which is what we adhere to here, is the traditional scientific method, where you make a natural observation, you develop a hypothesis based on your background knowledge and that observation. Then you develop an experiment with an independent and dependent variable clearly defined and conditions clearly defined. You write down your procedure so that it can be replicated by someone else. Then you test a cause and effect relationship based on that natural observation. Then you return to your original hypothesis and you decide whether your observation or test upholds the hypothesis or falsifies the hypothesis. If it falsifies the hypothesis, you can either throw out that hypothesis entirely, or if you think there's still some worth, if it has some worth to it, you can modify it and then test again. If it seems to uphold your hypothesis,
like
you have proven.
now, man.
I'm almost done. If it upholds your hypothesis, you have not proven anything. You have given credence to that idea, which then, of course, needs to be tested and repeated by other scientists in order to make it accepted. So it has nothing to do with what most people call science. When you take the globe has nothing to do with science. The globe is a mathematical alleged model, which models nothing, predicts nothing, explains nothing, and in fact fails when you test it in reality, because we see too far. So why do you think I say we see too far, Panda?
Sorry, repeat that.
Why do you think I said we see too far?
I don't know.
Okay, great. That's a great answer. So yeah, Sunny's put into the voice text. Can you see the live stream voice text there, Panda? Have you seen that?
Yeah.
That goes along with this one. Okay, yeah. So that one is the Canigou long distance observations, which I'll have to open it up to find all the numbers on here. They're like hundreds of miles. I mean, they're like extremely far distance observations. The one I'm more familiar with is the Chicago observation. You probably weren't here when we were talking about it earlier. And then we also have the Black Swan observations. I mean, we have like so many. Okay, I'm just going to start by giving you the link to the
Do you think the majority
Every
of people
single
who...
one of these,
Sorry,
every one of these observations are impossible. I'm almost done with this little statement here. Every single
Yeah,
one of
yeah.
these, this last link from 6 minutes after the hour, are impossible on a globe with the dimensions claimed. So, the things would be hidden around the side of this alleged Earth based on the exact rate of curvature that they give us, which can be determined by the exact radius that they give us. So they gave us math, we tested reality, and it fails because those things are in view, such as the city of Chicago from across Lake Michigan, such as the Canigou, which Sonny put up there, such as every single observation, Calais from Dover, everything you see, Catalina Island, that you see at this link. We just see things that objectively would not be seen if we were on this globe. So we're just not on it. I mean, it's a matter of whether you can use your reason and ignore, social pressure, propaganda, groupthink, and actually just accept reality the way it is, or not. And most people can't. That's our experience here. Like way over, I don't know what percentage, coming into the Discord, which I think that sample is maybe skewed because they are people in general who spend more time on a computer and don't spend time in the real world. But, people can't let go of their globe. Yeah. So propaganda, that's my answer.
Well, do you think the majority of people who do these like scientific observations and stuff, like do sort of the same kind of studies that you're talking about, also come to the conclusion that there's like a flat Earth if they're highly educated as well?
Oh yeah. They don't have to be sitting here on Discord talking about it. I mean, we know the military, uses the Earth as flat and stationary. Many pilots understand the Earth is flat and stationary. That's how they, engineers, people who build railroads, bridges, and so on, never take any curvature into account. Many people use the Earth as flat and stationary. We can show you government documents, many government documents where they treat the Earth as flat and stationary. They don't use this alleged Coriolis effect when you're a military sniper trying to, shoot something. You don't take the curvature. You don't take Coriolis into effect. The Marconi gave his transmission at, I think that was 10,000 miles. Globe never taken into account. Not taken into account for submarines. With their sonar, not taken into account for anything ever. People will say it is, but in reality, it's not. So yeah, many people realize this. Most people don't care enough or don't have time or don't want to deal with the social stigma to actually talk about it. But yeah, of course, a lot of people do.
So
Just like
is that-
many people know 911. You got the pilots and engineers for 911 Truth. I mean, that know that obviously that was an explosion. That planes don't melt steel, or cause a fire to that extent. I mean, many intelligent people know that most of the mainstream, propaganda stories are complete nonsense, of course.
Okay, so it's like you're saying it's an independent point of view and a governmental point of view as well. Like if you're doing the scientific studies and stuff like that, you determine the Earth is flat.
I don't know. Like for example, we had a guy on here that was in the military that said, when he was in training and during the sniper training, he asked like, why don't we have to take, curvature of Coriolis into effect? And the guy just winked at him and said, because the Earth is flat. I mean, yeah, it's mostly these people who, we see them in here all the time, who have given their brains away to the television and think that, people who get on there, pseudoscientific entertainers like Bill Nye, Neil deGrasse Tyson, Michio Kaku, all these NASA clowns, that they actually know something just because they got put on the TV. I mean, it's like the easiest thing in the world. They've just pulled the wool over all these people's eyes. But once you get, people who are in careers, they're to a point where, we're just treating it as flat and stationary. That's obviously what we're doing. Like, I guess most people don't even care enough, right, about what other people are thinking to care that this clown show's going on and that you have all these people deceived and just following along like sheep and watching their cartoons and their minds completely lost.
I mean, yeah, because they just think it's a shape,
Yeah, I mean, I think it's very important. I think we should not have an education system where we're teaching children lies.
And plus, it sort of expands onto more stuff as well, wouldn't it? So like, there's like more lies if they're just not just lying about like the Earth being flat, I mean, being round. Sorry.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, they're full of lies. Yeah, I mean, I don't believe a thing they say. Why should I?
Yeah.
Well, can I digress a little bit? I was just watching this. They have these like automatic stories, I guess, that come up on your YouTube and shit. And so they like the algorithm recommends you shit, and then it was recommending this some sort of trial with Johnny Depp or whatever. And so I'm looking at it, I start watching it, right? And basically like people are going into depth of like, well, if you watch the video in this angle, you can see that it's edited and you can see like what this happening here is not true and whatever. And the whole time I was thinking to myself, if we just had a fraction of the like attention to detail of this like court case on the moon landings, it would be blown wide open. Like I was just looking at it, and they were like, the amount of video analysis they were doing on this video of Johnny Depp and this fucking video of his wife or whatever, and seeing how it's edited, I was like, dude, you don't even have to do 1/10 of this work to fucking see that the fucking moon landing shit is a hoax. It's fucking, I don't know, dude. I was like, wow. Like, wow, you gonna put this much effort into bullcrap, but not into the most important event of all history, eh? Okay, right. And we just forgot the telemetry data.
Noah, I totally agree with you. If you could just, next time you speak, try to, especially on Ladies Night, try to cut down on the vulgarity. That would be great, because it would get your point across way better.
I didn't realize it was Ladies Night. I asked, but nobody responded.
Oh, no, that's totally cool. Okay, yeah, it is. But that's cool. No, I totally... Yeah.
Never mind.
No, I agree with what you're saying. That, I mean, that's the sad thing, is that we, the resources that could be put into some of the stuff would be just amazing. I mean, we have a lot of people, amateurs,
Yo, I'm gonna go now.
who are just doing things on their own. But yeah, it's if actually, it would just be blown wide open. I mean, if on this world, if we started doing like real science again, can you imagine like kind of stuff people could discover? That would be great. But yeah, we don't, very rarely is anyone actually advancing any kind of science. I mean, they advance technology, and some people think that's scientific, but like what kind of like real natural science is really being advanced right now? Like very, very little.
Just computer science.
Well, they also confuse science and engineering a lot of times, because engineering is stuff that works. They take basic principles, like somebody, at one point, quote unquote, discovers electricity, and then somebody else discovers that certain things conduct it better than others, and it's a kind of a series of just coming across things that have certain properties, and then engineers will take that and make something useful with it. Like Tesla was kind of both, but he was more an engineer than a scientist. He would say this is how electricity works. Mainly his focus was electricity. And so he, as an engineer, made it of practical use and actually proved concepts by putting them into reality. And when people say, well, we live on the ball because scientists told us, they don't think about asking the quote-unquote scientists how they actually measured the Earth, and then they'll get calculations and say, and people don't know to ask, well, no, I said measurements, not calculations. You can theorize and extrapolate all you want, but if you start with certain presumptions, then you're going to end with certain preconceived conclusions or foregone conclusions, and that's what the Flat Earth community is about, is trying to dig under the surface and go, this is what you've assumed. Of course you can, through circular reasoning, you're going to come to the conclusion you wanted. But if you look at it objectively and actually ask for measurements instead of calculations and theories and extrapolations, that's where I think a lot of us finally realize it wasn't so hard to let go, because there isn't anything there to hold on to.
Oh, too bad we lost Panda, because I was going to ask you if you wanted to answer his question, but now I can't even remember what his question was.
Yeah, I don't know.
About why they hide it, or how they hide it, or why would they lie? I don't know. But
he just dropped last time you were talking. He just kind of said, I got to go.
Yeah, that's cool. Maybe he'll be back. He seemed like a laid back guy. Paige is here. Paige is ladies' night. Yeah, I got it. Do you know Paige? Level up.
If it's someone from YouTube, I know the name.
Okay, well maybe Paige can't talk right now, but if you ever do want to speak up, there's saying hi to us in the text. So yeah, if you ever feel like speaking up, Paige, by all means, feel free.
What I need is something to clear my throat. I hate it when it gets crappy. I drink plenty of liquids.
How about a cup of tea?
I had some. And I've had
didn't work.
Vitamin C, and I take other supplements.
Have you ever tried this tea called Throat Coat?
No, I normally drink something called Rooibos or Rooibos, depending on who you ask. Because I can't have caffeine, and my husband can't have oxalates, and Rooibos has neither of those, so that's what we drink.
This coat tea, that really does help my throat when I have a problem. I think it has licorice in it. I'm pretty sure. I have to look and see. Maybe I'll say it.
Not a fan of licorice.
You don't like licorice?
No.
Oh, then you wouldn't like this.
Oh, sorry, but thanks for trying.
Yeah.
No, I just never liked licorice.
Oh yeah, licorice is the #1 ingredient, 760 mg. Yep, you wouldn't be into that.
No, I do put honey in my tea though. Natural honey.
Oh yeah, honey's good for you.
So.
Yeah, I have my children just have a spoonful of honey sometimes too. Ever do that?
Yeah. Well, and I'll eat soup and things and all that, but it doesn't always seem to help. I don't know. There doesn't seem to be any rhyme or reason why my voice is clear sometimes and sometimes it isn't. Now lately though, I have had a sore throat. So. Anyway.
Oh yeah, Central wants to know what happened with Panda. He did not spiral. I don't know. I felt like he was not. Didn't seem that upset about it. I don't know. I mean, we didn't really get enough of a response from him. I don't know.
He was. If it was a spiral, it was a really slow one. It seemed like he was asking the standard or putting up the standard objections, but not really sticking to anything. Kind of. Like a butterfly going from one flower to the next. I don't know. A slow-mo spiral.
Yeah. And I think people, I don't know what the statistics are if people don't have, we were talking about this with Kermit yesterday, the day before, people who, he obviously had never been around people who have academic jobs or scientific jobs and so on. I think they have this weird view that the stuff you see on TV has some relation to what an individual scientist would do every day, and it's just they aren't out there making breakthroughs or wonderful. They're just doing some little thing, measuring some aspect of how this particular drug affects this monkey or or whatever. They're not you're not going to go out there and be like, I'm a scientist and I've discovered this thing or that thing. Because, I talked about that the other day. I don't know, remember when that wasn't Ladies' Night, I guess, about our friend who was a scientist. And he had all kinds of crazy views. What the world would call crazy, alternative views, knew the main landings were fake and so on. But he's not at his job. He's a PhD scientist. He's not out there being like, hey, guys, did you know the moon landings are fake? Because, why? Same reason, you don't cast your pearls before swine. You don't have to go around. That's the way I look. I know some people on here do. Jen says he talks about to everyone with laundromat. Obviously, Witsit talks to everyone, but we're not. I don't. I just don't. Why would I? I didn't set this thing up. Why should I go out there and take arrows from people, because I know, I'll do it occasionally if it has to do with my children. I think I've told you guys about that before. I wrote a letter about how ridiculous I thought it was that our homeschool co-op was focusing on space for the entire science class. I'm not afraid to tell the people. I wrote them an entire, essay about why outer space was obviously a scientific impossibility and so on. But if it does, I don't care. Those people didn't care, and they're not going to. If it's a
ethical situation, like I have to make my statement about it, and I will. But like, I don't, it's not my job to fix the mess that these people have made by creating this gigantic lie, which is clearly, being backed up by billions of dollars. So if someone's interested, I'll talk to them. But like, I'm not going to put myself out there. I mean, I do on Discord, I guess you could say, but like in real life, why should I run around trying to undo their mess when half the people prefer to stay in the globe delusion? I mean, that's obvious. And then they're just going to, take it out on you or your children if you aren't going along with the program here. I don't know. I mean, that's my point of view. But my point is, I mean, I'm not even like that the way most people are. I actually do come out here and talk about it. I did write that letter, which most people wouldn't do. I'll tell you, the vast majority of people are just doing their little job. Even if they figure it out, they're not saying a word to nobody. Yeah,
Yeah, there's so many other things that, like, just picking the school system, so-called school system, you could, I mean, it is so full of nonsense at this point. There's a mass exodus from the schools because of anybody who cares about their children knows that they're not there to be educated anymore. And it really shouldn't be a surprise because I remember reading years ago about the Humanist Association or whatever it was called with John Dewey, the founder of the U.S. school system model, which was Prussian basically. And the humanists said that they saw the public schools as an indoctrination, even a religion, that the teachers were priests of a new godless religion, and that they would take your children away from you, from their parents, and keep them in school all day, give them lots of homework, lots of extracurricular activities, so that their parents and family wouldn't influence them, and they would be raised by the state and their peers, and that they couldn't, the parents and peers, or the parents couldn't compete with this 5-day indoctrination plan. And so they said this back in the 50s or 60s. And so this is just the thing coming to a head. This is, the fruit ripening of that whole educational paradigm. And so it's everything. It's the whole, nuclear family. You got to get rid of that. Got to get rid of the influence of any kind of, especially religious thought. Make the state their god. Make the scientists their priests. The textbooks, their sacred text, their scriptures. And they did it deliberately, and that's what they planned.
Can I say something, Paula?
No, but go ahead.
I just wanted to say I second everything you just said.
Well, thanks. It's just, I wish it was common knowledge, but sadly it's not.
Dandelion, what was the response to the letter you sent about space?
I said, well, we aren't going to be, I won't, if you continue, to have the science program be based on outer space, I can't ethically allow my children to participate this year. Hope we'll see you next year. And their response to my, I think it was 2 or 3 pages about, the scientific reasons, as well as these people supposedly follow the Bible. So I threw the biblical reasons in there too. Their response was, oh, sorry to hear you won't be joining us. We'll see you next year. Yeah, no response to anything I actually said. No dispute, nothing, But they're a bunch of ladies, they all. I'm sorry, Level Up's probably going to be mad, but you don't know these ladies. They let their husband do the thinking, and they're just, I'm sorry. None of them are here, so I can say that. But yeah, that's what these ladies are like. So yeah, no response, no substantive response. So I didn't feel bad about taking my kids out of there because I don't want my children taught by somebody who can't even answer a scientific. I mean, I even put my degrees on there, and none of these ladies have a scientific degree, you know what I mean? And just nothing. So, anywho. Let's see. Stoned says, I don't deal in models. I deal in the reality I perceive around me. I've never seen a round earth, and I lived by the sea. I've been to El Teide mountain in a small island and looked all the way around. This plane is definitely flat. Oh, okay. All right. Well, I don't know. Level Up, you think he earned the critical thinker tag with that response?
Well, only going by that one post, it seems plausible.
We'll give it to him. Somebody can always take it away.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh gosh, but I'm I wonder if somebody deleted it because I'm not finding it. Do we have a critical thinker tag? I know we have an intellectually honest tag. I don't even know if we have one.
I don't know.
I don't know why he thinks we have one.
We have to find one of those people with 50 tags and see if it's on the list.
Yeah, I mean, I type into the space here, and it usually comes up. I mean, it's not coming up, so. I just gave him intellectually honest. I don't know, that's not really the same thing. I think we have another one that maybe is more like critical thinking. I'll look through them and find something good for him. Somebody else new came in here. Now I can't remember who it was. I'll look again. If you're new and you have a question, or old, or if Howard has another question, feel free to speak up. You don't have to wait to be called on. Mimig is here with a, is that Sally Ride? It's one of those ladies, vintage astronauts. Mimig, are you there?
Oh, hi, yeah.
Hi.
No, it's
is that
Judith
Sally
Resnick.
Ride?
It's Judith Resnick.
Okay. Close. Welcome to the server.
She was the one of the Challenger ladies who they think is still alive.
Okay. How did you find us?
A friend sent me, but I'm choking on some things. I'm not going to talk right.
Oh,
But
I think it's Adam Meekin that there's a lot of background noise. Adam, are you there? Can you mute yourself? Can you guys hear that like static? I think that's coming from him. Adam, I'm going to go ahead and mute you if you can't
Apologies.
hear me.
No,
Oh, no, that's
can you hear
okay.
me?
Yeah, we
Sorry,
hear you.
guys, I
How are
joined in.
you?
Normally I'm unmuted. I'm painting.
Oh, that's okay.
Evening,
Oh,
Paula,
okay, that's
by
no
the way.
problem.
Hey, Adam.
I'm evening, Mom, obviously.
Yeah, I wonder
Okay,
where that
good.
was
Oh,
coming
yeah, that
from.
was his. I just wonder where that static was coming from suddenly.
Yeah.
But, oh, Mimic, if you can, or maybe it's me, G.
It's Mimi G, but I was on mute, so it wasn't me.
Okay. Oh, no, I was just wondering if you are able to answer, or if you're still choking.
I'm a little bit better now. What's up? Hello?
Oh, I just wondered.
You were actually you were worried about me. I'm fine. Thank you.
Okay, good. Yeah. How did you find the server?
Like I said, a friend sent me.
Oh, you did say that already. I'm sorry. I got distracted by all the other stuff going on. So what are your thoughts about the globe?
I don't believe in space. So, we're there. I don't know. I definitely don't believe it's a globe. Is everybody?
Are you really? Are you the long lost? Are you the long lost Judith? Is that why you've got?
I am. I'm Judith Resnick.
Calling us from a remote island.
Right.
All
No,
right,
she's
Judith.
actually
Yes.
like a professor at like Yale or something crazy like that.
Oh yeah, I haven't looked at that for a while. We have it in the. Oh yeah, we've got a whole channel about it. But I haven't looked into it for a while.
looked her up on LinkedIn, and she's like, it's her. There's no question. It's her. I don't know how they do that or why they do that, but it's her.
It's probably part of their like hiding in plain sight, laughing at us type thing.
Yeah, but I keep thinking like, how did she hide for a few years and then they were just like everybody's over it by now? Or like I'm so curious what the plan was for that.
Yeah, and then to have a high profile position like that. Yeah. That's
like
yeah,
two. There were like the two of them are like identical twins. I don't know. I also like looked at another one on LinkedIn, and the teacher Krista McAuliffe, and she's also there, and working for some weird kind of shady company. It's got to be them. I really want to know like what the thinking was.
She goes by the same. Does she actually go by that name, Judith?
Yeah, she goes by, it's like, I think it was like her middle name. I don't even remember it at this point. You know, there was like, everybody has like the moments where you're researching something to the death and then you forget the whole thing, but something like that. It's like sort of the same. It's with, she goes by her middle initial, but it's like, that's actually her name, something like that.
Yeah.
But they all look
interesting.
exactly like their people. So, and the time frames work and all of it. Anybody else
Hey,
research
this is.
that?
Sorry, I just wanted to say hi really quick. This is Howard's girlfriend. He wanted me to say hi to you guys.
Oh, great!
Hi. Hope you guys are having a
Hi.
good ladies' night.
We are. I'm so glad that you said hello. Maybe you can sometime make your own Discord account if you feel like it.
Sounds good.
Yeah, because then we could give you the ladies' night tag if you wanted to come another day. So, yeah, like from what he told us, it sounds like you're at least a skeptic of the globe model. Is that correct? Maybe Howard's girlfriend doesn't want to say anything else. But thank you at least for saying hello. Yeah, I was so Mimi, have you understood the globe and space hoax for quite some time, or are you relatively new to it?
Yeah, it's about exactly a year since, the first
Oh,
level
okay.
came out.
Oh, you watched the Level documentary?
Yeah, the first level is what got us.
Wow. How did you come across it?
It's a really good story. Our mail
Let's hear it.
lady,
Let's hear it. We like stories.
our mail lady who's like, I don't know, like really seriously down every rabbit hole you could be down. So, which we love her. She gives us like all the news. So she got me onto some crazy Telegram chat, and they just mentioned the movie, and I don't know. We watched it like expecting to think it was like some kind of psyop or something, and we started asking questions from that point on.
I am very impressed with this mail lady. Now she's making me feel bad for me saying I don't run around like Jen to the laundromat and telling everybody the earth is flat, but
No, you know what? She wasn't even necessarily into the Earth is flat, which I don't know what shape it is, but stationary anyway. But I actually then went back and introduced her to the movie. But she's like down every other rabbit hole. But it's great to have a mail lady who you can chat with.
yeah, I can't even imagine. That would be like I would never want to move and never want her to leave her job if I had a mail lady like that. You live in the city?
We live in a city, yeah.
Yeah, because I remember that experience when I was in college and rented a house. Because I live in the country where, like, the mail person just drives by and leaves your mail. But I remember the guy that was our mail person, like, and we used to talk to him, and he was a cool guy. Yeah, you had like a connection with him. Yeah, and you left him. Maybe you'd give him a Christmas card or a gift or
Yeah.
something. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that is one good thing about living in the city that we miss when we live in the country. Although I do know the lady that works at the post office because I actually have to have a PO box. Actually, the mailman won't even come to my house. That's how in the middle of nowhere I am. I have to go to the post office. So that lady I do talk to, but I only go like once a week or something. It's not the same thing. Yeah, that's cool though. I like that. That's the first on our server. Somebody learning about the Level documentary and Flat Earth from their mail lady. That is great. Oh, welcome to Ladies Night. I can give you the. Oh, I gave you the VC verified role. I'm supposed to ask you, Mimi. I'm sorry. I just assumed because you sounded like a civilized person that you would agree to follow the rules of the server. But do you agree to follow them?
Sorry, what is it?
Oh, I just gave you the VC verified role, so in the future you'll be able to unmute yourself and see more of the server. I gave you the ladies'
Nice.
night
Okay.
role.
Thanks.
But I said I was supposed to ask you before I gave you the role if you are willing to follow the rules of the server.
I will assume that I am, but I haven't read them. But I will, and I'll let you know if I object to anything.
Okay, good. And then I can take the role back up. I don't know. They're very standard kind of rules, which are mainly aimed toward teenage trolls. But you never know; there might be something in there you don't like. So I will tag you with the link to the rules there in the live stream voice text. Level up. If nobody else shows up, I'm probably only going to make it till 7, 20 more minutes. So I'm probably just going to end the event at 7 if there's no other ladies here, because you know how it is.
Yeah, that's okay with
2
my
hours.
voice the way it is. It's probably better if I don't go too long.
Yeah. But I'll try to unmute some of these other people. There's some other like no roles people, but these no roles people too, if you guys don't want to like talk in the live stream right away. Actually, before I even try to unmute people, I'll just say if you hop up to the VC check-in audio channel and then ping a mod gold or silver in the VC check-in voice text, then you can get the VC verified role. And you'll be able to unmute yourself as well as see the live stream voice text channel, which has information that goes along with what we're talking about in the live stream, as well as more of the server and so on and so forth. So even if you don't want to speak to us tonight, if you just want to listen, which is perfectly acceptable, having the role doesn't mean you're mandated to speak, just means you have the option to speak as well as other options and other things that you can view. So like ketamine, I'm talking to you, slave tax, anybody else that's listening that wants to get a role in the server to be able to participate more. I'll just go ahead and unmute Ketamine, see if they want to say hello. Ketamine, I unmuted you if you want to and are able to unmute and say hello. Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. How did you find us?
My friend sent me the link. Actually, I'm at work right now. I was just listening in.
Okay, well, if do you agree to follow the rules of the server, which is generally no trolling, and keep the topic on Flat Earth if I give you the VC verified role, so next time you'll be able to unmute yourself?
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, do you want the ladies' night role also?
Yes, I do. That'd be nice.
Okay, great. Okay, cool. So that way, if you ever are not working, or if sometimes ladies' night goes light into the night. It does happen sometimes. So if you ever are able to participate more when you're not at work, then you'll be able to.
Alrighty, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Good to have you here. Welcome.
Hi. You unmuted me earlier, but my phone died. So sorry about that.
Oh no. Oh well, I'm glad it came back to life and that you said hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, welcome to the server. How did you find us?
It's funny story. I don't know if this happens a lot, but I was on a train in Portland, Oregon, and some guy came on the train and handed out cards that had the Discord server on it. So I thought it was really interesting and I joined.
Level up. All of these people have been sent to make me feel guilty about saying I don't run around talking to people about Flat Earth in real life. Is that why they're here?
Yeah, somebody's got them all together to just get in your face about it.
I don't have a persecution complex. I'm really just joking. But no, I absolutely think that's cool that somebody did that. I wonder who it was in Portland, Oregon. Wow, that's great. Thank you to whoever that person was that handed out cards with the Discord server on it. That's amazing. I wonder if
Yeah,
they're
I thought it was pretty cool. Yeah, I thought maybe you guys would recognize somebody that does that. I don't know. It was a guy, like a normal looking guy. I don't know his name or
There
anything.
is some guy. I remember there's some guy. Actually, I do recall, like not that long ago, a week or two ago, somebody showing the cards and saying they were handing them out, but now I can't remember who it was. But now that you've said that, I'm going to have to try to remember or find out who that was. I don't know if anybody else remembers, but there was somebody who was saying that. Orion does that, and somebody else too. It wasn't Orion that I'm thinking of, but I do think that Orion is in that area, so it could have been Orion, which he was here earlier, but he's not here now. So, That's great. Yeah, good news. Yeah, I do have to say in my defense, because all of you single guys out there that run around doing that, like when you have children, like you cannot just, run around like getting yourself into trouble all the time. Like I would have a very different life if I wasn't carrying around children all the time. So I actually used to do a lot of crazy things when I was single, especially in college, but that was back the time of the Gulf War. I used to run around, protest the Gulf War. I went to the Forest Service in Montana, the headquarters, which I think was in Great Falls, dressed up as a grizzly bear. And then we made a giant paper mache calf, which we bowed down to show that the Forest Service was worshiping money and their issuing of oil and gas leases on sacred land of Badger 2 Medicine Wilderness area, and so on and so forth. So I'm giving myself a break that I'm not as radical as I was in my youth. I think that's normal.
Yeah, I think it's
Anyway.
important to do what you're good at.
Yeah, absolutely. And everybody's good at something different. Thank you, Hatsune Miku. Yeah, so then like you just joined the server like in between getting the